Advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Chaos and a Suns win is what went down in downtown Phoenix last night. The Suns trailed by 14 points in the second half. They were eventually able to turn the tide and found themselves up 5 with 40 seconds left. That lead would disappear thanks to Steph Curry and Dillon Brooks, but Booker would hit a clutch jumper followed by 2 Steph Curry free throws, and Jordan Goodwin drew a foul with 0.4 seconds left and made 1 of 2 from the line, and the Suns found a way to get a 99-98 win when they didn't have their best. And here was Devin Booker post-game on what this team is.
I'm more on the side that we have a lot of talent over here too. The games have been a little junkyard and physical, but, we have some true hoopers over here. So that's a good combination to have both of those things.
The Suns will get this same Warriors team on Saturday up in the Bay Area. For everything else Arizona sports related, be sure to head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinnie has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Friday. It is a hoodie and sweatpants Friday. At least on this side of the glass.
Vinny's on fumes, everybody.
Sammy, you got sweatpants
Don't
on?
worry, it's sweatpants and a big pullover over here.
Yeah, and Jarrett, of course, is
I don't do that.
Fashion conscious. Doesn't own sweats.
Is that what you call
Doesn't
it?
doesn't own tennis shoes.
I do. I own sneakers, but I don't own any sweatpants. That's correct.
You don't have a single pair of sweatpants?
That is correct.
How do you lounge?
How do you?
I have like
pajamas,
like basketball pants, those kind of things, sort of.
Okay.
I have pajama
Pants or shorts?
Pants and shorts, and I have pajama pants too. But I don't. On the weekend, sometimes I'll wear like t-shirts or jeans or something.
Basketball pants.
You have to look good,
though. One thing I
though.
always wonder about. No, you don't. There's one thing I wonder about when you watch a television show and people are in their own homes and they're wearing like a pullover sweater and a collared shirt and they have a belt on. I'm like, what are you doing?
Who does that? Except for like Frank Sinatra. I mean, as soon as I go home from anything, I immediately put pajamas on and a hoodie.
Well, I have basketball shorts, something.
Yeah, and I crawl in bed.
Yeah.
In a fetal position and say, why me?
I don't like being over hot. I don't like that. So I don't like sweatshirts and stuff. I also have very high puffy chest hair. So like a restricting T-shirt. That's why I always wear open collar.
Well, the world appreciates that,
Thank you.
Jared. Yes, they want to be.
And if you're wondering how you can see that, just go to Arizona Sports on YouTube.
That's right.
Or how you avoid it.
Yeah.
That's the other thing is we are no longer just a radio show. We are a multimedia streaming YouTube video show.
Yep.
So I have to look as good as I could look.
Well put.
Thank you. Use that in the promos.
I have a confession to make on my I have a lot of different sweatpants, but I have one. The pair that I'm wearing now is by far my favorite.
Is it?
And it's to the point where they are old enough now where I'm starting to worry about the future.
Oh, no.
And when these pants are no longer wearable, I will be inconsolable. And they're not even expensive or anything.
Can you buy more pairs of the same type, brand, style?
I've never found them again. I think I got these at like a discount rack store.
You have two sons. If they're listening, Christmas is coming up.
No, it's got to be. This is something
That's what I'm saying.
I have to discern whether or not the sweatpants are right. I don't want anybody else being in charge of my sweatpants.
Not that they're a sponsor of the show, but I've become a big fan of Viore. A little pricey, but man, are they comfortable. I'm wearing them right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gambo and I are on that train. Yeah, the Viore stuff is good.
I'm wearing lavender dress pants right now. But they're...
After you wore pink pants twice.
Pink pants twice this week. Red pants once. Blue pants once. Lavender once.
You are something else.
Well, you're wearing sweats today because you
deserve it.
You earned your money last night.
I don't know where I am right now. I don't know how I got here.
Been sucking on the NyQuil again?
No, we had that full discussion about what do you do when you can't fall asleep? What are your methods?
Well, he was fired up after the win.
I could not. I didn't even nap yesterday, and I was dragging, and I couldn't fall asleep. I'm working on about probably 60 minutes of sleep right now.
So we can get delirious, nonsensical radio takes.
Oh,
even more than usual.
See, the conversation we had yesterday of when you wake up and you check your phone to see how much time you have, that happened to me last night.
Did it?
30 minutes.
Yeah.
That's the worst time to be at.
The same exact one that hit me at 2:58 a.m. I saw the clock and I was like, because I have it right by my bed and I have a box of tissues in front of it because it's really bright. So I slowly moved it away and I saw the 8. Then I saw the 5 and I'm like, please be a 1. Please be a 1. Please be a 1. It was a 2. I was like, no.
Oh, man. That's
30 minutes.
Jared, start this show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
You can say this with certainty. The Phoenix Suns usually play some really entertaining, crazy basketball games. They were on the winning end of one last night as they downed the Warriors. 99-98. Jordan Goodwin hit 1 of 2 free throws with 0.4 of a second left, lifting the Suns to the win, but it wasn't that simple. Suns led by 5 with 38 to go, but a flagrant 1 foul upon review by Dylan Brooks triggered a 5-point possession by Golden State to tie. The teams traded, a bucket by the Suns, free throws by the Warriors before Goodwin's charity stripe heroics. Booker shook off a quiet first half to lead the Suns with 25. Brooks had 24. Phoenix moves to 15-12 on the year. Same two teams tomorrow night at Chase Center in San Francisco, a game you can hear right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Arizona Sports app. Tip-off is at 6:30. Pregame coverage starts at 5:30. We'll have a lot of different angles on this game today, Tim.
A lot of different angles. The headline, of course, is the Suns won a basketball game. I think it's a really big 8-game stretch before the Thunder come to town on January 4th, so it was good to get a win, although it was not easy at times.
Oh, no.
But they made the plays necessary that they needed to make.
Last night in the NBA, the Knicks nipped the Pacers 114-113. OKC slammed the Clippers 122-101 to move to 25-2 on the season. San Antonio scorched Washington 119-94. New Orleans rallied from 16 down in the fourth to force overtime and beat Houston 133-128. Mavs slipped past Detroit in overtime 116-114. Another triple-double for the Joker as the Nuggets toppled the Magic 126-115. The Lakers outpaced Utah 143-135 behind Luka's 45-11-14 triple-double. Then Portland beat Sacramento by a point 134-133 also in overtime. Lots of intrigue.
Also in that Nuggets win, Jokic set the record all-time assists for a center.
In a career?
In a career.
In a career, and he's...
Isn't that incredible?
And he's still in his prime.
He's going to play like 7 more years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Maybe.
Is he leading the league in assists?
That and rebounds. Yep.
It's unbelievable. Well, rebounds is a center, but.
Yeah. Cardinals trying to snap a 6-game losing streak when the Falcons visit State Farm Stadium on Sunday afternoon. Cardinals come in at 3-11 on the year. Losers of 10 of their last 11. Falcons 5-9 coming off a walk-off win in Tampa last Thursday night. Paris Johnson Jr., Jalen Thompson already ruled out for Sunday's game by head coach Jonathan Gannon. Josh Sweat was limited in practice on Thursday after a day off for rest on Wednesday. Atlanta wide receiver Drake London, who has missed the last 4 games, was limited for a second straight day. And tight end Kyle Pitts showed up on yesterday's report with a knee issue that limited his participation. Kickoff Sunday, 2:05. You can hear all the action with Dave Pasch, AQ Shipley, Paul Calvisi on the call here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pre-game coverage. You're part of that, correct, Tim?
I am. 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Cardinals NFL game day.
Cardinals early bird starts at 9:30 on Sunday. Week 16 in the NFL got underway last night with maybe the game of the year. Seattle rallies from 16 down in the fourth quarter. They force overtime. They beat the Rams 38-37. Sam Darnold found Eric Saubert on a 2-point conversion with 3:13 left in overtime to seal the win for Seattle. The Seahawks take over first place of the NFC West, 12-3. Rams become the first team in NFL history to amass over 500 yards of offense with a +3 turnover margin and lose a game. Ouch.
I mean, they were also all-time 323-1 when they were up by 15 or more points in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
And Vinny, we'll talk about this later, but there are Super Bowl ramifications for that comeback win last night.
Absolutely.
I'll talk a little bit about that coming up later.
College football playoffs get rolling this weekend. In fact, tonight, 8th-seeded Oklahoma hosting 9th-seeded Alabama in Norman. These two teams met a little over a month ago. A game OU won 21-19. That kicks off at 6 on ABC and ESPN. Then it's a triple header of first-round games tomorrow. 7th-seeded Texas A&M hosting 10th-seeded Miami at 10 o'clock, also on ABC, ESPN. At 1:30, it's 11th-seed Tulane visiting 6th-seed Ole Miss. That's on TNT and True TV and HBO Max. You got options there.
Oh, boy.
And the finale of the weekend.
3 options to not
True
watch the
TV,
game.
welcome back.
12-seed James Madison facing 5-seed Oregon in Eugene at 5:30. Also on the TNT, True TV, and HBO Max trio.
I know it must be a timing thing, but it's weird to have one of the games on Friday night, isn't it?
Yeah.
And not just have them all on Saturday?
There's only 3 distinct windows on Saturday, really.
Yeah, I guess so.
They could do it in prime time. ASU back on its home floor on Sunday in Tempe, hosting Oregon State at 1:30. You can catch that contest on ESPN 620 and the Arizona Sports app. GCU opens up its first year in the Mountain West in Laramie against Wyoming Saturday at 2 o'clock. Top-ranked Arizona invades the Valley to take on San Diego State in the Hall of Fame Classic Series. That game tips off at 8:30. You can catch it on ESPN if you're not headed to Mortgage Matchup Center. Stanford will play Colorado in the opener of that neutral court doubleheader at 6. And we'll end the splash with tragic news from the world of auto racing. Former NASCAR driver Greg Biffle, his wife Christina, his daughter Emma, and son Ryder, among 7 people, killed in a plane crash Thursday in Statesville, North Carolina. Biffle was the 2000 NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion and the 2002 NASCAR Busch Series champion. He was only 55 years of age. Horrific story coming from North Carolina. There is your splash for this Friday, December 19th. Coming up next, the Suns got another tough, gritty win and continue to embrace their new identity. We'll go over Suns Warriors next as we kick off this Friday live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by 1. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, pucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, Driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray. To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Arizona sports fans, your serve this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. for a full reaction to Suns Warriors and the latest in the Kenny Dillingham saga. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Want to send a shout out on this Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings to our audience out in Apache Junction. And AJ, we appreciate you today and every single day.
Shoots and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound. Hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win. 99-98, the final tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Jordan Goodwin hits the game winner at the free throw line, and the Suns improve to 15-12. They even the season series at 1, heading to San Francisco for Game 3 on Saturday night.
That is John Bloom on the final call last night. It was tense. It was nutty. It was entertaining again. That's kind of, we talk about the Suns' identity on the court. Their games have an identity too, for the most part. They're usually down to the wire with a ton of weird plays, a ton of stuff that you can't describe accurately, and you're going to get referees spending a lot of time at the replay monitor, apparently.
What did you say, 20 in the last 2 games?
There's been 20 reviews, including coaches' challenges, over the last 2 home Suns games. Sunday night against the Lakers and last night against the Warriors. But turns out to be a 99-98 win for the Suns over the Warriors. And look, these are the types of games, we talked about it going in. This represented the beginning of a stretch of winnable games. And did the Suns play well enough to win? Barely. but
they did.
It still counts the same. It was not a thing of beauty, but a win is.
Yeah,
and
you
to
know,
go up and up your record to 15-12 is at this point.
Yeah, it was not a Picasso, but I think it's, as you said, indicative of what we're going to get out of the Phoenix Suns this year. This is who they are. Not going to be like this exactly 80%, 100% of the time, 82 games. But the Suns are going to go through stretches where they don't play all that great. They're going to struggle. They're going to fall behind. But a hallmark so far for this Suns team through 27 games is that if they're down in the second half, if they're down double digits in the fourth quarter, they're not out of it.
No.
They're going to keep scrapping, and they're going to keep fighting, and they're going to try to find a way to win that basketball game. They made things difficult on themselves at times in the final minute of that game. We'll get into Dillon Brooks a little bit later. I understand that. But this is a game where Devin Booker had a brutal first half, fantastic second half.
Yeah.
He closed out the game, but he's 1 for 7 in the first half. And Brooks came out like a house on fire, shot 5 for 9 in the first quarter. Then he didn't shoot it well the rest of the game.
No, and look, thank goodness for that combo deal, if you will. I don't think the Suns win this game without Dillon Brooks' contributions in the first half, and they certainly don't win the game without Devin Booker scoring 23 of his 25 points in the second half. Here was Jordan Ott, the head coach, on another gritty win.
That's who these guys are. I think that's who they are. We want a physical game. We're okay playing that style. That's who we want to be about. Again, that's the leaders of the team. They play that way. The Book to go in there, crashing in there, to try to almost get himself going. I felt in the third quarter he really tried to make an emphasis to get to the rim. That's who they are. And, it's been a rallying cry for this group, just how physical, how we want to play with that grit, with that edge, with that toughness. And you play these teams that have been through it. These guys have been through it. And to be in an atmosphere, again, night after night with these types of teams, we're only going to grow from this. It's a great experience for our young guys out there. Colin hasn't played a ton of games. Also, again, second-year player. To be in those arenas, as I like to call it, like be in the arena, grow, take the heat, grow, good and bad, grow. That's what we want to do over the course of the 82-game season.
Notice he said grow 3 times. That's the goal here. More on the Devin Booker experience last night. You said brutal. I don't think that's a harsh adjective to describe his first half. It wasn't like he was throwing the ball all over the place. He had 1 turnover. He was just kind of out there. 1 for 7 from the floor, 0 for 2 from three-point range, 2 points. I made it a point because I ran across a stat yesterday that made my eyes pop out of my head. That Devin Booker, in the category of wide open three-point shooting, which is determined by not a defender within 6 feet when you release the ball. He's in the bottom 10 of the NBA. We know what kind of shooter he is, but he's hit 22% of those shots. So after that first half, you're like, what's going on? What's wrong? I made it a point to watch him in warm-ups for the second half. And normally, every NBA player in warm-ups is just knocking down everything. If you're not contested, it's almost a layup from anywhere. He wasn't making those shots either. He did talk about it after the game, that due to the recent groin injury, he was trying a pair of core shorts. And here was his explanation on that.
Took my core shorts off. If you're familiar, it's like some super tight tights to, restrict you from moving too much because I've been coming back from an injury. So I retired those.
The shorts, are those new for you? Have you used them before?
No, I've always declined wearing them. I wore them last game versus the Lakers. Have you ever tried them? If any of you guys ever tried them? They're tight. I mean, I wear tights already, but they're super tight. And maybe it was just an excuse that I was shooting the ball bad.
And actually, during the game, in the second half, Jordan Ott said, "Devin, what's gotten into you?" And he said, "I'm out there, Jordan, and I'm loving every minute of it.
I'm a naked innocent boy roaming the countryside."
Oh, my God. Don't you see? No boxers, no jockeys.
Don't you see what's happening here? The only thing between us is a thin layer of NBA basketball shorts.
I would have loved it when he said, if any of you have worn this, and Kellen went, absolutely wearing them right now.
That's what I was thinking, too.
Before when I was trying to find ways to make my hip feel better, I was going to physical therapy. This was probably a year and a half ago. And they recommended such a contraption. And they're like, yeah, if you put these on, you walk around, you're fine. It will restrict you. But we find it helps. So they prescribe these shorts. I got to tell you, I put them on one time.
No thanks.
It was. I said I'd rather limp around and be in pain.
I'd rather be in pain
than wear these.
I'd rather die. Take me now. Look,
and then the light bulb went on and said, "Just get the damn thing replaced, you moron."
Book is in a tough place because when you're the leading scorer and you're the best player and you're in a shooting slump like that, there's really only one way to get out of it.
Yes,
you gotta keep shooting. And he was trying to shoot himself out of it in the first half. He actually pulled up on the break for a three. Like I gotta get myself going.
And
here.
when that went down, I think there was a sigh of relief, not only from him but from a lot of people on the bench and a lot of people in that arena too.
The Suns got contributions at different points of the game from all different kind of guys. And even though nobody had a great 4 quarters, although I think Jordan Goodwin really had an impactful night for the Suns, but. Like Oso, he had 13 rebounds, 10 defensive rebounds when the Suns really needed it because it was starting to look a little bit like the Lakers game when it came to opponents' offensive rebounding. But he also had 5 steals. Mm-hmm. And also, real quick shout out to Jordan Ott. After Steph Curry, we haven't even talked about Jordan Goodwin yet, by the way, making the offensive rebound and the putback to get the foul.
Yeah.
After Curry hit a free throw to tie the game, Jordan Ott actually put Jordan Goodwin in the game for Mark Williams.
Mm-hmm.
So what a stroke of genius that you put your 6'3" combo guard in for your 7-foot center, and the 6'3" combo guard gets the offensive rebound that ultimately wins you the game. And whereas the Suns were the beneficiary of a Lakers ticky-tack foul against Booker and LeBron, I think the whistle was friendly on the Jordan Goodwin thing, setting him. I'm not saying it wasn't a foul, but a lot of times they let that go and they didn't.
Yeah, and look, it's one of the luxuries, and we've talked about this a lot. Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie, they do a lot of different things. But for their size, they are both tremendous rebounders, especially on the offensive end. And maybe they had the element of a surprise working there because Goodwin did make that huge play.
And teams aren't letting Colin Gillespie shoot anymore, so what is he doing? He's going to the basket. He had 16 points. He had a couple big fourth-quarter steals.
Yep. A lot more on the Suns' win over the Warriors coming up on today's show. But coming up next, is there such a thing as a must-win game in a completely lost season? That and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here with Tim Ring and for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Be in the arena, grow, take the heat, grow, good and bad, grow, take the heat, grow, be in the arena, grow, 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 grow.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The older I get, the more I come to fear holiday gifts. I don't need any more socks, coffee mugs, body wash that smells like who knows what. But last year, my kids got me the perfect gift, Omaha Steaks. The bacon-wrapped filet mignons were juicy and it paired perfectly with the split lobster tail skewers. I topped the Omaha Steaks burgers with their apple-smoked bacon. Best burger I've had all year. I've been hinting for the last 3 months that I want Omaha Steaks again this year. Fingers crossed. But right now, listeners get an extra $35 off their order with promo code SKY at checkout. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Goodwin hit a game-winning free throw with 0.4 seconds left, and the Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night at Mortgage Matchup Center 99-98 against the Golden State Warriors. ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini was on Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing the Kenny Dillingham situation.
I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion.
And the Arizona Cardinals' last home game is this Sunday against Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 2:05 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7.
Come on, I got you, brother.
And the Arizona Sports app.
Come on.
Bickley and Murata.
Come on, we work.
Red Friday.
Hey!
Red Friday.
Last game at home, so they want to play well and win a game here. So we got a big-time challenge. Atlanta coming in here. They played well. They're coming off the win in Tampa. That was a really good game. I thought they played really well. And we got to play a good, clean game to get a win.
Yeah, it's Jonathan Gannon earlier this week. Last game at home. Maybe there's extra emphasis put on it, even though home has not really been friendly to the Arizona Cardinals this year. They have one win in Glendale this year, and that came against the Carolina Panthers in what turned out to be a white knuckler win. in week 2 of the season. That's how long it's been since the Cardinals fans have been rewarded with a win. Jarrett posed the question this way in the tease before the break. Is there such a thing as a must-win in a lost season? I want to scoff at it and dismiss it just on its face, because no, what does it matter? You finish with 3 wins, you finish with 4 wins, what's the difference? 1 win, we get it. We can do subtraction. Doesn't matter that much. If they lose this game, if they win this game, and Jarrett brought this up too in the pre-show meeting. Let's say the Cardinals find a way. Let's play fantasy a little bit here. They find a way to win 2 of their last 3. How much convincing does that do to the fan base that maybe this team is somehow back on the right track, in right direction? I don't think it does much, and I'm not trying to poo-poo anybody or say everybody should be fired at this point, because I honestly don't think that's going to happen. Not everybody. Jonathan Gannon, I think, will be back at this point, barring disaster over these last 3 weeks.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure, and I totally acknowledge that you could very well be right. I don't know how Mike Bidwill will view a season that ends not only with a 3-14 record, but 14 losses in their last 15 games. Like, how does that look? Like, we understand how it looks and feels right now before Christmas, but what does it look like and feel like after 3 more losses? And I know the injury component is a factor in terms of how they're playing right now, but it doesn't excuse how they've played over the course of the entire season. If Mike Bidwill, though, has already made up his mind that Jonathan Gannon will be back, then winning a game or 2 certainly makes that decision easier to sell, if that's what they're even going to try to do. Like, if that makes sense, like, it doesn't seem as ridiculous. Like, hey, listen, Jonathan, we're just talking optics now. Yeah. Nothing meaningful. Beating the Falcons and knocking off the Bengals, doesn't change anything for this year or even for next year. But just from an optics standpoint, if Jonathan Gannon at this point is coming back no matter what, maybe that's easier to swallow, if you will. But
if that's the case,
and I'm reaching right now.
No, but think about
reaching
the reframing that does, because then you won 2 of your last 3 games, and then all of a sudden you can present well. We had so many injuries the rest of the season. Well, we had so many close losses the rest of the season.
Yeah,
look, we won 2 of our last 3. We're really not that bad.
I say optics, you say framing. Both work.
Right.
How you frame the optics.
Right.
Maybe there's something there. I don't know what's going to happen. I know, Mark Schlereth, who talked to Mike Bidwill before the game last week, was on this station with us a couple of days ago and said he thinks Jonathan Gannon will be back. Did he hear that, off the record from the Cardinals owner? I don't know. There are other reports out there. I talked to him about it yesterday. Benjamin Albright, who does a great job covering the league, very sourced up. He said all along Jonathan Gannon will be back. So maybe that is, in fact, going to be the case. At the same time, though, I don't know how a coach survives losing 14 of 15 in year 3 in a year where there were playoff expectations, but even injuries or not.
Even on the flip side, I mean, let's play the fantasy game again. They win Sunday against Atlanta. They go to Cincinnati. They beat the Bengals. What have you done there? You've beaten 2 teams that are in the same boat as you, basically. Zombie football, playing for nothing in the month of December.
It shouldn't
matter.
matter.
How much weight? I mean,
it shouldn't matter.
If Michael Bidwill's mind is made up right now that Jonathan Gannon's coming back, would it behoove him to say it now? I mean, I guess you can't do that. You can't go that far out on the limb, because if these 3 games go horribly wrong,
if they lose 60 to nothing, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess, and again, this is all speculation, so let's understand that. But that's kind of what we do sometimes in this business, and that's what everybody driving their car right now can do as well with their friends and family when they talk about Cardinal football. I wonder if Mike Bidwill has made up his mind either way. I mean, is he waiting to not see what happens in the final 3 games, but wait for the season to end, do a complete audit, evaluation, get with his people, and make a determination? Is this the coach that can ultimately get us to the playoffs? Yeah. Is he good enough at what he does? He's had 3 years. He's rolled out 2 0-6s in the division. They are 5 cuts below every other team in the division, and it's been 3 years. And then he ultimately makes his decision. He has to do it quick.
Oh, absolutely.
He's obviously thinking about it now, but has he not made up his mind yet?
And look, the last time well, I can't say the last time the Straits were this dire. Cliff Kingsbury's last year, the writing was pretty much on the wall.
But it got worse and worse as the year went on.
It got worse and worse. But before that, the 2018 season, which was Steve Wilkes' one and only season as head coach, again, the writing was on the wall. And if you want to go back in the time machine and compare the feeling of I don't know, lack of direction, certainly in 2018 there was a lack of direction. The direction was wrong in 2022, coming off of a playoff berth, that team was incredibly injured by the end as well, including playing quarterbacks off the street at the end of the season.
At least Cliff had prior success, though,
and that still didn't save him. I mean, in a way, you can make the case this is worse because there's no track record of success.
No, there's not.
There's nary a winning season, and you can't win a game in the division. But Cliff Kingsbury, coming off an extension, mind you, could not survive a season they were decimated by injuries.
Yeah. A loss on Sunday by the Cardinals would stretch the losing skid to 7 in a row, which would tie for the third longest losing streak for the Cardinals since they moved to Arizona. The longest losing streak was the 2012 season with Ken Wisenhunt. He didn't survive that. Dennis Green in 2006 and Joe Bugle's 1991 Cardinals each lost 8 games. There's been 4 7-game losing streaks in Arizona Cardinals history, and they're on the doorstep of that. And this is already in a season, which I pointed out earlier in the year, this is the first time since they moved to town in 1988 that this team has had 2 losing streaks of 5 games or more in the same season. That is not typical.
No, and also when you talk about this being the entertainment business, you're talking about ticket sales, and there's casitas out there, and there's just a community element of pride and hope and excitement. If you run, even with new coordinators, even with a new quarterback, I guess it depends on who the quarterback is. If you run it back, what does that look like next year from a business standpoint for the Arizona Cardinals? These are questions Mike Bidwell obviously has to evaluate and answer for himself. Chris, I think it's fascinating. I don't know what he's going to do, but I'm telling you right now, this is fascinating because 9 times out of 10, there's no way a coach comes back after what's happened this year.
In today's NFL, absolutely
not.
No. Must win.
Week 16, must win.
Look, there are teams facing must-win situations in Week 16 in the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals are not one of them. Christmas through New Year's Day is the lowest week of the year for blood donations, and January is the highest blood usage month of the year for patients. As we come out of the holiday season, please consider making a blood donation. Sunday, January 4th at Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive. Schedule your appointment now at vitalent.org/saveaz. Coming up next, did we just watch the 2 best teams in the NFL play the game of the year last night? We'll get into Thursday Night Football and a big Seahawks win straight ahead here on this Red Friday. Tim Ring in for Bick today on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
tackle. Tackle.
Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now.
Tackle.
Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also supports the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. Southwest Gas brings warmth to your holiday season through all the comforts and traditions we cherish around this time of the year. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
So Christmas is just around the corner, and if you still have gifts to buy, it's time to get to Macy's Great Gift Sale today. Come in and shop amazing deals on the perfect last-minute gifts, and don't miss the great gift card giveaway in stores only. Enter for a chance to win a Macy's gift card worth $50, $100, even up to $250. Hurry in. It's all happening at Macy's Great Gift Sale this Saturday. No purchase necessary. See store for details. Official rules at Macys.com/great gift card giveaway.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Unbelievable game last night in the NFL. Lived up to all the hype. You had two teams tied at 11-3. It was the first time on Thursday Night Football. Did I say Monday Night Football?
No, you said Thursday.
My mind is just everywhere.
We
I'm
know
sorry.
what you mean.
I apologize. First time in Thursday Night Football history that two teams with 11 wins have played each other. They're in the same division. Might have been, as we said yesterday, the NFC West Championship game, if there was such a thing. Might be a preview of the NFC Championship game. And the Seattle Seahawks come storming back to win 38-37 in overtime in a game that had everything. The big comeback, the special teams touchdown, huge performances all over the field. Sam Darnold struggling at times, excelling at times. But what a gritty, gutty win for the Seattle Seahawks last night when it looked like it was done. I mean, they're down 14 in the fourth quarter, and Darnold throws an interception, and they still come back to win.
They were down 30-14. They were down 16 midway through the fourth quarter, and nothing was working. Kirk Herbstreit was calling Sam Darnold Sam Bradford. True story. I know a lot of people were watching the Suns game last night, but true story.
They were.
He said people say Sam Bradford can't win a big game.
Look, we talked.
Well, also true.
Well, they do say that.
Also true.
Yeah.
Can I revisit something we talked about earlier this week?
Al Michaels.
Please.
Al Michaels has had two tremendous games back-to-back weeks, and I defended him earlier this week. So this is the overtime touchdown by the Rams. It's 30-30, second down and 9, and this was the call.
And one against this Seahawks defense so far.
Phenomenal, doing it all year long. Play fake,
Stafford fires. Nakua again. Nakua will take it to the end zone. Puka Nakua, 41 yards.
I'm telling you.
It almost feels like he's trying to downplay the call or the game.
He was a little bit more excited on the game-winning two-point conversion. I don't have that queued up and ready to go when he hits Saubert.
You know what it feels like to me? It feels like during like the COVID year where broadcasters had to broadcast not at the game from like a monitor. It feels like he's trying to like follow the game, not being at the game.
Maybe.
Also, he's 81 years old.
Well, a couple of things. I was going to say, I'll die on that hill. He did not meet the moment on that game-winning field goal last week. I don't care what you guys say.
Did he meet the moment there?
He didn't meet the moment there either. And Jared's right. He's like 80 years old.
Yeah.
He's tired. It's late.
All right. Enough. That's enough about Al Michaels. But the play that everybody's going to talk about was the two-point conversion to tie the game before it went to overtime for Seattle. Sam Darnold throws a backward pass. It's ruled. Not immediately. It was the correct call. But the ball gets deflected by a Rams defender. It's on the ground. Cam Curl, I believe, was the defender that had the ball in his hands for the Rams, did not secure it. It trickles into the end zone. And Zach Charbonnet of the Seahawks casually just walks over and picks it up.
Didn't even know the implications of picking it
No.
up. He just picked it up.
Yes. And they go to the video monitor, a la the NBA, and they determined that it was a backwards pass. The ball was not blown dead, and that was a good two-point conversion.
But they determined this as the team's ready to get kicked, ready to kick off the ball.
Yes,
down 1 point.
Okay, here's how much time it took. I'm watching the Suns game on the TV, and I've got the football game on the phone. I'm like, okay, it's 30-28. All right, so they're going to have to get a stop and a field goal. I'll see how that turns out. Go back to the Suns. Watch the Suns for a while. 5 minutes later, I just go back down. Like, it's 30-30. I'm like, wait a second.
Was there a safety?
Yeah, it was. Yes. Yes. Did I miss a safety? I mean, did they snap it over Stafford's head 60 yards? And I mean, like, what just happened here?
But here was Sean McVay's thoughts on that game-tying two-point conversion.
I've never quite seen anything like what happened on the two-point conversion where you're lined up to kickoff. Then they say it's a fumble because they had the clear and obvious recovery. Now you tack it on. You make it a 30-30 game. Very interesting. Didn't get a clear explanation of everything that went on just because of some of the timing of it. They were trying to be able to do that, but that's the thing that I've said. I've never seen anything or never been a part of anything like that, and I've grown up around this game. I'm not making excuses. We don't do that. I don't believe in that. It doesn't move us forward, but we do want clarity and an understanding of, the things that we can do to minimize that when we rejected the two-point conversion.
Tim, what's the one thing they tell every player on a football field from day one when you start playing football? They tell you this in soccer, too, as a kid when you're learning to play soccer. Play to the whistle.
Play to the whistle.
And the Rams defense did not play to the whistle there.
I mean, to be fair, they thought the play was over, but yeah, I guess technically there was probably no whistle.
Look, if there was a whistle blown, that play's dead.
That play's dead.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what they review.
It does. You can't you can't reverse it. You can't go back in time there.
Well, credit the official then for having the wherewithal to understand that was a lateral.
Yes.
And the play was live. The whole comeback begun on special teams. I mean, it wasn't like
Shaheed.
Yeah, Shaheed returns a punt for 58 yards. Then they get a 2-point play. And all of a sudden, you're down by 8. You get yourself a stop. The Rams are the first team in NFL history to go for over 500 yards, +3 in the turnover battle, and lose a football game. Sammy's doing the research for me now. I think
looking right now,
they might be the first team ever to have a 7-point lead in overtime and lose.
It's looking like it.
Okay,
but
and then on top of that, Vinny, this is not just a game. Now, a lot of things can happen with the Bears because they're hanging around with a record and whatnot, but that may have been for home field advantage in the playoffs and a bye. And all of a sudden, you got the Rams team that went from thinking they had the number 1 seed. They're now the 5th seed. They got to play on the road to get to the Super Bowl. And the Seattle Seahawks, and we understand the home field advantage in Seattle, especially in January. Suddenly, they have 2 home games to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, those are the implications of that game last night, that comeback by Sam Darnold and the Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, I will downplay that a little bit now, leaving room to be completely wrong about it.
I will not do that.
The Rams' home field advantage is negligible, if anything, because of the atmosphere there. Whoever they play, there's going to be a ton of opposing fans there. And Seattle is maybe the best road team in football. I get the home field advantage, but they're also, with Mike McDonald as their head coach, very comfortable playing on the road. Again, I might be completely wrong, and I sound like a Rams apologist when I say this. I don't know. That was a big statement win for the Seahawks because they've been kind of looking up at the Rams all season long. If it shakes out that way, I'll admit I was wrong.
I just know, Vinny, if it's the NFC Championship game and the Seahawks are in it, the fact that they are going to be at home potentially.
You always want the home field advantage, obviously.
Seattle especially, but they don't even have the NFC West. Seattle ends the year playing San Francisco, who's only one game behind them right now.
Yes, and they're both of those teams, the way this is shaping up, are going to have a lot to play for. San Francisco can ruin the whole thing.
Yes, and the Rams are. I mean, San Francisco is nipping at the Rams' heels now for where they're at in the division.
Yeah, what that game also means is that the last game of the year, the Cardinals-Rams, the Rams probably will be playing their starters at that point.
They will be. I preface that. Like, a lot can happen in these last few weeks in the National Football League and the NFC. But there is a chance that last night's game ultimately will determine a first-round bye and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. And while it might not be a big deal for the Rams, Vinny, I think it's a huge deal for the Seahawks if they end up in the driver's seat with the number 1 seed.
Yeah, I said this out loud going into that game, that I was kind of upset that there was a Suns game that I had to work opposite of that. And man, was that prophetic. I will go back and watch that game this weekend. That's how crazy it sounded.
It was a little different than the Buccaneers-Falcons game the previous Thursday.
Which was a decent game.
Turned out to be a game down to the wire as well.
Yeah. Coming up next, Suns get another win over the Warriors, and we got a full dose of the Dylan Brooks experience. We'll explain more next in Vinny's View. Bickley and Murata mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm going to pull the pin on the grenade here and lob it your direction and see what you do with it. Does some of this have to do with the point book responsibilities of the last couple of years and kind of the active dribble, I have now decided to shoot, as opposed to I'm standing here and somebody else is doing the dribble, and now the ball finds me sort of shooting decision?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think that has a lot to do with it, and especially this year with the high-octane pace that they are playing at on both ends of the floor.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling, every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Chaos and a Suns win is what went down in downtown Phoenix last night. The Suns trailed by 14 points in the second half. They were able to eventually turn the tide and found themselves up 5 with 40 seconds left. That lead would disappear thanks to Steph Curry and Dillon Brooks, but Booker would hit a clutch jumper followed by 2 Steph Curry free throws, and Jordan Goodwin drew a foul with 0.4 seconds left and made 1 of 2 free throws, and the Suns found a way to get a 99-98 win when they didn't have their best. And here was Devin Booker post-game on what this team is.
You know, I'm more on the side that we have a lot of talent over here too. The games have been, a little junkyard and physical, but, we have some true hoopers over here. So that's a good combination to have both of those things.
The Suns will get this same Warriors team on Saturday, this time up in the Bay Area. For everything else around the Valley, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That boy is good. It's Vinnie's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
They're not all wins, but the Phoenix Suns will usually give fans their money's worth and TV viewers heart palpitations on a regular basis. The latest thrill ride, a 99-98 win over the Golden State Warriors at Mortgage Matchup Center Thursday night. Things look great for the Suns late, leading by 5 with 38 seconds to go. An unusually cold Steph Curry missed a corner 3. Ball deflected out of bounds on the rebound, awarded to Golden State, but it looked like a replay might favor the Suns there. But after the play, Curry down in the corner and the Warriors bench out of timeouts and challenges lobbied for an official review for a hostile act committed against Curry. I'll give you one guess who was defending on the play. Yep, Dillon Brooks, who closed out on the shot, forced the miss, but inexplicably delivered some
sort of blow to Curry's midsection. Was it terribly violent? No. Did Curry embellish it? Of course. Was Brooks' action necessary? Absolutely not. A flagrant 1 foul was called on Brooks, meaning Curry would get 2 free throws and the Warriors the ball. Curry predictably sank both of the free tosses, and 2 seconds into the ensuing bonus possession, Jimmy Butler nailed a 3 to tie the game. The Suns responded with Devin Booker hitting a jumper, and the Warriors tied it again with 2 more free throws from Curry. Jordan Goodwin would eventually win the game after a big offensive rebound on a Brooks missed 3 and made the second of 2 free throws to win the game with less than a second left. Look, Dillon Brooks has been a godsend for the Phoenix Suns this season. There's no way they are 15-12 without his total package of contributions, and there is no way they wouldn't have been down 20 or more points without him in the first half Thursday. But this is 2 straight games where Brooks has let his always turned-on intensity cost his team late with foolish plays against opposing superstars who will always get that call. Brooks said after the game he needed to do some soul-searching. Hopefully escaping with a crucial win after a boneheaded play will expedite the soul search and learning process for arguably the Suns' most valuable player through the first 27 games of the season. That is today's edition of Vinnie's View.
Yeah, got to do some soul searching at home. That's really it. It's the second time. I'll learn from it, like I said, the last little conference or whatever. I'll figure it out.
Yep, he'll figure it out. There's a lot of people trying to figure it out now. Kellen Olson on the postgame show last night was having his conversation with Mitch Veraldis and said, this is the ride you signed up for when you get Dillon Brooks. And sometimes you'll walk off that roller coaster and you'll be exhilarated to the point where you want to get back on. And sometimes you'll get off that roller coaster and you'll double over and throw up all over the place, Tim.
Look,
and the last 2 games, I mean, this is getting real dicey with the Dillon Brooks experience.
Go ahead, Jared.
But I was going to say, there's a reason that Dillon Brooks is not a 10-time All-Star making $50 million a year that's played with one team his whole career. Because he has the yin and the yang to him. Mm-hmm. He gives you all these positives, but he does have negatives that a super-duper star player doesn't necessarily have. But as we've said over and over again, the positives give you everything that the Suns needed the last few years. So it's so far, you're able to live with the negatives.
Yeah, I think if I'm Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott, there's a little bit of a come to Jesus now. He's too good of a player for some of the antics.
And too important of a player right now.
He's too important a player on both ends of the court and when it comes to leadership. And when you talk about a team trying to scrap out every win it can to ultimately maybe get in the playoffs.
Razor-thin margins.
There are razor-thin margins where you just can't have that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, he's at an 11. The Suns need him at an 8. Like, keep the edge. Keep the intensity. Trash talk, get in your opponent's heads. But just those extra poor decisions that have plagued him the last couple of games, like, just dial that back. You don't need to live up to being Dillon the villain all the time, especially in a winnable close game in the final 30 seconds.
Do you mind if I amend what you just said? Because I agree with you. He's at an 11. He needs to be at a 10. 11 goes over the line.
Okay.
10 is great.
Sure. Great.
Because 10, I think, is fiery enough to realize, okay, he got the shot off. I can't make this situation worse.
I know you want to punch him. Yeah. Just don't.
and Curry was, I thought he was going to make that shot. We're conditioned to believe that Steph Curry is going to make that shot. He did not have a good night last night, but he let him off the hook. Here was Jordan Ott on the subject, the head coach of the Suns, on that edge of Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, we love everything about Dillon. That edge, that competitive spirit, he's the fire starter in all that we do. We follow his lead. We just got to get to the edge and not go over. We need him in the game. But again, like his first half offensive really helped us when we were in the mud. We can't really get any type of advantage on that defense. I thought offensively he was really good in that first half. And then I thought even in the third quarter at times, like his ball pressure really helped us. And then down the stretch, obviously, we need to go to the edge and not go over.
Yeah, and look, you could sit here and argue, and I'll listen to it, and I'll believe probably. And I know Eddie Johnson and Kevin Ray talked about it on the telecast last night too. That particular play, reputation is involved. And I mentioned it in Vinny's view. When you're doing these things against LeBron James and Steph Curry, you're going to lose that battle 100 times out of 100.
Especially if you're Dillon Brooks.
Especially if you're Dillon Brooks. There's two sides of the coin there, and neither one of them work well for the Suns.
And it gets back to, what do the Suns do about it going forward? What does Dillon Brooks do about it? I love hearing him say, I got to do some soul searching.
Yes.
He knows.
Yes.
He knows. He's a smart guy. He knows he hurt the team the last couple of games. He knows he has to walk the line but not cross it. Because everybody wants him to be Dillon Brooks because it helps you win basketball games, especially the way he's scoring right now. Jordan Ott talked about it. I mean, his first quarter was incredibly important in terms of keeping the Suns afloat.
No doubt.
And he scored 20 in the first half. It was kind of the Brooks show in the first half.
They had 46 points in the first half. He had 20 of them. Yeah. That's how bad the offense was.
It was bad. That Booker was 1 for 7 at the half. So what Dillon Brooks brings to this basketball team, it's funny. I was watching last night. Jordan Ott referenced this. Brooks' on-ball pressure, what that does to an opposing player. First of all, not only does it make life difficult, but it also forces turnovers and errant passes. And all I could think of last night was Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant never played defense like that out on the perimeter in the middle of the third quarter for no other reason but to try to create havoc.
Yeah, but let's go back. We'll move away from the defense. We'll move back to the reputation of Dillon Brooks because I saw something I had never seen before in an NBA game last night. And it had to do with the reputation of Dillon Brooks. And it happened in the first half. Now, Brooks picked up an early technical again, which is something this early in the season we shouldn't be monitoring. But he's getting into dangerous territory.
He's Rasheed Wallace territory.
I think Kellen put out, he's got 4 or 5 more technicals than anybody else in the league. There's limits on how many you can have. Suspensions follow. And we're talking about a team that's trying to make the playoffs. You need your players on the floor. But in the first half, Warriors are coming down into the offensive end. Happened right in front of me. Steph Curry crosses the midcourt line, and Brooks bumped him. There was a bump. There was a whistle. Curtis Blair was the crew chief, stopped the play. Immediately stopped the play. Didn't signal a foul. Came over, announced, we're going to review this for a hostile act. So they delayed the game. They looked for a hostile act. I don't think that happens to any other player.
It's not a foul.
They review it, and they determine there's no hostile act, and there's also no foul.
And there was no foul in the first place.
Just play on at that point. Inbound, Golden State gets the basketball. I've never seen that before. And it all has to do with the reputation of Dillon Brooks.
And Curry was calling for it, too. Curry was giving it the whole, point his finger, what's up with this guy? What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah.
So they went and reviewed it. The letter of the law, they didn't call a foul on the flagrant punch to the stomach on the 3 either. That wasn't called a foul. They went back and reviewed it for a hostile act because they had time to do it, and the Warriors are probably in their
not in real time. Retroactively, they assessed the foul.
Yes, that's what I mean. They missed that completely.
Yeah.
So,
isn't it amazing though that game nearly swung on a blow to the midsection from Dillon Brooks to Steph Curry and then go back again Sunday night? We'll never get over that Lakers loss because LeBron James did the exact same thing to Dillon Brooks in what should have turned out to be a 4-point play that triggered Dillon Brooks to get the technical on Sunday.
Well, they try to blame the contact on Brooks sticking his leg out, if we want to go back to that, and they totally ignored LeBron James punching Dillon Brooks in the stomach, just like Brooks punched Curry last night.
But the Suns are now aware of how Dillon Brooks operates, everybody else, and I think this is at an elevated level this year for Brooks. Everybody else knows how he operates too. And in those end-of-game, close-game situations, they're going to poke him a little bit because they know he can be poked. He's got to get to the point where he can't be poked anymore in those crucial situations.
Yeah, I think it's time for, like I said, a Jordan Ott or a Brian Gregory. All right, let's reconfigure how we're doing this.
And again, I'm not cutting him. I'm not benching him.
No.
But there needs to be a reining in at this point, and there needs to be some personal responsibility by Dillon Brooks on that front.
And it sounds like there is.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see tomorrow night.
See.
Coming up next, after hearing Graham Rossini discuss the future of Kenny Dillingham, should ASU fans feel better or worse? That is next on this Red Friday. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think Alex Bregman, from everything that I have heard, we're talking about a guy that is rock solid inside that clubhouse as well. Rock solid.
Just for reference point, Alex Bregman's about 6 months younger than Ketel Marte, so the age really isn't a huge factor. The question is, and now we have a name you can kind of plug in there, would you rather have Alex Bregman and a lot of pitching that you would get back for Ketel Marte, or would you rather have Ketel Marte? At least now you kind of have some tangible names you could throw in to both sides of the scale and kind of weigh that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have just added an MVP to their lineup. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere. And remember, at Sonic, you get a great experience you will not find anywhere else. You'll also get a diverse menu that will appeal to everyone in your crew. And I'm talking about iconic classics like tater tots, onion rings, cherry limeades, tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and their drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. And here's a pro tip: order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Upgrading your windows indoors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/125 to 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which players will swing Sunday's Cardinals-Falcons game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Continue on this Red Friday here on Arizona Sports. Tim Ring in for Bick with a shout-out, a good morning, a thank you to our audience in Youngtown. We appreciate the support in Youngtown.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I know there's a lot going on around the Valley, around our fan base. I'm hearing about it as well. I'm not going to talk about contracts publicly. That's just not the way that I played the situations out. But I'm happy to talk about the leadership in our program. And I'm of the many thousands of people that also agree that Kenny Dillingham is the right leader for our football program. Leadership matters. We have tremendous leadership in place with Coach and his staff. And so we're working through it. We're working through some details, and it's an exciting moment for our program. There's a lot of things that we want to solidify, and I think just looking at the perspective of how we look at these things, as a sport, as an industry, we work with these long-term contracts. The reality is the landscape of college sports is changing daily, weekly, very quickly, and so my perspective has been all along, as you're designing something long-term, the little details become the most important part of the big moments. And so we've got to get it right, and we've got to secure what we've been building. And so I'm of the mindset that it's more important to get it right than it is to get it done. And that doesn't mean that we're recklessly slow or we're irresponsible, but we're committed to getting it right.
That is Graham Rossini, the athletic director of Arizona State University, on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, commenting on the state of negotiations with Kenny Dillingham. And look, things happen very, very quickly, usually at this time of the year when it comes to the coaching cycle in college football. There was a unique situation at the University of Michigan that happened about a week ago. They are still without a coach, and I think there's a lot of moving parts here. There's moving parts in Ann Arbor, obviously. There's moving parts in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, I think.
That will move tonight, perhaps.
There's moving parts in Tempe, Arizona. And there was Graham Rossini kind of talking about the speed at which the parts are moving in Tempe, trying to get it right as opposed to getting it done quickly. Well, time is a factor here, I think. And I appreciate the forthright answer and a kind of a look into the negotiations and how things are going from Graham Rossini. But what he said yesterday on these airwaves doesn't make me feel, as a Sun Devil, doesn't make me feel better about the job security of Kenny Dillingham here in Tempe.
Let me ask you a question. If does Kenny lose leverage, though, if Alabama loses tonight?
Yes, and DeBoer takes the Michigan job, yes. And that's the thing that if you're an ASU fan, and everybody listening more than likely is, it's unfortunate that it took leverage and University of Michigan interest for the administration to give Kenny Dillingham what he's wanted all along. But if that was the means to the end, then so be it. Wouldn't be the first time that's happened in the coaching ranks. But if Kalen, speaking to people in Ann Arbor, it seems like if Kalen DeBoer loses tonight, they believe he's candidate A.
Yes.
And if he wins tonight, candidate A shifts to Kenny Dillingham. And the longer this drags on in terms of an extension not announced for Kenny or a new budget for a coaching staff, I'm not sure they would announce any of this anyway. They would not announce the extension. But NIL money increased. Like a lot of the stuff that Kenny's been calling for, he's looking to get, like, where is your commitment? Where's your commitment in the NIL space? Where's your commitment to my coaching staff and having enough support financially to compete for national championships? Because when Graham Rossini says it's changing every day, that's what he's talking about. It's becoming more and more expensive to win every single day and field a competent football team.
Exactly where I was going, okay? It is becoming more expensive. And I'll use another college football example. The arms race with football facilities. Such and such a school. ASU opened up a new facility. How many years ago is that now? That
was in the Graham era, right? So it was probably 2000, about 10 years maybe?
I don't think it's that long.
I remember Todd Graham moving into that new office that overlooked the field. So, I mean...
I'm talking about the one in the north end zone. That whole facility. Yeah. Whatever it is.
2015 maybe?
When it opened, it was, wow, this is state of the art. Look at this. It's like driving a car off the lot. As soon as you drive it off the lot, it depreciates. You're always playing catch up with the real powerhouse programs. your point about it's becoming more and more expensive to compete in college football every day. So what ASU is doing right now to secure Kenny Dillingham and to supply Kenny Dillingham with the resources necessary to compete, is that at the 2025 standard? Because those standards are going to go up. Unless the NCAA or somebody comes in and puts a governor on this Wild West NIL, and they're trying, but there's people fighting it. Are you at the current standard? Or are you equipped to rise with that standard every single year? That's the huge question.
And maybe those are the details that Graham Rossini is talking about.
And this might be and
there might be details on the other end, like, yeah, we'll continue to meet, but you got to meet it with a win total.
Yes, but
there could be some of that going on. That's what he's talking about with the details.
If that's not the case, and let's say Kenny Dillingham doesn't take the job at Michigan, but if that's not the case, this is an annual occurrence in Tempe, Arizona.
As long as Kenny keeps winning.
Yes.
But you're right. Next year, it might not be as crazy as like Michigan, Penn State, Florida, LSU like this year, but there's always
an extreme case.
There's always going to be at least one or two really attractive jobs on paper better than ASU that open every year.
Yes.
Guess what? Let's look at tonight. Let's say Oklahoma beats Alabama. Alabama's like, you know what, Kalen, you're free to go.
Yes.
Guess who's a candidate for the Alabama job now?
Or what if in next year when Florida State flames out again, that job opens, Kenny Dillingham is coached there. What happens if Dan Lanning goes to the NFL and Oregon's there? Like, it's going to be a yearly occurrence.
Sure. Guys, Ryan Day could win the national championship in 30 days and go to the NFL.
Yes.
Boy, would it be hilarious, though, if...
Or he could lose the national championship and get fired.
If DeBoer left Alabama and then Lane Kiffin left LSU to immediately go to...
I don't even think he's got that scummy of a...
He doesn't even have that
body.
in him.
I don't think even Lane Kiffin can do that.
Put it by
You're gullible, Tim Ray.
Surprise me, though. He may surprise me.
Just in conclusion, do you think that there is a part of it that Rossini and ASU are sort of playing chicken with this whole thing and trying to wait it out to see what happens tonight and tomorrow? To see if they can get back the leverage?
I have another long soundbite on that because it has to do about the timing. Can I play it, or you want me to save it?
Let's save it. We'll get back into this later.
It's a very good question. I'll say that much. But I also think there's probably an institutional belief that all of our success is not based on Kenny Dillingham. We're Arizona State University. We're the largest enrollment in the country.
Number one in innovation.
Number one in innovation. I think that exists as well.
If they don't
to a degree.
If they don't give Kenny what he wants and he walks, there's going to be they will never live that down. This fan base, it is boiling right now. It is absolutely on edge.
I totally agree with you. Coming up next, all the big stories on this Friday morning, packaged in the Rush Hour Reboot by Sammy Sabolka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend. Puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms. Gets the ball. Takes two dribbles. Spins it. Dips. Shoots. And hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders, it's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Goodwin hit a game-winning free throw with 0.4 seconds left, and the Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night at Mortgage Matchup Center, 99-98 against the Golden State Warriors. ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini was on Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing the Kenny Dillingham situation.
I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion.
And the Arizona Cardinals' last home game is this Sunday against Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 2:05 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. The details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
7:30 on this Friday. Time for the big stories, and Sammy's here to take us through the reboot.
Yes, good morning. Happy Friday indeed, heading into the weekend. We have the Rush Hour Reboot. Want to give a quick shout out to those watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. 203 of you. Appreciate you guys watching this morning. So I do want to start with the Suns win last night. So they got a win despite simply, we can all agree, not having their best last night. So what stood out most to you from last night's win?
I guess we talked a lot about the Dylan Brooks situation. I think that's the juiciest topic coming out of it because it was one of those, hey, it was a mistake, and they overcame the mistake. I really, when I was on my drive home last night, I was really thinking about the trajectory of Devin Booker because the first half was concerning. And the second half, he looked more like himself. Was actually efficient, too, 8 of 12 shooting. He needs to be that guy. He needs to take that mantle back or that label back as the go-to guy in this offense. And I think he still is, but there's a little cloudiness there because of what Dylan Brooks has been able to do. I think the offense has got to start and go through Devin Booker. And I think he needs a game where he shows, despite whatever defense is being thrown at him, he's got the ability to go off for 35 to 40 points on every night. We haven't seen that consistently, but that second half was very, very encouraging to me.
Most players, Devin Booker included, need to play in a good rhythm, Sammy. Like, you have to be in rhythm to really be at your best, especially offensively. Defense is always there, rhythm or not. Keep in mind, Devin Booker hasn't played a whole lot of live game NBA basketball the last few weeks.
Sure.
With the big gap in the cup schedule and then obviously the groin. So I think he was trying to fight and find his rhythm, and he found it in the second half. That was great to see. But the biggest takeaway I have is, this sounds very cliche, but they found a way to win a game.
No doubt.
They found a way to win a game on a night where nobody really played great for all 4 quarters. Everybody kind of chipped in at different points and spots in the game and did what they could. And at the end of the night, it all added up to a win at the beginning of a critical 8-game stretch.
Right. For me, it was Colin Gillespie. He kind of struggled the last couple games. It was good to see him, I think, find a groove once again. And he major contributor down the stretch. Okay.
No, I think Gillespie set the tone in the fourth quarter, too. And sitting there watching the first 3 quarters, and the guy sitting next to me who works for the NBA is my friend Brian. He said, wow, Gillespie's had a tough night. He hasn't really done much. And then immediately set the tone offensively in the fourth quarter.
And defensively, he had 2 big steals. Suns had 16 steals in the game. Think about that.
And came back from the nasty knee to knee.
Yes, I know. That did not look nice.
No.
Okay, so you were there, obviously, courtside. Do you think he was trying to dunk that missed layup?
Oh, yeah.
100%.
I know. That's what I was thinking, too.
100%.
Okay, so we've talked this morning about Jonathan Gannon and the future with this coaching staff. So how important is the decision Michael Bidwell has coming up on the future of Jonathan Gannon and this coaching staff?
Incredibly important. Shapes the whole future of the franchise.
Because if you keep him and you get it wrong, you've wasted yet another year.
Or if you move on and you get it wrong, you move on, you get it right. I mean, there's not a lot of examples in this franchise's history where they've moved on and got it right either. The Bruce Arians example is the outlier. Ken Whisenhunt worked out tremendously at the beginning of his tenure. Other than that, it's been not great.
Yeah, and speaking of moving on, the quarterback position. Should the Cardinals wait to draft a quarterback until the 2027 draft, given the 2026 quarterback class isn't, I guess, world-beating?
I mean, unless they love a Dante Moore or Mendoza, you'd probably have to trade up to get, which is possible. There might not be some quarterback-needy teams picking ahead of them. That comes down to their evaluation. I personally feel the next class with Arch Manning and Julian Sain and C.J. Carr is going to be better than this current class. I don't like taking a quarterback just because you have to take a quarterback. You better like the guy.
How many consecutive classes can we say will be better because of Arch Manning? What if he's not ever good?
I think Tim's making the point, if his name aside, the class is just better.
But you never know, though, because they thought going into this year that it might be a good class.
No, C.J. Carr and Julian Sain could be total busts, and Fernando Mendoza could be a 10-time All-Pro. I get that. I just, if you really don't just take a quarterback because you need a quarterback, you better really like the guy if you're gonna, if you're gonna spend a top 5 pick. But other teams don't think that way.
Mel Kiper Jr. said earlier this week that Mendoza might be the only first
yeah, I saw that as well.
So,
which will never happen.
It will never happen, and things change between now and April, certainly.
He also said he'd retire if Jimmy Clausen wasn't a great quarterback in the NFL.
He did.
Maybe. Well,
he did.
There's also the idea of bringing in a rookie quarterback to an offensive line that needs so much help.
Well, you got to rebuild it through the draft and free agency. That has to be addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So we talked last segment about ASU, Graham Rossini. He was on Burns and Gambo yesterday, and you can hear the full interview on ArizonaSports.com. But do you think we will have more clarity or a solution come Monday?
I believe we will.
Okay. One way or another.
And again, there's a lot of hope in my answer there because I'm hoping Kalen DeBoer goes to Ann Arbor.
But then what if Alabama's interested in Kenny Dillingham? I mean, we're right back to where we were. And why wouldn't they be? I mean,
it would be fascinating to see where Alabama goes.
Yes, the pickings are slim. I mean, maybe they go back. Maybe they make a run at Dabo, and he's ready to go back there to where he played.
That's what I mean.
And then Clemson becomes open.
I don't think Kenny would bolt for Clemson, would he?
I don't think so. So you think we will have an...
I don't want to slight the attractiveness of Kenny Dillingham's resume or his stature right now. I just don't know if I see the connection between Kenny Dillingham and Alabama the way I do with Michigan. Maybe it's because it hasn't been presented as a possibility yet.
You don't want...
He's no more connected to Michigan.
I know.
From his past than Alabama.
I know.
I'm wondering actually how connected he is to Michigan.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if he literally is their top choice, or if we're kind of...
Like, Michigan actually has no interest in Kenny Dillingham.
They're like, thanks, but no thanks.
It's all people tweeting.
Because he doesn't have that connection at all, like we said.
I still think this whole process starts with DeBoer.
Okay.
I might be absolutely wrong in this.
And so, obviously, tonight, Alabama, Oklahoma, a win or a loss.
I'm rooting for Oklahoma. Let's just say that.
DeBoer.
DeBoer.
Tim, you think
Sooners.
Similarly, we'll have
Sooners.
More clarity come Monday?
Yeah, I will say this though, it's not unprecedented. We saw Lincoln Riley do it. We saw Brian Kelly do it recently. But history tells us coaches don't necessarily, or not historically, jump from one blue blood to another blue blood.
Like you said, though, those are two recent examples.
There's no question about it. But historically, it just doesn't happen that much. Unless you get fired, or you have a gap year like Urban Meyer did between Florida and Ohio State, or you go to the NFL for a little bit like Nick Saban did between LSU and Alabama.
Well, the thing about this carousel is it might not stop spinning for a while because you might get clarity on Michigan, Alabama, whatever that Arizona State, whatever that circumstance is. There could be another shoe to drop, and it could be Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Marcus Freeman.
I hate to drag your team into it, Tim.
No, the Giants are
talking about.
The Giants are reportedly very much interested in Marcus Freeman.
But they're free. I mean, they don't have a bowl game they're preparing for. They're free to talk to him now.
Yeah, that's true. What are they waiting for?
Yeah. Maybe they should have played in the bowl game.
And,
keep their coach busy.
Maybe the Giants should play in the bowl game.
He was just there in New York for the Heisman. They could have talked to him right there. They could have saved on a plane ticket.
I want to pay off this research nugget. I can confirm the Rams were the first team in NFL history to be leading by 7 or more points in overtime and lose.
Because that's only been a possibility for a number of years.
Sure, small data sample, but still, they're the first.
And
it's worth noting.
There were a couple chances
Don't crap
this season.
on my note.
There were a couple chances this season for them not to be. Two teams went for 2 after scoring the second touchdown, and both teams failed. The Commanders against the Broncos, and then the Raiders versus the Jags this season.
Gotcha.
Good history last night.
Good research, Sammy.
Thank you.
Good job,
I didn't mean to crap on your note, Tim.
Yeah. We'll talk about this during the break. Do you want to go?
Coming up next, if the Arizona Cardinals head coaching position does become available this offseason, how attractive is it? An interesting look at that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is tackle. Tackle. Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now. Tackle. Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and when you imagine retirement, when you envision your golden years, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future, and that's where the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth can help you get across the goal line. They understand there's more to retirement than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle. They understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights that are in line with your risk tolerance. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And at Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call Trajan Wealth today, 480-360-7900. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
This is Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta.
Yeah.
Red Friday.
You see how they like to deploy him, how they use him, and they're very creative with him because he has a creative skill set. You know, he can do a lot of different things. You know, he can play as a tight end, he can play as a receiver, and they use him accordingly. I think they do a really good job of deploying him in different groups. Who's he out there with? And how they use him, truthfully. And he's a matchup nightmare. I mean, he's a big, fast guy that's got a huge catch radius. He's savvy route runner. I really feel like he's a kind of a savvy route runner, understands space, and how to get open and catch it. So big time challenge.
It's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, earlier this week on the challenge presented by Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts. If he's on the field, he was showed up on the injury report yesterday, limited in practice, but coming off his best game as a pro, 3 touchdown catches in that win over Tampa Bay.
last Thursday. So that's part of the challenge this week. Will challenges exist next year for Jonathan Gannon as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? We've given our feelings on what we think might happen. I get the feeling now, just reading the tea leaves, no inside information here, that I believe that Jonathan Gannon will be back next year despite all this losing that's taken place. But let's go down the road of what if the job becomes available? How attractive is the Arizona Cardinals coaching job? And this is an annual exercise by national sports writers. And Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com, who I enjoy his work very much, he tackled the subject this week, and he ranked all of the potential coaching openings from most attractive to least attractive. You want me to give you this rundown here, Tim?
I saw it, but go ahead.
Okay.
Hit me back with it.
The rundown, there's a lot of potential jobs that would be open. At number 8, the Las Vegas Raiders, the least attractive on the list. The the Miami Dolphins at number 7. If they move on from Mike McDaniel, he's got ranked. The Atlanta Falcons, 6, the team the Cardinals are playing this week. I think there was a lot of similarities until last week between the Falcons and the Cardinals. Both teams coached by third-year head coaches, and both teams not meeting their expectations this year. At number 5, he's got the New York Giants. At number 4, the Tennessee Titans. He considers all things, roster, cap space, draft positioning, all that. Cleveland Browns at 3. And the Arizona Cardinals at number 2, with only the Cincinnati Bengals being at number 1, because they've got the fourth most cap space, Joe Burrow at quarterback, some talent built in on offense. But for the Cardinals, at number 2, 17th most cap space projected for 2026, and the 6th most projected 2026 draft capital. And the initial paragraph of his write-up, are the Cardinals better than their record? Absolutely. They are 2-7 in games decided by 7 points or fewer. They were a first down away from beating the 49ers, conspired against themselves to blow a lead through some of the most inexplicable play you'll ever see against the Titans, failed in a goal-to-go sequence down 4 points to the Colts, blew a lead in the final 2 minutes against the Packers, and lost in overtime to the Jaguars. Is that good enough for Jonathan Gannon to keep his job? Probably not. Is how he starts off his write-up on the Cardinals.
Yeah, the future of Jonathan Gannon, by the way, and I know we already got into this, but you bring up a good point. Everybody seems to be split one way or the other, whether or not they think he will be back for year number 4. It's interesting. I understand why the Bengals are number 1, because they got their quarterback situation figured out, at least for now.
At least for now. He might change.
At least for now.
He's been very moody lately, that Joe Burrow.
But the thing about I find it fascinating he thinks the Cardinals are the second most attractive job, because yeah, when they were losing a lot of those close games, you presumed the Cardinals still had their quarterback situation kind of figured out, right? Like if they win some of those close games, Kyler Murray's probably still quarterbacking the football team and probably is in line to return for 2026. That's not the case anymore. The quarterback situation here is very much uncertain.
Mm-hmm.
Cap space only does you good, when you spend the money.
True.
So what do head coaches who have options, let's say Mike Tomlin and the Steelers finally split, he will get a job next year.
If he wants one.
If he wants one.
Yes.
Certainly.
Yes.
Obviously, he doesn't want one. He can go sip Mai Tais on the beach.
Uh-huh.
If he wants one and he has options, like what is, for a veteran coach with options, what are their thoughts on the Cardinals organization as being a place where you think you can win and win big?
You're hitting on something that I was just thinking about as well. And Bill Barnwell, again, he did a very complete job of breaking this down. Cap space, draft capital, quarterback situation. Yes, all of it. But the 8 organizations that he ranked here, to me, and again, this is an annual exercise, and every outlet in the country does it at some point during the coaching cycle. Usually they'll wait until the jobs are officially available. But what doesn't get considered is what you just said. What organizations have a history that prove they know how to win? These 8 don't. None of them.
And that's why they're all sitting here with potential
Cincinnati,
coaching
Arizona,
changes.
Cleveland, Tennessee, the Giants they have won, but not in a long time. The Falcons, the Dolphins.
Dolphins have won, but not even a longer time.
And the Raiders. If you just want to base it on that, hey, where am I going to go where I feel like this organization really knows what it's doing to get on the path to winning? I don't think any one of those stands out more. Maybe the Giants might stand out more than the other ones.
You could argue, with the exception of the Jets not being in there, those are the 8 most currently dysfunctional organizations right now.
You could.
And so, if Aaron Glenn were in year 2, the Jets would be on that list because he'd probably be fired.
Yeah.
Like he'll be fired after next year.
Well, and maybe I'm simplifying it too much because what you just outlined, Jarrett, is a reason why they're in this situation in the first place.
Right. But it's also a reason why, do you trust the Cardinals? Not really. But do you trust them more than the Browns? Maybe. Do you trust them more than the Titans? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you trust them more than the Raiders? So then all of a sudden you do start putting their
You're number 2 by default,
right,
basically.
Yeah.
I don't trust the Cardinals to recruit a coach like Mike Tomlin over the others and either overpay him or sell him enough where he believes this is a place where I can win a Super Bowl. Do I believe the Cardinals could go the coordinator route and get it right? Yeah, I do. I do, because they've done it before. Maybe they were lucky. Most times they don't get it right.
There's always luck involved in all this.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned the top 8 most appealing teams that might need coaches. The Ringer did the top 30 head coach candidates. Yeah.
You did this, Ringer?
Yes.
Wow.
About who might.
Why don't you explain? No, go ahead.
About who could take some of those jobs. The top 5, and I'll list the top 5, and if any of these spark your interest. So 5 is Steve Spagnuolo. 4, Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator for the Bills. 3, Cliff Kingsbury.
Well, he's off the list.
Yeah. Number 2, Mike McCarthy, and number 1, Robert Saleh.
Number 1 interests me a whole lot.
Okay. Any of the other 4?
You know what? Here's why I like Saleh. He's had a taste of it, so he knows what mistakes were made on his own. He also worked for a dysfunctional organization. NFC West knowledge in terms of how to play these teams. If Mike McDaniel's available, you bring him as your offensive coordinator. To me, that could be a combo that could at least pull you up by the bootstraps and maybe get yourself more competitive in the division.
You can bring over his good friend Aaron Rodgers to play quarterback.
I would rank them in terms of interest, my interest for the Cardinals, if that job becomes available. Saleh 1, McCarthy 2, Brady 3, Spagnuolo 4. I don't think he's going to get another coaching
Mike McCarthy raises your floor. I just don't know what the ceiling is with Mike McCarthy.
And obviously they're not going back down the road. Cliff Kingsbury would be in play
would be
for
hilarious.
Right. And there are a ton of there's 30 names on this list, but it's a good read of if the job does become available, what coaches, coordinators the Cardinals could potentially get.
Coming up next on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, we'll get back into the Suns' win over the Warriors, and can they keep it up for 2 in a row against the Dubs? That is straight ahead.
Oh, and the debut of an epic Sun song.
And can Sammy Sabolka sing a lick? We'll find out next. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like a sparkle of a diamond.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't about just one holiday. This is about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM me, Diamond Dave at Desert Wholesale Diamond, and let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Chaos and a Suns win is what went down in downtown Phoenix last night. The Suns trailed by 14 points in the second half, and they were able to eventually turn the tide and found themselves up 5 with 40 seconds left. That lead would disappear thanks to Steph Curry and Dillon Brooks, but Devin Booker would hit a clutch jumper, followed by 2 Steph Curry free throws, and it was Jordan Goodwin who drew a foul with 0.4 seconds left and made 1 of 2 from the line, and the Suns found a way to get a 99-98 win when they didn't have their best, and here was Devin Booker post-game.
I'm more on the side that we have a lot of talent over here, too. The games have been
a little junkyard and physical, but, we have some true hoopers over here. So that's a good combination to have both of those things.
The Suns will get the same Warriors team on Saturday up in the Bay Area. Tonight at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, college football playoff game, Auburn and Oklahoma. You can hear it there, and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's Christmas time, but it's the same problem. I'm afraid. It's Christmas time, and no one knows the ball being played.
They talk other teams plenty on TV and the radio. But it's time to show the world it's Phoenix time. They've got good players competing on the Phoenix Suns, who all the time play hard and are so fun. There's a world outside the Lakers and what LA does each year. But that's all they talk about when Stephen A appears. And the referees aren't helping. Every game the team gets screwed.
Because tonight they helped LeBron instead of you.
But the Phoenix team is playing well this Christmas time. The big three's in the past, and that is fine. In the valley they're adored, but nationally ignored. Do they know the Suns play basketball?
I am speechless.
Suddenly old Jared Carlin's not looking like such a bad singer, hey?
Exactly my takeaway.
I do this a couple times a year where I invite some other people.
God!
Sammy.
Luke Lipinski. What was that? How many takes was that?
2 takes. We
Holy God!
And Sammy.
Hey,
That's your best Bono?
So here's for people just listening who don't maybe recognize it. It was me doing the Paul Young part. Then Luke did the Boy George. Jesse Morrison from the Midday Show did the George Michael. And then, of course, our own Sammy Cebulka hit that Bono.
Did he, though?
First try it for things. We're only going up from here.
At least, look, Jarrett, your part was not, you hit the nail on the head. Your part was not horrible. The other solo portion, sorry, Sammy.
Yeah, no, bad.
Don't quit your day job. The chorus is not bad. At least you were in time with the music.
Right. I know.
Wow.
That was certainly something.
Some strong responses early on. My ears are bleeding, as one person said.
Someone in the YouTube chat says that was a banger.
Okay, see?
Yeah, as it made me want to bang my head against the desk.
Absolutely loved it. Thanks for the laughs and spitting my coffee.
Yeah.
They're not laughing with you.
No.
They're laughing at you.
All right.
Well, there you go.
Jared,
but the Suns deserve some national respect,
Jared,
is what I'm saying.
At the last song of the year, Total Redemption for
Thank
you. Suns do get the win last night. Will they be talking about it? Maybe. I mean, they beat Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors last night. But here was Devin Booker, who had a resurgent second half, led the Suns with 25 points in that 1-point win, talking about overcoming the late Dylan Brooks flagrant one. and getting another crazy win.
No, I'll never get used to it. I think we've talked about it, just channeling it the right way. There's some great in there. Just sometimes the outcome isn't the best. And, these last 2 games, just the point of the game that they've happened in, have put us in a tough spot. So we learn from it. We're a full unit. We're not mad at Dylan. We're asking him to bring that energy, bring that fight every night. So, on the other hand, there's going to be times like this, but it can be controlled.
Yeah, and look, there was a lot of people that pointed out last night that there was an on-court after the final buzzer. Suns get the win. They can breathe that sigh of relief that there was an exchange between Dillon Brooks and Devin Booker. It wasn't an angry exchange, but it seemed like Devin Booker was explaining, look, we can't do this anymore. Don't make this more difficult than it needs to be. And if this can be for 44 minutes, Tim, reeled in, that's fine. You want the edge. You want Dillon Brooks to play with the edge. But to do this 2 consecutive games in very crucial spots, one time it cost you. I thought it was going to cost the Suns again last night. When Butler hit the 3, I thought, oh, here we go. Tie game after you're up 5 with 38 seconds to go.
I get it.
Yeah. And the way Golden State operated, too, going so quickly on that possession, 2 seconds into the possession, they tied the game.
It was like this.
So you had a couple more possessions to make up for it, and maybe that worked in the Suns' advantage. But you have to use that experience to say, we dodged a bullet, got to move on. And I liked your point earlier, too. This is a crucial point for Jordan Knott to be the undisputed leader of this team and his personnel and say, Dylan, we love you. We love what you do, but you got to be smarter than this.
He's too good of a player to cross the line time and time again. Can we say time and time again? I mean, I probably can say that at this point. I mean, I know it's happened twice in the last 2 games.
Yeah, but recency bias, but yeah, I mean, he's got 9 technicals through 27 games.
Yeah, it's 9 technicals. He's heading towards a suspension unless he dials it back. So time and time again, he just crosses the line, and he's too good of a player. You want everything that he brings to the table, just don't cross the line. I mean, you know it's going to happen again at some point, but it can't happen as much as it's been happening so far this season.
To continue your analogy, he has to bring more to the table than he's taking off of it.
Yeah, I mean, again, if he can still be Dillon Brooks without crossing that line, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe he can't be Dillon Brooks without crossing that line. That's just the way he's wired. But he's too good of a player to continue to hurt his basketball team in crunch time, in crucial moments, at critical times. And I think we see Devin Booker emerging as the undisputed leader of the team. He's not afraid to have that conversation. And as we talked about earlier, it might be a very crucial time in Jordan Knott's young head coaching career where you got to pull aside a 9-year veteran and say, okay, enough is enough now.
We haven't played this yet. This was Dillon Brooks' explanation on what he thought happened on the Curry foul.
I thought he was going to run and try to get the rebound, so I tried to stop him. But I mean, a little bit lifting too much, and I talked to Key and do what the other guys are doing and lift on game day. But it's just, I don't know. I can't explain it.
He's having fun.
Just got to figure it out for the next game so I don't do it and put our team in a bad spot.
Anybody buying that explanation?
That's the most Dillon Brooks answer ever.
And you know what? You can answer like that if you win the basketball game. If they didn't win the basketball game, I guarantee that answer would be a little different. But he gets it. Like I said, he's a smart guy, and he's a damn good player.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
He knows maybe it's time. What did he say? He's got to do some self-reflecting earlier. We had that
soul searching.
Soul searching.
Yeah. And let's hope, because you said it. Too good a player, too important a player right now for this to continue, and for them to be in jeopardy of not having him for an extended period of time. Want to remind you that we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, January 8th. Listen for the code word during our show here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620 if you're looking for extra chances to win. Head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next was the Super Bowl champion playing last night on Thursday Night Football, and what games and storylines will we be looking at around the rest of the NFL this weekend? That is straight ahead on the Friday edition of Bickley and Marotta Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which players will swing Sunday's Cardinals-Falcons game? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, You should have had Tim Ring sing on that song. He just nailed the Bono line. Do they know it's Christmas?
Off air.
And I did too.
I don't know if this is official enough, Tim, that I can mention it on air, but off air, he said next time he fills in, he will do a song parody.
You did say that?
I've got to save the show. And I can't even sing, but compared to that crap we just had to subject ourselves to, I'm jumping in.
I just had to put the bar at the basement so that we can climb up the stairs.
I mean, I'll do an Elvis imitation for 3 minutes if I have to. If Austin Butler can do it, I can do it.
I'd like to send a shout out, a thank you, a tip of the cap, and in this case, an apology to our audience in Maricopa this morning.
Yes, from now on, when our shout-outs will now be apologies on Fridays. Our apologies to our great listeners in Goodyear this morning.
We appreciate you out now, Maricopa this morning.
Here comes their best two-point play. 3 receivers this time. They changed the formation. 3 to the right. Warner in motion. Darnold throws. Caught for the 2 points. Eric Saubert. They throw to a guy who hadn't made a catch or was targeted all night long.
That's the way it ended last night in Seattle. A crazy football game, a great football game between 2 really good teams in the NFC West. Seattle beats the Rams 38-37. Eric Saubert collecting the 3rd 2-point conversion by the Seahawks in their comeback win.
2 2-point conversions in the 4th quarter and 1 in overtime. And the Rams, small data size, but we have confirmed the first team, a small sample size, I should say, first team ever to be up 7 in overtime and lose a football game. First team ever to have 500 yards of offense and be +3 in the turnover battle and lose a football game.
Yeah.
The Seahawks down by 16 midway through the 4th quarter.
And then get another pick from Sam Darnold. And I was monitoring, during breaks in the Suns game, monitoring what was happening on social media, getting a feel of what people are saying in real time on the game. And the feeling was, wow, another big game and another chance for Sam Darnold to fall on his face in a big game. Got outplayed by Matthew Stafford for most of the game. Did have that big pick in the 4th quarter, but able to overcome it and actually led drives. And that's a big step for Sam Darnold. Even though it comes down to one play, you got one play to win a game of that magnitude for what he has dealt with in his career, even through success over the last 2 years. Did not finish strong in Minnesota. For him to make that play and win that game for Seattle is huge for him. Got to do wonders for his confidence.
And it does wonders for the narrative. Not that he may care about that, but maybe he does. That's a 180. I mean, think about it, Vinny. Through 7, nearly 8 quarters of football against the Rams alone this year, he was looking at 6 interceptions and an 0-2 record, including a loss at home, which could have propelled them to the number 1 seed and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. They get the win, and now they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Now, they got to go on the road to Carolina. They got to go on the road to San Francisco. So there's work to be done. But in that battle between the Rams and the Seahawks, they now have the upper hand in search of that top seed in 2 home games.
I'll say
to get
this,
to the Super Bowl.
And look, Seattle, big win. We had that discussion earlier. It's a huge win for them. They've got the driver's seat now to home field advantage throughout the playoffs. I still, if I'm an NFC team, I want no part of playing the Los Angeles Rams.
0 part.
They have figured everything out on offense. 581 yards last night. They scored 37 points. They've got 3 straight 500-yard games. Pin this loss on the defense. Pin this loss on the special teams.
Special teams, yeah.
But I would not want – and look, 581 yards. Stafford threw for 457 without Devontae Adams. Puka Nacua is – in several ways, the most consistent player in the league. Consistently unstoppable on the field. He had over 225 yards receiving last night, 2 more touchdowns. And also consistent in that he can't keep his mouth shut. He tweeted about the referees after the game again last night and then deleted it. Here was Sean McVay, the head coach, being asked about Puka's official tweet. And I don't have it in front of me. Do you remember? It said something about, because on the podcast or on the Twitch stream, he said the referees are the worst. These are a bunch of lawyers.
They're trying to get on TV.
They're trying to get on TV.
So,
they're texting their friends. Yeah.
He tweeted, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you, Stripes, for your contribution. LOL."
Yeah.
And then he deleted it.
And then deleted it.
And then this is Sean McVay finding out about it in real time.
Yes.
Puka just tweeted something out, kind of taking like a veiled shot there at the refs. I mean,
what are you talking about?
He just put something out on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
Look, was the tweet that bad? I mean, obviously he felt it was bad enough to delete it, and after what transpired, probably not the smartest move. But
the tweet itself wasn't that
no,
bad.
it's an emotional response.
But on the heels of everything that's happened this week with him, just be quiet.
Yes.
Catch your 225 yards and 2 touchdowns and get on the plane and go back to L.A.
Yeah.
Don't poke the bear.
Not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah, stay tuned for 9:30.
Don't puka the bear.
And we have to address something that we brought up earlier too on the controversial, but not controversial 2-point play.
Yes,
to tie the game in the regulation. It was ruled a backward pass. We had said if the whistle didn't blow, we were alerted to Terry McCauley's comments from a listener that said it doesn't matter if the whistle blew or not. Talking about things being blown, my mind was blown. I've always been under the belief, and maybe this is how complicated officiating has become in the NFL, that play to the whistle, that phrase exists for that very reason. That the whistle, when it blows, causes players to stop.
And therefore, anything that happens after that
is moot, basically. That's the way I was always.
Doesn't count, yeah.
Not the case.
Terry McCauley's saying that even if the whistle's blown on a backward pass like that, if there's a clear recovery, it can still be ruled a fumble and a recovery even after the whistle is blown.
Yeah.
But how many times have we heard a referee say, now maybe it gets murky when it's an inadvertent whistle in the National Football League or college football?
Yeah. Look, again, I understand the frustration from the Rams side. They had every opportunity to recover that ball in real time, and that would have been the ball game. They didn't do it. There was confusion on the play. You could watch football for the next 50 years and maybe not see that play unfold once again. But again, go past the one play for the Rams. They gave up the special teams touchdown in a terrible spot. They gave up a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter.
And they gave up a 7-point lead in overtime.
Yeah, and they gave up a 2-point conversion. They had to make one stop to win the game, and they couldn't do it.
I mean, you
wouldn't want any part of the Rams moving forward.
You may never see an NFL team convert on 3 2-point conversions in a half in overtime.
No.
As long as you watch this game.
That is true. Coming up next, Cardinals getting ready for the Falcons in Week 16 in the home finale. We'll get a closer look at the opposition. Josh Kendall, who covers the Falcons through The Athletic, is our next guest, and he'll join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in for Bick this week on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
They got 2 backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your black coffee in bed. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to let you know you could take advantage of some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Yes, it is Ford's year-end sales event. General Manager John Nissen and his team have announced 000. What does that mean for you? For a limited time, it means you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months, 0 down payment, 0 payments for 90 days, and just announced $1,000 Ford bonus cash available toward your purchase. and that is on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks, F-Series trucks, best-selling truck brand in America every year since 1977, and also three-row Explorer SUVs. Just a sample of the great holiday deals going on now during the Ford year-end sales event at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for details. These offers end January 5th, 2026. You can check them out in person in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com, and that ain't no bull.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Goodwin hit a game-winning free throw with 0.4 seconds left, and the Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night at Mortgage Matchup Center 99-98 against the Golden State Warriors. ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing the Kenny Dillingham situation.
I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion.
And the Arizona Cardinals' last home game is this Sunday against Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight, Oklahoma and Alabama get together in the college football playoff, and you can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. The details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Red Friday. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
This is Cardinal center Yelda Froholt, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata, Red Friday.
Cardinals trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. They haven't won at home since week 2 against Carolina. They got the Atlanta Falcons in town Sunday. That's the team they'll try to accomplish those goals against. And here to give us a closer look at the Atlanta Falcons, he covers the team for The Athletic, Josh Kendall, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Josh, good morning. Thanks for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let's start with some big picture, future type questions, because that's what we're talking about here in Arizona at this point of the season. Obviously, Jonathan Gannon in his third year in Arizona finished 8-9 last year. Raheem Morris in his second year in Atlanta finished 8-9 last year, but both teams have failed to kind of build on those years from last year. How hot is the seat moving forward for Raheem Morris in your mind?
I think Barry is fair. I mean, I think both of these staffs are doing the same thing right now, trying to do something to give an ownership group reason to keep them. I think Raheem's probably in slightly better position than Gannon simply because he's in year 2 versus year 3. But I don't think it's much better given the way this season has gone, some of the embarrassing moments along the way. So Atlanta got a good win Thursday night against the Bucs, a division rival. They came from 2 touchdowns down in the fourth quarter. The type of thing that if Arthur Blank is considering keeping Raheem Morris, then, he can put that in the win column. Mm-hmm. We'll see. I would still think he would need more evidence. But so far, he has not made any comment one way or the other.
And Josh, also, you shed some light on the season for Cardinal fans listening in Phoenix. Week 6, the Falcons host the Buffalo Bills. They win a football game. Robinson rushes for 170. Drake London catches for 158. It's a 3-2 football team, and then the bottom drops out. What exactly happened, if you could put it into some succinct evaluations?
Well, I think the Falcons and their fans are still trying to figure that out exactly. I think that this team has proved pretty fragile in some key moments. They came out of that Buffalo game. They lost to the Bucs on a missed field goal week 1. They come back and have that impressive win on Sunday Night Football against the Vikings, and everybody's like, oh, here they go. They come out the next week and lose 30-0 to the Panthers in embarrassing fashion. Then they beat the Commanders. Then they beat the Bills in that Monday Night Football game, and they came out of that after that game. They were like, we're for real. We're good. We proved to people today that we're good. We're going to change the narrative. And I think that they probably got a little over their skis because they lost 5 in a row. They've lost 7. They lost 7 of their next 8. They've been in close games, but they haven't made the plays until Thursday night in Tampa Bay. They finally sort of turned that corner. So I don't think that there's one thing that you can point to tangibly that fell apart. It's just in the key moments, this team was not as good as it kind of told itself it was.
Josh Kendall, who covers the Atlanta Falcons for The Athletic, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. You talked about turning the corner in Tampa Bay last week. Obviously a huge showing for the offense and the passing game with Kirk Cousins, but also Kyle Pitts, who had a tremendous rookie season in 2021, hasn't been the same player since. Is this as close to, with Kyle Pitts having the huge game with 3 touchdowns against the Bucs last week, is this as close as Kyle Pitts has been to his rookie form that you've seen, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it in like 1 quarter or 2 quarter spurts over the last 3 or 4 years. This is the first time we've seen it over a 3-game spurt. You see exactly in the last 3 games, especially Thursday night in Tampa, what made so many people, not just the Falcons, love him in that 2021 draft. And the reason he's the highest drafted tight end in NFL history. His combination of size and speed and kind of these go-go gadget arms just make him a really, really difficult cover in man-to-man when he is playing at his hardest. He's also gotten a lot better of late at understanding zones and sort of paying attention to the minutia that it takes to get open against zone coverage. Those 2 things make him a really, really tough matchup for defenses. And, he's playing on the final year of his contract and probably making himself a lot of money right now.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Josh, let me ask you about Bijan Robinson. That's a name that a lot of sports fans in Arizona have been familiar with for quite a long time. He played his high school ball a bit down the road in Tucson before heading off to the University of Texas. He's having a monster year. I mean, barring injury, he's on pace for over 2,000 yards from scrimmage when it comes to running the football and receiving the football. Your thoughts on the season he's had and just how good is this young player in terms of the entire scope of the National Football League?
I think he's as good as it gets in the league. He's every bit the equal of Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe even a notch better. It's just that the Falcons aren't winning enough games for anybody to really, pay much attention. He's had 10. Bijan's had 10 now, 100 yards from scrimmage games. He's been dynamic. He was dynamic in the Buffalo game. He was pretty good. Kyle overshadowed how good he was against the Bucks. In a really difficult season when Atlanta has had trouble blocking the way it did the first 2 years of Bijan's career, he still just quietly grinded it out and delivered. He's, even when he's not doing the flashy things well, he's doing the other stuff really well. So I think that he's a guy that, Raheem Morris a couple of weeks ago said, I apologize, y'all aren't going to get to see him in the postseason. And that really is a shame because he's a guy who, even though everybody knows how good he is, he still hasn't had, I don't think, quite the stage that his talent deserves.
Josh Kendall covers the Atlanta Falcons for The Athletic. He's our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Drake London, a very dynamic receiver for the Falcons, hasn't played in about a month. He's back on the practice field, and I'm not sure what the Falcons' practice schedule is like on Fridays. He's limited in the first two practices. Is it trending towards Drake London coming back and playing Sunday in Glendale, Josh?
It is. He believes he'll play. He said yesterday after practice he's been really frustrated that he hasn't gotten on the field yet. He's a very competitive, very quiet guy, but a very kind of an uber competitive guy. Just wants to play as many games as he can. He said yesterday, he said, I asked if he considered shutting it down. He said no. He said, I'm not going to get to play. He said, we're eliminated from the playoffs. I'm not going to get to play football again until, deep into next year, and I want to play football. So he'll come back. He'll play these 3 games. He makes Atlanta's offense better, but they'll have to sort of readjust a little bit because Kyle Pitts has certainly become the number one target. So now how do they work Drake back in? How 100% is he? All those questions are to be determined, but I do think he'll play.
Josh, we all see the stats defensively for the Falcons. The Cardinals right now really having trouble running the football. They're down to their 5th string running back. Jacoby Brissett is throwing it pretty much more than any quarterback in the league since he has taken over the starting job from Kyler Murray. Where is the Falcons' defense, in your mind, from a personnel standpoint, most vulnerable on Sunday? Is there any place specifically the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett can maybe exploit to try to move the football up and down the field?
Well, Tampa Bay had a lot of luck going after backup cornerback Kobe Bryant last week, but they've got Mike Evans. Mike Evans kind of does that to a lot of people. Mike Hughes, the regular starter, went out in that game. He's not expected to be back. So we'll see if Arizona can take advantage of that like the Bucs did. Arizona's run game might get going this week. This Atlanta defense was built with the idea, this team thought its offense was going to be really consistently good. So this defense was built with the idea it was going to be playing with a lot of leads and rushing the passer a lot. It's not rushing the passer as much as it wants because it's not in those game script situations. It's still rushing the passer really well, though. So I would expect, Jacoby Brissett to be looking Kobe Bryant's way a lot. I would expect Arizona to try to run the ball, and I would expect Trey McBride to, have a big game. The Falcons are also playing with a backup nickel in D. Alford, although he was their starting nickel last year. He's not the biggest guy or the most physical guy in the world. You'd feel like that the Cardinals would try to get McBride matched up against him as much as they could.
Josh, before we let you go, I wanted to ask you another future question, too, at the quarterback position. Obviously, the Falcons raised some eyebrows last year when they brought in Kirk Cousins. Then they drafted Michael Penix. And I thought at the end of last year, Penix really showed some flashes of what he could do at this level. I think this year was probably viewed as a disappointment in terms of production and factoring in the injury. How certain are the Falcons that Michael Penix is still the guy moving forward at the QB position?
This staff, this general manager, this head coach, everybody in the building currently is very certain. Part of the reason they're certain is because they're so closely tied to the decision, and it sort of so closely reflects on them. So they sort of have to be certain. But I do think that they are also legitimately believe this guy can be a long-term top 12-ish quarterback in the league. I'm not as convinced of that, but my future is not as tied to Michael Penix's future. It will be very interesting to see if a new regime comes in, how they view Michael Penix and what the situation is there, because there's no guarantee he's ready for week 1. Whenever he is back, He won't have had an off season. He'll be 26. His rookie contract will be halfway through. He'll be coming off 5 season-ending injuries, and will have yet to prove that he's that guy. So how whoever is in charge in Atlanta handles Michael Penix will be vital to the future of this franchise, not just next year, but more importantly, probably, the next 5-10 years.
Josh, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us today. Really appreciate all the info today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Josh Kendall. He is a senior writer, covers the Falcons for The Athletic. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. I love this in Josh's profile on The Athletic. He's been following the Falcons since Jeff Van Note was the richly bearded face of the franchise. That's going back.
I love how all our Atlanta guests always sound.
Well, he's from there. He's
very much sound like they're from Atlanta. Yes.
Yeah.
Steve Bartkowski.
That's what we need. We need a Phoenix accent.
Steve Bartkowski, William Andrews,
Gerald Riggs. Coming up next, we will get back into the Kenny Dillingham situation at ASU, and will his future be dictated by what happens tonight in Norman, Oklahoma? All the aspects of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is tackle. Tackle. Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now. Tackle. Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and now is a great time on the sporting calendar. Basketball heating up, football crowning championships left and right, which means it's a great time to visit Waltz TV and Appliance, where they can take your fandom to the very next level. When you step into Waltz, you'll immediately see the difference. All the big screen televisions you could ever imagine, all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you are looking for, plus an extremely knowledgeable staff that will give you all the insight you'll never get from a big box store. At Waltz, you'll hear the difference. Great selection of audio components, and when you put the right audio component together with the right television built for live action sports, you will have magic. You will feel the difference. That's what you'll get from Waltz. And while you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Take a deep breath and visualize. It's this weekend. You just won up to $100 instant Kohl's cash just because you were one of the first 100 in-store customers. Plus, you'll save big during the 48-hour holiday savings blitz. Visualize it all happening this weekend at Kohl's. No purchase necessary while supplies last on 12/20/25 and 12/21/25. One card per household. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 21st. See store or kohls.com for details.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it.
That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. for a full reaction to Suns Warriors and the latest in the Kenny Dillingham saga. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, that's what I said. Like, we can't be like I'm aware of the situation around our sport right now. I'm aware that we can't just play these processes out. We've been hard at work at it for a long time. And again, fine-tuning little details along the way. I mean, Coach and I have very open dialogue about the tools that can help the program grow. And so we're finding those tools because it's deserved. It's deserved based on the job that he's doing. It's deserved based on how our fan base continues to step up. And we're all reaping the benefits of that as a community, not just ASU, but the community across the board with what Sun Devil football is just continuing to catapult for all of us. So I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like, this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion. And again, getting the details right becomes the most important thing.
Graham Rossini, athletic director at ASU, on with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports on the Kenny Dillingham situation. I asked the question, hey, do you feel like you have time to get this done in the current landscape? And the way it stands right now, and some of the language Graham Rossini used in that interview, Tim, about the Kenny Dillingham situation, was that they're working through some details right now. It was reported last weekend, Saturday, so almost a full week ago, that ASU was working on an amended contract for Kenny Dillingham. We didn't know what the parameters of those amendments were, but we know what is important to Kenny Dillingham to keep him at Arizona State and building this for the future. And it doesn't have to do with money for himself, which is rare in today's college
It doesn't have to do with it at all.
No, it's about resources, staffing, advantages for athletes in terms of NIL, money for assistant coaches.
I was going to say added positions such as a general manager.
Which I think, yes, staffing, which Kenny Dillingham, I think, covered when he made his foxhole comments earlier this week. It's about doing what's best for the people in the foxhole with me. So he's looking around himself for the resources he feels he needs. And I don't know, what was your stance after hearing the interview with Graham Rossini? Are you more or less or about the same in terms of your level of optimism about Kenny Dillingham's future in Tempe?
I really looked at it, and I can appreciate Graham coming on the show like he does every week, but answering the questions as honestly as he can, that we're working through this. These are the details. To me, this is really a Michael Crow decision. This is a Michael Crow issue. What is this university going to do? How far will it go to give the resources to the football program that, at least from what Kenny Dillingham believes, it needs to compete for playoff positions and ultimately national championships? Kenny knows what players are getting on the open market.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny knows what other schools are paying. Kenny knows what it costs to keep a Sam Levitt. Kenny knows what it costs to go out and get a top-tier left tackle in the portal.
Look, I read a report, just to put this in perspective of where we are right now. I read a post yesterday that the North Texas quarterback, and his name even escapes me, not a household name.
Drew Mestamaker.
Thank you, Sammy. And God bless you for knowing that. He's seeking like $3.5 million in NIL compensation for next year to join a new school. Mestamaker.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. But
good luck with that. Now,
is he exceptional?
He led the country in passing.
So there you go.
He's a true freshman too. It was a great story, and
it's an interesting thing though, because on the one hand, yes, it's a great story. It's the idea that you could come out of nowhere, build yourself a career, and become a star. But it's also like, well, what is this? Poor North Texas.
Well,
they recruited a star, and that's it, done.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. I know way too much about this kid. He was a 0-star recruit. He had never started a varsity football game, walked on at North Texas, earned the job.
Okay, that's a great story.
And now he's the country's leading passer as a true freshman.
So a story like that might lead to him getting $3.5 million.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he's got to get in line, though. I mean,
sure.
Sam Levitt's probably seeking anywhere from $4 to $6 million, which is what Carson Beck got from Miami, if you believe the reports. He got $4 million with another $2 million in incentives. Assuming the college football playoff was one of the incentives.
He might be checking that box, too.
He may be checking that box as well. DJ Lagway is going to demand a lot of money. So these guys.
Josh Hoover's in the portal now, the kid from TCU, really good quarterback.
So getting back to Arizona State, when Kenny goes to Michael Crow, and he may have to go through Graham Rossini to get to Michael Crow in terms of the dialogue, when Kenny gives a number, this is what it's going to take. Trust him at his word. That's the number. This is what we're dealing with. We've got a team in our own conference in Texas Tech with a billionaire backer who just wants to win and isn't afraid to spend $50 million on his roster.
Well, guess what? The first year that money was spent on the roster, what did Texas Tech do?
There they are.
They dominated the conference. And they're in the college football playoff with a bye.
With a bye.
Yep. And I asked,
except for one team.
Well,
they
yeah.
dominated.
And I asked this question.
That doesn't make me feel better now either.
Sorry, I was trying to.
I just, where this thing is going. I mean, it's really, and I'm not saying that if Kenny doesn't get what he wants, he's going to Michigan. Michigan may hire Kalen DeBoer.
Or maybe this is a planting of the seed to continue down this road. Maybe it's more general, but I feel like if that was the case, it would have already been determined. I'm not going anywhere, but we got a lot of work to do here. I have faith that we're going to get it done.
Well, like we said, the leverage could disappear tonight.
It could.
By Kenny.
And I think if you're an ASU fan that has 100% interest in Kenny Dillingham being the guy here, you should be rooting for the Sooners tonight.
But then Alabama comes open, and as soon as Alabama, their reporters report that Kenny Dillingham's high on the list, the leverage is right back.
We'll jump off that cliff when we get to it. Tim?
I asked this question in the reboot of, do you think we'll have clarity come Monday? And Jared and I were talking about it at the break of, sooner or later, Michigan's going to have to hire a head coach, right? Like, do you believe that, or do you think Kenny would be so inclined to be like, no, I'm not taking this position without knowing what's the future of ASU football?
Yeah, that's true. Michigan might, let's suppose Alabama wins tonight. Michigan might come to Kenny and say, we need a decision now.
An answer.
Or else
they might. And Kenny's got to be prepared that if he's not getting the answers he wants from Michael Crow and the administration, is he prepared to go to Ann Arbor?
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
and I don't know where his head is at in terms of that space.
It's weird to have your fallback be that attractive potentially, because we could say unequivocally that Kenny Dillingham doesn't want to leave Tempe. He might feel like he has to accomplish the goals that he wants to accomplish.
And I kind of agree with what you said earlier, and I don't know why, and I can't really place it, but I don't think Alabama would be interested in Kenny like Michigan is, and I don't know why.
I might be. It's just a gut feeling for me.
Right.
But look where Alabama went last time when Saban stepped down.
They went to the West Coast.
They went to the West Coast to Kalen DeBoer from Washington, who was not at Washington very long. Built a very successful program very fast, but
if you're
three years earlier, would Kalen DeBoer have been a candidate at Alabama? Probably not.
Probably not. But again, Kenny's going to be one of the hot young coaching names in all of the sport, and that doesn't change if Michigan hires Kalen DeBoer, and then you have Alabama out there going, all right, who are the hot young names that we could look at?
Yeah, Brent Brennan.
Hot and young.
Hot young names.
This is being a dorky guy with a really attractive partner. This is what it must be like. You walk into any room and everybody's head turns all the time. That's what ASU's dealing
when's
with.
she going to leave me?
I hope, and I know Arizona State fans are all in unison on this, you just hope that the administration sees the value in winning football and what it means to the university. I mean, this is a crazy example because it hasn't really worked out, but what did Deion Sanders mean for the Buffaloes in terms of ticket sales and merchandising and applications and students wanting to go to school there and exposure to Boulder and exposure to the campus?
And they haven't even won anything.
And he had, I mean, just from those first 3 games.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, seriously,
It's true.
It's important.
But in 3 years at Colorado, he's finished at the bottom or near the bottom of the conference twice. Well, we'll keep you updated all day long here on Arizona Sports with any developments and maybe some more developments come Monday morning. Coming up next, we're going to roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. Here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Tim Ring has been in for Bick all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Chaos is a ladder as the Suns benefit from havoc to beat the Warriors. AD Graham Rossini told Burns and Gambo that ASU is in fluid talks on Kenny Dillingham's contract. And now is when ASU must prove the sleeping giant talk is right by retaining Kenny Dillingham. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and by now you know Parker & Sons is the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and they're also fantastic at giving back to the community. Right now, Parker & Sons currently accepting nominations for their annual Character Counts $10,000 scholarship, and this happens to be the 10th year that Parker has generously sponsored and donated to the cause. Over $100,000 donated to students over the past 10 years. That is pretty impressive and proof that Parker cares about the community and putting their money where their mouth is, pouring it into students to help them change the world. Just text the word character to 620-620 or check the events page on ArizonaSports.com to nominate the next deserving high school student. And if you need Parker & Sons, call them at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, and REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Message and data rates may apply.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers apply to select regular and super cab super duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Chaos and a Suns win is what went down in downtown Phoenix last night. The Suns trailed by 14 points in the second half. They were able to eventually turn the tide and found themselves up 5 with 40 seconds to go. That lead would disappear thanks to Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, but Devin Booker would hit a clutch jumper followed by 2 Steph Curry free throws, and Jordan Goodwin drew a foul with 0.4 seconds left, made 1 of 2 from the line, and the Suns found a way to get a 99-98 win when they didn't have their best. And here was Devin Booker post-game on what this team is.
I'm more on the side that we have a lot of talent over here too. The games have been, a little junkyard and physical, but, we have some true hoopers over here, so that's a good combination to have both of those things.
The Suns will get this same Warriors team on Saturday up in the Bay Area. Tonight, Oklahoma and Alabama get together in the college football playoff right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time for some social studies. Drive us through this segment, Sammy. What do you got for us?
Yes, good morning. It is the Friday edition of Social Studies every morning at 9 o'clock. We're at Bickley_Murata on X. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. If you want to watch us at all throughout the day, you can find us there. So we did continue to get some social media. I don't know if backlash is the word. Some constructive criticism on our song, if you missed it.
Constructive criticism? Like, don't ever do that again?
And if you missed it, you can go back in the podcast version.
Yeah, I'll be posting it on the website.
Oh, great.
Arizonasports.com, Bickley Murata page. Hopefully they'll make some sort of social clip from it.
Yeah.
And we could just bring cheer this holiday season
Soon to be
everybody.
available on Apple Music and Spotify and Amazon Music. And
Hopefully not there. But let's
and keep an eye out for the World Tour.
No World Tour. But let's start social studies with a Devin Booker-focused question. How would you describe Book's season so far and why?
Ooh, that's a good question. I would say uneven.
Okay.
I think it was a slog to start. I think there was a point where the scuttlebutt around the league, locally and nationally, was, okay, Book is back to his peak form, and then it fell off again. The shooting numbers, they don't lie. I think there's a lot of room for improvement, and to see him hit that pull-up 3 last night was very promising, because there's no way Devin Booker should be a 30% three-point shooter. I was encouraged by the second half, but I still can't say it's been a great season for him. I think it's been okay, but uneven mostly.
Okay. Tim?
It's been uneven. Everything Vince said is totally accurate, but I also think it's at times been better than maybe the eye test would lead one to believe.
I agree with that.
That's fair.
He, through 24 games, is already off to a top 4 scoring start in his career.
Yeah.
Okay? And the dynamic of this team has changed with with Durant no longer being here and Beal not being here, and he's battled some injuries. I think he's been better than the eye test would lead one to believe.
Yeah, and look, what you're saying is absolutely fair. Maybe I was being unfair because
no, I think you were accurate.
But some of the expectations, but from people were, okay, this team obviously needs scoring. He's an elite scorer. He's going to challenge for a scoring title. I mean, I don't know if he's got that in him, but he's doing other things to help the team win.
And last night, you mentioned the pull-up three. The pull-up jumper to take the lead before Curry made those 2 free throws, it was really refreshing to see him get to his spot quickly and make a clutch shot.
In a big situation.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
He also hit a big pull-up to put him up by 5 with a minute 30 to go before all hell broke loose.
It was really good to see him in the second half yesterday. A couple of the responses, Justin Prestegard said, in progress. Once Jalen Green returns, I think his game will, to quote Jordan Knott, grow. And then Daylight Film says, inconsistent because the team hasn't been, quote, whole yet, and he's had more coaches than Henry VIII had wives, babe.
Babe.
Let me ask you, I've heard you a couple times do that. Do you know what that's a reference to?
I have no idea.
So you're imitating us, imitating someone.
I'm imitating Vince or Bick or
Sammy,
Tim when they
but
do it.
you don't know where
you gotta
Vince gets that from?
No.
Be inquisitive, man. That's part of. It's going to make you better at the generation gap. Is learning.
It's true.
What would I even look up for that?
I've probably done that in my life too, where I've heard an impression and not really even known what it was an impression of, and then sort of started doing that myself. It's a comedian most popular in the 80s and 90s named Dennis Miller. He was on Saturday Night Live, did Weekend Update. Then he had an HBO show.
He also was a commentator on Monday Night Football, too.
He was?
Yeah.
For 1 year? 2 years? 2 years, I think.
Didn't last very long.
Okay,
But he was like the king of the obscure reference.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, there we go.
And then he would say, babe.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We'll do some more research during the break. But our next question, real quick, it's a poll question. Who's more likely to be back with their current team next season, and why? Is it Jonathan Gannon or is it Ketel Marte?
Oh. The last thing we heard on the Ketel Marte front was the Ken Rosenthal report. That there's an avenue where he could be back along with Alex Bregman being signed.
I think the answer is Marte to
I
that
think
question.
to
that question.
I mean, I've been on record saying I think Gannon's going to be back. So can I say the same thing about Marte? We'll go with Marte.
Okay, so 62% of the vote voted for Ketel Marte. 37% voted Jonathan Gannon. And again, with the Ketel thing, we're still kind of just waiting. With Gannon, there's 3 more games left. And Phoenix fans, he simply just said, Kenny Dillingham. I think.
Notice he wasn't in the poll.
He wasn't in the poll. He added his own. Okay, our last question.
I think if I put him in the poll, I think Kenny Dillingham of those 3 is most likely to come back, in my opinion.
Okay.
That's
why I didn't include him.
Good inclusion. We could have seen. So our last question, we were talking, I think at the beginning of the show, about our pants. We all 3 out of 4 of us today wearing sweats, a little cozy. It's a little colder outside. And then Jarrett, as he always does, slacks, some variety of a shirt, and
everyone's wearing some variety of a shirt.
Well, yes, but yours.
Yes.
And so we asked, what do you do to get, quote, comfortable after a long day or on the weekends?
Let's suffice it to say this before we move on. Jarrett is the only one in this room, at this station, in an on-air capacity that thinks about what he's going to wear to work the night before he goes to work.
Oh, see, I do.
That's true.
I put it out.
Wow.
Just because that's the last
You
thing
wear
I
only like 4 things.
I do cycle.
He lays those 4 things out.
I think it's there.
For me, the first thing I do when I get home after a long day, I take off the bra.
The man's here.
Wait, what?
Let's see if I can
fit
that in the montage before we...
Man's here. Bro!
That's exactly why I said it, Jarrett.
Put it this way. I'll pull back the curtain. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, I said to Vince, who's a veteran, obviously, of doing a morning show, I said, Vince, is it appropriate when you do a morning show and your week concludes at 10:30 in the morning? Is it okay to have a cocktail at 10:30 in the morning?
Yes, absolutely.
It is.
If you worked...
Vince said yes. Where should we go?
If you got off work at 5 p.m., is it suitable to have
Exactly.
A cocktail then?
Especially on a Friday.
Yeah.
I mean,
now do you?
I even suggested some places to Tim to go right after the end of the show.
There are places that dress
I don't think
up.
he wants to hang out with me anymore.
They dress up alcoholism as fun brunch things like a mimosa or
day
a
drinking.
Bloody
Bottomless
Mary.
mimosa. Yeah.
You can find me at the bottom.
That's a good answer, though. A cocktail, shoes off.
Sure.
Yeah. And if you're not wearing like sweatpants or basketball shorts, just changing
I
the
get
attire.
home, my wife brings my slippers and my robe
pipe.
when I walk in the door.
I don't wear
Snifter
jeans
of
that
brandy.
often anymore because I find them to be highly uncomfortable. But if I do wear jeans, if I'm going home, they're getting changed out.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing jeans at my home.
You're like the dad on the Goldbergs.
Yeah.
As soon as you walk in the door in your underpants.
in my tighty whities.
I will say, doing the morning show, being done on Friday, and we talk about it, is one of the best feelings ever because it almost feels like you have a 3-day weekend.
Sammy, if I were your age, I'd be in Vegas by noon.
I was there last weekend.
There you
Tim,
go.
So. We'll get to some of these responses maybe at the end if we have time. There's some good ones.
Yeah, we will, definitely. Thanks, Sammy. That's social studies. Coming up next, Cardinals trying to break a losing streak. Can they get it done against the Falcons? That and more NFL talk straight ahead.
I don't have that answer. What are you asking these questions?
Well, you got a few minutes to figure it out there, ringer. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Beck here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got two backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme. It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your Carajillo. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
It's Darius Robinson at the Arizona Cardinals, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Bickley and Marotta, Red Friday.
Hey, Red Friday. Good morning. Thank you. Tip of the cap, thumbs up, whatever you want to say, to our audience in Deer Valley, through the radio, through the YouTube stream, social media. We appreciate the support in Deer Valley this morning.
Yeah, just like you said, it means a lot to, get a W. That's the main thing. We're living in the present. We had a good week of practice today, but most importantly is to win the game. We're professionals, so whether we're in the playoffs, whether we're not, we're trying to win the game, and that'll be good for the team and good for hopefully Cardinal fans to win at home.
That's Buda Baker talking about what a win would mean for this Arizona Cardinals team this week. Week 16, they are trying to snap a 6-game losing skid. 7 would be the third longest losing streak since they moved to Arizona, tied for it at least. And they've been close in a lot of these games. And look, I won't even say we. I kind of scoffed at the importance of this game for the Cardinals. But for players like Buda Baker and for players that are out there every single week, it would feel good to finally taste victory again, because if there is a team that has been allergic to the taste of victory, even when they've had the fork right in front of their mouths with victory on it, they're unable to complete the bite and take it. It would mean something for a lot of those players, and it might, Jonathan Gannon talked about getting out of that dip. Even if it's a temporary getting out of the dip, that would be a good thing for a lot of these people.
I think about a guy like Calais Campbell. Could be his last home game ever. Last home game in Arizona.
Great point. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that, but yeah, I mean,
it could be Buda Baker's last game here for all we know.
Could.
So the Cardinals have been competitive in their losses to a certain extent, Vinny, but 4 of these last 6, giving up 40 or more points. They got boat raced by the Seahawks and the 49ers, the Rams certainly, so those division games did not go well. Houston actually was the first team out of division that really kind of handled the Cardinals. Those non-division games have all been close.
Yeah, I would agree.
Maybe they can keep Atlanta close. Atlanta certainly is not of the caliber of the Houston Texans. So I agree. I think for the fans that show up and the guys in that locker room to taste victory, is it important in the grand scheme of things? No. Is it important on Sunday? Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think it means anything. I don't think it means anything for Jonathan Gannon. I got to be honest.
Yeah.
I think those decisions are made one way or the other already, perhaps.
On the flip side of it, Buda Baker was asked to give his thoughts on another frustrating loss last week to the Texans.
Yeah, just always comes down to execution. Just doing our job. Making the tackles when they need to be made, making the plays when they need to be made. We just, didn't do that last week. And, we have another opportunity this week against the Falcons to play at home, last game at home. So very excited to play against with our fans and, just try to end it out in State Farm Stadium the right way.
Yeah, I think the tackling thing is interesting. When we played the sound from Jonathan Gannon yesterday, tackling's been an issue for most of the defense this year. Certainly has not been a strong suit, especially in the second half of the season. But I also think tackling is a pretty good gauge, and whether or not you buy into Jonathan Gannon's dissertation, and that's the word he used, on it's hard to improve as a tackler, as a defensive player in the NFL because of the way practice schedules and the CBA are set up. But on any Sunday, for any team, I think tackling is a really good gauge of how mentally dialed in you are.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
And we touched on this earlier in the week. I do think there's a correlation of teams being eliminated and tackling suffering.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a great indication of your buy-in, your willingness to play, your willingness to compete.
Or even like during the course of a game, and Derrick Henry is still very much a force in this league. You've seen him change the stance of individual defenders throughout his career. You're going up against Derrick Henry, he's carrying the ball 25 times. At a certain point, you want to tap out. You don't want to tackle that guy anymore because it wears you down, not only physically, but the mental part of it is. It's difficult to do, but I think it's a really good indicator of where a team is. And I think that's, despite the fact that the Cardinals still play hard for the most part, in hearing the comments, and I'm not picking on Budda Baker when I say this, if you didn't know what the Cardinals' record was, and your only exposure to forming an opinion on how you think their season went was listening to interviews and sound bites and press conference availability, I don't think there's any way you would come to the conclusion that this is a 3-11 football team. I just think that part of the disappointment for me is the lack of disappointment that they've kind of put out there. There's a lot of teams that had expectations this year that have failed to meet those expectations, and you hear them pretty honest about it. This is really frustrating. I'm tired of losing.
So you'd like a little more candidness, a little more fire and brimstone.
Has anybody said they're tired of losing this year?
This is unacceptable?
Yes. Have you heard that?
Or God forbid somebody says we all got to look in the mirror? Because I've often said once somebody says that, the season's over. That's like that is a tried and true, time-tested soundbite that means your season is over. We all got to look in the mirror. You don't want to hear that if you're a fan.
No, that is true. Here's one more thing from Budda Baker. His message to the young guys on the team through all the losing that has happened this year.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Stay consistent, stick with it, keep grinding. Don't quit. Don't get into that mode where you're feeling sorry about yourself. At the end of the day, we're professional football players. We go throughout work each and every day to win the game, and just stay consistent in whatever your routine is throughout the week. Don't change up, no matter the wins, the losses. If you feel like you need to do more, do more. But the big thing is that routine. I always talk to him about the routine, the consistency, win, lose, or draw. You have to stay with it in order to continue to, be a good football player, but also kind of last in this league. You have to stay consistent. So that's a big thing I'll tell the young guys.
Yeah, and good for Budda Baker as a veteran to step up there and answer the bell from a media standpoint. But at this point, it's just show me or don't show me on the field, and we'll just get to the end of the season. You hear about the Cardinals playing hard, and I don't dispute that. You hear about the Cardinals came ready to play against the Houston Texans. I very much dispute that. When you give up a 57-yard touchdown on the second play of the game, and the receiver is basically untouched, and then you cough up the ensuing kickoff, and you're down 10-0 before your offense takes the field, and you're down 17-0, and your offense has negative 7 yards of total offense, don't tell me you came to play. I don't want to hear that. I've got eyes. I watched the beginning of that game. You weren't ready to play.
No, and let me preface this by saying what you just said. Budda Baker is a professional. Nobody questions his professionalism.
100%.
And he is being a pro by answering questions every single week. And what's been a tough year, I think, individually for him, too. But what he just said in that soundbite, is that part of the issue? Or am I just reading too much into it? Because I find myself being guilty of reading into words a lot when seasons go this horribly wrong. They haven't won games. They've lost 10 of 11 games. I think that is the opportune time to completely change up your routine if you're a young player. Find out what works for you to be better on Sunday to avoid the losing.
Don't keep doing what you're doing.
And maybe that's the biggest issue of all.
But this is where
is the lack of change that's happened.
But this is where I have empathy, and I've been sitting through press conference for 35 years. He's just trying to get through the damn thing.
I know.
You just can't put a lot of
That's
stock
what I
into
say.
what he's saying.
I'm reading too much into it.
Probably, because he's just, I hate to say it, but he's kind of just up there talking.
All right, Jarrett, we're not playing sound for the rest of the year.
He's filling up notebooks. You know, he's trying to say just something that, is not inflammatory. No more sound bites.
All right, that's my New Year's resolution. I'm not going to pour over people's words. I'll just take it with a grain of salt. Or maybe I should keep doing it. I don't know.
Maybe one of these days you'll get your wish.
I want them to be better.
And you want them to be mad.
Yes.
Be mad about this.
Never mind. I'm not doing that. I'm going to still pour over all the words. Coming up next, it's Friday, 9:30. Jared's got your sports kebab heading into the weekend. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios with Tim Ring and for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know Michigan fans feel like they have the greatest program in history.
Yes.
But look, I think they're on the very edge of that list where if I were a head coach, even if I didn't want to leave, if the Michigan job was open, I would at least have to pay attention. Doesn't mean you have to leave.
Yes.
He can turn down the Michigan job if ASU doesn't get the NIL funding they need in the next couple years. He can go coach Georgia in a couple years.
Yes.
Or Alabama or whoever. But the fact that this job is open right now, maybe it's a leverage play, which would be the smart move by him. But I understand why everybody's freaking out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your yard with Turf Monsters, Arizona's trusted, top-rated installer of artificial turf. Their turf is engineered for our climate, built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round, and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Holiday gatherings coming up? A clean, green, low-maintenance lawn makes entertaining easy, and their artificial turf is pet-friendly, kid-safe, drains fast, and never gets muddy, so everyone can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option that can save thousands of gallons of water a year, and Turf Monsters can also create dog runs, poolside turf, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. You'll get a free in-home consultation, clear pricing, and fast professional installation, often done in just one day. Get your yard ready before spring hits. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or call 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Goodwin hit a game-winning free throw with 0.4 seconds left, and the Phoenix Suns found a way to win last night at Mortgage Matchup Center 99-98 against the Golden State Warriors. ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing the Kenny Dillingham situation.
I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion.
The Arizona Cardinals' last home game is this Sunday against Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 2:05 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight, Oklahoma and Alabama get together in the college football playoff, and you can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is: are the Suns still surprising you after last night's gritty win versus the Warriors? Yes or no?
They're not surprising me.
No, not anymore.
At over 25% of the season, I've got a pretty good idea who this team is.
Yeah, this is the standard is the standard.
And they're going to get better when Jalen Green finally takes the floor for an extended period of time.
Hopefully here, I mean, not pretty soon after Christmas, but...
And hopefully Grayson Allen can get healthy and stay healthy, too.
No doubt about that.
We'll say no, though.
Okay. Only 17% of the vote, no. 83% of the vote still is being surprised night in and night out with this Phoenix Suns team.
I've been watching very closely. Sorry.
Yeah.
You don't have Vinnie's view.
Nice, Tim. There you go.
Neither did the website, because I just forgot to send it until just now. So, sorry about that, Kevin. Speaking of the website, ArizonaSports.com, that's where you can vote on the Sanderson Ford poll question right now.
I just want a bicycle!
Why are you yelling at me?
Whatever, make me a bicycle, clown!
I'm gonna make you a bicycle. I don't want to make you a bicycle.
Shut your mouth, funny guy, and make it!
It's sports news skewered.
Skewered.
The Sports Kebab.
It's jokey time. There's no need to be afraid.
There you go.
At jokey time.
You know, I nearly asked you to be in that Sun song parody.
Jared makes fun of Silver and Andy Reid. No.
Not bad.
No.
Not bad. But this is the Sports Kebab Sports News Skewered, and I want to start by wishing everybody a happy Hanukkah. Tonight is the 6th night of the Festival of Lights, and lots of sports figures have been giving their thoughts on the event. When asked about Hanukkah, Matt Ishbia said it's a meaningful holiday. Alex Bregman said it was fun to celebrate. And Puka Nacua said he honestly had no idea it had anything to do with Jews. It's really not. Yeah, Puka Nacua had quite the week and was all over the news when he appeared on streamer Aiden Ross's show. Now, first of all, it sucks that these annoying hack streamers have so much media power these days. especially this guy who keeps getting in trouble and never faces repercussions. I mean, say what you will about Jake and Logan Paul, but at least they give us the catharsis of getting to watch large men repeatedly punch them in the face every now and then. During the stream, though, with this guy, Puka Nacua was coaxed into enacting a touchdown celebration that was anti-Semitic. Now, to be fair, Nacua claimed ignorance and said he knew nothing about the anti-Jew stuff. But then again, so did Colonel Schultz.
Sammy?
That
was even before your time. Wasn't it Hogan's Heroes?
That was way before my time,
It was before my time, too. Yes.
Now, Puka Nacua, he did issue a statement, but as a Jew myself, I don't think that's enough. I think Nacua should have to apologize to every current Jewish NFL player by taking them to lunch. And the good news is it should be easy since they'll all fit inside the same Uber, really, to be fair. Not that many Jews in the NFL right now. Nacua also made news during the same stream by criticizing NFL refs and then doubled down on it after Thursday night's game by tweeting, "Can you say I was wrong? Appreciate you stripes for your contribution, LOL." Now, coincidentally, "appreciate you stripes for your contribution, LOL" is also what Dan Bickley tweeted after watching his favorite Bill Murray movie. Stripes. And look, Puka Nacua is an incredible receiver. Maybe the best receiver in the NFL, right? His hands are incredible. Throw anything to him, he catches it. I mean, the guy has a tighter grip on balls than Devin Booker's compression shorts. Footballs. And
oh my God!
But
he broke Vince.
But
oh my God!
But there's he's a great receiver, guys. But there's increasing evidence that he might not be the brightest fellow, Seriously, he is an awesome receiver. Boy, is he dumb.
How dumb is he?
He's so dumb he thought SoFi was a fraternity. I mean, he's a dumb guy.
How dumb is he?
He is so dumb, he thought LA Rams was French for the Rams. Seriously, though, great receiver, but not too bright. I mean, he's Dim Brown. He's Torrey Dolt. He's Julio Jones. Top pass catcher. Not the brightest guy, though. He's Rob Moron. He's Amari Stooper. He's Jason Halfwitten.
Jason Halfwitten.
And look, I have him on my fantasy team, and he's carrying me through the playoffs, so I can't complain that much. And I have talked a lot about fantasy football this week and the controversy about me picking up Kirk Cousins to block my opponent and the ensuing complaining and whining by him that I stole him, that he wanted him. And now I dropped him, and now he has him, and now he's so happy. My goodness, geez. Usually the only people that are in love with their cousins this much are SEC fans. Speaking of college football, the big story locally has been Michigan's reported pursuit of ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham. Now, insiders say it's been a full press to get Kenny to leave Tempe and go to Ann Arbor, with everyone contacting him. Apparently, boosters have called him. Apparently, the college has called him. Hell, Sharon Moore was even going to call him, but he already used his one phone call. My goodness. Boy, that Sharon Moore story is crazy, right? That
How
story.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Michigan fans went into the season hoping he would raise his stock, not his stock. Stock.
Stock.
But in conclusion here, we'll see what happens with Kenny Dillingham in Michigan, and I don't know. I'm a little tense about it. And to take my mind off it, I'm going to go to watch the new Avatar movie this weekend. Because at least in that movie, you can root for the big blue guys to succeed.
Okay. I'll allow it.
There you go.
Well
done, Jason.
There we go.
Very nice.
Last one of the year.
Usually, if it's a kind of a one-topic thing, I can really dig into it. There you go. Happy Hanukkah.
Dim Brown.
Dim Brown.
You know how you really could have punctuated that line? The last one should have been, yeah, he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. He's Rob Gronkowski.
I actually was going to do all those plays on words on receiver names, and then I was going to end with, he's Antonio Brown. No, I didn't even need to change that one.
Right. That works. That works too.
Well done, Jarrett. The Sports Kebab, final one of the years. Jarrett's on.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're on vacation.
Because I'm back the next week, but I guess you're right.
That'll
goes
be the new year
too. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not speaking out of school here. You can follow Jarrett on X/Twitter.
This is my job.
At JarrettGC. Coming up, some final thoughts on this Red Friday, including a filling out of the weekend checklist. We'll peer into the future. Coming up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is tackle. Tackle. Text the word tackle to 620-620 right now. Tackle. Text tackle to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Celebrate the season with the most colorful day of the year. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl Parade presented by Lerner & Rowe on January 3rd in Central Phoenix. You'll see Valley Pride on full display with giant balloons, show-stopping floats, non-stop music, and the kind of feel-good energy that happens when the entire city comes together. Start 2026 with joy. Join us on January 3rd and learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org. Viva Fiesta!
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open.
An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Yeah, we love everything about Dylan. That edge, that competitive spirit, he's the fire starter in all that we do. We follow his lead. We just got to get to the edge and not go over. We need him in the game. But again, like his first half offensive really helped us when we were in the mud. We can't really get any type of advantage on that defense. I thought offensively he was really good in that first half. And then I thought even in the third quarter at times, like his ball pressure really helped us. And then down the stretch, obviously, we need to go to the edge and not go over.
I heard that soundbite this morning. The first thing I thought of. Ooh. Remember this, Tim Ring?
The editing wizardry of a Vince Murata on the fly.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a wizard.
Actually, what song? I don't know if I know this song.
No? This is Firestarter. By the band The Prodigy. Jerry, you remember this, right?
Oh, yeah. Did you not hear me just singing along to it? Yeah.
Oh, that's what you were doing?
Yeah.
I thought you were having an attack of some sort.
An epileptic seizure / singing the lyrics.
Sammy, yay, nay?
Never heard it. It'll probably be the last time.
I do not care for this kind of music either. It reminds me of Rage Against the Machine in a way.
Really?
I don't know. Like new metal, I don't like Limp Bizkit and...
Oh, that sucks.
Who sings this? Terrence
Korn.
The Prodigy. The second thing I thought of was the Drew Barrymore movie, Firestarter. Do you remember that?
I do.
When she was a child. Creepy movie. Anyway, Dylan Brooks, they need him to be the Firestarter. Prodigy, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right. On Fridays, when we head out for the weekend, we try to peer into the future, see what we think could happen in the sports world or beyond if you choose to go there. We call it the weekend checklist. It was not great last week, right, Sammy?
Well, probably our worst.
Okay.
0 for 12?
No.
It wasn't that bad.
The only person that got something right, I think, is the person that's not here.
Yeah. But Bick was like...
That's why he's the man.
I predict that Whiskey's Quicker will play at Waltz Appliance. And
he did.
I did go and see Bickley's band play on Saturday. Yeah,
you did?
I failed to mention, yeah.
I predict the NFL's record after the weekend will be 500.
All right, so we'll each go with 3. I'll go first. I believe the great campaign of Trey McBride will continue on Sunday. I believe the Cardinals tight end will have 2 touchdown catches. Again. I believe that Devin Booker will score 30-plus points in San Francisco against the Warriors tomorrow night. And I believe... and damn well hope the Oklahoma Sooners beat the Alabama Crimson Tide tonight in the college football playoff.
I believe. Do you believe?
I believe.
Do you believe?
Tim, what are your 3?
Calm down, Dion. I believe that it's Steph Curry who will score 30 or more points. The Warriors will avenge the loss last night, but it'll be the springboard, if that's the right phrase, for a 4-game Suns winning streak, which will not happen over the weekend,
Wow.
but I believe that is
You're
what will
looking
happen.
way into the future.
I am. I believe
Will
that
anybody win the Powerball this weekend? $1.5 billion.
I'm going to have to buy a ticket.
I can tell you right now.
That one ticket will definitely increase your
You only need
chances.
one.
If I win Powerball, Kenny Dillingham will be at ASU.
That's how you're going to spend your dough?
The first thing I'm going to do.
I want him to stay, too. I'm not doing that.
What a waste of money. You can make yourself the head coach of ASU with that money.
$1.5 billion. You can have a lot more fun and still make sure ASU is good.
I don't know if that's going to keep up with the Texas Tech folks.
Right. I believe that the Chicago Bears will beat the Green Bay Packers at Soldier Field. Biggest Bear-Packer game at Soldier since the 2010 NFC Championship game when Jay Cutler faked an injury and tapped out. I believe that both Tulane and JMU will lose Saturday night by at least 3 touchdowns. I'm
going to do 3 Super Bowl predictions. 2 Super Bowl in one.
Super Bowl's not until February,
Wait a second. That's not what I meant.
Oh, wait.
I'm going to say the Titans will upset the Chiefs without Patrick Mahomes.
Wow.
I am going to say that one of either Tulane or JMU will win their game in the playoffs.
No.
The combined point spread is like 39 points.
It's 17.5 and then 21.5.
Yeah. 39.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I just knew the spread.
And I predict that Michigan will have a head coach by Monday's show.
Okay. Wow. Real quick, Sammy, what do you got?
Okay, I have, similar to Vinny, OU beats Bama. I also have Book scoring 30, but in a Suns win. And then I have Lamar Jackson will account for 4 or more touchdowns in a Sunday night win against the Patriots.
All right. 4 or more touchdowns.
Yeah.
Real quick, around the horn on the Cardinals. They got a chance?
They got a chance. They got a chance, but they will not win the football game.
I don't think they're going to win either.
31-17. Falcons.
Oh, I don't think it'll be that high. Oh God, I hope not. Kirk Cousins, 4 interceptions.
It's gonna come back to get you.
And nobody predicted Jarrett's gonna get beat by his own roster move.
I got 52 points from Puka Nacua, so good start.
Yeah.
That is gonna do it for us. Tim Ring, a sincere thank you for being here all week. Bix back on Monday.
Gentlemen, always a pleasure.
We leave you with this.
I started David Blau for the last 2 weeks of the season. So
how would you pronounce that guy's name, though? I'm a little confused when I see it written.
Spelled B-L-O-U-G-H.
Bluff, right? No? Is there any animal, perhaps? Bluff like rough, like a dog would say? No?
He hasn't played for 3 years, and we're still milking this bit.
Milking, for example. Like Blau like cow.
Oh, speaking of milking.
Jarrett, light this candle.
Ho, ho, ho. But enough about Vince, Tim, and Sammy.
Hey, Pinky Tuscadero, take it easy.
You might as well crumple up the last 2-minute report, add apply to it, and wipe your butt with it.
This is Patrick, everybody. He does sports.
They would get into the red zone. That's good. But Isaiah Adams got called for a holding penalty. That's bad.
But it comes with a free Frogurt.
That's good. Frogurt contains potassium benzoate. That's bad.
Tackling is nothing more than courage, timing, and leg drive.
Hey, well, what do you know?
Rover, Timmy's in trouble. Go get help.
Merry Christmas to you in jail.
Staying on the road and a haircut.
Chunks of guys like you in my stool.
That's what killed Dennis Day. Contempt for the audience.
Sinbad O'Connor.
Good morning. You know what? Merry Christmas and happy holidays to all.
It's like putting your whole mouth
right in the dip.
They should be in Buffalo, babe.
I haven't seen that many wings since I hung out with Paul and Linda McCartney, babe. Start spreading the news. Put my hand upon your hip. I dip, you dip, we dip. Here comes McBride. Bam, 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 bam.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
You feather-brained fop. You
pencil neck pop.
You shut your mouth.
My grandma had wheels. She'd be a bicycle.
I don't want to be staring a crapshoot in the face.
I was whistling the song Fernando.
The new voice of the Diamondbacks, Larry Gatos.
You want me to stand up, show a little leg?
I've always wanted a trampoline.
It was ironic bling. The first thing I do when I get home after a long day, I take off the bra. Do not take this if you wake up at 3:30 in the morning, dumbass. Coming up next. Where are we going next?
Talk about some sports.
I forgot to decide. More of the Bickley Mirage.
we did. Whatever we talk about, it's going to be brilliant.
It's going to be great. Good stuff.
Live Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Jordan Goodwin hit a game-winning free throw with 0.4 seconds left last night, and the Phoenix Suns found a way to win at Mortgage Matchup Center 99-98 against the Golden State Warriors. ASU Athletic Director Graham Rossini was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing the Kenny Dillingham situation.
I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion.
The Arizona Cardinals' last home game will be this Sunday against Kirk Cousins and the Atlanta Falcons. Kickoff from State Farm Stadium will be at 2:05 on Sunday right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And tonight, Oklahoma and Alabama get together in the college football playoff. You can hear that on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers! Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it is the Wolf and Luke show. Now, as you may have noticed yesterday, Wolf's not here today, as he made it quite clear throughout. So, you know what we should do is just never say your name and see how long it takes people to guess that Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf today.
You know what's fascinating is I started the week with Wolf having opened his 72 hours to vacation window.
Yeah, he was pretty proud of that.
And now I'm here when it's closed and he's gone.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
He was counting down the moments yesterday, which is funny because he loves being here. Like, he loves his job.
Oh, yeah.
But he loves when he hits that vacation. And joke's on him because he doesn't get to talk about his son's win over Golden State last night. So,
take that, Wolf. And you don't have to talk about the Cardinals either. Wait
a minute.
Hold on.
Maybe he was the genius all this time.
He duped us.
Damon Alred's going to join us a little bit later on to talk some ASU football. John Gaines, Cardinals offensive lineman, will join us in the 12 o'clock hour. We got a bunch of other stuff going on as well. Kind of a big college football game tonight all of a sudden, potentially here in the Valley with Alabama and Oklahoma playing. Gee, why would that affect us?
Let's go Sooners.
So we will get into that shortly as well. But we gotta start with that Suns game last night, Mitch, and a 1-point win over Golden State. Two different halves from Devin Booker.
Same thing.
Dylan Brooks in the center of some controversy late again. Colin Gillespie with an injury that was like, oh no, is he like done for a long time? And he was back like, 2 minutes later?
Yeah.
And making an impact too. And the biggest thing, Suns beat Golden State. I think this is a team you're going to need to find wins against if you want to be a playoff team.
Did you see Merriam-Webster dictionaries, like their staff picked the word of the year? Did you happen to see what that word of the year was?
Was this when it was 6-7? Or was
no.
Okay. Somebody
No.
picked 6-7 as the word of the year.
I know they did,
Okay.
but the word that they picked was slop.
Why?
So just putting that out there now. I don't know why they picked it, but
Okay.
that was definitely what I was watching last night, was a lot of slop. In a sports sort of
I thought you were going
way.
to try to spin it as positive.
6-7.
I don't think there's a positive way to spin slop or 6-7, but what I can say was what I was watching last night was a little
6-7.
all over the place.
It was. By the way, just so you know, if you happen to say those numbers together, Rick is going to hit that sound.
Oh, I know.
You were here.
I've been on
6-7.
I've been on 3 Wolf and Luke shows before this one, just within the past week time frame.
Yeah.
So I'm unfortunately seasoned when it comes to
it is the Wolf and Luke and Mitch show this week.
Wolf's new catchphrase.
That's the way it works.
And Frank Caliendo was in it. I missed that. I'm really bummed.
He immediately sat down, was talking, looked over at Wolf and said, your haircut makes you look like Guile from Street Fighter 2. It's like, wow, that's oddly specific. So then I had to pull it up and show it to Wolf, and Wolf was like, "Duh, Frankie! Duh, Frankie!"
Yeah.
Anyway, the Suns won last night.
Somehow, some way.
Yeah. Where do you want to start with this? I think it says a lot just because of how potentially draining the end of the Lakers game was. And even though that Lakers game now feels like it was a week ago, it was the last time they played. And again, when they see a team for a second time, with the exception of Denver, Oklahoma City, and Houston, which I know that's 3 teams, but those are maybe the 3 best teams in the NBA, they have responded very well once they've seen a team.
I will say, too, and you know this because you work with him for a living, but Wolf uses the competitive win-loss record, right? Like, how many games were you competitive in versus not? I think that's another takeaway about this Suns team that we don't talk about nearly enough. Obviously, Wolf does, but just the idea that they can be down by 14 points and still be in the game.
Yeah, and it's almost to the point. Not that you love it when they're down by 14, but you don't really write them off at this point because this season has shown you that you shouldn't. It would be ridiculous to be like, oh, they're down 14. Okay, I'm going to go watch Thursday Night Football or something. You can't.
Just think about how much of our expectations have changed from, like, if you go all the way back to June, July, whenever the draft was, I can't really remember, where there's obviously a different direction happening with this team. The hires of Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott didn't leave much to the imagination in the immediate. And now fast forward to here, where this basketball team has 15 wins, which is, I think, 7th or 6th in the Western Conference as of right now. And they're playing basketball in a way that has been very inspiring and very refreshing and very much fitting the mantra of today's day and age of the NBA, with a head coach who, quite frankly, should be getting a lot more consideration for Coach of the Year, with a GM who is getting a lot more respect based on the players he has put together for this roster. Like, even just Jamari Bouye, random 2-way signing just to add some depth. He's been giving some great minutes for this team in rotation. There's a lot of things that have really worked out well for the Suns this year, and a big part of it is that they do not stop playing, even when the going gets tough.
No, even if there's adversity at the very end, here's Devin Booker after the game talking about the Dylan Brooks foul very late, leading to a crazy ending, but the Suns overcame that anyway. And, anytime you overcome anything to be a team with Steph Curry, you're doing something right.
No, I'll never get used to it. I think we've talked about it, just channeling it the right way. There's some great in there. Just sometimes the outcome isn't the best. And, these last 2 games, just the point of the game that they've happened in, have put us in a tough spot. So we learn from it. We're a full unit. We're not mad at Dylan. We're asking him to bring that energy, bring that fight every night. So, on the other hand, there should be times like this, but it can be controlled.
It really is like it's like a chemist in a laboratory, whoever that is. Maybe that's Brian Gregory or it's Jordan Ott or whatever, but the Suns put this together. And Dylan Brooks brought all this chemistry to this team and brought all these good things, but it is just so volatile. You can't add anything else. You got to be real careful with that beaker because we've seen it a couple times now at the end of these games. Like, it's just about to explode.
He's not the mad scientist, but he's the guy who just really wants to help and contribute in a big way. And he has all these big ideas. And he's like, well, what if we tried mixing this chemical and this chemical? And then there's just a giant explosion, like comically large explosion,
like one of those
in
old
the
cartoons
lab.
where everybody's just like frozen.
Everybody gets blown back to the wall, and there's a big wall of ash, and they come out, and then there's the imprint on the wall. It's one of that thing. I don't think he's very mad scientist-y. This is Dylan Brooks, right?
This is who he is.
We're going to get into it later, just the idea of is it time for him to take a chill pill or something like that, or be more in control. But the one thing that we can say, and he was even talking about it post-game, is just like he's aware, he's understanding, he's at least accountable for some of these actions, where it felt like last year there wasn't a ton of accountability in terms of why are you guys losing by 20 when you have 2 of the best scorers in the NBA currently? Why are you guys really struggling against some of the weaker teams in the league? And it just felt like a lot of, we just went out there and they kind of took it to us. And I
credit to them. I'm a big fan of credit to them at this point. Maybe some shrugging.
As soon as I hear credit to them, I just want to run through a wall. It's like, enough. Stop giving them credit. Tell me why you guys stunk, Yeah. And that hasn't been the Suns this year.
No. Even when they're winning. I mean, that comment right there by Devin Booker is after a win. They won the game last night, but it's like, this is something that we gotta have it under control. I said this to Wolf the other day because it was something I didn't think would be an issue before the season began. Because I, to be honest, didn't think the Suns were going to be playing a whole lot of games with playoff implications. So
I'm shocked they're at 15 wins right now.
Honestly, they look if you just watch them and you don't know their record, you feel like they're at like 18 wins.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that's a good basketball team.
We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. All right, when we come back, Graham Rossini spoke yesterday with Burns and Gambo, so we'll play you some of the audio, and we can all just determine together if you feel better, worse, or the same about Kenny Dillingham's future at ASU. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell is in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands, takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? You know, I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime, and a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't, and leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Run, run, Rudolph. Randolph ain't too far behind. Run, run, Rudolph.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Chaos is a ladder as the Suns benefit from havoc to beat the Warriors. AD Graham Rossini told Burns and Gambo that ASU is in fluid talks on Kenny Dillingham's contract. And now is when ASU must prove the sleeping giant talk is right by retaining Kenny Dillingham. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
What's going on? Litchfield Park. Quick shout out to Litchfield Park right here. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf today. Mitch.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Litchfield Park as well.
I don't know why we just did that as if we haven't already done a segment of the show and didn't just speak during the break.
We got to start every segment by just pretending it's the first time we're seeing each other.
Ever?
It's like 50 first dates, but it's 16 segments of radio instead.
16 first segments. You heard the headlines on ArizonaSports.com right there, and we're going to kind of dive into a version of a few of them right now, talking ASU. Now, okay. Graham Rossini is on Burns and Gambo every week during the season and during the football season, and he was on yesterday. And I was driving out of here yesterday, Mitch, and I was listening to the show, as I often do. And I heard him come on, and I knew we were doing the show today, so I actually turned it off so that I could react to some. So I've heard some of this, but I was trying to react to some of it live on the air because I figured you would have already heard it all. And usually when I do the show, Wolf hasn't necessarily heard it all, which works because you kind of react in real time. So,
can I plot twist you real quick?
Go ahead.
I've not heard this interview either.
What? Wow. Okay.
We're both going to be reacting
live.
Get
crazy. Okay.
Just a couple of Sun Devil alums reacting to what the athletic director has to say about the head football coach.
Volatile topic for me, and as I'm sure it is for you.
Dylan, don't mix those two chemicals.
Anyway, I have heard some of this. Some of the spontaneity, I guess, is ruined on my side. But here's Graham Rossini on. They asked him about the state of negotiations with Kenny Dillingham. Hey, I wonder if he knew this question was coming.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I know there's a lot going on around the Valley, around our fan base. I'm hearing about it as well. I'm not going to talk about contracts publicly. That's just not the way that I played the situations out. But I'm happy to talk about the leadership in our program. And I'm of the many thousands of people that also agree that Kenny Dillingham is the right leader for our football program. Leadership matters. We have tremendous leadership in place with Coach and his staff. And so we're working through it. We're working through some details. And it's an exciting moment for our program. There's a lot of things that we want to solidify. And I think just looking at the perspective of how we look at these things, as a sport, as an industry, we work with these long-term contracts. The reality is the landscape of college sports is changing daily, weekly, very quickly. And so my perspective has been all along, as you're designing something long-term, the little details become the most important part of the big moments. And so we've got to get it right, and we've got to secure what we've been building. And so I'm of the mindset that it's more important to get it right than it is to get it done. And that doesn't mean that we're recklessly slow or we're irresponsible, but we're committed to getting it right.
So who's holding things up here then? Because it sounds to me like Graham is on Kenny's side of this.
Which I fully believe. That's not a surprise.
And what I mean by that is the way he specifically mentioned the details and the working on those little things in real time and how the landscape is changing. It doesn't sound like they want to do any restructuring of the years. It doesn't sound like they want to do any restructuring of like what the contract entails. It's about just little tiny things on a year-to-year basis. And like little, it's almost like he's asking for, what's the word? Like we all got a holiday bonus on our recent checks, right? He's asking for a holiday bonus, but he's asking for it every single year. It's a market correction. That's what he wants. And I think that's what they're trying to figure out.
Yeah, you know, I laugh at the people, and most of them seem to be from Ann Arbor or just nationally right now that are just like, oh, it's cookie cutter.
I don't even know if Ann Arbor's a city, if I'm being honest. So.
Oh, okay. Your words, not mine, although I echo them. Okay. So they, this idea that everybody's just, everybody's the same. Everybody will do this. Everybody will do that. First of all, everybody isn't the same. And Kenny Dillingham in particular isn't the same.
No.
So you're talking about a guy who already in his previous negotiations was trying to get his assistants taken care of last year. So who knows what specifically? I mean, I fully believe what he's negotiating is stuff to make sure this team is able to compete for the Big 12 championship every year.
Yes.
I'm sure at some point he's going to get paid more too. I'm sure he has an agent that's like, hey, this is probably a good time to look out for yourself too, Kenny. I don't want to overstate this, Mitch, but this is the biggest thing in the history of the world. Maybe not that, but it's one of the biggest moments in ASU athletic history. Because what you are, the pressure point that you're at now, also tonight with Alabama playing Oklahoma, the Alabama job might be available this weekend. Kalen DeBoer might be Michigan's coach by the time we come back in here on Monday. And we can get into all the ramifications of that shortly, but just know that there is a pressure point tonight. Or Alabama may win tonight, and then Kalen DeBoer is probably out of the running for the Michigan job because they're still going to be playing in the playoffs and anything in between. But I just think, and a lot of what Graham Rossini said reiterates this, you have been looking for this moment where you have a coach that can wake the sleeping giant or activate the valley or all these things, and Kenny is doing it. Like, he is legitimately doing it.
Yes.
And so if you start over, and it kind of feels like at this point Kenny is really trying to stay, if you start over with any other coach, you are kind of sending the message of, yeah, we said it was important, but was it that important?
There's no legitimate commitment to winning, and you're starting over on all that momentum that you have built up over the last 3 years with Kenny.
And I'd hate to be the next coach, no matter who they are. Even if they do an amazing job, they're walking into one of the biggest shadows you could walk into, because all of the things that have been brought up in the past, if you're a true ASU fan or if you're somebody around the valley that just sees this and they're like, hey, why can't this program be a contender on a yearly basis? They are starting to come true much more quickly than I thought anybody could do it within the last 2 years. You just can't hit reset. The more this goes on, the more I think he's staying, which is what I thought originally anyway. But I don't think he wants to leave, and I certainly think Graham Rossini knows how important it is to not let him leave.
So then who's holding things up?
That I don't know.
And, secondarily, is there some sort of Godfather offer out there that Michigan is willing to put on the table to make things increasingly difficult for A, Kenny, and B, Arizona State? Because based on some of the reactions that I'm seeing, just like from the fan base, from on Twitter, they're at the point of accosting the university president of like, stop playing chicken with this man. This is the man that has brought this football program back to relevancy for what we assume to be a sustained amount of time, as long as Kenny is here. Why are you trying to play hardball with this right now? Just not
get it done.
Yes, get it done, please.
Yeah. There's so many details that you just don't know. If we're just taking everything on face value, what Graham Rossini just said right there, maybe they are just trying to make sure that this is done right, and Kenny's involved in this. I mean, we're all looking at this and saying, hey, what's the holdup? Michigan's trying to take your coach. And if Alabama loses tonight and Kalen DeBoer goes to Michigan, well, then Alabama's probably going to be trying to take your coach. And to me, that's a more appealing job, but not more appealing than here if this is where you want to be. So we're all looking at it with that sense of urgency of like, get this done. But Kenny has maintained, I know on Tuesday he didn't explicitly say, I'm not going anywhere. He didn't shut
anything down.
But he has in the past shut things down. I mean, he went and told his players, whatever that was a couple weeks ago, I'll be here next year. He did say that. That was just a couple weeks ago. So from his perspective, it might just simply be, I want to get this hammered out right, and he's in no hurry because he knows he's not going anywhere as long as ASU meets what he's asking.
It's just frustrating that this is a tension point right now. Like, we're supposed to be just kind of settling into what was a rather disappointing year, I would say, in terms of following up, going all the way to the Peach Bowl, right? Winning the Big 12 in the first season, and you followed it up with 8 wins where you really couldn't get a healthy group out there despite all of the continuity that you were able to maintain.
Yeah.
Now you're hoping to get that continuity back for a third year, but you're going to be missing a majority of your defensive backfield. You're going to be missing your starting running back. You're going to have to find a new quarterback now, and you're going to be without your top wide receiver and some key guys on the offensive line. Like, this is the biggest starting over point that Kenny has had since he showed up here.
But isn't your confidence level that he will get it right like 9 out of 10?
100%. But
maybe even higher than 9
I just want him to be here for it.
Yeah, and that's what you don't know. Like, it's easy to look, especially at Tuesday, and say, man, Kenny didn't just abruptly shoot it down. But there is a world, and I don't think this is a crazy world, where in Kenny's mind, he's like, I've already shot this down a bunch of times. I'm not going to go out there and keep shooting it down and kill my own leverage.
He was basically to tears on Saturday. And then on Tuesday, it's like, well, college football's crazy. Yeah. It's a wild place.
I don't know. I mean, this is it is pivotal, and I would say not even just for football, because the environment around ASU athletics, when you consider Molly Miller and Greg Powers and Graham Rossini is a huge part of this, how everybody kind of rallies around each other now between the sports.
J.J. Van Niel with volleyball.
Yeah, with volleyball for sure. Not that that's only Kenny, but I feel like Kenny was the starting point for all of it. And so, like, you can't – this is more than just like, oh, we're going to win 10 football games next year. I think it's your athletic department. It is just the feeling around your football team. Like you said, this was a disappointing year, but to me – it raised the floor. Like, you had all these injuries. Now I expect the floor to be 8 wins, which is, think about that 2 years ago.
It's not about winning 10 wins next year. It's about winning 10 wins next year and the next year and the next year.
And that kind of being the standard now. And people just being into it, even in the offseason. All right, when we come back, how about some Cardinals? What exactly is there to watch in these final 3 games? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
They got 2 backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your peppermint latte. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' victory, read Kellen Olson's latest up now on ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedo. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And that is what is trending now.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, riding down Santa Claus Lane. Blitzen, blitzen, all here's a reindeer pulling on a rein.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who makes a trade first, the Arizona Diamondbacks or the Phoenix Suns? The Bernsey Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. It just feels like everything's up in the air right now, doesn't it?
Even the air itself.
Yeah, well, that was very meta. The air is up in the air.
By the way, did you hear Bernsey's lookie?
Yeah?
Turns out we have our answer.
I guess that's true. Well, that's why I was saying everything feels like it's up in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You have the answer. You want to throw this trade out there real quick?
Sure. Everybody get ready. In case you didn't hear it from Jesse's update, the Diamondbacks did make official. They have acquired
who's Jesse?
Sorry. Rick has made the announcement
Between
in his
9 a.m. and 2 p.m., he is Rick.
I apologize. I apologize to you too, Rick.
Rick, I'm actually changing your name in my phone.
You know, I like my name sometimes, so I appreciate it, Mitch.
Sometimes? Okay. Well, how do you want to be in my phone? You want to be Rick or Jesse?
Jesse, and then parentheses, you put Rick.
Okay. All right.
Or in parentheses, you put do not text. I'm just kidding. Okay, so the Diamondbacks did make official.
Mitch, I have clips of you if you want me to play them.
That's a good point. He's got blackmail. All right. The Diamondbacks acquired minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu.
Okay.
I assume that's how you pronounce his hyphenated last name. And the Phillies have gotten back Kyle Backus. So it's a major league for minor league move. And I'll bring up this point as well from Alex D'Agostino, who does Diamondbacks coverage, I believe, with Dbacks on SI. Yep. I'd imagine this is to clear a spot for Merrill Kelly, but still a little bit strange.
Okay. This is
because
what I mean.
The Kelly signing is not official yet.
When everything's just kind of up in the air. And, we'll probably look more at this later on in the show, but it's like... even just based on Dave Burns' look ahead right there, like, are the Suns about to make a trade?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming this wasn't the trade he was thinking of when he mentioned the D-backs.
No. Not even what I was thinking of when I wrote the lookie.
Obviously, all the ASU stuff, like all these things are up in the air, and it is actually the NFL season. This is normally when you're just talking NFL all the time. And yet, here we are, the Cardinals. They have 3 games left. They got Atlanta on Sunday, the final home game, Mitch. And if you are still invested in wins or losses, probably their most winnable game left. Cincinnati, I don't know. Maybe Joe Burrow will just walk out on the Bengals, and then that's a winnable game. I don't know. But here you go. I think at this point, it's not just wins or losses at this point. I mean, you have to be looking for individual things from individual players.
Well, so if they win, that would match the amount of wins that Jonathan Gannon had in his first season, and it would avoid them having the worst amount of losses in their franchise history.
Which I'm sure means a lot to Jonathan Gannon and probably nothing to the fan base.
Yeah, but either way. I think we could go into a deeper conversation about which of the two games is more winnable. And now with the Rams losing last night, that Week 18 game probably means a little bit more to the Rams because they have a lot more to play for all of a sudden.
If it means anything to the Rams, that game's not winnable.
Yeah, exactly. So either way, this weekend, it seems like things are trending upward towards Marvin Harrison Jr. returning. That's not me reporting. That's just me looking at the injury report from the last 2 days. That's me seeing the tweets from our Tyler Drake.
This is all allegedly.
Thank you, Pat McAfee. He's been limited both of the last 2 days with a heel injury. The only thing that gives me pause is that JG has already ruled out Max Melton, who is also dealing with a heel injury, and a very similar heel injury to what Marvin Harrison Jr. is dealing with. So either way, whether he plays or not is something that I'm paying attention to, just because I want to see him have a very productive performance as the assumed number one receiver on this team, where in his first 2 seasons, after being the number 4 overall pick, he has not delivered on that type of billing.
It's funny you say that, because I'm over here trying to figure out specific things that I even still want. Like, what can you show me in these final 3 games that's going to make me feel better going into the offseason or about like the only thing that's going to make me feel better going into next year? And my expectations weren't even as high as a lot of people this year. I was 8 or 9 wins, which now
I think I had
seems
like
ridiculous.
7, but yeah, that seems atrocious still.
But even like Vegas, wasn't Vegas over under 8.5?
8.5.
Yeah. So you go from being this kind of like dark horse team that was on some watch lists in the offseason, national ones of like, hey, keep an eye out for the Cardinals, to being a team that's not even like, it's an afterthought in the league right now with the way the season has gone. I'm looking at these final few games, and it's just like, what am I watching for? But you kind of, I think you hit on one of them. I would like to see Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson in the same game and them both be productive. Because
with Trey McBride, too.
Yes, with Trey McBride. Because I think it's fair to wonder if this offense can support like multiple guys being really good at the same time. I know it's a weird thing to say, but that's kind of the way the stats have bared out. Like if Marv doesn't play, you can go ahead and pencil Michael Wilson in for 110 yards, probably a touchdown, 11 catches. If Marv does play, it's not like Marv's going to automatically put up those numbers, but Michael Wilson's numbers are going to go way down too. The only guy who's consistent is Trey McBride. You'd like to see, hey, you know what? You could just go out there and put up 38 points in a game.
I don't have anything that I need or want to see from Trey McBride. Like I'm good in a positive way.
There's
like
nothing,
I know what he is.
Yeah.
I know what he's going to be. He's the best player on this team, bar none. But like you talk about Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr. and trying to find like a balance on offense. So the Rams didn't have Devontae Adams last night, who usually gets a lot of the goal line work. And as a result, you can see of the 457 passing yards that Matthew Stafford had, Puka Nacua had 225 of them.
Yeah.
And then on the opposite side of things, because I think these 2 offenses that we saw last night are very much, oh, this is clearly their best player, and we're just going to keep feeding and feeding and feeding. So Puka got 12 for 225. Jackson Smith and Jigba, in a half, mind you, got 8 for 96. Can you get something like that, but for 2 guys? Especially because we've seen Jacoby Brissett produce at relatively high levels on offense because he's passing it so darn much because the Cardinals are behind by double digits before the offense can even get the ball. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity of, okay, we've got both of these guys in. They've clearly shown flashes when we've individually focused on at least one of them. Can we find a way to get both of them up to can you get both of them to 60 yards? Can you get both of them to 70? I wonder about that.
Especially against Atlanta. And I know Atlanta has a good pass rush, but in general, like Atlanta's not even playing for anything anymore. They're out. Now, we can have, and
they're seemingly playing for something.
What would that something be?
I don't know. They were playing for pride against Tampa Bay. That's for sure.
They really angered Tampa Bay too. Like the
Hassan
reaction,
Reddick, by the way, on Tampa Bay. Who would have thought?
The reaction from everybody on the Buccaneers after they lost to Atlanta, you would have thought that like their franchise folded or something.
Oh my God.
No, like it's a game that if you're Jonathan Gannon, if you're Nick Rallis, if you're Drew Petzing, you need to win because you're still trying to keep your job. We can have the conversation, and we will, as far as is it better for the Cardinals big picture to be winning or losing right now. We'll have that in a few minutes. But here's Budda Baker. He was asked yesterday what he wants to see from his defense the rest of the season at least.
Yeah, me personally, I just want us to try to be as detailed as we can and be able to execute whatever the call is. Whatever Nick calls, just being able to execute it, do your job, all 11 guys. If we can do that, for the game, we feel like good things will happen. Certain times it's 9 guys doing it right and, 2 guys doing it wrong, or 10 guys doing it right, 1 guy does it wrong, and it hits and it seems. So just playing complementary football, but also playing within, the defense and doing our job and being detailed and just executing whatever the call is. If we can do that, that's something that I'm looking at. The motor and violence is always there. You see guys running to the ball. You see guys trying to hit the ball, create turnovers. But let's just be a little more detailed with whatever the call is so we can execute it.
I would love to see that too, because we haven't seen that in any of the 6 losses that they've had in this stretch, especially because 4 of those 6 losses came where they allowed 40 points to their opponent, which massive fall off by the defense. I get it. There's a lot of injuries involved, and maybe you can point to, well, if they had Mack Wilson out there calling the defense, maybe things are a little more shored up.
It would definitely help.
Maybe if Jalen Thompson was out there in the secondary, there'd be a little more protection on that second level. But in general, you built up all this depth in the offseason. You have all of these guys. This is supposed to be the strength of the team, and they have looked awful the last 6 weeks.
That has been the biggest disappointment to me because I expected more from the defense. Now, I will say, I forget who posted this, but they were like, the defense hasn't even had any injuries. The defense is decimated by injuries. I don't know if you're not watching
half
the games
of their starting
or what.
lineup. Are you kidding?
If you watch the Cardinals, you realize the defense has had a ton of injuries.
Yeah.
But that doesn't excuse giving up 40 points a game. So the drop off there to me has to really be addressed this offseason, however they want to address it.
They gave up 100 yards to Jawar Jordan in his first ever NFL game. You got Bijan Robinson coming in on Sunday.
Yeah. All right. When we the worst stat though, since we just played that Budda Baker cut, that guy's played in 1 playoff game. That is not right. That is just, it is morally wrong that Budda Baker's only played in 1 playoff game. When we come back, Rams-Seahawks last night was epic in a very weird way. Was it maybe the best Thursday night game, I don't know, ever? Was it one of the best games of this season? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bowl. Bowl.
Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now.
Bowl.
Text bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake, limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 5-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can ensure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Cardinals, Falcons, and the return of one Dan Bickley. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, Mitch Feraldis is in for Wolf today. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday, coming off a wild Thursday night football game last night. Wild. Is probably going to determine a lot of what happens in the NFC now. The NFC West is just absurd.
Seahawks are in the driver's seat for the 1 seed.
Yeah. Allow me a moment here, and this will probably just anger Seahawks fans.
Okay.
Whatever. They're a very good team. That defense is no joke. They are legit. I'm not saying that they shouldn't even be 12-3.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, what a weird way to get a 2-point conversion last night. A very fortunate way. And I would argue it's kind of fortunate to be the first team Phillip Rivers plays against last week in 5 years, too.
Yeah. Not that they looked great in that game, though. For, like, offensively speaking. They couldn't score a touchdown.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, Seattle, I think the Rams are better. But Seattle won the game last night, and that's a big deal because what it does is it drops the Rams to 5th in the NFC, and there's only 2 games left for those teams. And Seattle is now in the driver's seat to have home field all the way through the playoffs and get a first-round bye. And you know how the Seahawks are at home. I know they're actually better with Mike McDonald since he got there on the road. But that is a game changer last night because to me, by virtue of a very weird finish, Seattle went from good team that's not going to come out of the NFC to the path goes through Seattle now.
Maybe there's Seattle Seahawks fans that have differing opinions on this, but I would say somebody who is able to win 22 games in their first 2 seasons as a head coach and first 2 seasons as an NFL head coach ever is a pretty good coach.
With Geno Smith and Sam Darnold at quarterback?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then spent this offseason trading away 2 franchise favorite. Well, maybe DK Metcalf was not a favorite, but certainly Tyler Lockett was.
Yeah.
Moving on from those 2 guys at receiver, elevating Jackson Smith-Njigba to a role where he might win Offensive Player of the Year. Like, he put up his final stat line was put up in a half.
Yeah.
Not even over the course of a full game.
Sometimes.
The Seahawks confound me. 1 week, they look like absolute juggernauts and world beaters, and they're taking down the Commanders on Sunday night on the road. That's one example. And then the other night, they're really struggling against a Colts defense that has not been good since they acquired Sauce Gardner. Not that that's specifically Sauce Gardner's fault, but it's a team that I listen to a lot of Bill Simmons, and it's like, is this the fastest we went all in and it absolutely blew up on us in the history of the NFL? Where they were like 7-1, riding high. They spend 2 first-round picks to get Sauce Gardner. You think, oh, they're just going to extend Daniel Jones in the offseason, and they've won 1 game since Daniel Jones tears his Achilles, and this team is now relying on 44-year-old man Phillip Rivers to keep them alive for even a playoff spot in general.
You could argue they maybe I'm not going to say they should have beat Seattle, but I mean, Seattle had to march down the field and get like a 55-yarder.
It's one of those like Blake Krupe hit a 60-yard field goal in Seattle on the road. Like they deserved to win that game.
They did, but also how sustainable is what the Colts are doing. Now, the flip side, there's just no way to avoid this as part of the conversation. There is one division in the NFL with 3 teams with double-digit wins, and it is, of course, the Cardinals division. So right now, the Cardinals are 8.5 games back of Seattle for first. They are.
So they got time or no? Okay.
They are. This isn't baseball, and even baseball that would be too much. They are 7.5 games back of the Rams for second, and they are 7 games back of the Niners for third.
Look, here's the number.
So far back of all these teams.
Here's the number. There's a combined 35 wins in this, or 36 wins, in this division, and the Cardinals have 3 of them. 36 wins in the NFC West. That's absurd, just on its own. And you would think, oh, well, it's one team is blowing everybody out. No. All 3 of them are blowing everybody out. This is ridiculous how well all these teams are playing this year.
Yeah.
Who's the better team, though? The Seahawks won last night, but who's the better team of those 2?
The Rams are the better team.
Okay.
But it's close, obviously.
Does Devontae Adams make a difference last night?
I don't know. That was some weird Seattle magic where everybody quits on a play and Zach Charbonnet just picks up the ball in the end zone and it is a game-tying
It's a massive turning point.
When do you ever see a play like that?
Throws the ball. It's deemed a backwards pass. Ricochets off the helmet of the defender who's very clearly reading the screen incredibly well. Gets in the path of the ball. The ricochet off the helmet sends it towards the end zone where Charbonnet is just like, hey, look what I found.
He looked like he was just picking it up
while standing in the end zone.
To hand the ball. I mean, literally, and I know this was happening as the Suns game was kind of wrapping up, so maybe people didn't see it. You're not exaggerating. Seattle got it back to within 2. They went for 2. It looked like in the moment Sam Darnold threw a pass. It got knocked down. It got knocked from the 5-yard line into the end zone.
Yeah.
Everybody quit on the play. The play looked like it was over in real time. Zach Charbonnet goes and just picks up the ball as if he's like going to give it to the ref. And then they look at it and they review it and they're like, actually, it was a backwards pass and you get 2 points for that. And then they go to overtime and they win.
Okay.
I thought it was a forward pass.
Even after the review?
Yeah.
It was.
I will say Terry McAulay did a great job explaining the play, which finally a good use for these rules analysts who otherwise just come in and say, yeah, that's actually not the correct call. They're going to overturn this here, but, it was a good effort, I guess.
Well, that's better
what was
than
the point of that?
2 years ago, it used to just be no matter what the ref on the field did, they were right. And the rules analyst was like, oh, I'm going to support my guy. Sure, he called that a punt.
I've worked with this guy for 17 years.
He's never made a mistake. He's an official. Officials don't make mistakes. That's why I'm here to tell you that. Here's Sean McVay afterwards.
I've never quite seen anything like what happened on the 2-point conversion where you're lined up to kick off. Then they say it's a fumble because they had the clear and obvious recovery. Now you tack it on. You make it a 30-30 game. Very interesting. Didn't get a clear explanation of everything that went on just because of some of the timing of it. They were trying to be able to do that, but that's the thing that I've said. I've never seen anything or never been a part of anything like that, and I've grown up around this game. I'm not making excuses. We don't do that. I don't believe in that. It doesn't move us forward, but we do want clarity and an understanding of the things that we can do to minimize that when we rejected the 2-point conversion.
Now, I agree with him, actually. I think but given the oddness of the situation, you can only imagine how Puka Nacua felt about it, because he seems to think it's all a conspiracy at this point. Even
he made his voice heard online and then very quickly deleted it, but the internet lives forever.
Yeah, what do we think about what's
going
on with
very
him?
rough internet stretch for Puka Nacua, I would say.
It's been a very odd week and a half for him. Yeah,
the dude is amazing, though. Like, just his ability to catch a football, take it another 40 yards down the field, scream into the void, and then have to disappear because he suffers like his 15th concussion of the game. He's a wild animal.
He's got some Antonio Brown in him.
He's like the embodiment of what an actual Ram playing football would be. Just going head first into everything.
Just line up a live Ram if they have to.
Yeah, it's just because they can't have Cam Scatterbo on their team.
That's true.
It is. I don't remember a time. I don't remember my perception of a player changing as quickly as it has of Puka Nacua in the last.
Cam Scatterbo. You're derailing it.
You pulled a cut. When would Mitch ever mispronounce Cam Scadaboo's name?
Apparently right then and there, whenever that was, whenever that date was.
That's going to live on forever. Here's Sean McVay.
April 15th.
Talking about Puka, specifics. Talking about Puka Nacua and his need to all of a sudden be tweeting constantly.
Puka just tweeted something out, kind of taking like a veiled shot there at the refs. I mean,
what are you talking about?
You just put something out on Twitter a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, so what are you asking me right now?
Are you okay?
I can't answer questions about something that I'm not aware of.
Okay, but are you okay with players kind of expressing frustration over things like that? Or is that something that you hope that they kind of keep to themselves?
I got to have more information before I answer any of those kind of questions.
I got to say, I don't know that I've ever really heard Sean McVay angry.
No.
And Puka has pushed him to that point, 3 times in the last week?
He's
trying to sneak people into practice?
It's not been a good week.
No, it hasn't.
And
but on the field, it's been an amazing week for him.
That's just it, is like, this is the tough balance to, I think it was your point or Jesse's point about Antonio Brown, where you cannot deny the talent, but sooner or later, the head case just becomes the bigger story. And for this week, the head case has been the bigger story with Puka Nacua, even with 225 yards last night.
Yeah. All right, when we come back to basketball. So here's the question. Does Dylan Brooks maybe need to dial it back a little? Get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house, the whole family was shivering because the heater went out. Mom and Dad were so cold that they made the decision to pick up the phone and call Precision. Not a moment later, there rose such a clatter. Precision was on the roof with their tools and their ladder. They opened up the panels and put on their gauges, and next thing you know, it was heating like blazes. You may be in the market for a new unit today. Please keep in mind, this year's rebates and savings will soon go away. So just in case the unexpected arises, don't worry about your unit. We work on all shapes and sizes. For the heating contractor with the most integrity, call 602-FIX-MY-AC. 24-hour emergency care, call us today and we'll soon be there. Now dash away all and go to our website or give us a call. May your holiday season be filled with much love from your friends and your family and the Lord up above. Precision Air and Plumbing is honored to say, we wish you a very Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. And a happy holiday.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' victory, read Kellen Olson's latest, up now on ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. The Window Depot, proudly manufacturing and assembling windows right here in Arizona. Get factory direct prices and big box selection at thewindowdepot.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Warriors? We will react starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf. How you doing, Mitch?
I'm good.
Keep asking you how you're doing.
Nice little Wham going on here. The festive playlist is back. I'm enjoying
this.
it.
This is Wham?
Yeah.
It's not like
Wham / George Michael. I think it's a Wham song officially, though.
How many like Christmas songs? I don't know the answer to this, but like have been written since like new songs have been written.
I've had this thought so
later
many
than
times.
like 1970.
The one that I immediately go to is the Kelly Clarkson "Underneath the Tree."
Okay, she wrote
that one's relatively new.
Okay,
Santa Tell Me by Ariana Grande.
I don't know that one, but I know
Santa Tell Me, do you really care?
The look on Jamal's face. Jamal, would
can
you like
you
to
make
say
it?
anything?
Oh man, now I remember it. That's oh man.
The rendition was so spot on.
If you're in the YouTube chat right now, tell us the most recent new Christmas song that you can think of. Please,
all right.
by all means.
Let's okay, the question that we asked going to break, I have a pretty firm answer to.
Okay.
The question was, does Dylan Brooks need to dial it back a little bit in certain moments? I have a pretty firm answer on my end.
Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Just be Dylan Brooks. Now we'll see. You know, we're not at that point yet where it's like, hey, first of all, he's not going to change who he is. He is who he is.
No.
And will I be
He
singing
pokes bears,
a different tune if we are in a playoff series in April? And
bears.
Whoa. A modified version.
Have you not heard that yet?
No, I have not heard that version.
If we get to the point where they're in a playoff series and he costs them a game because he goes overboard,
that's when it's a problem.
Yeah, but I'm not there yet. I mean, first of all,
which is also crazy. Can you say that sentence again? If he costs them in a playoff
game, yeah.
We were not anywhere near that type of conversation at the beginning of the year.
That's why I figured the move was basically no risk to bring him in.
Now
it's just like
you
not
need
gonna hurt him. Yeah,
you need him.
He put up 20 points in the first half last night. I don't want to change anything Dillon Brooks is doing other than his reputation clearly precedes him. K-Ray, I thought, did a great job with this on the call last night when they were reviewing that last one. Was that any worse than what LeBron did to him on Sunday?
Or what LeBron did to that ref?
Yeah. So
I don't know.
The way K-Ray's exact call of it was, well, let's see, it involves Dillon Brooks and Steph Curry, so I think we know how this is going to play out. And right after he said that, they came out and called the flagrant on Dillon Brooks.
I just find it wild where you have a game that has Draymond Green and Dillon Brooks, and it's a big battle test of like who's going to be the bigger DB in this one and who's going to piss off the refs more. And somehow Draymond came out victorious with not getting dinged like any time whatsoever.
Dillon Brooks came out victorious with the win.
So is Draymond back on the nice list? I don't know if you've seen that commercial where he's on the naughty list for another year.
I'm sorry. Said sporting goods store, I believe it is not going to be putting him on the nice list anytime soon. He still clocked Yusuf Nurkic in the head. Let's not forget that.
Who was the dude who was Sabonis when he stomped on his chest, right? Wasn't that Domantas Sabonis?
Yeah. And kicking LeBron in the crotch, but that was...
And putting Gobert in a sleeper hold.
Yeah, these are just some of his highlights.
See, like, I can't even remember a standout Dillon Brooks moment. That should be your indicator alone, is that Draymond Green is the bigger problem than Dillon Brooks.
I'll remind everybody they play again tomorrow. So this is...
Party.
This is not done yet. So where are you on this?
This was a big topic of conversation on the postgame show last night. Obviously, there's at least the people that I heard from that were ready to say like Dillon needs to chill out. Like this is he could have cost us this one again, which coincidental that it came in the same week as a game where Jordan Ott has been very much on the defense saying that Dillon did not cost them that game.
The Lakers game.
But he hit the three that gave them the lead. So having him out there would have been better than not having him out there. I don't care if LeBron missed a free throw, right? Like, you still would rather have him out there than to not have him out there.
Yeah.
And his volatile nature, for lack of a better way of describing it, has put the Suns in these situations where all of a sudden they're a good basketball team and he's been pivotal to their success. And if he keeps having these explosions like this, then I don't know how it's going to keep the Suns maintained at the level that they are right now. Like, we're starting to see a little bit of a dip here. Like, if you just look back at the last 10 games, I think they're 5 of 5, which is probably where we would have expected them to be from the start of the year to now, is about halfway in between, half good, half bad. And here we are talking about this team like they're actually good enough to be a top 6 seed, definitely good enough to be a play-in seed. And Dillon Brooks, if they don't have him out there, I don't think that they're the same basketball team. And I don't think they can be the same basketball team without him.
No, and it's easy to just say, like, well, he goes 100 all the time. Just dial it down to 99. That's not...
Asking someone to go from 100 to 99 is like asking them to go from the hot setting on the shower to go all the way to very, very cold.
Yeah.
Like, it means a lot more to them than it does to you saying it out loud. You know what I mean?
Dillon Brooks, I just don't think can dial it down from 100 to 99. I don't think he can. And like I said, I don't think he should dial it down at all, because you can make a case he's been their most important player this season.
Yeah.
I'm always going to side with Devin Booker in a conversation like that. But as far as
Devin Booker without groin supportive shorts.
Yeah, he's done with those, apparently.
Yeah.
He made that pretty clear on the post.
Never again.
They were like, hey, Devin, what was the difference? I got rid of these stupid shorts. Never wearing those again. Like, because he was 2 points in the first half, 23 in the second half, and he did not mince words after the game as to why. Here's Jordan Ott after the game talking about Dillon Brooks.
Yeah, we love everything about Dillon. That edge, that competitive spirit, he's the fire starter in all that we do. We follow his lead. We just got to get to the edge and not go over. We need him in the game. But again, like his first half offensive really helped us when we were in the mud and we can't really get any type of advantage on that defense. I thought offensively he was really good in that first half. And then I thought even in the third quarter at times, like his ball pressure really helped us. And then down the stretch, obviously, we need to go to the edge and not go over.
This is the Dillon Brooks experience. And honestly, the Suns are probably getting a better version of this experience than even his previous teams have gotten, because he's scoring so much more this year than he really ever has consistently before.
I'd rather have this version at the risk of having the overly volatile versions, right? Like, there's been a lot of frustrations that I've had with some of the officiating these last two games in particular. Like Vinnie texted me some stats last night while I was on the postgame. Did you know there were 20 video reviews just in the last two games?
It feels like
20.
Because these games have both been extremely compelling, and they have reviewed it to death so much at the end that you're just like, can we get like an outcome here?
It's like I can't keep the focus. This Suns team is better with Dillon being who he is right now than if they were to ask him to be any less than he is right now. It's, for lack of a better it's worth the risk. Period.
I'm not saying that Dillon Brooks himself, should just go out there and not care if he takes reckless fouls at the end of games. Yeah. I'm just saying this idea that he has to dial it back in general, the way he plays, and that'll fix these. First of all, even for him, this has been kind of random that it's happened at the end of the last two games. So I don't know.
But he needs to slow down on the technicals. I think he's already halfway to 16, and if he gets to 16, then he's suspended for a game.
Yeah.
So he just going to slow down in that department.
What's it? I don't even know that we've ever had a guy like. What's the countdown after 16? Is it just a 32, or is it like a
no?
punch
I
card?
think it's like every other one that you get leads to fine, suspension, fine, suspend. I think that's what it is. Jeez. I know.
All right, when we come back, just how important is this situation that's going on with ASU right now? How vital is it that they keep Kenny Dillingham, not just like for next year, but for the overall direction of the athletic department? We're going to talk to our Sun Devil reporter, Damon Alred, joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands, takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes two dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Alden Nation.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Hey, Paul Calvese here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Welcome back to the show on a Friday, heading into the weekends. Quick shout out to Waddell. What's going on out there, Waddell? Thanks for everybody listening in Waddell right now.
What's up, Waddell?
Damon Alred, our ASU reporter here at Arizona Sports, is joining us right now.
Look at that mic flag, Damon.
Oh, Lord. This is professional operation there. We don't even have that, Mitch.
I know.
Okay.
Where can we get one of those?
Yeah, we should try that.
I think it came from the studio.
Well, I guess now we got to figure out where all these mic flags are hiding.
That's why we don't have them.
Either way.
All right, Damon. Let's just get into this with ASU. I'll just start here. In your mind, how big is this Alabama-Oklahoma game tonight to the whole Kenny Dillingham future in Tempe situation?
I think it's big, but big more because of how it affects the timing of things more than how it affects Kenny Dillingham's availability on the job market. Because even if Alabama loses tonight and that results in Kalen DeBoer taking the Michigan job, which by all appearances, he's been the top candidate for this thing, and Kenny has been right behind there, or at least in that top tier with him. But if Kalen DeBoer takes that job and, you still haven't come to an amended contract with Kenny Dillingham, then who's going to come calling for Kenny Dillingham is probably Alabama. And, you're still going to have to come to an agreement with, some added resources in some fashion. Otherwise, you're still going to have to worry about this thing getting even crazier.
So from your perspective, what do you think is holding up the negotiations, or what do you think the major sticking point here is?
It could just be both sides testing each other about, how far is Kenny Dillingham willing to take it from the ASU perspective, and how far is Kenny willing to take it, or how far is ASU willing to take it, obviously. I do think that the timing of this game will kind of, kick things along going a little bit further. We had Graham Rossini on Burns and Gambo yesterday. He said that talks have been going on. They're working through the details right now, and that, it's an exciting moment for the program. That was a key phrase that a lot of people honed in on. And whether that results in an amended contract or not, there's obviously still a lot of resources that have to be put into the program in order for, I'm sure, Kenny to feel good about, putting the ink on the dotted line, per se.
Talking to Damon Alred, Damon, Mitch and I were talking about this earlier, and it's always easy to get caught up in the momentum of recency bias or whatever, but I'm of the pretty strong belief that this is one of the bigger moments in ASU football history, really, when you consider where the program was just a couple years ago, but when you also consider how long it's been called a sleeping giant, and then Kenny Dillingham comes in here and he immediately wakes it up and he immediately activates the Valley, and he He did it even faster than I think a lot of us believed he could do it. Previous coaches have tried to do it, and they really couldn't. If you lose him now, it just feels like it's not just a setback. It's like a total change in perception of what this program can be. It feels like you have to, as ASU, follow through and stick with this. Where do you come out in terms of the significance of this beyond just, this week or next season?
Yeah, I wrote specifically about the sleeping giant aspect of it, and just, the kind of trade deadline principle almost of, like, for example, if the Diamondbacks were to trade away Ketel Marte, you worked so hard to get a player like that level, and then you just trade it away to hopefully develop another player to that level. In ASU's case, you've gone almost 50 years now without a coach like this, and suddenly he falls into your lap at a time when the program is down bad, honestly, with the sanctions that were in place after the Herm Edwards fiasco and things like that. And he ripped it out of the grave almost, to speak. And just with how he developed that group that went to the playoff, and then how he developed this team, and how this team, still with all the injuries that it had and all the things like that, it was still able to, compete for a Big 12 title in the last regular season game and things like that. And obviously things didn't work out. The cards didn't fall their way. But, to be in a position like that after the season that they were having, I think speaks volumes to what Kenny can do. And I think you're seeing that in how LSU and Florida and Michigan and, frankly, probably others have shown interest. I think that the biggest tell is that Kenny Dillingham is a powerful level of head coach, and ASU can't just let that go away when he's the perfect fit for what the program wants to be and what it can be.
By the way, I just want to plug the column that you wrote, because it is an excellent column, and if you get the chance, go to arizonasports.com or the Arizona Sports app and read Damon's work, because to your point, it's like the first time all this talk about sleeping giant, and within these last 3 years, the giant either feels awake, or it feels like this giant can be sustained as something that is awake. And Kenny has been I don't want to say like the sole reason why, but he's the sole reason why this giant is awake the way that it is right now.
Yeah, any doubt like that is a credit to Kenny Dillingham, I think, has been erased. You go back to his introductory press conference when he first, dropped the activate the valley phrase, and he was getting emotional then. And then to see him last Saturday getting emotional again, and who knows what this Saturday holds as far as that's Kenny's next availability. There have been jokes about, is there going to be an announcement for a contract at some point? We don't know what's going to happen or how the timing is going to play out. But I think that from the standpoint of what Alabama can do tonight or not do, and what Kalen DeBoer may have already on his table, some of the latest rumors out of the Michigan side are that he's being offered a 7-year fully guaranteed contract that would be about double what Kenny Dillingham is getting in base compensation right now.
Oof.
And we know that a lot of these contract amendment discussions are about taking away the incentives and putting that into the base compensation. So that would obviously be a lot more beneficial to Kenny. But I think that, beyond compensation for himself and his staffers, ASU doesn't have a GM, and dozens of Power 4 programs have a GM. Texas Tech, it's doubtful that they could have had the season and the quick jump that they had if they didn't have a GM in place. And, these are guys that are making around $500,000 a year. And that just isn't a position that ASU has offered to staffers yet. And for the most part, the majority of those responsibilities will fall on Kenny Dillingham because of that. And, from a GM and from, the football facility that's being developed, I think that there are things that ASU can do to keep him here. They just have to go out and do it.
Talking to Damon Alred, there's so much going on here, right? Especially with what you just said right there. Yes, I understand this is what it looks like sometimes when a college coach leaves, but this is also what it looks like when a program starts growing rapidly too. And so that's why I think everybody's on edge. But I'll ask you this, Damon, and I know Kenny on Tuesday did not come out and flatly say, hey, I'm not taking the Michigan job. I understand that. But he has been pretty consistent in saying that he plans on staying here. And I'm not saying for like 30 years, but he's been pretty consistent in saying that he's going to be back next year and that this is where he wants to be. Why is it so hard for everybody to take him at his word? Is it simply because the Michigan job's open? Is it because other coaches have lied in the past, at other schools? Like, are we all just jaded in the city because it's been a miserable sports year? Like, where is that sort of pessimism coming from, do you think?
You know, a lot of it has frankly confused me just because we've seen coaches in the past make very, very strong statements that they've then gone back on. You know, you think of the Jed Fish saying, I'm going to stay at Arizona, and then just a matter of weeks later, he's at Washington. You think of the statement that Kalen DeBoer put out last weekend about, I have no interest in other jobs, and, you know, Alabama is where I am, things like that. He's still a candidate. And so, you know, I don't get personally why people can't take Kenny Dillingham at his word. I think that maybe they just are also jaded in their own experiences of they haven't had an alum care that much or, you know, be in a position to be the head coach who is a very good head coach and, you know, have the passion that Kenny does. I think that's a big part of it as well. But, you know, at the end of the day, you just don't see situations like this. Like, it's a little bit unprecedented for Kenny to have this much love in ASU, a place that, like you've mentioned, isn't a Michigan. It isn't Ohio State. It isn't an Alabama, like where DeBoer is at right now. And so I think that people in an NIL era and an arms race era, I think they might just be doubtful that, you know, someone's willing to go against the grain. And I think that's been a topic of discussion on our station this week too, is just, it's going to take someone to go against the grain and prove that it's not just about the money. It's also about the program experience and things like that. Jeff Sims was talking yesterday about, you know, he loves it here. He's from here. I wouldn't imagine that he would want to leave here. And, you know, I think that that is played out in everything Kenny Dillingham has said. I don't think anything he's said has been disrespectful of the program at any point throughout these, you know, tense back and forth moments. But, you know, I just think that ASU has to do what it takes to keep him here.
Yeah. Damon, thank you so much for the time, man. Thanks for all the great work, too.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, that's Damon Alred joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, this is where we are with this NFL football season, Mitch. I hate this question, but we have to talk about it. Is it better for the Cardinals to win or lose at this point?
I have the answer.
That's next. Oh, you have the answer next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes two dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered. Bring me your last minute panic and I'll send you home a hero.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's Diamond Dave Kantor.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' victory, read Kellen Olson's latest up now on ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Bells will be ringing, the glad news.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Cardinals, Falcons, and the return of one Dan Bickley. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, over to the NFL. Cardinals playing the Falcons this weekend. Atlanta. Atlanta's the team that everybody in the NFC is going to hate when the draft rolls around, because currently Atlanta has the 10th pick in the draft, but they traded that to the Rams for reasons that remain unclear.
Smart.
So the Rams actually have the 10th pick in the draft because of the Atlanta Falcons.
Sick.
So with that in mind, right now, Mitch, the game coming up, Cardinals-Falcons, it's the final home game for the Cardinals this season, if you're into that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It is it's a game against a team, an Atlanta team that has been eliminated from the playoffs. This is not, your last couple weeks you've played two teams that might meet in the Super Bowl with Houston and the Rams. Cardinals are currently set to pick 6th, but they are tied record-wise with Cleveland and the Jets. So if Cleveland or the Jets were to win another game, the Cardinals would be picking 4th. And
that went well last time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. So I
That was
ask you this question. Is it better for the Cardinals to be winning or losing games right now? And I ask it as somebody who fully believes tanking doesn't happen and hates the conversation of tanking. But I'm just saying big picture, when all is said and done and we're looking back, are they better off winning or losing these games?
Well, so my answer to at least this week, and now that I'm looking at Tankathon standings in full for next week too, is to lose to both the Atlanta Falcons and to the Cincinnati Bengals. And this is purely from I'm trying to improve my draft position. standing, but the argument is a little bit stronger for me against Atlanta because of that point that you had just made at the start of the segment, which is Atlanta has given their pick to the Rams for some reason.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, or not all of a sudden, the Rams are in a position to make their team better next year after already being really, really good this year, right? Yeah. So you want Atlanta's position to go downward later in the draft. They are right next to Miami, who's 6-8. Kansas City is 6-8. Minnesota is 6-8. Not saying that a win for Atlanta is going to move them behind any of those teams. Kansas City's got the Titans this weekend. I get it. It's Gardner Minshew, but it's... God, have you watched the Titans play football this year? Good Lord.
One game, and they won.
Oh.
So
that's a good point. The only other team that Tennessee's beaten this year is Cleveland. So that just goes to show how good they are this year. But the point is that any further chances that you can give yourself to making your competition a little bit worse is the direction that I'm going with this. So if that means losing to Atlanta, then so be it.
Well, because just to take that one step further, if the Cardinals win on Sunday, they're 4-11. There's a chance they would drop down the draft board, past New Orleans, Washington, or Cincinnati. But again, to your point, that would put Atlanta at 5-10. There's a chance which it's the Rams' pick, could actually move up to 9, 8, or 7.
This is almost like when Oklahoma City somehow ended up with 4 first-round picks in the upcoming draft, and 2 of them are lottery picks. Like, how did this happen?
Yeah,
how do the Rams have a top 10 pick right now? How?
We should just call a radio station in Atlanta and be like, "Hey, why don't you get your act together over there, okay?"
Yeah.
Or just patch us through to the Falcons, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, it's Mitchie guy. Can you patch me through to the Falcons, please?
Is that how you introduce yourself to people?
Just to you.
Okay.
Or just to the people in Atlanta.
Good. That's the only way they'll respect you.
Yeah.
Here's Jonathan Gannon Wednesday. This is how bad the season's gone. JG was asked how his players are feeling.
Awesome. Ready to go, man. They're ready to go. Sun's up. They're smiling. They're excited about playing a football game. But you gotta go through the week of prep, and they're excited to play at home.
How are the players feeling awesome? I'm sorry.
I thought he was being sarcastic at the beginning.
I'm just here to just poke a giant hole in the very first word that he said, which was awesome, in terms of how the players are feeling. No way are the players feeling awesome about what's to come these last 3 weeks. I'm sorry. There's no way. Like, sure, you get to go out there, you get to play football, you get to prove yourself against another opponent. It's the last home game of the year. I'm sure you want to finish out strong for the home crowd. How are you feeling awesome? How?
It would have to be just big picture. Hey, I'm playing in the NFL.
Okay,
and it's and that's I'm sure there's a lot of truth to that, but you're right. It is weird to hear the head coach say it because this has been such a miserable season.
It's like listening to that and then looking at the 3-11 record and currently slotted 6th in the draft order. It doesn't line up.
It's not just the 3-11. They started 2-0.
You look back, and it's a very shaky 2-0.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Almost blew it to Bryce Young and the Panthers.
But it's just like, you've won 1 game in 3 months.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly within that room, they want to win for a million different reasons. Look, if you're competing, you want to win. The second the game starts, you want to win.
Yeah.
If you're on this team beyond this year, you really want to try to put an end to this culture that's growing. Not like a win over Atlanta is going to change that, but you want to stop the bleeding. If you're not going to be here next year, then you're playing for a job around the league. And certainly if you're Jonathan Gannon or Drew Petzing or Nick Rallis now at this point too, like, you need a win because it's going to get really hard to keep the coaching staff if you just lose out. If you lose, what would that even be, 14 of your last 15 games?
Mm-hmm.
That's...
Is there anything that took a bigger hit this year than the culture of this organization? Because it feels like that was the big one.
Semantics, but I would say the direction.
Okay, but I feel like those are two in the same.
Yeah,
right.
They're
the direction of the franchise and the culture of the franchise are supposed to be uplifting the group and leading you to more wins than you had last year. This year, they'll be lucky to get to half of the wins they had a year ago.
Yeah,
they're at 3 right now.
Yeah.
We don't feel super confident about these 3 in terms of them getting that 4th win of the year. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. Like, the culture took a massive hit. And this was supposed to be the year, like going all the way back to training camp, Red Reckoning, right? This was supposed to be the year have shown growth improvement. We felt so optimistic about what Monty Ossenfort was building. Felt so optimistic about Jonathan Gannon as a head coach. Drew Petzing as the play caller. Nick Rallis as the defensive play caller. All of that stunk this year. All of it.
I haven't really been doing the thing where you look and try to find positives because I know Cardinals fans just don't want to hear that right now. And I know there are a lot of Cardinals fans that are like, okay, yeah, this season was bad, but we'll turn it around next year. There are optimistic Cardinals fans, but I think even optimistic Cardinals fans right now don't necessarily want to hear a silver lining when you've lost 11 of your last 12 games.
No.
But if you did go through that exercise and try to find things of like, okay, but you know what? This sets them up nicely for next year. I don't even know what you'd find. Trey McBride's great. He already was coming into this season.
Yep.
Josh Sweat is proving to be a really good free agent signing.
He'll be here for 3 more years.
Yeah,
good.
But Josh Sweat has been everything you could have asked for when you signed him, and it has not impacted them winning games at all because you can't. 2 guys can't change everything, So the biggest concern, the 2 biggest concerns to me are what you just detailed. I don't know what the direction is anymore. You could have had all these injuries and missed the playoffs and gone 7-10 or 8-9 and been like, you know what? They did have a lot of injuries and it cost them a playoff spot. But you still feel like you're on the right path, even though it would be frustrating. But they're not 7-10 or 8-9.
I also just don't feel like injuries is the reason why they're 3-11.
It's not the reason why they're 3. There's no excuse to be 3-11.
There's so many other reasons as to why they're 3-11.
Yeah.
Injuries is not even the first thing that crosses my mind as to why they're a 3-11 football team.
But if they were 8-9 right now, would you feel like, okay, maybe the injuries have cost them a game or 2?
Sure.
Yeah.
If they were 8-9, but they're not 8-9. They're 3-11.
That's my point. If they were 8-9, I'd still feel like, okay, there was a direction. This was just a bad year. But when you're 3-11, there is no direction. That coupled with how good every other team in the division is right now is it's discouraging, which is why when we come back, we're going to talk about the Suns instead. Could they potentially be looking at making a trade soon? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bowl. Bowl.
Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now.
Bowl.
Text bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Who makes a trade first, the Arizona Diamondbacks or the Phoenix Suns? The Bernsey Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Well, Dave Burns raises an interesting question right there. Mitch Realdis, who's in for Wolf.
Hello.
You think the Suns are making any trades?
Not right now. But this is the time of the year where that kind of a conversation is going to pick up steam quite a bit.
Scale of 1 to 10, how important is it in your mind that they do make one before the deadline, which the deadline's not anytime real soon?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think they need to make a trade this season?
Need? Well, that depends. It's
need to win.
Well, I would love for them to win a trade. That would be nice, but it seems like they have. The only name that I would think of, like, oh my gosh, they have to trade him right now, or not necessarily that I'm rushed for them to make a trade, but he's the one that I would think would be the one to move, Nick Richards. And the only reason you would do it is because you're confident enough in Kaman Malawach being able to have a spot in the rotation, and I just don't think that's the case right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're there yet. And you're 15-12, and you're right there in the middle of the play-in race. And I know it's early. We're a third of the way into the season, though, so it's not nothing. We're a third of the way into the season, and they're in it. And I don't know that they have a stretch of schedule the rest of the way as tough as the one that they are coming out of this weekend and Monday.
It'll soften a bit. They have like an East Coast swing against some of the worst in the East, although Charlotte's been pretty good. But either way.
But I don't think they have any like 14-game stretches where you got Houston in there a couple times, Denver and Minnesota twice, and Oklahoma City twice,
softening,
and Lakers twice,
as they say.
Yeah. So I'm with you. I mean, there's nothing urgent you have to do. It's interesting that we're even in this position, though, because if you had thrown that question out before the season and you had said, okay, Christmas rolls around, we're going to be talking about the Suns making trades, would you not have thought like, oh, wow, okay, so they're going to like try and flip some of these guys like Dylan
like
Brooks,
an Allen or an O'Neal.
Yeah, somebody for picks since they don't have any or whatever. If they make trades, they're going to be buyers. I mean, it's going to be
But how much do we want them to actually buy?
Yeah, I mean, you're not shopping in like the expensive section of the store. It's a very like
they just spent the whole offseason getting
buy.
out of both of the aprons. I don't think they're in any rush to get back in luxury tax hell.
No,
I wouldn't personally.
I think you're right. It would probably hinge on if they felt like they really needed anything specific, and if they could get that specific thing with Nick Richards, and if they traded Nick Richards, that Kaman Malawach should be ready to, because now he's got to contribute at a level that keeps the team in a playoff race. It's not just he can develop in live NBA minutes.
Also, just like, what are you even going to get back for Nick Richards? He can barely see the floor right now. And when he's on the floor, and I don't mean to diminish him the person, I'm talking about him, the basketball player. him, the basketball player, has not been very contributive right now. Like, there's a lot of lapses that I'm seeing from Nick on the floor and the possessions that he's out there. Like, he'll be aggressive and he'll get rebounds, and I'm like, ooh, great. Then I'll just have this dumb turnover on the offensive end, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what is happening here? It's not exactly an enticing piece unless there's some team out there that says, oh, it's the we can fix him mentality. But I don't know if there is that mentality for the guy who used to be the backup center to Mark Williams on the Hornets and is now barely the backup center to Mark Williams on the Suns.
There was that story by Hoops Hype's Michael Scotto saying the Raptors had interest in Nick Richards and that there have been exploratory discussions.
Every time I hear his name, I'm like, The Office? But no.
Scotto?
Yeah, Michael Scotto.
But Gambo shot it down, essentially. He said, Gambo on X said this was discussed but is not going to happen. He said Toronto and multiple teams have reached out about Nick Richards. He's third on the depth chart, has a good expiring contract. So, I mean, that's
so maybe specifically not the Raptors, but it does seem like Richards is an asset. I'm seeing from the YouTube chat, Nashty. What's up, Nashty? He says Richards and 2 second-rounders for Goga Bitadze. But then it's like the whole point of moving on from Richards is to clear a spot for somebody else. Why would you then bring in Bitadze, he'd be good backup center, don't get me wrong, but I would feel like the move would be to move away from Richards so that Malawach can enter, not so that Richards can be gone and then you replace him with somebody else.
Well, the whole Malawach timeline is messed up by the fact that they're this good. Because
that's also true.
You brought this up earlier in the show, in a roundabout way when you were like, think about what our expectations were for this team back around the draft. When they drafted Kamal Malawach, I was like, this is awesome. I didn't think he'd be there at 10, and he can have a whole year to develop, and he can go out there and play and have NBA minutes, and, the Suns are going to win 35 games, so it doesn't matter if they win 34 as opposed to 36 or whatever.
Yeah.
But they are on pace for, 48 wins right now, so you gotta not go for it in the sense of you're making a big trade, but you got to go for it in the sense of you're not bringing guys in to develop during games right now because it is more important to try to win right now. And so, yeah, that could hold up any potential trade that they would look to make at this point because if he's not ready, and he was supposed to be a project, a project with major upside.
He's played basketball, period. Like basketball, the sport, for 5 years.
He was not supposed to be an impact player this year.
No.
For a good team.
But I think you could have also argued that if you're going to draft him 10th overall, you expect him to see a good, healthy amount of playing time because otherwise then we're having Jalen Smith's thoughts in the back of our heads while we're watching Cedric Coward doing what he is doing for Memphis and watching Derek Clean being like the centerpiece of a really bad New Orleans Pelicans team. But if you just watch Derek Clean, oh my God, that gets so fun to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, it is it's funny how that doesn't come up a ton because the Suns are winning. But they did pass on a guy who's playing out of his mind right now as a rookie.
Yeah,
quite a few teams did.
Like at the end of the day, I don't want to be thinking about what the Suns could have done in the draft because, to your point, they're playing so much better than we would have expected. And let's just take for granted that they have a G League team again, which they didn't have for the longest time, so they can give Malawach these opportunities to play against, other professional basketball players and try and tune up a lot better because he's done really well in some of these games. He shot 3 of 5 from 3 against Utah's G League team the other night. And I'm thinking, I didn't know you had this in your bag, good sir.
That's why you have the G League. And to your point, why you don't just get rid of a G League team and play with one hand tied behind your back like they used to do for some reason.
Yeah.
Trade deadline is not until early February.
We got time.
There's no sense of rush for the Suns. And I think, and I've heard a few people bring this up, and it is a very important point in all this. A third of the way into the season, what the Suns are doing is real to me in this point. I don't think that this is a fluke that they've already got 15 wins. But they have not had Jalen Green. They've had him for not even a game and a half. When they get him back, I think from a Suns perspective, you can get a better sense of what you actually have this season. You know, like a third.
That's the other part of this too. It's like don't trade somebody away to then add somebody else to the rotation when you still haven't seen Jalen Green.
You're going to have to add him to the rotation because a third of the way into the season, if people around the league are saying, it doesn't prove anything, the Suns could still be terrible, I think that's short-sighted. I think that at this point, the Suns have proven they're a decent team. But internally, you don't know what it's going to look like when Jalen Green finally comes back, which
We're getting close.
Soon?
We're getting close.
Please.
Gambo said probably sometime after Christmas, either end of December or early January. So we're getting close.
This is right in the range. We played this game yesterday of who comes back first, Jalen Green or Wolf. And I believe, Rick, you said Jalen Green comes back first.
Yes.
When's Wolf's return date? Because his is guaranteed.
After the new year, sometime.
I said Wolf comes back first. And Jamal, what was your answer yesterday for who comes back first?
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So there you go.
Wolf's going to be back before September. Come on. If he's not, though, I'm available.
You think Mahomes is back in September?
How did he get surgery the day after tearing his ACL and his LCL? How?
He's built different.
Wolf has been all over that all week. It's been blowing his mind.
It's really bothered him, and it's really angered a lot of people in Darren Urban's mentions. I know that much for sure.
Why is it angering people in Darren Urban's?
Darren, all he did, and I'm in defense of Darren, all he did was ask the question of like, man, that's crazy that he was able to get surgery the day after. Because you remember with Kyler, it took a month before he was able to get surgery, before the swelling went down, and they went in there and actually fixed his ACL. With Mahomes, it was the next day. Like, how? That's it. That shouldn't anger people. I don't understand.
I feel like Darren Urban
I'm with
deals
you,
with a
Darren.
lot of angry people in his mentions.
Oh, yeah.
Wolf comes back on January 2nd. He comes back on a Friday, which is very Wolf.
That is such a Wolf move to come back have the short week.
How about I'll call this? He will not be back on January 2nd. He'll be back the next Monday.
Wolf?
That'll be my call.
No, he'll be back January 2nd. I have Wolf coming back before Jalen Green.
He literally has. It's not on the schedule that he has a fill-in that day.
Well, things happen.
Okay.
Things could change.
Okay.
Wow. All right. That took
It's
a
just
turn.
a predict.
I was just trying
It's
to figure
not an
out.
attack on Wolf. I'm just trying to defend Darren
He'll be
Urban,
back.
okay?
Wolf loves coming back, working for like a day and then having the weekend. It's the
That's
smartest thing that you could, because then you shorten a bunch of weeks. It's genius, actually. When we come back, we're going to take it to the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found the dream home you've been looking for, and instead of waiting around and trying to sell your old place first, you just moved into the new home right away? It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how you do it. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, which is huge. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do showings. You don't have to schedule your life around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. You don't have to do any of that because the Orchard experts are going to cut that hassle right out of the process for you, and then they're going to handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers, because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products that allow them to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindowproducts.com. advancedwindows.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' victory, read Kellen Olson's latest up now on ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Mitch Ferrell is in for Wolf today, and Rick is here. Rick?
You should have thrown off Mitch by calling me Jesse there.
That would have thrown him off.
And then
that would have thrown Luke
like,
off, actually.
I thought you were going to say I should call it Mitching Down Your Lunch. But I didn't do that.
All right, time for some Mitching Down Your Lunch.
Oh, God. I do not like being verbed like this.
It's too late. You've been verbed.
Devin Booker scored 25 points as the Phoenix Suns beat the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night in downtown Phoenix. Here's Suns head coach Jordan Ott after the game.
Definitely at the second half response. I think we're down 7.5. Easy to get frustrated, especially because you're not scoring the basketball or the offense just was clunky. They're top 5 defense. They make it really hard to score. But we stuck with it. And even there to start the third quarter, it wasn't looking good. The first couple, they widened the gap. Thought we got back in it. They called a timeout. We responded from their timeout, which I thought was a big growth. Yeah, to put it into the fourth quarter and then make enough plays down the stretch to get the win.
What impressed you guys the most about Phoenix's win last night?
The fact that, again, they fell behind and it doesn't really seem to matter, and that they come back and close out a Golden State team that is always tough. And that coupled with, not like I thought the Lakers game would derail them because they did come back from 20 in the fourth quarter in that game, but that was kind of a different game than, it was a sort of a different type of adversity than they've maybe faced much this season.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to see how they would respond in their first game back. And anytime you can respond by beating Steph Curry's team, I think you're doing something good.
The Suns won an ugly game. I think that was my biggest takeaway. Like, that was about as ugly of a watch for a majority of it as we've seen from the Suns this year, and somehow they were able to pull it out, get the win. And, you know, they're seeming to be an unlikeliest of heroes scenario we're seeing with this Suns team, where Gillespie hits the game-winning shot against the Wolves after Brooks and Booker both foul out. And then you've got Goodwin able to get the putback attempt, get fouled, go to the line, and make the difference.
That was dicey
of a
after
shot.
He missed the first one, though,
Yeah.
huh? He's up
He
there with that
really
mask.
put everybody on the edge of their seat there. Oh, my gosh.
Sticking with the Suns, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, are the Suns still surprising you after their latest gritty win versus the Warriors?
I don't know that surprise. I would say no, they're not surprising me, but I don't think it's a given yet that they're going to do these things. And so it's still good to see it, you know? I mean, they were 2-5 in their last 7. It's easy to write off why they were 2-5 with not having Booker for a few of those. And you look at Oklahoma City, you played in there twice, and the caliber of opponent. But at the same time, it's still good to see them bounce back with a win like that.
To a point that you've made already today, we can finally just accept the Suns for who they are and who they have been this year. So in that vein, no, I am not surprised that they were able to pull it out and win last night.
I'm going to say yes, actually, because it surprises me that they're doing all of this without Jalen Green. So
fair enough.
I'm going to go with yes. And I love when now it worked. All right. And now it's not working again.
Granted, they are 14-12 without Jalen Green.
Yeah.
True.
Which,
pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yes, 82%. No, 18%.
Okay. Lots of people are still surprised. Okay.
Sun Devil sources Chris Cartman reported last week that Arizona State and head football coach Kenny Dillingham are, quote, close, unquote, to an agreement on new contract terms. Yesterday, athletic director Graham Rossini joined Burns and Gambo and was asked where talks are headed regarding a new contract for Dillingham.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I know there's a lot going on around the Valley, around our fan base. I'm hearing about it as well. I'm not going to talk about contracts publicly. That's just not the way that I played the situations out. But I'm happy to talk about the leadership in our program. And I'm of the many thousands of people that also agree that Kenny Dillingham is the right leader for our football program. Leadership matters. We have tremendous leadership in place with Coach and his staff. And so we're working through it. We're working through some details. And it's an exciting moment for our program. There's a lot of things that we want to solidify.
What do you guys make of Graham's response right there?
Well, I mean, I don't expect him to give contract details. I still feel like a lot of what he's saying there, I'm taking at face value that they're working through this. Now, you brought up the question earlier, Mitch, what's the holdup? Because I fully believe Kenny Dillingham wants to stay here, and I fully believe Graham Rossini. I mean, Graham Rossini needs to get some credit for what has happened, too.
That sounds like a man who wants to keep Kenny Dillingham at ASU.
Yeah, so I fully, not just because of that cut, fully believe those two are on the same page. Sometimes you have to negotiate out a deal, but they're still on the same page. I just don't understand what the holdup is, although if he and Kenny don't see that as a problem, that there's a holdup, that's a good sign. Because it's not like, hey, we have to get this done before Michigan hires a coach. They might just be operating as ASU and just not even really care about Michigan. As long as Kenny's on that same clock, you're fine.
That's the key. I do feel a little bit better based on what Graham said yesterday. Like a little bit better, not a whole lot better. It hasn't put me at ease of the situation. And I agree with you. I don't think a resolution will be made by the time this weekend is done. And it might not even be resolved by the time the Sun Bowl is done. Like, we might not have resolution until 2026, which isn't that far away, but feels like a lifetime given the noise around the situation.
All right, new question. Who comes back first? Kenny Dillingham, Jalen Green, or Wolf? I'm going to say KD comes back first.
I will also
not that Katie. Kenny Dillingham.
I had a moment where I'm like, wait a minute.
no, not Kevin Durant.
Also, apparently, Kalen DeBoer is also known affectionately as CKD, which is the acronym that Doug Tamaro, the SID at ASU, uses for Coach Kenny Dillingham. Mm-hmm. They use that for Coach Kalen DeBoer, and I'm like, wait a minute. It's
like an alternate universe.
That's not right. I will go with Kenny.
Okay. That's 2 Kennys. Command and control?
Oh.
Kenny, Jalen, or Wolf? Who comes back first? Kenny would obviously be like, it's official that he's back.
Yeah. I'm going to say Kenny.
Okay.
He is under contract, too, for what it's worth.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, this is put at ease. Michigan has their coach, whatever, and it's not him.
Mm-hmm.
Jamal? We've set
no
you
pressure.
Okay, I'll say Jalen Green.
Okay, I thought you were going to say Patrick Mahomes, and then I
thought about it. I was going to say Micah Parsons, actually, but...
Ooh, too soon.
All right, last one for you guys. The Arizona Cardinals host the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday at State Farm Stadium. What do you guys want to see from the Cardinals in their last home game?
Good defense.
Yeah.
Please don't allow anything more than 30 points, which, by the way, I'm seeing... Apparently, Raheem Morris told reporters today that they expect Drake London to return to action.
Yep.
So now you've got Bijan Robinson, you've got Drake London, you've got Kyle Pitts.
I mean,
and Wolf has talked ad nauseum about their O-line, too. So have fun.
What do I want to see? Yeah, I want to see a good performance by the defense. If Marv plays a really good Marv game, I'd like to see another good Michael Wilson game, honestly. That might be top of my list just because I want to believe that's something that will carry over to next year. So what I want to see is a big Michael Wilson game. But as I'm answering this question, there's not anything that they could show me on Sunday where we're going to be coming here on Monday and I'm going to be like ecstatic. Like, this changes everything.
Yeah.
Did you see that catch by Michael Carter? You can go ahead and pencil the Cardinals in for 12 wins in 2026. Like, there's not anything they can show in one game right now.
I will also be ecstatic to see some more of those sexy stats out of Walter Nolan, just like getting in the backfield, just really wreaking havoc. He's been fun to watch when he's on, man.
Yeah.
Like, that feels like a good pick. I just want to see him fully healthy.
I wouldn't mind seeing about 22 sacks of Kirk Cousins because my
he can't move.
My bold prediction before the season that they were going to increase their sack total, and they're definitely not doing that. I need about a 20-sack game on Sunday. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch, or Mitching Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, when are we going to get an answer on Kenny Dillingham's future, and how much does the first-round game between Alabama and Oklahoma tonight potentially impact it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Farrell, this in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
The new year is almost here, Basinonians, and there's no better time to improve the way you sleep than right now at Brooklyn Bedding. Think about it. We spend a third of our lives in bed. Why not get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding? Brooklyn Bedding designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory, custom crafting the perfect sleep solution just for you and at factory direct prices. And now through December 26th, the Brooklyn Bedding Winter Clearance Sale is offering you 25% off everything in-store and online. When you go to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Basin locations, you'll find friendly and knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect bed. No pushy salesmen or sketchy sales tactics. And remember, tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's Brooklyn Bedding. This
is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Warriors? We will react starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. Quick shout out to Peoria. What's going on, Peoria?
West Side.
It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis is in for Wolf because, well, you could tell that wasn't Wolf.
I think Wolf's in Peoria, as a matter of fact.
Really?
No, not actually.
Well, he should be doing his Christmas shopping because he hasn't started yet. So we'll see.
Always the one thing you don't want to procrastinate. But then everybody's
the one thing that always gets procrastinated.
Yeah, but then everybody just makes up for it because they buy what they need on the internet, and it works out great.
There you go.
Like literally, I bought gifts for. I have a small friend group, and we do gift exchange every year.
Oh, would you get me and Rick and Jamal? Mitch left.
Donut.
Mitch is good. That donut's been sitting there for 2 hours.
Yeah, 1 hour for each of you. But I was able to get it all done via a website that is very commonly used in terms of gift shopping this time of year. And all the gifts arrived within the last 2 days.
I like how you're acting like you just discovered like a new country or something.
No, I just mean like I don't need to name drop too many sponsors on here.
No, but it's just like you're the first person that's ever Christmas shopped online.
It's like, wow, I'm discovering this for the first time.
This is why
I just moved off of my rotary phone to a phone that has a touch screen on it.
I use one of those phones that is up against the wall, and it's got like one little thing for the mic, and then one thing for the ear, and you hold it up.
Hello, telegraph business.
Yeah,
How can I help you?
Yeah, think
Somebody's
like 50s
connecting all the
TV show.
wires behind like the wall. They're just connecting this to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to go to operator first.
And you have to say stop after every sentence.
One moment, please. We'll connect you.
We have more Graham Rossini audio. We've just played the one cut. I've got more from Burns and Gambo.
Let's just
yesterday.
fire away. Let's go.
We're going to fire off a few right now.
I also understand the world that we live in, and I understand it's a great item of discussion and debate and topic and anxiety for people, but I would hope people also understand that there's a privacy and a process that plays out behind the scenes. And so I know everybody wants a scoop. I know people want these things to play out on social media, but that's not how these processes evolve. And so I just hope the fan base is sensing that there's a really good track record recently that reflects confidence in how we're approaching athletics. We retained coaching staff in football last season proactively. We've continued to invest resources in our program. We're continuing to make significant progress on the football facility. We've got some fun news on that project that you'll hear more about in January. And so we're hard at work. We're hard at work doing all of it. But again, from my perspective, when you're going through long-term commitments and arrangements, every little detail needs to be right, and we're focused on making sure that all those details can be as right as possible.
So I think now listening to that one with the first cut we played before, Mitch, and you said you kind of feel maybe a little bit better after hearing the first cut. I think I can verbalize why. Because if they're working through stuff, if Graham Rossini and I would assume Michael Crow and Kenny Dillingham and whoever else are working through stuff, then Kenny does want to be here. Then what he's been saying all along is true. Now, it doesn't – I understand why people are still freaking out because it's not done yet. And anytime you go on social media, all these Michigan fans who just learned who Kenny Dillingham was a week ago are acting like they know more about him than he knows about himself. I get that, and it's frustrating. But if as long as ASU and Kenny are working together on this, you feel like it's going to get done because they're all pulling in the same direction. You know, you heard Graham Rossini say at the beginning, yeah, I understand why this is such a huge deal to people. Well, you want it to be a huge deal to people. This is what Kenny wanted to. This is the Valley being activated.
It's
people
your program
getting
the attention nationwide, too, which not that they wanted this type of attention nationwide.
But this comes with it.
And I go back to something that Gambo has said, and I think it was more so in reference to a different team, but I think the application of the idea is still there of you want to be so good at your job that everybody else wants you, that everybody else is going after you to try and get you to leave. Not that you were bad at your job and that's why the reason you're gone.
Yeah.
Like Kenny feels like the first one in a while where it's, oh, they've got a diamond in the rough here. A guy who is really, really good at his job and just so happens to be an alum of the university and really cares about the people here locally. And there are Michigan, potentially like at Alabama or any of these other jobs that are just looking to fill the seat. It's the big dogs that are coming after Kenny. It's not like some of the smaller colleges around in the group of five or whatever. It is the Michigan. I said it to Wolf the other day. When you think of the letter M, you think of Michigan more often than not.
I think of Miami of Ohio, but that's just because of the last few days.
That makes
my
sense.
feeling is towards Michigan over the last few days.
That's fair. Yeah. Just where's that in Ohio? In Miami?
Miami, it's in Miami, yeah.
I've never been to Miami, Ohio.
Well, it's very different than Miami, Florida. You should check it out.
They still have palm trees?
Sure, if you ask nicely enough. Here's more from Graham Rossini. He was asked, does he feel like he has enough time to get this done with everything that's going on?
Well, that's what I said. Like, we can't be like I'm aware of the situation around our sport right now. I'm aware that we can't just play these processes out. We've been hard at work at it for a long time, and again, fine-tuning little details along the way. I mean, Coach and I have very open dialogue about the tools that can help the program grow, and so we're finding those tools because it's deserved. It's deserved based on the job that he's doing. It's deserved based on how our fan base continues to step up, and we're all reaping the benefits of that as a community, not just ASU, but the community across the board with what Sun Devil football is just continuing to catapult for all of us. So I can promise you it's my top priority. I can promise you we're up all hours of the night working on details. His team is tremendous to work with. This is a good process, despite what people hear or see otherwise. Like this is a fluid, active, healthy conversation, in my opinion. And again, getting the details right becomes the most important thing.
Would we feel better or worse if Ray Anderson was in charge still and has to deal with this decision right now?
Are you serious?
Kind of.
Graham Rossini's track record has been really good since he's gotten here.
I know.
Yeah.
Whereas Ray was the one, I think that Ray still deserves credit for this. Ray was the one that hired Kenny. As much as we were frustrated with how things ended with Herm Edwards, he still, as far as we know, was the one that hired Kenny Dillingham to be here. Like, Ray deserves the credit for at least bringing Kenny in. I wonder, would he be able to handle a situation like this? And similarly, with how well things went last year, for them to quickly just throw the contract extension right at Dillingham's feet.
Yeah.
Would Ray have handled this any better or worse? It feels like a lot of people would just say worse.
It's not even, for me, it's not even anything about Ray Anderson. Like, it's not a negative towards him. I want Graham Rossini handling this.
Right.
That's
like hearing him talk about this and not going deep into the details, but at least saying all the things that us as a fan base, like you and I are alums, these are things that we want to hear.
Yeah.
Is that they are working on these finer details, and that's what matters most to them.
And I want to throw, I haven't said this yet, I want to throw this at you and just kind of get your reaction to it. And you just tell me if I'm way off base or if there's something here. I have to think Kenny Dillingham was able to foresee that a day like this would come, whether he thought it was going to be in, after year 3 or whatever. I don't think he came here just saying, hey, I'm going to activate the Valley and we're going to win games just to say that. He didn't have to sell anybody on Kenny Dillingham, especially at the time he was getting here. He firmly believed that was going to happen. He firmly believed he could build this program into what he ultimately believes he can. And that's not just 1 year going to the college football playoff. That's a great start. But being a traditional and perennial contender in the Big 12 year in and year out, I think he fully believed that. He certainly has done his job as if he fully believed that. So baked into that, did he not know at some point, hey, if I do this, I'm going to start getting a lot of offers pretty quickly? And I'm guessing, if that were me, then logically you would think, and I'm going to want to stay in ASU through all of that, because to ultimately get to the goal he set out for himself, he was going to have to turn down crazy offers.
But I also want to feel like I'm being supported by staying. By providing everything that I've provided this program,
which he has every
short
right.
time.
Not only every right, but like it's his responsibility to do that, because otherwise, how is he going to build this program up if he's not getting enough support?
Back to my analogy or question about would this be happening if it was previous leadership in charge? Like, would we even be talking about a new football practice facility hybridized to be a tailgating spot on Saturdays if it wasn't Kenny in charge right now? Like, if it was just any other head coach? It feels like Kenny is the only coach that could have made all of the progress that we are seeing with Arizona State athletics and football happen. Like, he is the sole reason why. I keep going back to that.
Well, to do it so quickly, you and I were talking before the show. It's like, okay, would you rather have Sam Levitt or Kenny back? It's nothing against Sam. It's not even close.
It's a 90-10.
It's 100-0 to me. It's nothing against Sam Levitt, and that's not just because he could only come back for a year or whatever. College football, there's so much turnover with the players. Kenny Dillingham is built to handle that and navigate it better than most coaches in the country right now, which is why his name keeps coming
100%.
All right, when we come back, what did you make of Devin Booker's performance against the Warriors last night? Or maybe we should say performances, because it was like 2 different performances. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
There would still be holes to fill that cost money.
And that's the issue.
And at that point, it's like, okay, you spend all this money to keep Cattell and to bring in Alex Bregman. You still need a closer. You still need to figure out a first base platoon. You'd solve your third base problem, and you'd probably solve your outfield problem because you'd move Blaze out there full time, I would think. So you could basically pick up an outfielder in it by making Blaze a full-time guy, but you need bullpen arms. So, like, you're not done, and you've spent how much money to have these 4 bets? It's just the whole thing kind of feels like dreaming.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available here in the Basin. Voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. There's over 1,000 of them. Installation is all done by their in-house team. No subcontractors. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basin. They'll work around stucco or tile or work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open up that same patio with a touch of a button. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
December 26th is the day to tear into something big. The Rate Bowl is back. And this year, the holidays end with a hit. New Mexico and Minnesota meet for the first time in a matchup built for bowl season. Every snap feels like a gift you've been waiting for all season to open. So bring the noise, bring the energy, and get ready to unwrap the action. The Rate Bowl, December 26th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at ratebowl.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' victory, read Kellen Olson's latest up now on Arizonasports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedo. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6. You can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of how the Suns did over the weekend. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Rick, you've gotten very festive back there in the last 26-ish hours.
Yeah, it's Christmas time. It's the holiday season. Shout out to those, celebrating Hanukkah as well.
Thank you.
I thought you were just going to shout out holidays. Shout out to holidays.
Yeah, in general. Shout out holidays.
Shout out Trans-Siberian Orchestra as well.
4th of July.
Arbor Day. Don't forget Arbor Day.
Arbor Day, Flag Day.
You'll make a lot of people angry. Yeah. Okay. Good.
St. Patrick's Day.
President's Day.
Dueling Gambos. A bunch of random holidays.
Dia de los Muertos.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's talk a little Phoenix Suns. Nothing makes you think Phoenix Suns like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Well, it's funny you say that because I think TSO does their annual concerts in downtown Phoenix at the Suns Arena. So they have been playing commercials on the Suns radio broadcasts of them performing. So literally, yes, it does.
Actually true. That's a good point because it makes me think of Coyotes games because they used to run commercials through all the Coyotes.
Oh my
stuff.
God!
I just like how you're on a basis with the Trans-Siberian Orchestra where you just call them TSO. Like that's just.
Does not everybody else do that?
No, sorry. We're not all as cool as you.
Shoot,
You know that when you walked in here.
I'm sorry, people. I didn't mean to
no, we'll all
improperly acronym the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
A little presumptuous. This is Jordan Ott after the game, the win for the Phoenix Suns yesterday, talking about Devin Booker's game, where Book had 2 points in the first half, but then 23 in the second half.
Really good players, superstars, they find a way. No matter what, we have ultimate confidence in him. He has ultimate confidence in himself. It was a great second half. We needed all of it.
And here's Devin Booker after the game.
Took my core shorts off. If you're familiar, it's like some super tight tights to, restrict you from moving too much because I've been coming back from an injury, so I retired those.
The shorts, are those new for you? Have you used them before?
No, I've always declined wearing them. I wore them last game versus the Lakers. Have you ever tried them? If any of you guys ever tried them? They're tight. I mean, I wear tights already, but they're super tight, and maybe it was just an excuse that I was shooting the ball better.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like he's wearing those again. Because he also said that with Amanda Pfluger right after the game. She asked him, like, hey, what was the difference? And he immediately was like, I retired those. Those are gone. Trash. Get lost.
Oh, my God. Said he also wore them against the Lakers, which wasn't that great of a performance either. And it's...
Anything restrictive when you're playing sports, especially I can't even imagine at the NBA level. Have you ever tried wearing like the
I can't remember.
shorts?
I can't tell you the last time I shot a basketball, brother. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, but
Jamal has shot a basketball more recently than
Jamal's played basketball. He's playing basketball right now somehow, like during the breaks.
Can Jamal hear us right now? I can't. I don't think he's.
Nah, I think he's
zoned
deep in the cutting of sound.
Either way, I was going to ask him if he. Jamal, can you hear us? Have you ever worn these shorts that Devin Booker is referring to, the super tight core shorts?
Absolutely.
And?
Oh, really?
Yes. They're horrible. I wore them. They're horrible. I wore them in baseball a lot growing up. So like when you slide, it hurts a lot less when you slide. And my dad just kept telling me to wear them. I was like, yeah, I'm not wearing these anymore.
Are they just like the compression short? Like we would have them in hockey. You'd have to wear the compression shorts,
right?
And they also sucked. Is it basically the same thing?
It's pretty much the same thing, but a lot tighter, almost. Yeah, it definitely restricts a lot of movement.
Well, they're gone now.
Thank God.
They're retired. They're going to hang them up in the rafters in the Ring of Honor.
Now, I guess that means the trainer's got to get on something else because
I feel bad for that trainer.
There was a reason Devin Booker was wearing them.
He's coming back from a groin injury.
Yeah, it wasn't like some horrible fashion statement. He elaborated even more.
Not wanting to get injured again. I hate being on that sideline, and I was fortunate enough that it was one of our breaks in the season where we had a lot of games. I mean, a lot of days in between games, so only missed 3. But if it was next month or what we're doing coming up, it'd have been 7 or 8. So I don't want to miss any more games.
I appreciate that in general. Mm-hmm. Not that I'm like surprised by the statement that he doesn't want to miss games. Like he's Devin Booker. No, in general, nobody wants to miss time at work unless it's for vacation.
Unless you're Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
You don't need to wear those shorts. You just need to stretch.
Right. Either way, if second half Devin Booker wants to be the continued version of Devin Booker going forward, then I'm all for it. But if he goes into this game against the Warriors on Saturday and he looks anywhere as close as he was to like the Lakers game on Sunday, or not like the extreme that was the first half, but somewhere in that middle where he's not shooting well, like he's shot horrendously from 3 over the course of his last few games played. If he's closer to what he was in the second half, then everything's going to be fine. And we can just kick back. We can relax. Devin Booker's going to do what Devin Booker needs to do. But it was jarring watching him struggle the way he did in the first half.
What do you make of, and I'm only bringing this up because Wolf and I were talking about it yesterday, and now it's kind of relevant again. He doesn't have a 30-point game since November 13th, and he's only missed 3 games.
Shrug.
I mean,
it doesn't stick out. Well, it's obviously something worth noting, but it doesn't bother me as much. I guess.
It doesn't. The reason I brought it up yesterday was more just of like, here's an area where the Suns are going to get better because Devin Booker's going to score more. He just is. His track record shows that. And if he's not, then it seems it's this weird thing where like his scoring is down slightly. Not like, I mean, his last 2 games he has 25 and 27 points. It's not like he's struggling, but it is down slightly. Whereas Dylan Brooks' scoring is way up. And it's just more of like, what does that look like when Jalen Green gets involved? Does that make it easier for Book to score? Or does maybe his shooting percentage goes up because he's getting some clearer looks, but maybe his point total doesn't because Jalen Green's taking a ton of shots? I don't know. But now, because my prediction yesterday for the game was 33 points for him, and now that I know the core shorts ruined it, I'm going to,
You got sold like 7 points, Luke.
Yeah.
One of the things, and I was watching the game with my dad last night, so he had to hear this, and I was like, I'm going to tell this to the guys. Anyways, one of the things that irritates me the most about Devin Booker, and this is coming from like the biggest Devin Booker fan stan in the world.
You are wearing a Suns hoodie right now, are you not?
I am indeed wearing a Suns hoodie.
Okay.
Devin Booker is good enough to go one-on-one with any player in the league, and the thing that irritates me the most watching him, especially recently, is that there are people continuously coming to set screens for him so that he can get a mismatch, so he can get a Steph Curry or Brandon Podjemski on him. I don't care who you have on you.
Yeah.
And he's being very, very passive. And so when those screens come, they bring the double teams. Go one-on-one with whoever's guarding you. And that was one of the most infuriating things watching that game last night. I don't care who's guarding you. If you can go get a bucket, go get a bucket.
We need to watch like a Suns game live with Jamal. Just get the full experience.
It gets ugly.
Does it?
It gets so bad.
Is it like which local team does it get most ugly? Is it the Suns?
Oh, the Suns.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we stream it on the Gumball Sports Machine? Are we allowed to do that?
That way everybody can do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying in the sense of like, it just feels like Book's just going to have like a 45-point game here soon at some point. Just because
they're not playing the Clippers for a while. That's usually when it comes.
Or New Orleans. Remember that year he was averaging like 45
They got
points
2 games against New Orleans coming up in New Orleans.
Okay, well, let's see where this goes.
It's funny. If we go back to the theme of expectations beginning of the year to where they are now, my expectation beginning of the year with Devin Booker is like, oh, he needs to be a 30-point scorer for them to win. And as we've learned, he does not need to be, let alone a 25-a-game scorer for them to win basketball games.
Yeah, that's my bold prediction for the Suns this season was horribly wrong too, because I thought he would finish top 5 in the NBA.
They would win 30 games. They're halfway there, and it's December.
Well, but I just when we did bold predictions on the show, mine was Devin Booker's a top 5 scorer in the NBA this year because of what you just said. I thought he would have to be, and instead he's averaging less points per game than all the way back to 2017-18,
and without Jalen Green.
Yeah,
which makes it even more astounding, quite frankly.
All right, when we come back, we asked the question earlier, but now we can ask an actual authority and get an answer. What are the Cardinals playing for at this point in the season? We're going to ask offensive lineman John Gaines second. He joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bowl. Bowl.
Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now.
Bowl.
Text bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes Oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, Amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like wanting a psychic that helps you, but getting one that just ruins surprises.
I see. Your friend's throwing you a surprise party.
Well, that's ruined.
I see. The end of your favorite show. Madison stays with Braden.
Can I get a refund?
I don't see that.
You wouldn't settle for just any psychic, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
From savings to convenience, discover all the advantages of using the Albertsons or Safeway For You app. Becoming a For You member is free, easy, and offers awesome perks. Receive personalized digital savings on your favorite items, earn points towards discounts on groceries and gas, easily access the weekly ad from anywhere, and more. Download and sign up today to get $5 off your next $25 purchase as a new member. Take advantage of all the benefits you get by downloading the Albertsons or Safeway For You app today.
Your home for everything Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Cards HQ with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Football Friday. Mitch Vareldis is in for Wolf. Cardinals home finale this Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons, and Cardinals offensive lineman John Gaines second joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. John, thank you for the time. How's it going?
I'm doing well. How about yourself? Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for taking time. We appreciate it.
All right, so John, let's just start before we get into team stuff. Just you individually, how has this season gone for you?
I mean, it's been a blessing to get an opportunity. I'm grateful for every opportunity that comes my way. So obviously we're not getting the results that we want individually. Obviously there's always things to improve on. Team-wise, same situation. So I'm grateful that we have more opportunities, honestly.
I will pose the Wolf-related question because, of course, our resident fullback is not here, but you've been lining up a little bit in the backfield. I want to ask you, what's it been like lining up as a fullback on some of these offensive possessions?
Honestly, it's kind of funny. Back in high school, I was a big kid, and I talked to my O-line coach in high school, and I asked him, sophomore year if I could play tight end. And he told me I wasn't athletic enough to do all that. So
that's so mean.
So I'm kind of giving to live out that little bit of a dream from high school. So it's been a great experience doing anything to help the team.
Nice. We're talking to John Gaines. John, what's as you're now in year 3 and you're part of that first draft class for Monty Austinfort with Paris Johnson Jr. and Garrett Williams and Michael Wilson. How have you seen your game evolve since you got to the NFL level, and especially with the opportunities that you're getting now this season?
Yeah, I think it definitely comes down to situational awareness and just understanding the level of intelligence you have to know about what's going on. Everything's a situation. The margin for error is so razor thin in the NFL. It's so much technique based and so much knowing what to do, just as much as being physically capable to do it. So I think being in that 3 years, I feel like as much as I've learned and been able to grow as a player on and off the field in terms of understanding the game more has been really helpful.
And going off of that, how rewarding is it to have these opportunities that you've had this year in particular? Because if I'm not mistaken, you've dealt with some injuries the past couple of seasons, and now you're getting some regular opportunities showing how valuable you can be to this offensive line and this offense as a whole.
Yeah, it's been a blessing. You know, I lost my rookie year to a knee injury, and I was out, and I just remember I was pissed off every day. There's no other really way to put it, but it's just I don't know. You know, you always work to hope to just get an opportunity at some point in time, and I keep using that word because everything's about opportunity at this level and just trying to maximize whatever reps you do get. You know, if it's lining up at fullback, if it's lining up at guard, if it's anywhere on the field. I mean, shoot, I'll play safety for real. You know, just getting to play football is a blessing. And I think when you lose the game for a year, basically two, honestly, just want to be where you want to be as a player and being frustrated with what you know you can do, but you're not physically able to do yet. So being able to work back to get that, and then just always striving to improve in every single facet.
Yeah, we're talking to John Gaines. That's a great point too, John. I mean, maybe you can even elaborate on that a little bit. To have to deal with an injury in your first year is tough for anybody. But when you're coming in, you know, you're a fourth-round pick. You know what you can do. But I would assume that year more than any other, you want to show everybody else what you can do. That's what was the jump then like for you from year one to year two? Because you kind of learned about life in the NFL, but you didn't get to play yet.
Yeah, I think, you know, I was able to lead on my vets. So that was Hump, Beach, Fro, all those guys were in the room with me. And, like, they were really just telling me about, like, what it meant to be a pro and being able to see them come to work every single day and how they approach the game. And, you know, they've lasted a long time. At the end of the day, the name of the game is lasting. Being able to get that experience, I guess it kind of goes in that hand-in-hand with that, like, that basketball experience, you know. Like, shout out Ben Simmons a couple years ago. You know, he was Rookie of the year after he was hurt, but he still got to experience what it was like to be an NBA player. Even though he wasn't playing, you know, you get into that routine, developing good habits. And then, you know, Buddy Morris here, everybody in the building, you know, equipment managers, training staff, Buddy especially, because I was with him every single day. Like, these guys just got me ready, and, like, having that routine and building that routine, everything's habitual at this level. So, like, I think that allowed me to lean into the things that were more, like, not physical. So it's like, okay, if I can't physically go out and do it, I want to make sure I'm as mentally sound as I can be. So then when I do get the opportunity to get back and do it physically, I'm not catching up on the mental side too. Yeah. So just having guys in the building looking out for me, showing me the ropes, it's like, it was a blessing. Honestly, it was a blessing in disguise. You know, I wouldn't trade it for the world. Like, it sucked, and I can't deny that. But my parents have been through a lot worse than I have, and they've come out the other side. They show me what it means to persevere through adversity. So it was just another way to improve in other facets of life.
Wow. This season has been what it has been. The 3 wins, you've got 3 games left. What is keeping you as an individual motivated the rest of the way, and what is keeping you guys as a team motivated the rest of the way?
Honestly, I think it's the same thing for both. You know, like, you still have to show up and go to work every single day regardless of the results. You know, this sport is like, of course, we're aiming for a certain result, but you have to be process-oriented because, like, you don't get the results you want unless you show up and go to work every single day. And I think having the season that we've had, obviously we're all disappointed, but you still got to show up and go to work because you owe it to yourself and you owe it to the people watching, you owe it to your family. And I think that kind of pairs hand-in-hand with coming back from injury. Is like, I honestly didn't want to wake up and do rehab every morning, but, like, if that's what it took for me to get to where I wanted to be one day, then that's what it has to be. So. That's
a great outlook. We're talking to John Gaines. John, from the outside looking in, you know, you guys lose James Conner early in the season, and I think we all, and I'm sure you guys do too, look at him as just such a big leader on this team. Who has emerged as maybe some of the other leaders on the offensive side of the ball without him around?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always had great voices in the facility. You know, you had Kyler, you had Jacoby, you had Fro, Beach. Like, I lean on my vets in the O-line room, obviously. You know, we're an organized unit in that sense, and I've been here with them for 3 years. Paris, of course, stepping into that leadership role, too, has been really cool to see. Obviously, coming in with him, seeing him grow, because, like, it's just been really cool to see him be around, and just, he brings all the energy. I know y'all see the pictures of him saying a lot of words that they can't record and repeat to everybody before the game, but that's the type of energy you need. So, like, having all those guys have different facets and elements of leadership, because leadership doesn't look one way. It's a lot of different approaches from different people, and I think authenticity from those guys has always been really a big thing that they've always shown, and, like, everybody leads differently, but it's cool to be able to see a lot of vets show that in different ways.
All right, if you don't mind, I would like to ask some questions about your alma mater, if that's okay.
Oh, for sure.
So first off, how do you feel about Bob Chesney taking over the football program? What do you know about him? What have you heard? And how excited are you about this change?
I think that, honestly, I'm just excited to watch UCLA get back on the grind. Obviously, I hadn't heard much, honestly. I kind of, as you know, it gets a little busy over here, so I was kind of checked out for real. And then I heard the news, and I'm excited for them. Obviously, I every year I usually go back sometime during the off season, so I'll probably just pop up. Hopefully, they still let me in the building. I'm always going to show love for the Bruins. I'm always shouting them out. I want them to be nothing but the best, and I'm excited to see what they do. Because he came from. Don't get me wrong. Is it James Madison?
James Madison, playoff team this year,
school?
John.
Is that the same school where Cignetti came from?
I believe so. Yeah, I got the double thumbs up from our producer.
Yeah, and honestly, you see what Curt Cignetti's done with Indiana. Yeah. Hopefully, UCLA is the next thing. And for me, I'm a firm believer in the fact that the same way that UCLA sold itself to me when I was coming out of high school, hopefully it sells itself to recruits down the line. I want to make sure that alumni got to be involved and shout out the school and make sure that hey, you can make it to the league if you go to UCLA. you have a great alumni base, and the school sells itself. So I'm hoping nothing but the best for them.
And then last thing I want to ask about the alma mater is it sounds like we're nearing an end of them playing in the Rose Bowl. So I'm just curious, what are some of your favorite memories of getting to play in that historic stadium?
My favorite game of all time there was my fourth year. We played LSU. I thought it was super cool. It was half purple, half blue. I think, obviously SEC football brings a different environment of just fan base and stuff like that. And then obviously every time we played USC, it was always fun in the Rose Bowl. Yeah. I think the best games, honestly, were the ones where the stadium was kind of split. I always thought that was super fun. So obviously it's a historic stadium. As long as the games are good, I don't really care where they're playing. So I'll be rooting them on regardless.
John, are you used to seeing UCLA in the Big Ten? It's from being out here in Pac-12 country or Pac-10 country, it's still weird seeing UCLA and USC in the Big Ten.
Yeah, it's a little shocking for sure. I kind of laughed because I was joking with my parents about it. It's I'm from Wisconsin, so I'm UCLA it would have been a great time for them to be in the Big Ten if I was there. My family could have came to some more games, but it's still definitely some weird getting used to. It's interesting. It doesn't matter who they play. I'm a root for them. But I know, not seeing that little Pac-12 logo next to UCLA is definitely weird. But, I think we win some more games, I'll get more used to it,
Yeah, that's for sure. John Gaines, thank you so much for the time, man. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for sure. That's John Gaines joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of the Cardinals matchup with the Atlanta Falcons at State Farm Stadium this Sunday. When we come back, we'll stick with that game. Which players are most likely to swing the Cardinals-Falcons game? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Mitch Ferrell, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Arizona Cardinals are back in action at State Farm Stadium Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. Be part of the Red Sea for this exciting NFC matchup.
Let's go, run!
Secure your seats. Protect the nest.
Fans on their feet. It is packed again here.
Tickets are available at azcardinals.com/tix.
This place going crazy.
That's azcardinals.com/TIX.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns win, read Kellen Olson's latest up now on ArizonaSports.com. The Dbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama and Norman. Kickoff is at 6, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to replace your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona's sports.
It's part of the NFL. It's not easy. It's not easy to win in the NFL. Everybody want to win.
Who or what is the tipping point?
That's going to be key to our success.
This is
Fulcrum Football with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final hour of the show live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I don't know why I said it like that. Live. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch,
we're live.
Yeah, that's how I should have said it. Let's try this all over again. Let's start over. Let's start the entire show over. Okay?
Well, I mean, we're still doing the 16 first segments bit, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Hi, I'm Mitch.
What's going on, Mitch? How'd you get in here?
I don't know.
You've played Fulcrum Football before. In fact,
Last
you've
week?
played it more recently than I have.
Yeah.
All right, so it's simple. The game is simple, but not easy. You have to pick the players from the Cardinals or Falcons that are most likely to swing Sunday's game for better or for worse. Here is the coin toss. Oh, look, Mitch, you won. You get to pick first.
Oh, that's weird because I won last week, too.
Well,
and I I apparently found out Wolf doesn't win all that much. So
no, well, such is the case. He also picks offensive linemen.
I think we need to check the coin. I think the coin is fixed, but
well, both sides just say not Wolf.
Okay, I'll start with somebody on the opposition. Somebody who's not played for a few weeks, as a matter of fact. Give me Drake London as my
Francisco.
You remembered! I'm so happy. I had referenced last week about, that's a fun name to say, and that's the scene from Elf. So anyway, I'm picking Drake London in this one because I think it's easy to overlook just how valuable he's been to their offense this year. 60 receptions, 810 yards, 6 touchdowns in a season where he's been hampered by injuries all throughout. But he has had some very strong performances, and he had been targeted a lot early in the year. 15 targets against Tampa Bay, 10 against the Commanders, 16 against the Buffalo Bills, 10 more against the 49ers, 14 against the New England Patriots, and then his most recent performance against the Carolina Panthers, he was 7 for 9, 119 yards. This dude is a bully on the outside. He stands, 6'4",
well, you really
215?
Did your Drake London research for this show.
I'm just saying, he might be the most valuable offensive weapon that they have, especially for a Cardinals secondary that has been eaten alive for most of this year.
That doesn't make me feel any better about the game, but I wanted to pick Kyle Pitts just so I could bring up the fact that anybody who drafted him in fantasy football, he sunk their team all year, and then when they were in the consolation bracket, he had 11 catches for 166 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Or vice versa. He destroyed your opportunity to advance to the next round by scoring, 46 points?
46. Yeah.
Good Lord.
So you had him.
I did.
Is that what you're... Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. That was
Sorry, Jamal. It was a rough.
Jamal, who's your Fulcrum football player? I'm kidding.
Yeah, I tell you what, you only have to pick. We're going to give you Kyle Pitts since you obviously are not real happy with him right now. All right, I'll tell you what. I am going to go Cardinals side of the ball, and I am going to go with Walter Nolan the third. Tua Tagovailoa. Yeah, see that?
So I guess it's not me that just gets picked on. That's good.
No, it's not. Give me Walter Nolan the third. I mean, as I've been saying, I'm kind of at the point with this team. I think most people are right now. If you're watching the Cardinals on Sunday and you're a Cardinals, you want them ultimately to do well. I think you're just hate watching right now, like you're just angry and you're watching and looking for things to be upset about, and they've been giving you things to be upset about, or you're watching to see which players are still getting something out of these final games. And to me, that's probably going to be first, second, maybe third year guys. Walter Nolan III hasn't been on the field as much as I'm sure he'd like, but when he's out there, you notice him, and that's not always the case for somebody that plays his position. So, give me Walter Nolan III, and I could, like I said, for my bold prediction of the year, I could use about 10 sacks from him on Sunday.
We'll see if they get there.
Probably won't be doing
Do you want me to pick a Falcon or do you want me to pick a Cardinal? I could go either or
you
here.
Want. There's no
no,
rules.
just tell me. Just tell me.
You're going to make me pick how I lose this game?
No. There's there's no winner or loser.
Oh, there's always
pick
winners.
A Cardinal. Michael Carter is my favorite. You know who I think should be the most embarrassed after this is Bronny. Watching his dad flop around like that. That's not who I want to look up to if that's my dad. I know that much. What does this have to do with football?
Wow.
I was on a heater that night.
That was so specific.
I was so annoyed. Can we have an established running game, please, so that we're not forced into obvious pass before the offense even touches the ball? They were down 10-0 before they touched the ball against Houston. Let's avoid that, and let's establish a ground game with somebody who's shown some good flashes and some good burst when given the opportunity on the ground. So I'll go with Michael Carter.
Give me a rushing total for Michael Carter if you're going to go out there and make picks like that.
If I set the over-under at...
Don't do this because I'm going to take the under probably, and then I'm going to be
62.5.
You realize the most a Cardinal has rushed for in a game this year is 81 from Amari DiMercato when 71 of them came on one play.
Okay.
Other than that, nobody's even rushed for 80 yards, and they've only gone over 65 yards 3 times. DiMercato twice and Trey Benson in week 1.
Okay, so against Houston, he was 14 for 56, and against Tennessee, he was 18 for 51.
I mean, he's been their leading rusher in week 12 with 28 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're taking the under then, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it's not anything against Michael Carter. It's just...
I just want him to help establish this running game that has not been established all year.
Yeah.
And it's not entirely on him, but he's who everybody will look to stat-wise when this game is done.
All right, my second pick. I can't believe you left him out there. Give me Bijan Robinson.
No, I just read the.
Well, now we should at least explain it.
What were you trying to do?
Yeah, what were you trying to say?
Talk. Yeah, apparently.
All right. Well, this is what you miss out on every day.
Anyway, Bijan Robinson.
Bijan Robinson, pretty good. Well over 1,000 rushing yards already, 6 touchdowns just on the ground. If you are invested in the Cardinals winning this game, they have to slow down Bijan Robinson.
Not easy.
No, it's not. Here's your third pick. I don't think we've ever done Fulcrum football for 2 teams that were already eliminated. This is weird.
Yeah.
I feel this is odd.
So my third pick has an extra layer to it.
Have you taking a Ram? Like,
no. So remember when we talked about, speaking of the Rams, remember when we talked about the draft day trade that the Falcons made? So give me Jalen Walker of the Falcons.
I poke bears.
I poke bears. For those that may not be aware, in order for the Falcons to get Jalen Walker, that is who they traded up to get with the Rams in the 2025 draft, and that is who has cost them their first-round pick next year. So if Jalen Walker wants to go out there and prove he's worth a next year first, or not, either or, but I'm keeping an eye on him specifically because obviously he meant a lot to them to go after him the way that they did.
Because he's why the Falcons ruined the NFC for the foreseeable future.
And it wasn't James Pierce Jr. I know that much.
No. Okay, I will go. I'll go back to the Cardinals. I'll go. Man, nobody left on the offensive line. Give me Yelda Froholt.
Jamal's on the mic. It's going down.
Jeez. That's so old. That's so old. Was that recorded in like the 40s?
Maybe.
Wow.
Maybe with the old microphones too.
Yeah, it sounded like the first ever microphone, actually. Yeah, look, this is not ideal, but the Atlanta Falcons are second in the NFL in terms of sacks. It's not ideal for Jacoby Brissett. He's going to need some level of protection, and Yelda Froholt is probably the most likely player to be able to deliver that on the offensive line. So there you go. Yelda Froholt, my final pick. And that's also kind of an homage to Wolf because he takes 4 offensive linemen every week. So I felt like I needed to take at least one.
Oh, appreciate that.
Yeah, look at
also, if that was your final pick and I went first, that means we're done. We made it.
Yeah, there you go.
You've been fulcrumed. Oh, wait, that's a Bickley and Murata thing. Never mind.
All right, when we come back, just how big of a moment is this for ASU football and athletics as a whole? We're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't know if it's going to be Obaji. I don't know if it's going to be him. I do know that Nick Richards is very much the one piece on this roster that, with Kaman Malawach coming at some point, with Oso Ighodaro getting the bulk of the backup center minutes, with Mark Williams being the freaking revelation that he's been so far
That's
this
the
year.
biggest surprise, isn't it? It's been great.
It's been fantastic. I mean, it's in an offseason in which you can say which move do you like the best. You can really make a case for Mark Williams as being the move to like the best on the Suns roster. He's been terrific.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who makes a trade first, the Arizona Diamondbacks or the Phoenix Suns? The Bernsey Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, thanks to everybody out there listening, especially those currently in Fountain Hills. What's going on, Fountain Hills?
Big fan of that fountain at the bottom of the hill. I say that every time.
You do.
Also, I need to retract one of my Fulcrum football picks.
This is unheard of, but go ahead.
Because I'm dumb. Jalen Walker was the original draft pick of the Falcons. It was James Pierce Jr. who they traded up for.
Rick, I assume that you are editing that spot where Mitch just said, because I'm dumb, and using that for future Fulcrum football picks. Right there. Just Mitch saying
with Paul McCartney singing in the background.
Oh, if you're ever
I think because of the Paul McCartney singing in the background, that kind of didn't work.
It maybe it made it better because it's like a festive admission of stupidity. You really, this is the time of year for that. All right, let's get back to ASU because it's possible we could have an answer on all this by Monday. Next time we are on the air.
Here's hoping
we could get one in the next 30 seconds too. Or
here's hoping for that too.
This is Graham Rossini on with Burns and Gambo from yesterday, talking about the state of Sun Devil athletics right now.
And so everybody listening, I know there's a lot of passionate Sun Devils that are tuned in right now and following the story, but we are in an incredible moment as an athletic department. We are in the right city at the right time. There's never been a better time in the history of college sports to be a place like ASU where you have a Power 4 athletic department, a Research One university, and one of the greatest cities in the world to tap into, because everything we need is around us. And all of our sports are feeding off that momentum that football creates and waterfalls throughout the department. And so when you go from successful football and volleyball seasons into successful basketball and hockey seasons, and you take that momentum into baseball and softball, that's the type of complete athletic department that we're pushing very hard every single day to continue to become.
He's not wrong. This is, again, I said this earlier, but all the speculation and the angst and the tension and everything right now around the football program ultimately is what you wanted. I mean, we remember the general apathy like 3 or 4 years ago where it was like, oh, they still have a football game coming up? I mean,
yeah.
And I know there was a lot of weirdness there with COVID and everything too, and like a 4-game season or whatever it was mixed in. But there was just you would go to a game because it's fun to go to ASU football games, but there was not really anything more to it. You see your friends that are ASU football fans that you go to games with or whatever. That has flipped so quickly, and it's not just because of Kenny Dillingham, but he is at the top of the list. Graham Rossini is near the top of the list too. But everything he just said about how it's never been better to be Sun Devil Athletics, I actually agree with him because of the community right now, that aspect between the sports. And it's just, there's just more buzz. There's just people want to talk about ASU sports. But that really is at risk right now if you don't find a way to bring Kenny Dillingham back. Like, that all goes out the window.
Yeah. What I was going to say to this is if somehow they can't get this done and Kenny Dillingham leaves, then you can basically kiss having a good athletic department goodbye, because any of these other coaches for any of these other teams, if they see that the university can't support the biggest program, the most popular sport at the school, then what makes them want to stay around here? They're going to go find that next best opportunity right away.
And I know it's not the football.
That's why I think they're going to get it done.
It's not the football program. I know that, but there's a big decision to be made on the men's basketball program this offseason, too. Bobby Hurley's in the final year of his deal. There was a lot of tension after that season played out the way it did last year. They're starting off great right now. Don't get me wrong, coming off a loss to UCLA. But there's still a big decision about that. And if they're going to go big fishing, then you need to at least show that you're supporting your other programs as well. Like, you know the term a keystone species? Football is the keystone species of any collegiate athletics department, right?
Which it was good to hear Graham Rossini acknowledge that, because some athletic directors are like, everything's the same. Like,
some athletic directors, and I don't mean this as a diss to these sports, will tout how good their Olympic sports are and just kind of go with the flow with the other two. The primary moneymakers, football and men's basketball, need to get as much love and attention as this university has given all of its Olympic sports coaches. And we're seeing that right now. But we need to see it continue, because otherwise it's going to be non-factor. And if you remove that keystone species, the entire ecosystem is just going to fall apart, to Rick's point.
Especially the way it has built up so quickly over the last, I don't want to, you have to be careful with these conversations because it makes it sound like, oh, ASU football's been bad for 20 years. That's not the case. ASU football had a great, back-to-back double-digit win seasons.
They were in the Pac-12 championship. Herm Edwards came in and they won, 8 games that first year. Like, they're no stranger to success. This is the best success, but they're no stranger to success.
I also just feel like the feeling around this program is, I don't want to say better than ever, because I wasn't alive in the 70s, and I wasn't here.
I wasn't
in the
here
90s.
for Frank Kush. I wasn't here for Duke or Snyder. Excuse me.
But the vibe, just the vibe around it. Even this year, you go 8-4. It's like, okay, yeah, but still something's building. The vibe of like guys coming back to practice when they've already announced that they're going to the NFL draft. They're still coming. They're showing up to practices before the bowl game coming up here in a couple weeks. Like just the collective. I'm sure some of that is just this group that you had, this first real group with Kenny Dillingham and, with Abney and Jordan Tyson and all these guys. It's just that there's that certain vibe that is unique. But it is also, and this is why Kenny's such a hot commodity right now around college football, he has built something very quickly that has been almost a myth over the last however many years of, hey, there's a sleeping giant there with ASU football. Hey, why can't you recruit almost anybody you want to come live in Phoenix this time of year?
Why is it this hard?
Yeah. And not only is he doing it, he's doing it at a time where you've moved to the Big 12 and college football is shifting. And what Kenny is especially good at is what a lot of even good coaches in college football aren't really good at yet. So, yeah, you've only really been reaping the benefits of this for 2 years. He's only been here for 3 years. You can't let him walk now. I fully agree, with the people that are like, hey, you never know. Maybe in 10 years he walks. I'm not worried about 10 years
if he
from now.
walks in 10 years and he has also brought with it like a second Big 12 championship, maybe a massive bowl game or college football playoff win, am I going to be angry about it? Maybe, but am I going to be resigned to it a little bit more than I would be right now? Absolutely, 100%.
Now it would just be too early because it's like, hey, that thing that felt like just a mythological creature of you can awaken the sleeping giant. We did it for like a split second and then we shut the lights off ourselves. And then, that would be damaging.
Imagine if, and they've already signed him to another extension, but imagine if Curt Cignetti did what he did with Indiana, right? 10-win or 11-win season, and then now an undefeated season. You're the number one seed in the college football playoff. And imagine if Indiana's response was to, we'll wait it out. We'll see.
Yeah.
Well, the Michigan job's available.
No, and
Cignetti might be the best head coach from this season.
Yeah.
They extended him a while back.
I know. But
it is college football. I mean, you get extensions every
honestly,
year.
You kind of have to because it's so volatile in the coaching market that at a moment's notice, Lane Kiffin, for example, could just be gone, and then it's over.
Honestly, I will only ever be okay with Kenny Dillingham leaving Arizona State if it's for an NFL job. I have envisioned him because I grew up near Virginia Tech, and Frank Beamer was the guy. He was there, for 25 seasons or something like that. They had tremendous success. He never left. And that's what I want to see out of Kenny Dillingham. And if he goes to the NFL when he's like 50 years old, that'd be awesome for him. Otherwise, I don't want to see him ever leave for any other college program.
I don't want to see him leave either, but I think you just kind of hit on it right there. He's got all the time in the world too. He's only in his 30s, and this is a point I feel like gets lost when people talk about it nationally of like, well, the Michigan job's open. He's going to have to take that. Like, first of all, to your point, Curt Cignetti didn't have to take it.
No,
he doesn't have to. I know he's locked up now, but he was getting job offers. That's why Indiana locked him up, and it's not like Indiana is a traditional football power. But the other thing with Kenny is like, there's going to be other offers. And you could say, well, the Michigan job won't open up. Yeah, okay, but like 5 years from now, the Georgia job could be open. I mean, it's
and
the
for
SEC.
All the noise around Alabama these past 2 years.
That might be open in 8 hours.
They were ready to fire DeBoer after they lost the season opener. And
they were ready to fire
in the college football playoff
if they didn't get into the conference championship.
Right.
If they lost that last game.
Right.
So
wild.
The SEC is so volatile that there will be high-profile jobs open every year. And
this whole thing needs a commissioner or somebody that can oversee this process and keep. You want to be the commissioner of the NCAA?
I solved college football. You can go listen to our 11:45 segment from yesterday with Lorenzo Alexander.
The printout he gave us yesterday.
Yeah, I have flyers in my desk. I'm doing like a revolutionary style propaganda handout, a pamphlet kind of thing.
I don't think it's that hard to be better than Mark Emmert, but we'll see. We'll see.
No, I mean, we didn't even get into Rick's whole plan yesterday. And sometimes Rick has some crazy plans. Rick's plan, even only part of it, was infinitely better than what they have currently right now, where it's just like, hey, let's spin a wheel and everybody gets to go everywhere. Hey. All right, when we come back, which Week 16 NFL games, which, by the way, there are games tomorrow if you're playing fantasy football, set your lineup, are we looking forward to the most? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferrell. Is in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' win, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. The Dbacks have made a trade. They're sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6. You can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And that is what is trending now.
I'm dreaming. Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns. What stood out in last night's Suns game against the Warriors? We will react starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Treetops glisten and the children listen.
Wolf and Luke on a Friday. Mitch Ferrell is in for Wolf tonight.
Now we know it's the holiday season.
Because of that song?
Because we got Bublé.
Is that Bublé?
Yeah.
But he didn't write that song.
No.
I don't know. Maybe he traveled back in time and wrote it.
Somebody wrote that song for Bing Crosby. That's how old that song is. Wow. Maybe Bing Crosby wrote it for Bing Crosby. I don't actually know this.
Seems kind of selfish to write the song for yourself.
He sang it for everybody else. But anyway, Michael Bublé, you're in the holiday season.
How much do you think last night's very, very weird Rams-Seahawks game, is going to impact who makes the Super Bowl out of the NFC when all is said and done? Right now it feels huge because right now Seattle has the number 1 seed in the NFC, and I think most impartial observers would say the Rams are the best team in the NFC. That's what they've looked like, but it doesn't really matter now with 2 weeks left. There is a big difference between you get a first-round bye and you host every game you play, which is where Seattle is right now, or you are down in that mess of, the Rams are going to be a playoff team, but right now they'd play Tampa in the first round. That's probably a win, but then they'd probably have to play Philly or San Francisco in the second round, as opposed to
they would have to go on the road basically the whole way, though.
Yeah.
Which is a big difference as opposed to your point, hosting the entirety of the NFC playoffs.
All because of a 2-point conversion that everybody thought was a dead play.
Right. Just wild outcome. I will say, I think there's one team that actually benefits from playing on the road in terms of whether they play at home or play it on the road, and it's the Rams, only because their stadium doesn't really feel like a home stadium most of the time. Like they get overrun by Raiders fans, for crying out loud. And like the Raiders have a very strong fan base in Los Angeles, don't get me wrong, but the Raiders are bad, man. Like, you would think a good football team would have a really strong fan base in its own stadium.
Yeah.
And they just don't.
Well, they have a better fan base and fan support than the Chargers do, though.
Sure. Both of them playing well. Both of them deserve their own home crowds is what I'm getting at here. But at the end of the day, I still think the Seahawks benefit more from having all of their games at home than the Rams do, I think would be my takeaway. I'm curious what you think. Do you think anybody else in the NFC, and maybe this is just what you asked me, but like I look at the Bears, they've got a huge game against the Packers tomorrow. That one will basically...
The Bears have a really hard schedule.
That one is going to decide the division. That one will decide the 2 seed, all that stuff.
Yeah.
The Green Bay Packers, who just lost their best defensive player, probably without their best offensive receiver, or, I mean, all receivers are on offense. What am I saying? They have lost a couple
Christian Watson's been their best receiver.
They've lost a couple of key linemen. Zach Tom went down in that game against the Broncos. Like, they're a little battered and bruised, but Jordan Love usually plays exceptionally well this time of year. It is Toyota-thon. The Lions are just kind of lurking at 8-6, but they're not good enough to be in the playoffs right now because the NFC West has 3 teams with double-digit wins.
I'll tell you, the playoffs in the NFC in particular, I mean, all of these, you could convince me that any of these teams made it to the Super Bowl, partially because of what happened last night for Seattle, because I don't think they were going on the road and winning enough games with Sam Darnold, and they still wouldn't be my pick. But now they have a huge advantage if this holds up.
Massive.
Seattle, I mean, you could see them getting there. The Bears, they're 10-4. It's going to be tough, obviously, and their schedule the rest of the way is not easy either, with Green Bay, San Francisco, and Detroit coming up. Philly, who knows? But, I mean, they won the Super Bowl last year, so it wouldn't be shocking if they got back. The Rams, certainly. San Francisco is a possibility. Green Bay, although probably tougher without Micah Parsons. And Detroit, I know, is not in a playoff spot right now, but, I mean, on paper, that's one of the most talented teams. The problem is somebody has to get in there from the South, and that's Tampa right now, who looked good earlier this season, and now I don't know what they are.
God, I can't believe we're at the point where it's between the Buccaneers or the Panthers for the NFC South.
Yeah, one of those teams is going to get lit up by the Rams in the first round.
Goodness.
Can you imagine the Panthers in the playoffs this year?
There's one team that we haven't mentioned, by the way. The reigning champs, who are just kind of quietly going to win their division. And
I mean, not but quietly. They hate each other openly.
But they were probably going to play the 49ers in the first round, or whoever finishes third in the NFC West.
Yeah.
They host the third-placed NFC West team as the division winners and reigning Super Bowl champions, and they have looked anything but the reigning Super Bowl champions this year, and they're going to win the East. Like, it's basically locked up. There's that really, 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 really outside chance that the Cowboys find a way. They won't. But the Eagles, they've looked pretty strong on offense the last 2 games, and that momentum may come into play here.
Yeah, I mean, you can never count the defending champs out as long as they're still in it, you know? But I don't know. Do you think Philly's going back to the Super Bowl? At a certain point, there's clearly something wrong there.
Do you feel the same about them? Like if the Chiefs were to make the playoffs this year, wouldn't the conversation be you got to watch out for the Chiefs in the playoffs?
Yeah,
because they just know how to play. They know how to win in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Do you not feel the same way about the Eagles?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but I would feel better about the Chiefs if they were in because they have Mahomes and they've done it before. I know the Eagles just did it, but even last year, the Chiefs, we were all looking at them like, how is this team winning? Every game was a one-score game. They had some very fortunate finishes against Denver and the Raiders, and yet they were still 15-2, weren't they?
15-2.
It didn't feel like they were even that good, but they got in the playoffs, and everybody, once they got in, was like, well, yeah, they're just going to go to the Super Bowl.
They went from winning their one-score games to not winning their one-score games.
Yeah.
Big flip.
Yeah. It all evened out for them for sure. As far as the Niners, I mean, if they win out, they win the division too. So you can't even count them out. And
so they play Seattle in the final week of the season.
Yeah.
That game could be huge. It makes a difference because Seattle is on top. Like if Seattle was not on top of the division right now, then the Niners wouldn't have a chance, if I'm not mistaken.
It's very weird. This is what happens when you have three really good teams in one division.
But then the Rams play the Cardinals the final week of the year. And now they have something to play for because they lost this game. Right?
Yeah.
So
isn't this great how this has all worked out?
For who?
The biggest.
Who is this worked out for?
This is honestly my biggest question coming out of this season. How are the Cardinals supposed to make this gap up? And I know just because Seattle's 12-3 this year doesn't guarantee they're going to win like that next year. And the Rams. I mean, the Rams are going to be good next year. Seattle's going to be good next year. San Francisco is going to be good next year. You know, it's the NFL. Some team may have a bunch of injuries and drop off, but how are the Cardinals supposed to make up what is right now an 8-game gap?
Do you want to talk through some potential factors?
Sure.
Because I have at least one for each team.
Okay.
Seattle. What if Sam Darnold craps the bed in the playoffs again?
I mean,
they have an out in 27.
He wasn't
but,
good last night.
Right. He wasn't good last night. To the point where everybody is screaming into their phones on the internet about how I cannot believe we have Sam Darnold. We got to get rid of this guy. This always seems to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Do they decide to hold on to him? And if they don't, then what direction do they go? They don't have a good enough pick to take a quarterback. The market is not necessarily enticing for who's out there. So they could just end up running it back with Darnold. Maybe they produce the same. But that doesn't mean they're going to get where they eventually want to go, right?
Yeah. The problem is, even just hearing you talk this out, Seattle's going to be a good regular season team again next year, almost no matter what.
Or is there a regression to the mean and they
don't get to play Phillip Rivers in his first game?
Yeah.
They don't get 2-point conversions when the play's over?
Rams is the same thing. Does Matthew Stafford go another year? Like he looks amazing this year. He's probably going to win the MVP at this current pace.
I think he only retires if they win the Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, if the Rams win the Super Bowl, then Stafford's gone, and the quarterback class in the draft is not that great. Even if the Rams do end up getting a top 10
They do have a top 10 pick thanks to Atlanta.
San Francisco. They've been dealing with a lot of injuries this year, but the one key individual who's been remarkably healthy for them this year is Christian McCaffrey. Do we think that's going to carry over another year?
Not necessarily, but the thing with San Francisco is even when they're beat up, they generally still find ways to win. I know last year they didn't, but I mean, you're talking about a team that is maybe not quite as beat up as the Cardinals, but close, and they're 10-4.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to think any of these teams is a sub-500 team next year.
So the last thing I will say to counteract everything that I just said about like what could happen, why I believe it will be a tough hill to climb is three people: Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Michael McDonald.
Yeah,
not that Michael McDonald, but the one that coaches football.
Yeah, those guys aren't going anywhere.
That's three
Unless
of the
Puka Nacua just drives Sean McVay so crazy.
That's three of the best coaches in the NFL in one division. So you're already at an uphill battle, and I think the hill's only going to get steeper next year.
All right. Happy holidays, everybody. When we come back,
Here's
final
a
segment
lump
of the
of coal.
show. What do we want to see from the Suns tomorrow when they face the Warriors again? Is there going to be a carryover from last night? Probably. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bowl. Bowl.
Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now.
Bowl.
Text bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Save on USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Roast. On sale now for just $7.97 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 2. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
It's Christmas time, but it's the same problem. I'm afraid. It's Christmas time, and no one knows the ball being played.
They talk other teams plenty on TV and the radio. But it's time to show the world it's Phoenix time.
They've got good players competing on the Phoenix Suns, who all the time play hard and are so fun.
There's a world outside the Lakers and what LA does each year. But that's all they talk about when Stephen A appears. And the ref team gets screwed.
Because tonight they helped LeBron instead of you.
But the Phoenix team is playing well this Christmas time. The big three's in the past, and that is fine. In the valley they're adored, but nationally ignored. Do they know the Suns play basketball?
All right, a couple things.
Go ahead.
I feel like I need to defend myself here a little bit.
Fine, by all means.
I can't sing, and I never thought I could. But every time I do one of these songs with Jarrett, and I told him this yesterday, he always has, and Rick was in there too, but anytime I've ever done a song with Jarrett, he always has me singing with no instruments in the background. Like, so even a good singer might not sound good. But we're burying the lead here.
Okay.
Sammy.
Just
Sammy Savolka.
A warning shot at the soprano level by Sammy. Oh my goodness.
Does anybody have like that Men in Black thing?
Trust me, I wish.
But does it work for your ears? Like, oh my gosh.
I will say though, it didn't sound horrible when all of you were singing together.
Yeah.
Now, but each of you separately sound like
that was
a hippopotamus stubbed its toe.
Yeah. And then fell down a flight of stairs on an accordion. Yeah, I would agree. And we could certainly play the game of who sounded the worst. But there really are no
Definitely
winners.
wasn't me.
See, that's just not being accountable for your actions.
Accountability.
Again, I've sang before.
Accountability is the best ability.
Cody weighed in on Twitter and said Luke Lipinski wasn't the worst, which is the best I'll take from that. But Jesse was horrible, which I feel like
come on,
was aggressive.
Okay, so who was the worst? If
there are no winners.
No,
that's true.
But I do want to ask, because you brought this up, why, and that this is not a good thing either, why did the three of us, we sounded like if Christmas carolers showed up to your house that didn't know how to sing and were like really tired. Like,
So,
why were we in?
Because we just done a 4-hour radio show.
Yeah, I don't know. That was
somebody dropped the cinder block on Sammy's foot. Is that what happened?
Sammy's the highlight of that whole thing. Sammy's just coming in there with the LeBron comment.
Wow.
Anyway, I crushed Countryman by Luke Bryan at karaoke back in 2016.
Okay, we're gonna need proof that Rick.
Nah, we don't need the proof.
I also don't
take him at his word. I don't want to hear it.
I don't know if this embarrasses me further or the situation further. I'm not familiar with the original song.
See, that's the problem. I wasn't really either. Like,
so I'm not alone. Good.
I knew of it, but when Jared's like, "Hey, sing these words," like I don't even know what the beat is to this song.
Oh my god!
Now we've got some important news to pass along. Okay?
We do.
Well, this is via Chris Cartman.
Okay.
Chris Cartman, of course, a Sun Devil source, friend of the program. Said,
Chris Cartman.
This is within the last 20 minutes. Kenny Dillingham is currently at ASU's athletic department holiday party. The vibe check appears promising. Stay tuned.
Interesting.
So, I'm just saying. Well, I don't really know what I'm saying. Chris Cartman's saying.
Well, you already said what you said.
I did say what
you said. What you said because that's what Chris Cartman said.
That's true.
On his X account.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that's a good thing. I don't know. Be awkward.
Sorry, I'm fast. There's like a loose screw on this crane arm, so I'm trying to be careful.
That's not ever going to get fixed.
No
matter how much you try.
And unless I speak loudly enough about it that it gets addressed. But
Are you
loose.
reading anything into the Chris Cartman post right there that Kenny's at the holiday party for
No.
ASU? Nothing?
Well, yes, but no.
Okay, well, that was definitive.
No. Here's what I mean. We already had one absence from a party this year. I don't need another one to like ruin my mood.
Okay.
Or anything like that. I shouldn't be surprised that the head coach of the football team is attending the athletics staff party,
I'm not
right?
either. I'm not surprised. I just think it's good news. It just reinforces that they are all working on this together. It doesn't solidify anything. It doesn't guarantee he's coaching here next year.
I still think even if he was leaving, he would still go, right? Like when we have a fellow employee that departs before the year is done, we know they're leaving. but they depart after said holiday party occurs, would you still want to see them at the holiday party?
Let me put it this way. Do you think Lane Kiffin is invited to the Ole Miss holiday party?
I don't think he's invited to Mississippi for anything.
Like the entire state?
Yeah. It's just like, they don't even want him in Starkville.
LSU plays Ole Miss next year, don't they? They should.
Where's this? What's the city? Why am I blanking?
Oxford.
Oxford.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking forward to
That
that
should
one already.
be. They're going to be
It'll
bringing
a good time.
They're going to be bringing eggs. They're going to be bringing all the gardening tools. The one that he was specifically referenced as.
Now, this is all, of course, assuming that Lane Kiffin doesn't jump ship and coach Alabama before next season, because that would be the Lane Kiffin thing to do.
So I can't remember who it was, but I think I was listening to a podcast and they were talking about the exact same thing. Is that Lane didn't come to the decision about going to LSU until after the Iron Bowl was done.
Yep.
Because if Alabama had lost,
right after the Iron Bowl was done.
And maybe that job would have opened up for him, because I think Kiffin is working his way back to Tuscaloosa.
It really feels like Kalen DeBoer's not going to be at Alabama for, I don't know, let's say more than another year or two. It's just
He
the way
should
it
go
feels.
back to Washington, because Jed Fish is going to leave that job in a matter of minutes,
They
so
should just
it'll
do
be
a
available.
swap. They should just trade for each other.
Although
But,
I wouldn't want Jed Fish if I'm Alabama. Maybe if I'm Michigan. Okay, so here's what has to happen.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Jed Fish leaves Washington, goes to Michigan.
That'd be nice.
That's step one.
Okay.
Step two, Alabama loses to Oklahoma.
Okay.
DeBoer is fired, re-picked up by Washington. Okay? Nice little reunion.
This
there.
doesn't really impact me, but sure.
And then Lane Kiffin leaves Ole Miss and goes to leaves LSU, and goes to Alabama.
He doesn't even remember where he's leaving at this point because he's left so many places.
And then Kenny goes to No, I'm kidding.
No, Kenny stays right here. He's at the holiday party. You can't go to a holiday party
He's
if
at
you're not
the
going to come
holiday
back next
party,
year.
people.
Holidays. See, this is why we shouted out holidays earlier in the show, because they are going to bring ASU athletics back together. Or were they ever really apart? Real quick, Merrill Kelly deal's official, by the way. Oh, so
2028 vesting option, by the way.
So
for the
that
third
you
season.
clap for. You don't clap for my holiday party news.
I'm just glad it's done. And I'm glad we're done, too. It's been a long day.
Yeah, you're going to the finish line like Wolf yesterday.
I've still got 2 more hours after this. I don't know what you mean.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Mitch Ferreldis in for Wolf today, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Yeah, there is a difference between Michigan and Arizona State, and even the most ardent Arizona State fan would be foolish not to admit that or acknowledge that. Bottom line is, college football and college athletics basically is daring you as a fan and a consumer to stay interested, to stay emotionally involved. Unless you're one of the blue blood programs that's just going to swoop in and take everybody. From a coaching standpoint and from a player standpoint.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Celebrate the season with the most colorful day of the year. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl Parade presented by Lerner & Rowe on January 3rd in Central Phoenix. You'll see Valley Pride on full display with giant balloons, show-stopping floats, non-stop music, and the kind of feel-good energy that happens when the entire city comes together. Start 2026 with joy. Join us on January 3rd and learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org. Viva Fiesta.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Devin Booker had 25 points as the Phoenix Suns snuck by the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night at Mortgage Matchup Center. For more on the Suns' victory, read Kellen Olson's latest, up now on ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a trade. The Snakes are sending reliever Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Owusu-Asiedu. And the college football playoff begins tonight. Oklahoma hosts Alabama in Norman. Kickoff is at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. The Window Depot, proudly manufacturing and assembling windows right here in Arizona. Get factory direct prices and big box selection at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Kellen Olson, filling in for Gambo today, back on this Friday after his duties covering the Phoenix Suns last night. What is going on, Kellen? How we doing?
What's up, buddy? Doing well. It's getting a little smoky in here all of a sudden. There's a little smoke coming from a fire somewhere.
It sure is. We went around the horn today in show prep. And I'm just telling you right now, we don't know anything. We're relying on some sleuthing, some logical kind of deductions, and just kind of looking at things and going, okay, we're deducing this and we're deducing that. But it prompted all of us to come through with our guesses today on when a breaking news sounder might hit. Kellen's on the clock. Kellen, you've got, 5 minutes?
Yeah, I had the last pick in the draft, so it was one of those situations where I was going to either be real late or real early, and I'm going real early.
Okay, so you said 2:07. The breaking news sounder fires
in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes from right now, I went with the more conservative 3:22. I was thinking that that's 5:22 on the East Coast. That's probably when something like this would happen. Lauren went late in the show. She said 4:30. Again, we've probably jinxed it. And again, I'll say this too. I understand not everybody's rooting for breaking news. Not everybody wants anything to happen when it comes to this. But as we've been joking about all week, we get a little juiced when there's breaking news because we're trying to figure out what it means and all that stuff. So it is getting a little smoky in here, Kellen. It's starting to feel like something could be happening here. You know what I mean?
We're going to mention the few baseball things that have come up today as well, but also Arizona State. Sun Devil source reporter Chris Cartman tweeting 35 minutes ago with a little grinning Grinch gif that Kenny Dillingham is currently at ASU's athletic department holiday party. The vibe check appears promising. Stay tuned. It's 35 minutes ago. Lot of smoke.
Okay, a lot of smoke.
A lot of smoke in the air right now.
A lot of smoke today. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Okay, so we're going to start with the latest in the Arizona Diamondbacks. And again, knowing that there is a large segment of the Dbacks fan base who will not get excited about this at all, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. We're only excited because we get a little juiced up when there's breaking news and we can talk about what it means and things like that. Nothing has happened yet. And quite frankly, I don't know if anything's going to happen today. What we do know is that they made the Merrill Kelly signing official and that Mike Hazen's set to do a press conference, I think not a video conference, a phone call in a half hour from right now. Okay, so that we know. Here's where we're starting to go a little on the crazy train with speculation. The Tampa Bay Rays have made 2 trades today. One, a 3-team deal involving the Houston Astros and the Pittsburgh Pirates. The other, a pitcher, I should say, on their team, Shane Baz, who was, if that name sounds familiar to you, about a week and a half ago, Nick Piccoro linked Shane Baz and Ryan Pepiot, 2 starting pitchers of the Tampa Bay Rays, to the Diamondbacks in a possible Ketel Marte trade situation. Baz got traded to the Orioles, but as the deal they made with the Pirates, talking about the Rays now, they traded their second baseman, Brandon Lau, to the Pittsburgh Pirates in a 3-team deal. So when it's all settled, when it's all said and done, what the Rays have done here is cleared some salary, loaded up on a bunch of prospects by trading Baz, and Lau. Good prospects.
Yep.
Loaded up on a bunch of prospects. And as one Twitter account has pointed out, they've got about a $15 million hole on their payroll that they just created with these 2 moves. And now people are starting to wonder if something's going to happen here.
We can connect it to Nick Piccoro's report from, I believe, last week, where it was the Rays' initial interest or the initial discussions. However, it was phrased by Nick, the discussions taking place between the Rays and the Diamondbacks, with Baz and Ryan Pepiot being included. But what's happened since then is Merrill Kelly signed with the Diamondbacks. So now, if you think of the framework of a potential Tampa Bay Rays trade involving Ketel Marte and the Arizona Diamondbacks, you don't need 2 starting pitchers in there right now, at least 2 starting pitchers that are going to pitch for you next season. You can find room for 1. So you could easily in your head work out a framework here of Pepiot and a few of those prospects, and away we go. It's just been percolating, and especially with Gambo's report, I believe 2 days ago, where he cited like this is going to happen soon in one direction or the other. Either the Diamondbacks are going to trade Ketel Marte or they're going to not make him available and move on.
That was yesterday when he tweeted that, and I actually spoke with Gambo on the phone about that, and he kind of just reiterated to me everything that he put out on his social media account that day. So certainly between Gambo's reporting and other kind of little breadcrumbs that have been dropped, it gave us the impression that the Diamondbacks were kind of. It almost sounded like it was hey, we're either doing this or we're not. Are we doing this? Because we're ready to go now, and if we're not, we're going to pull him back. We're going to keep him, which sounds like a classic kind of leverage play threat thing to do. Like hey guys, last chance here. This is it. Or we're going to pull him back. You can't have him, and we'll just build around him. Now you're seeing all this activity from the Tampa Bay Rays. Now you've seen them open up a spot at second base. Now you've seen them open up salary. Now you've seen them load up on prospects. I don't know anything, but I did notice that one of the prospects they got in the trade was the number 2 prospect in the Astros system. He's an outfielder. He spent a little bit of time with the Major League team last year. I think he's the 88th best prospect in all of baseball. He also played in the Pacific Coast League last year, which is where the Diamondbacks AAA affiliate is, so they've got some familiarity with him. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's not, but he's Major League ready. He's close. Anyway, and of course, Tampa has a whole bunch of other stuff. They've got Yandy Diaz, and they've got Arnada, and they've got prospects galore, some who are close, some who are far. And so it looks like Tampa Bay is kind of maybe shifting some things around a bit, like you would in your living room. You know, hey, we just bought a new couch. Let's move some things around and see, would the couch look good there? Let's see. Are they getting ready to buy a couch? I don't know, but that's kind of what it feels like.
Something happened for them that made them decide to act on these two trades that they had in the waters, essentially. Now, is that because of Ketel? Is it because of something else? Is it because, like Gambo was reporting, they just reached their point where it's like, okay, we were looking to move Boz, we were looking to move Lau. We're going to do it now. We've gotten all the offers. And they're just moving on with their offseason, or they're doing this to set up another move right now. It's pretty fascinating stuff to look at it from the Tampa angle as well, Bernsey, because Ketel is 32. His value is going to decrease over time. But this could easily be a situation with the contract that he's on, how movable he is, and how great he is at baseball still, where you try and make a run with him over the next year or two, and if it doesn't work out, you can still move him on the end parts of his deal and still get a decent return. Not the same return,
right?
Of course, but because he's under control for so long, because he's so affordable for what he does and what he produces with right now, it makes sense for a team like Tampa. Personally, as a Diamondbacks fan here, that I don't want them to trade Marte. I've said this all week. I'm going to repeat it. I specifically do not want them to trade Marte to the Rays because there is a known thing in baseball circles over the last decade. Do not trade with Tampa. Tampa gets the better of just about. It's kind of like doing things with the Spurs in the NBA.
A little bit, yeah.
It's like they're probably going to get the better of you more often than not. That reputation for them has faded over the last couple of years, but it's still very strong that they are an extremely smart and ahead of everyone else front office, and I'm just a little worried about that deal specifically.
And there was something else that happened today. Now, you know, this might be Occam's razor, and the simplest explanation tends to be the truest, but the Diamondbacks made an unexpected trade today, signing left-handed relief pitcher Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies for a minor league outfielder who's kind of a lottery ticket guy. He's a high A guy. He's years away, potentially. Curious because I think Backus projected certainly as somebody who would have a role in the Diamondbacks bullpen next year. It opened up a spot on the 40-man roster. The easiest explanation is that they needed a roster spot on the 40-man open for Merrill Kelly. They just announced Merrill Kelly, so that one in and of itself is kind of simply explained, but dealing from the bullpen feels odd, right? Like you're trying to add to the bullpen at this stage in your evolution. You're not looking to deal from it. So that and again, not Backus is not necessarily a key piece in the bullpen, but he's a piece, and so that one
might speak to some
registered
confidence
kind of funny.
Some confidence in Brandon Garcia too, that they see like a decent role for the left-hander who is part of the many acquisitions or trades, the acquisitions from the prospect side that they got. The deadline, of course, Saul Frank coming back as well. So it was one of those things where you deal a lefty specifically, Burns. I'm like, wait a minute, how many lefties do they have? And then you remember Saul Frank, Garcia. They're in a good spot right now.
So Francis Romero, he is a baseball reporter, Baseball Writers Association of America member. He is good on the breaking news or good on the inside information. 14 minutes ago, Francis tweeted out, hearing both the Boston Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays are actively pushing to reach a deal with Ketel Marte per sources. Nothing close so far. So you've got that, and then you've got perhaps a lesser known Twitter account, but one that gets retweeted by people who know baseball, and as you pointed out, one that was way out in front of the Alex Bregman stuff before anybody else. It's a Twitter account called Mock Bomb, and Mock Bomb points out reports that the Rays just saved about $15 million in these two deals, which is just about the amount of money Ketel Marte is going to be owed in 26. They've stocked up on prospects. It's an already impressive group. Is Ketel Marte up next for them? He also, she also reports that talks surrounding star second baseman Ketel Marte have ramped up over the last 24 hours. They knew they were close to nearing a deal for Brandon Lau. They are the clear and obvious quote-unquote favorite. to land Ketel Marte if he is moved.
It's honestly one of my favorite parts of this type of story, specifically when we're looking for any information and then we find the random Twitter account we've never seen before and we're like trying to authenticate it. And we did this, Bernsey, a few days ago with the Bregman stuff. He was like she was 4 or 5 hours ahead of Nightingale and Heyman. So we're like, okay, clearly this person at least knows information, and it'll probably be an account that's gone in a week because this front office member in some league is going to get like caught or just feel like they've made too much noise or whatever. This happens in the NBA a couple of times where a random account will pop up for a month, knows everything, and then is immediately off the site. Like someone wanted to play Woj for a day or something.
Yeah,
it happens from time to time.
It happens. And for the record, we're saying he or she because we just don't know. We don't know who this person is, but there is a little bit of verifiable sort of data there when you point out that the Bregman thing, that they were first on that one. And now they're reporting this stuff about Ketel Marte. Stay tuned. It could be that kind of a day. It might not be that kind of a day at all. I don't know, but that is the latest as we know it here on the Burns and Gambo show. When we come back, chaos is a ladder. Number one, what does that mean? And number two, what does that have to do with the Suns game last night? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes two dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply. Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Squirt. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fries. Fresh for everyone.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Luke. How will the first round of the college football playoff affect Kenny Dillingham's future at Arizona State? We'll talk about that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just kind of piggyback off of that tease, it kind of got lost in the shuffle. I mean, not in my shuffle because Kellen mentioned it, but Chris Cartman is reporting that Kenny Dillingham was at the ASU Athletic Department holiday party today, and everybody was in good spirits. Read into it what you will. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know how to read into it, so I don't know how to tell people how to read into it, honestly.
I don't either, but hey, holiday parties are fun unless you're at the Nakatomi Plaza, and then they're not fun at all. We're saying hi to our friends in Chandler here on the Burns and Gambo
Hi, Chandler.
Show. Hi, Chandler. Thanks for hanging out with us. Kellen, in his write-up, Kellen did not fill in for Gambo yesterday. Jody Jackson, as always, did a wonderful job. But Kellen is back today because Kellen was covering the Suns. Suns last night got the 1-point win over the Golden State Warriors, and in it, you, a noted Game of Thrones fan, used the phrase ladder of chaos to describe last night's game. I have not watched Game of Thrones. I know I'm a bad human being for this.
No, it's part of accepting it. It's okay. Like, you and Lauren Koval are two TV connoisseurs, but I have accepted, and like, you've got to accept at certain points that your friends aren't going to watch all the shows that you love. You know, you can't bond over everything. It's okay.
I assure you it's on my list. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it. No, it really is. Just the decision maker is like...
Because Lauren's out.
Swords, wizards, witches, dragons. Yeah, no, that's all you. That is exactly what my wife has said. Swords, wizards, witches, dragons. I'm out. That's all you.
I look forward to the text I receive when you go through it.
Okay.
I want many. I'll take every single one I can get.
At some point, I will tackle that. Explain to me Ladders of Chaos, the Ladder of Chaos, and what it means for last night.
So there's a scene in the show between two characters that are talking about certain events going on the show, yada, yada, whatever. And then one character refers to chaos as a pit.
Okay.
And then another character who is far more evil and sinister refers to chaos as a ladder. And essentially what he is saying is that chaos is chaotic, but it does offer opportunity and advantage to those who can do so, that can take advantage and can find those opportunities. And it really came to mind with me in these last two Suns games specifically, because not only have they been chaotic, but it feels like they're the ones bringing the chaos. And in this specific scene, the character is the one who brought the chaos as well, and is saying like, oh no, I know what I'm doing with this chaos. I know that I can take advantage of it. And I wonder not how much longer the Suns are going to be able to get away with this, but how much longer they're going to be able to play games like this where they're playing a hectic helter-skelter style and are able to play clean through it for the most part. But in the last couple of weeks, and especially in the last two games, it's led to some sloppy play from them as well. And I think it's starting to affect their plays. Well, obviously there's the Dylan Brooks stuff here as well, but there's a lot to it.
Yeah, and the Dylan Brooks, to be perfectly honest, because it was another one of those moments for Dylan Brooks, we've kind of carved out his own segment at 3 o'clock and sort of the expected lack of discipline that comes when you've got Dylan Brooks on the floor, and how it's, it cost them in one game and it very nearly cost them in the other. Certainly we'd be remiss if we didn't mention Dylan Brooks when we're talking about, chaos is a ladder, and the chaos that he brought last night, a 5-point game with 35 seconds to go, a 5-point play in one possession, and suddenly it's a tie basketball game. But I would agree that the Suns, and last night the chaos, I think, reared its head in favor of the Suns in terms of points off of turnovers. They were just able to, especially in the second half, where they just dialed the chaos up to another level. Golden State could not handle it, and the Suns, it almost felt like at times they were just cherry picking baskets off of even one basket that Colin Gillespie was trying to dunk and he couldn't, and Devin Booker was there, cleaned it up, got the foul, and he got the 2 free throws.
Chaotic last possession.
The last possession was super chaotic, right? Where Booker's trying to create, he's trying to create.
It's nothing. Brooks takes a terrible shot, but then they get the loose ball and draw the foul to win the game. So,
can I tell you something though? Watching last night's game, I feel like I don't know if it's their skill to navigate the chaos or if they're just getting lucky, but it feels like we're reaching a breaking point with their ability to succeed because of this. Like it used to be. I was watching last night's game. You were there. I was watching last night's game, and the inescapable thought I had the whole time was that early on in the season, it felt like the Suns were imposing their will and their style on other teams and forcing teams to keep up. And now it just feels more reckless than that. It feels more helter-skelter, more random, and almost, I don't want to say luck because it's luck, is disrespectful, but some of it feels a little bit lucky that they're able to pull wins out of this chaos, and they're not controlling the chaos the way I felt they were earlier in the season. Does that make any sense at all?
Yes, because without Gillespie's 2 steals, I think that game would have been even more chaotic in the last couple of minutes, but that's sort of what the game was looking for once the Warriors blew their 14-point lead in the second half, like someone to find enough control of the game, and that's what the Warriors were on the precipice of doing pretty much the entire first half, and then in the second half, they really started to get it going. It's interesting because I asked Dylan about this and just like how this can become like a signature of theirs. And both of them not so much refuted it, but Book specifically said, like, we've got hoopers on this team.
Here's
Here's
the cut. Let me play. I saw this quote in your story, and I thought we need to talk about this for a few minutes.
I'm more on the side that we have a lot of talent over here, too. The games have been a little junkyard and physical, but, we have some true hoopers over here. So that's a good combination to have both of those things.
Was he offended at the suggestion that they're
the try-hard team?
They're just trying to muck it up, and they don't actually
He mentioned
have
how opposing coaches are
players.
giving them a pat on the back for, like, playing hard, and it does sound like they're taking a little bit of offense to being labeled as, like, the team that plays harder than anyone else, as if that's the only reason why they're winning this many games. But I
just, and then there's also a part of my brain that look, this sounds like we're complaining about last night's win. We're not. I mean, it's they beat the Golden State Warriors and they found a way to do it. I guess I feel like we've just kind of entered that sustainability phase of the conversation now, where like if this is really going to be how they do it, is this sustainable? Because it felt like what they were doing earlier in the season was sustainable. And this hectic, herky-jerky, chaotic style of play, I don't know if it's sustainable, but I also, Kellen, don't know if it's the reflection of a team. They shouldn't be tired. They haven't played a lot of games the last couple of weeks, but they are nearly done with the most brutal schedule of basketball they're going to play all year. And I do wonder if there's a little bit of a, hey, let's just get to the finish line of this, and then we can reset the mechanism a little bit.
With Jalen Green.
Yeah, especially with Jalen Green. Like, next Tuesday, when they play the Lakers, they're kind of done with this part of the schedule where it's just brutal. And not that means they're going to go win every game by 20 like they were before, but in no short order, the schedule lightens up and they get Jalen Green. And it almost feels like they're just trying to will themselves to the finish line of that, no matter how messy it might look.
You look at some of these games they've had. You remember opening night, of course, the big comeback on opening night, but the Minnesota run, super late. There was that game. There was the Minnesota game 10 days ago, that was absolutely madness in its own kind of ways in Minnesota. And then there was this game, too. Like, they've played a few of these, especially lately, in the Lakers game, which they lost. Like, there have been a handful of these games so far this year. The Atlanta game in the fourth quarter was just drunk the whole time.
Yes,
it was just absolutely drunk. And eventually, to our point and kind of what we're talking about is this is not sustainable to win like 45-plus games. Like, this is not the model. The model is play as hard as you were playing before while playing relatively clean basketball. Their turnovers are up recently. Again, they had 15 turnovers last night. That's way too many. They got lucky, in my opinion. Second chance points, it was only, I believe, 10-7 in favor of the Warriors, but the Warriors shot 4 of 16 on shots via offensive rebounds. So they could have had 20, 25 second chance points pretty easily. So to your point, get past Golden State, get past the Lakers, and then hopefully Jalen Green is around the corner that week of the New Orleans game or the week after, and then start to like restabilize a bit, because it's just getting a little loose and a little less structured right
That's
now.
exactly it. It feels like it's like you're an F1 fan.
Yes.
It feels like it's time to get into the pits and change the tires. You know, it feels like Lauren's in there.
Lauren, did that work?
Lauren's not.
She's in conversation.
She's in conversation with. We made an F1 reference and you weren't listening to us, so that's fine. That's okay.
We just need approval on the F1
It's
references.
okay.
Is all.
When we come back
time to time.
on the Burns thing, we'll use it again later and see if she approves of it. When we come back, is this on Sunday the most winnable game the Cardinals have left on their calendar? Or is the news out of Atlanta suggesting that it's not? That is next. Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
They got two backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your black coffee in bed. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the hot stove league keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent lefty Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiato. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It is a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. And then 5 players are out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr., who's missing a second straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable with a heel injury. He is one of 5 players who has a game time designation. You can see the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight. We've got coverage of the 8 versus 9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday, driven by Sanderson Ford.
It's Cardinal cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Here's who's not going to go. Paris, Evan Brown, Max Melton, and Darren Hall. Everybody else, I like where they're trending, but I got to see today how they move around, what they do today, and then how they come in. That's how we'll decide that. Hopefully we'll get some of these guys ready to go. In the 48-hour prep, got a good practice today. Obviously our last home game. I want to play well for our fans, get a win here, and ready to compete. What do you guys got?
Again, nice and slow for the people in the back. Paris Johnson out, Evan Brown out, Max Melton out, Jalen Thompson out, Darren Hall out. The official injury report has come out. I don't believe there were any other names. No, there were not. Those are the only 5 names that were listed as out on the official injury report. There are other names that are questionable, including Marvin Harrison Jr., Rabbit Taylor Demerson, Cody Simon, Xavier Weaver. Just real quick before we talk about this, the winnability of this game, Gannon on how Marvin Harrison Jr. has looked this week.
I thought he looked pretty good. Obviously getting his win back a little bit. Any injury is a tough injury, but particularly a skill guy that runs fast and has to decelerate and accelerate. Our staff has done a good job with him. He's done a good job pushing through. We'll see how he does today. I thought he looked good, though.
Kellen, is this the most winnable game left on the schedule for the Arizona Cardinals? They are home underdogs by 3 points. Drake London, it does appear, will play. He is listed as questionable, but I believe Raheem Morris has said it's his anticipation that Drake London's going to play. So you're going to get Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. You're going to get Kirk Cousins at quarterback. You're getting a Falcons team that had lost, 7 of 8 before they beat Tampa Bay? 6 of 7, 7 of 8. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I have to go back and look. Is this it? Is this the most winnable game they've got?
7 of 8.
Thank you, 7 of 8.
I don't know, and I think it speaks to the experience of watching the 2025 Arizona Cardinals because I just...
Sorry, that made me laugh.
Logical deduction. Okay, Who are the quarterbacks left? Joe Burrow. He's pretty good. I know the Bengals are a mess, but he's pretty good. The Rams, which they after last night, I was ready to say, I think I included in my email, in fact, might be a game the Rams rest because at the time of me typing that, they were up by whatever else. We'll talk about that next segment. So maybe that is Stafford still that is playing against you in that last week. And then it's Kirk Cousins. But Kirk Cousins in his three most recent starts prior to last week, he combined in 3 games to throw for 595 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. But then against Tampa, 373, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. He's tore him to shreds.
Yeah.
And this defense, oh boy.
Yeah.
So,
oh boy.
Look, Kirk is the definition of mid. He is maybe one of the greatest of all time. And what I mean by that is I don't know how he made as much money being as average at his profession as he has.
Yeah,
it is a grift that we've known is a thing for 5 years still, and yet teams still start to pay him unbelievable amounts of money. I was at one point kind of ready for the Cardinals to do it, honestly, just because he was average and I wanted an average quarterback at some point. But this is what he'll do. He'll, at this point in his career especially, he will be pretty bad, just pretty terrible, and then he'll just rip one. So did you miss that game, and are you in the clear now, or is he just going to put on a show at the end of the year? Because, by the way, Burnsy, this game means a lot to Kirk Cousins. He doesn't want to be done being a starting NFL quarterback, yet he's auditioning right now.
Yeah, for sure. No, he does not. And I do know, at least I do think, that Kirk Cousins' career numbers against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are extraordinary. His last 3 starts against them, there's something, and I don't know if there's anything more to it than just coincidence, but there is something about playing that team that always seems to bring out the best in Kirk Cousins, at least in his last 3 starts. So in part of my mind, I think that's a factor in all of this too. I think, look, I honestly, I think it is their most winnable game I would have said the Rams, but I think after last night, the Rams very much have something to play for now. Probably will have something to play for in that final game of the season. So I think that one took that game out of the equation. The Bengals game, I'm assuming it's going to be cold and in the elements and not particularly fun. And even though Joe Burrow has struggled, I still think that's going to be a very hard game for them to play with the weather and being outdoors and things like that. So I think it's this one. And I think it's... And I think in some ways the cruel coincidence or irony, whichever one it is, of the Cardinals, losing this game and helping out the Rams by helping out the Rams draft pick would be that cruel sort of twist of irony that seems to follow this organization around. There is very much okay, you lose, and not only do you benefit by maintaining your position or maybe improving your position in the draft order, you also kind of hold the Rams, who have the Falcons' first-round pick, you kind of hold them back a little bit. If this is the one game you win, you're helping the Rams get a better draft pick when it's all said and done, and that feels like the most natural byproduct of this crazy season ever. You would actually do something that would help the Rams when you win a football game on a Sunday. For that reason alone, I might think this is the winnable game on the schedule.
It gets a little loopy. Ultimately, why I'm going to say no, and I'm going to pick either Cincinnati or the Rams game, depending on if they're resting guys or not, is because of Bijan Robinson and the Cardinals' running defense, which is now fluttering near the bottom 10 in the league in terms of rushing yards per game. But here are just the number 1 running backs, Burnsy, and how they've performed. Recently, that Jordan kid for Houston had 15 for 101.
Yep.
Blake Corum, who is the number 2 for the Rams, 128, 2 touchdowns. Bucky Irving, 61 and a score. ETN had 86 yards. McCaffrey, 81 and 2 scores. Kenneth Walker had 14 for 67. And then Charbonnet had 14 for 83 and a touchdown as well. 83 yards for Javonte Williams. They held Josh Jacobs in check, actually. 13 for 55, 2 scores, but then Jonathan Taylor had 21 for 123 and a touchdown. The number 1 running backs have been having their way with them in recent weeks especially, and this is the best running back in football in my opinion. So I think that they are going to struggle a whole lot with him.
Yeah, but I think beyond that, beyond that, Drake London and Kyle Pitts, those are 3 big reasons to worry that the Cardinals defense is going to get shredded yet again the way they've been shredded. Atlanta is extremely vulnerable. I think they're second in the NFL in sacks as a defense, so they'll get after the quarterback a little bit. But they also commit a lot of penalties. They also, as we mentioned, went through a big, long stretch of losing a bunch of football games until they beat Tampa Bay. So there's definitely a vulnerability there. And with that roster, we're going to talk a little later on in the show about some of the parallels between the Cardinals and the Falcons and how in some ways they're kind of mirror images of each other going into this game. But I hear you. I guess if there's... Given that it's the final home game of the year, if there's one game left for a defense that is still relatively intact, I know they're missing a couple guys, but they're not missing guys like the offense is missing guys. If there's still one game for this defense to show a little pride and play with a little oomph, which they have not done, this would be it. At home, the last home game, this would be the one for them to dig deep and find a level that they've been unable to find the last month and a half with the way they've been getting shredded out there.
Have you been worn down yet to draft watch, or are you still rooting for a Cardinals win here at some point to give some energy somewhere?
You know what? I'm in the minority on this one. I really am. I am still rooting for a Cardinals win. I know it's illogical and it's irrational to feel that way about it. I am still rooting for a Cardinals win just to change the narrative a little bit and to give us all something. Not that it's going to save anybody's job and not that it's going to make us feel any better about the season. Just to change the conversation a little bit, but maybe that's just because we're in the conversation business and we're getting sick of this conversation.
No, it just shows how different
months.
everyone is as a fan, right? Everyone has their own perspective on everything. That is yours, and mine is lose every game so we can have the best draft pick possible, please.
And that's why you're the smartest guy in the room, and I'm not.
Stop.
No, I'm serious.
Stop.
That's rational thinking. That really is. It's rational thinking. I'm going to the game on Sunday. Going to be sitting in the press box, and I would enjoy watching them win a football game, even though I know it's counterproductive. When we come back, first let me remind you, because this is really cool, we're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during the Bickley and Murata Show, the Wolf and Luke Show, and right here on Burns and Gambo. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620 for your opportunity to win tickets for a college football national semifinal. Now, if you want extra chances, go to that live video stream on our YouTube page, the one right there. Look at that. I see it. And you'll find the word right there. It's at the YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. Was that the best game of the season last night in the NFL? Well, it was a lot of fun to watch it. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs. Playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. I am a proud member of Global Credit Union. I do my banking with Global Credit Union because I know I've seen it. I've experienced it. They're very real commitment when it comes to saving you money and you keeping your money in your pocket. But they've also got a really cool promotion going on right now. It's called Million Points Mania, and it's back at Global Credit Union. If you have a Global Credit card, great. If you don't, it's time to get a Global Credit card because every week you'll have a chance to win 50,000 points. And at the end of the contest, there is a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. If you sign up right now, you'll get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. So if you get your Global Credit card today, just imagine what you could do with 1 million points and what you could use those points on. It could be yours. Go to globalcu.org for more information. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR for 6 months from account opening on purchases only. Introductory rate offered for cards open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back?
back. If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ho, 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 Basinonians. The elves at Brooklyn Betting have been hard at work making dreams come true. And it's that time of year, and Brooklyn Betting is giving the gift of sleep this holiday season through December 19th with 25% off everything in-store and online. To make your dreams come true, head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for 25% off the gift of sleep. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
This holiday season, play where breathtaking scenery meets everyday value. Verado Golf Club. Both the Founders and Victory courses are in peak shape with pristine, overseeded fairways and the best greens of the season. And with great seasonal rates, now's the time to book your next round. Plus, holiday sales are happening all month long in both golf shops. Find the perfect gifts for the golfers in your life or treat yourself. Tee times fill up fast, so don't wait. Book your round today at VeradoGolfClub.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanders and Ford.
Lauren's with us. I made an F1 reference earlier on the show. I was a little let down. I didn't get an endorsement from you on that.
It was a little out of the blue for you.
Well,
I think I was
but
too stunned to speak.
Was that what it was?
A little bit.
Good cover. Good cover.
Lauren, I just F1. I just made an F1 reference.
It was like a pit change, like tires.
Feels like the Suns need a pit change.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like they're getting a little loose on their tires.
But I think, Lauren, if you'll allow me to step in here, like it's like a soft to medium or a medium to hard situation with the tires, right? Because you use soft tires, you use medium tires, and you use hard tires in F1. So is that where we're going?
You also got your slicks.
Oh, the slicks for the rain, of course.
Of course.
See, the ball nowhere in there.
I need to watch that movie again. It's streaming now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to watch that one again. I enjoyed that one in the theaters very much. I thought it was good. All right, so my attempt at making an F1 reference didn't feel like it.
It could have been a NASCAR reference.
It could have, but I was playing to you specifically.
You're right. I should be giving you more credit for this.
No, it's fine. No,
You're right, Bertie.
You're
right.
What, you know what I'm doing? I'm walking around begging for credit on Friday, and that's beneath me, so I'm not going to do that. What's our poll question today?
Our poll question?
That's what you're here for. What do you got?
Yeah, that's what I do here. Yeah, 245.
Well, no, in addition to everything else, but that's what you do here.
Well, today's poll question comes from the mind of the man sitting right beside you.
Okay.
He looks
Hello.
stunned. He came up with the poll question today, which makes you put your thinking cap on a little bit, which is how many All-Stars will the Arizona Diamondbacks have next season? 0, 1, 2, 3 or more.
He's like, I did not ask for homework for the poll question. You should really had to
Friday
think
at 2:50.
Yeah.
Really, Lauren? You're making this happen?
By the way, to give Burnsie time to think, I'm out. It's now past 2:40, so now it's Burnsy's time for breaking news. He's got 3:22. I was at 2:07. I've been eliminated. I'm out of the contest.
We figured out the halfway point between when he thought there was going to be breaking news and when I did, and then we have passed it. So now we need to figure out the halfway point between you and me.
Ours. Okay.
So that, but I'm on the clock right now. If it happens, I win. What do I win? I win nothing.
It would be 3:55.
How many did they have last year? 2?
How many All-Stars?
How many All-Stars did they have last year? 2? Cattell and Corbin?
Question person should know.
Or was there another one?
There's too much responsibility with making these poll questions.
I feel like there was just the 2.
Double checking. Hold. I think it was 2. It was 3.
Who was the third?
Gino.
Right. Good vibes, Gino.
Good vibes. Oh, that's right. Didn't he have a home run in the All-Star game?
Yeah.
Someone signed Gino. What are we doing?
3.
Come on, man.
3.
Put me down for 3.
2.
Do you want to say what 3?
Do
you want to say what 3?
Yeah, so you're thinking Perdomo Carroll, and who's the mystery third?
Whatever it is that they do.
So you believe they will have an all-star caliber player here, whether it's Marte or someone else?
Ding.
Interesting.
Ding. Ding.
That was what
See,
the poll
that's
question was
the
designed
exciting
to do.
answer,
Ding,
Burns.
ding, ding. I'm an exciting guy.
really committed there. All right.
I'm
well,
one of the most boring human beings you've ever met in your life. It's a miracle I'm on the radio. It really is. I am one of the most boring human beings.
Brother, you
you'll ever
hike
meet in your life.
mountains. You're talking to couch potatoes over here.
yeah, no.
What are the results? Wait, let me guess. Chu is leading the way with about 48%.
You're really close.
Okay.
2's leading the way with 40% of the vote. Then 3+ is carrying it out with 33%, 25% going with 1, and 2% going with 0.
Just feels like if you put any answer, someone will click it, and I thought we shouldn't even include 0 because they're going to have an all-star, obviously, but...
Somebody went there anyway. 2% of our audience went there anyway. That's the poll question. You can find it on our X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Here's Mike McDonald. He's the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks last night on why they went for it there at the end.
Well, something we had talked about really throughout the season, and then really particularly for this game because of the playoff situation. You play for the tie and lock up a playoff seed. But I just felt great about our play, and I trusted our guys. And to Clint's credit too, he was really confident, and then the players ultimately make it happen. So once we got that drive going, it was pretty clear on what we were going to do.
Down 30-14 in the middle of the fourth quarter, the Seattle Seahawks got not 1, not 2, but 3 touchdowns in the rest of regulation and overtime. All 3 either required or were finished off with a 2-point conversion. The last one at the end didn't require one, but the game probably ends in a tie if they don't. Seattle clinches a playoff spot if it ends in a tie. But their decision to go for it at the very end, get the 2-point conversion and get the win, it made for one of the best NFL games all season. Even though it was 2 division rivals that I hate, Kellen, I was thoroughly entertained by that football game last night.
It was awesome. Do we think it was the best game of the year? In prep, we went through the list together. Lauren is rightfully so biased towards the Chicago win over the Bengals, which was thrilling, and I thought rated lower on some lists than I thought it would be. That's got to be top 2 or 3. There's Bills-Ravens from the start of the season.
That's the one I would have picked. Yeah.
Electric. I would pick that one, but I didn't catch this game live. I was only able to go through highlights in the morning.
Yeah, it was, and I did the thing last night where I had the 2 TVs in my home office, and I was watching both the Suns game and this one at the same time, and they both kind of came to the conclusion at exactly the same time, so it made it kind of tough to watch and process everything that was going on, but to think that LA just needed to kick a field goal and they missed one at the end that would have won the game for them is one thing. That crazy 2-point conversion where it took them 10 minutes to decide whether Sam Darnold, it was a backwards pass or a forwards pass, was it a fumble or an incomplete pass, was an incredible bit of kind of gamesmanship there where they must have looked at it 24 times, they showed the replay 24 times. But I think the biggest thing here was that for Sam Darnold, the Rams punished him last year when he was with the Vikings in the playoffs. He had a horrible game. The Rams punished him to the tune of 4 interceptions the first time these 2 teams played. They punished him last night with 2 interceptions early in the game and had this big commanding lead. That was a hell of a moment for Sam Darnold to exercise a little bit of a demon for him over the last year and a half in the NFL to win that game in that moment. I mean, it really was not that I'm a Sam Darnold fan, but for him, that's an incredible thing that he just did last night against that team.
Especially the interceptions that were both backbreaking in their own ways. There was the near pick 6 that he threw a little bit earlier in the game. And then again, as I'm watching the highlights on YouTube and going through the full game as someone who didn't watch it live, I'm like, oh, okay, here's the big drive where Seattle starts to get it back in the fourth quarter. And then Darnold throws the interception. I'm like, wait a minute, what? They win this game somehow? What's going on?
0 wins, 155 losses, and 0 ties all time. When trailing by 16 or more points in the fourth quarter, the Seattle Seahawks were. It puts them in the driver's seat in the NFC West. They're the number 1 seed now. If they win out, they're the number 1 seed. The 49ers can say something about that now. If the 49ers win out, they'd be the number 1 seed in the NFC because they play Seattle in the final 2 weeks of the season now. And for the Cardinals, yeah, the Rams are probably playing for something in that last week of the season, which is, depending on your perspective, good or bad news. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Dylan Brooks experience. Boy, we've experienced it all so far this season, haven't we? That's next. Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Weekly and Marana mornings.
Yeah, there is a difference between Michigan and Arizona State. And even the most ardent Arizona State fan would be foolish not to admit that or acknowledge that. Bottom line is, college football, college athletics basically, is daring you as a fan and a consumer to stay interested, to stay emotionally involved. Unless you're one of the blue blood programs that's just going to swoop in and take everybody. From a coaching standpoint and from a player standpoint.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about V's Barber Shop because in this crazy, hectic time around the holidays, sometimes you just kind of need a break, right? Like you're going, and you just want to go somewhere where you're not going. V's Barber Shop is that place for me. I walk in knowing full well that when I walk out, I'm going to feel great. I'm going to get a great haircut. I'm going to get a great experience, but I'm also going to get a little bit of a respite from the crazy that's outside V's Barber Shop, right? You just kind of walk in there and you just kind of forget about all of it for a while because it's such a different, unique place, and it's so relaxing, and it just transports you almost like to a different time. And it is very easy to walk into V's and just feel like you've got a little bit of a 30-minute break from the rest of the world, in addition to getting a great haircut, in addition to, with Christmas being a week from now, you need those last-minute gifts for the guys in your life. V's gift cards are a great idea. Next time you need a great haircut, a hot lather shave, or a gift idea, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply, subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shea Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Verveldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Hot Stove League keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent left-hander Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiato. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It is a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. 5 players are out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr., who's missing a second straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable. Marv dealing with a heel injury. He's one of 5 players that has a game time designation. You can see the full report on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight, and we've got coverage of the 8-9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of how the Suns did over the weekend. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, while you're rocking out to this, let's take you back in time to just about 24 hours ago. Dillon Brooks, Steph Curry, and everything that went down last night.
To Green, now Curry, a right side three is around the rim, no good. Out of bounds, last off of, it looked like a couple of Warriors. They're still looking, and now Eric Dalen says Warriors basketball. Meanwhile, Steph Curry's down on his chest and rolls over to his back on the far side. He's in some pain.
I don't think it's a hostile act.
I don't either. We're still looking at it. Curtis is going to put his headset back on again for the 3rd time and look at the monitor again.
After review, Dillon Brooks will be charged with a flagrant 1, wind-up, impact, and follow-through on the play for making contact with Curry after the shot to his stomach. Golden State will be shooting 2 shots, the ball on the side.
And that's Dillon Brooks' second technical, so he'll be out of the game.
They are not indicating that bit, and I think because it's a flagrant, it's different than a technical.
Really?
I think if it's a flagrant
he's
foul,
still in the game.
He is.
Yeah.
He's going to stay out there.
Yeah, he's still in the game, but that was one of the most crucial parts of that game last night. And I think a little bit of the reason why Kellen, they won and celebrate the win, but there's some little red flags that are popping up from last night's game, and Dillon Brooks is yet again one of them.
This was a conversation I was excited to have with you today specifically because when we talked about this on Monday, if I could speak for you for a second, at least how I interpreted your words were, when we talked about Dillon after the LeBron stuff, I think that you were a little nervous, like, okay, is this the start of stuff, but also hopeful that this is just like one of the few times a year this is going to happen and you're going to have to deal with it. So when it happened back-to-back games, I was thinking about you specifically and starting to wonder more if this is turning into a trend. Mm-hmm. Is this more of what to expect for the rest of the year? Because I remember telling you, like, I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen a couple of times this year, and that's the Dillon Brooks experience, baby. Here we go. By the way, scored 20 in the first half. No one else had offense going at all. They direly needed his offense and got it.
Dead in the first half of that game
no
last night.
No mojo, no flow, no energy in the building, nothing. They really needed him in that first half, but it's one of those moves where some veteran defenders and like it's one of those things like gamesmanship, dirty play, whatever it is, where a guy will go for a jump shot and during the closeout, a defender will kind of give them like a little jab a little poke in the stomach from time to time, and sometimes it gets called, sometimes it doesn't. It didn't look like that's what he was trying to do. He said afterward that he was trying to like grab Steph from getting the offensive rebound. It's like, well, that would have been a foul anyway, and he still was in midair as he hit him on the chest. I think he just lost it there for a second. He just lost his, like, whatever you want to call it, like the stability of like making the right play and not making a dumb decision, because back-to-back games, and I don't think it's a coincidence either, Burnsy, that this was LeBron and Steph.
Yeah, and that's...
It wasn't going to be Austin Reeves and Moses Moody that he did this to.
And I don't feel like it's a coincidence either that on that play that ultimately got him ejected against LeBron, if you go back and look at it, LeBron might have done the same thing to Dillon Brooks a little bit. There was a little bit of a midsection jab from LeBron that did not get called as part of that whole experience there. There were two things. There was one, was he in Dillon Brooks' landing zone? And then there was a little jab from LeBron, and then Dillon gets up, bumps LeBron, and now that's when Dillon gets kicked out of the game. Brooks said after the game, and by the way, you spoke for me very well. That summed it up perfectly. Dillon Brooks after the game talked about needing to do some soul searching.
Yeah, got to do some soul searching at home. That's really it. It's the second time. I'll learn from it, like I said, the last little conference or whatever. And, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, and on a personal note, and not that this is about me, but on a personal note, I got a tweet from a listener today, really nice guy, who said, I kind of owe you an apology. I thought after you said what you said on Monday about Dillon Brooks, that I thought you're nuts. You're not looking at the bigger picture. You're not understanding all the good stuff that Dillon Brooks has meant to the Phoenix Suns, because you're being negative about his penchant for losing control every now and then, and the worry about that happening in important moments. And he tweeted me today, and he's like, "You're right. This is something to worry about. This is something that they are lucky that did not cost them the game last night. They are extremely fortunate that didn't cost them the game last night." And I have upped my concern level about this, because while when it happened the other night, it was the first time it happened this season, and you assured me, hey, this is the Dillon Brooks experience. Kellen, I never expected we'd be talking about it again so soon after it happened the first time. He's got to chill out just a little bit out there.
And if this happened in March when the Suns are in the position they were, or we were talking about a different type of team, we'd be talking about, like, is this going to happen in a playoff game? Is this going to happen in, like, a very key moment in the season? Like, we've seen it happen for Draymond in the playoffs before, where he's lost his cool. Do you have the Booker cut? Because I thought Book's answer on this was fascinating.
Yes. Devin Booker post-game, overcoming Brooks' foul leading to crazy ending. Here's what he said.
No, I'll never get used to it. I think we've talked about it, just channeling it the right way. There's some great in there. Just sometimes the outcome isn't the best. And, these last two games, just the point of the game that they've happened in, have put us in a tough spot. So we learn from it. We're a full unit. We're not mad at Dillon. We're asking him to bring that energy, bring that fight every night. So, on the other hand, there's going to be times like this, but it can be controlled.
Very interesting. His answer starts with, never going to get used to it. And then it ends with, it can be controlled. Those are contradicting statements.
Yes,
you cannot control this. You can use it to your benefit, which is what they are doing, and channel it in ways that can help your basketball team, which is a big reason why they are as good as they are right now as a team, and found the identity that they have. But in terms of, like, these moments when it goes off the rails, you can't control it. It's just you have to accept that whenever you have Dillon Brooks on your basketball team, or whenever you have someone of his ilk, like a Draymond Green, on your back. Like, was any Golden State fan surprised when he swung on Yusuf Nurkic randomly? That was, like, the most unexpected and crazy, like, play that I've seen the last couple of years live. But everyone on press row wasn't like, "Oh my gosh, what? That's crazy!" That, like,
of course,
that's Draymond.
That's Draymond.
And it's like these last two plays, like, that's Dillon. That's part of what you got to live with. I just don't think that it can be controlled. You just got to live with it when it comes.
I guess that my follow-up question would be, how many times is it going to happen this year? How many times is it going to come? And do we need to be, to your point about it not being a coincidence that it happened against LeBron or that it happened against Steph, do we have to be on alert for this kind of behavior when he's playing one of the premier guys in the NBA? Like, he's played Durant once. It didn't happen then. They played Anthony Edwards twice. I don't think it happened either time. Like, is this behavior reserved for superstar players that he's trying to physically intimidate or get in the head of? And then do we need to be, radar on, attentive for this kind of behavior when they are playing one of the great players in the NBA? Like, do we need to be, the next time they play Steph on Saturday, do we need to be watching out for this? When they play LeBron on Tuesday, do we need to be watching out for this again, right? Like, but when they play the Pelicans for back-to-back games, maybe we don't have to worry about, because there's nobody on the Pelicans that deserves that kind of treatment. Does that make sense?
It does. He's more than halfway to a suspension on text, by the way, already.
He's already got, 4 more than the next guy?
He's got 9. 16 is the number where you start to get a suspension.
I mean, and look, and both things can be true. He can be great for the culture. He can be great for the locker room.
And he has been much more of a positive than a negative.
Absolutely.
Let's make it clear.
And he has. It's all, we make it sound like we're not mad at Dillon Brooks either, but we're coming very quickly to understand that there's a little bit of a cost to this. There's a price that you have to pay to have this player on your roster in this moment, and they paid it on Sunday against the Lakers, and they nearly paid for it last night. And I guess that's just something we're all going to have to live with. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports with Kellen filling in, who should you be rooting for tonight in the first of the college football playoff games? What are the implications when it comes to Kenny Dillingham, Michigan, Alabama, et cetera, et cetera? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got 2 backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your Carajillo. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here to tell you about the Berg Simpson Law Firm and the hope that you don't have to call Berg Simpson. I mean, I think that I can speak for everybody when I say we don't want you in an accident. We don't want you to get hurt in an accident. I didn't want to get into an accident, but we did. And when it happened, we were pretty shook up. The car was pretty totaled, and everybody in the car was pretty scared. And we were dealing with people who were hurt and people who were dealing with stuff. And the mistake I made in that moment was thinking that because the accident wasn't our fault, that everything was going to come real easy to us when it came to fixing everything, our bodies and the vehicle and all of that stuff. And everything was work. And that is why I encourage you to contact Berg Simpson, because if that ever happens to us again, I hope it doesn't, but if it does, it's the first call I'm making is to Berg Simpson. And if it happens to you, I think it should be the first call that you make, because trust me when I say you're going to want them on your side in that moment. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvey's here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash was 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donald Alden Nation.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Hey, it's Luke. What type of fight are we going to see from the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday? We'll be reacting to their game against the Atlanta Falcons Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Kellen's in for Gambo on this Friday. Hello to New River on this December 19th. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, whether you're listening in New River on 98.7 or if you're watching the YouTube stream. Hello, YouTubers. Good to see you all. Haven't chimed in on the chat yet, but I'll say hello to all the usual crew who's out there. And I'm sure you might be chatting about something completely different than what we're talking about in here. Chris Cartman, SunDevilSource.com, tremendous insider for ASU athletics. Obviously, he is so on top of it. Had a couple of interesting, funny, kind of noteworthy tweets today. We reference one of them. We'll reference both of them here. Chris Cartman an hour ago tweeted out that Kenny Dillingham is currently at ASU's athletic department holiday party. The vibe check appears promising. Stay tuned. That was one. And then the second one from Cartman, who again knows his stuff. Chris Cartman tweeted out, not sure if you pay attention to these things or read the tea leaves, but this tweet from Dillingham was his first use of the hashtag SunDevilForLife this month. Apparently he had not been using, and the tweet was 2 hours ago about the right tackle going pro, Max.
So you'd been leaving it out before?
Yeah, apparently he'd been leaving out the hashtag the entire month. Chris Cartman would be so the one to notice something like that. So Coach Dillingham retweets a player who's going into the declaring to the NFL draft, and he uses the hashtag. And Cartman says, "Not sure if you've noticed, but this is the first time he's used it this month." And today's December 19th. We briefly had this conversation yesterday without you, and because I respect your intelligence and your thought process.
Thank you.
Who am I rooting for tonight if I want Kenny to stay at ASU? Who am I rooting for? Oklahoma or Alabama?
I think Bama, but I think there's an argument for both as well. Obviously, the DeBoer thing is lurking, where I'll ask you back. Do you think that DeBoer's mind changes just because he wins one playoff game?
No, I don't.
Because my question kind of goes, or not question, I think this just Oklahoma winning would help bring more resolution. I'll put it that way. I think that we would have a more definitive timeline of things getting done here in the next 48 hours. If Oklahoma were to win tonight and DeBoer was out there and fully available.
Here's what I think, and it's a complicated question. Oklahoma plays Alabama tonight. Here's what I think. I think that Kalen DeBoer knows whether he's leaving Alabama for Michigan or not, and I don't. I don't think he's going to leave that program in the middle of the playoffs to go take the gig. Now, I know Lane Kiffin did, but Lane Kiffin is clearly cut from a different cloth than not all college football coaches, but many. He left Ole Miss high and dry. He's at LSU, and we know how. And Ole Miss is playing without him tomorrow as their head coach. I think that if Oklahoma wins tonight and Michigan wants Kalen DeBoer, this thing is over in 48 hours. DeBoer's there, it's done, and that's that. I think if Alabama wins tonight and Michigan now has to wait another week and a half for Kalen DeBoer if he's going to stick with the team, that maybe they go, okay, let's look elsewhere, or maybe let's go to plan B or plan C or whatever. And so in that regard, again, I'm not sure who I'm rooting for tonight, because if I think Kalen DeBoer's taking the job, then I kind of want Oklahoma to win, eliminate Alabama, Kalen DeBoer takes the gig, and that's it. We don't have anything to worry about. But I think the other one, if Alabama wins, Michigan might look at it and go, yeah, we just can't wait any longer. Transfer portal opens up on January 3rd. We got to know. We got to go. And if we're not getting an answer from you now, and if you're not leaving your team now, we're moving on to somebody else. So I think I'm rooting for Alabama to win to delay the. Oh, no, I'm rooting for Oklahoma to win so that DeBoer is now out and available. And if it's his job, he can take it and this thing is done. That's it. I'm rooting for Oklahoma to win tonight if I'm an ASU fan.
Do you believe right now that the situation is controllable from Arizona State's end? Meaning if they give Kenny what he wants, this thing will be done, regardless of the Michigan situation?
I do.
I can't get. It's been 6 days. Cartman reported close 6 days ago, and we still got nothing.
Yeah.
I could have gotten there 3 days ago, 5 days ago. But now it's like we've been waiting almost a week. We're going to approach a week tomorrow where we've been sitting. And by the way, Kenny, when he answered it, said these talks have been ongoing for weeks already.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
So is this like at a month now that they've been having these talks?
And if that's the case, and I know when we had Graham Rossini on yesterday, he implored the fan base to have patience. And he understood that when you're dealing, he explained that when you're dealing with something this big, if there's a lot of details and the details take time and you got to work on it and everyone's getting impatient and he understands that. But I'm kind of with you on this one in that they haven't been working on this for a week. I think it's safe to assume they've been working on this for at least 3 weeks, maybe longer. And the fact that they're not there yet, kind of, are they going to get there? Now, again, there's the reporting from Cartman. Hey, Dillingham's at the holiday party and everyone's smiling, everyone's laughing, everyone's having eggnog. Okay, that's cool. But I would have, I don't know. I think, I do believe, though, that ultimately if ASU gives Kenny everything he wants, that he'll stay, that he won't go. But I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. Do you think that?
Oh gosh, we have so much so little information from the Michigan side that it's just been a frustrating thing to talk about, because all we're left to do is speculate in terms of, because again, it's who do they want the most? Do they want DeBoer? Do they want Dillingham more? And what does this delay signify? Does it signify that Michigan is waiting on DeBoer, or does it signify that Kenny is waiting on ASU, and if he doesn't, he's going to Michigan? Like, I don't know where to lean on this. It's so difficult. Of course, what I'm hoping for is Oklahoma wins tonight, and then in the morning or even post game, we get the announcement that DeBoer's gone. He's going to Michigan.
Can you, okay.
But then are we out of the woods yet? That's the other part of this that I'm also nervous about, that it feels like we should be talking a little bit more about. And again, like, I'm sorry I'm doing the Chicken Little thing, ASU fans, as a U of A guy. I'm sorry, but it is another scenario where Alabama's job then becomes open.
Don't worry about it, because you are the second person sitting in that chair in as many days to bring up that possibility. And yesterday when Jody Jackson brought it up, filling in for Gambo, she about blew our minds wide open, because in the moment we're like, has anybody even talked about this on the station? Has anybody even addressed the idea that if DeBoer does leave Alabama and goes to Michigan, that Kenny is at the top of Alabama's list and we're just starting over with this conversation?
Because that's how the fish thing happened. That's how that happened. And it was DeBoer. So it would be DeBoer again.
So it was Go over the fish thing again with me. So I know
Alabama, Saban leaves.
Okay.
DeBoer goes from Washington to Alabama, opening up the Washington job for Fish. So
to go to
DeBoer
Washington.
would go to Michigan. It would open up the Alabama spot, and Kenny would go. So in 3 years, Arizona college football will lose its. That would be brutal.
And it's not like Kenny's a stranger to the SEC. He coached in Auburn. Florida State's not in the SEC, but he coached at Florida State. He's done it in that part of the country. He knows, he understands. He was the offensive coordinator at Auburn. He gets it. He understands SEC football. I would think that if for whatever reason Kalen DeBoer left for Michigan, that Kenny would at least be under consideration for Alabama, I would think. And then now
Can't Michigan just hire Harbaugh's old guy, the DC?
And just
Come
call
on,
it a
let's
day?
go.
Well, what does it say about DeBoer, too, that he would leave Alabama for Michigan? What is it?
Especially after how committal, so we talked about the difference between his statement and Kenny's quotes on Saturday. DeBoer went all the way out to say, I'm committed to Alabama. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. I'm focused on the playoff run. All this outside noise not affecting me at all. Kenny was committed, don't get me wrong, but he didn't go that far. DeBoer did. So if he leaves after saying that, especially, wow.
Yeah. We'll see. So ultimately, ASU fan, it's up to you to decide what you're rooting for tonight. But I think I would be rooting for Oklahoma to eliminate Alabama so that if it is DeBoer, we can rip off the Band-Aid and be done with this thing. When we come back, Alex Bregman, Arizona Diamondback. How serious is that conversation right now? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Jordan Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
Upgrading your windows indoors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-39 0902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Hot Stove League keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent lefty Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiatu. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It's a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. 5 players have been ruled out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr. He is missing his 2nd straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable. Marv is dealing with a heel injury. He's one of 5 players who has a game time designation. You can see the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight. We've got coverage of the 8 versus 9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma live from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines in ArizonaSports.com. I'm Payne Moses. Marvin Harrison Jr. says he's good enough to go, and Michael Wilson should still be involved versus the Falcons. Diamondbacks trade reliever Kyle Backus to the Phillies for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiatu. And the Suns survive a thrill ride despite Dylan Brooks' flagrant foul in the latest Vinnie's View. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
I don't really have a. I don't have a report card for you. Sorry. There's been continuous interest. He is one of the best players in baseball. The interest would be reflective, I think, of what you would imagine.
That is Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen about an hour ago on a conference call he did with reporters talking about the acquisition of Merrill Kelly. He was talking about, and we'll play some of Mike Hazen's sound, talking about the decision to bring him back and the role that he fills and kind of the other decisions that are going to spring forward from that. But as we move forward here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen Olson filling in for Gambo on this Friday, and we're all kind of in wait-and-see mode. For those of you keeping score right now, I am on the clock for the breaking news sounder. Pre-show. Now, Mitch was Mitch. We weren't trying to leave you out of the party. You were on the air with Wolf and Luke. But pre-show, the 3 of us, Lauren, Kellen, and I, came up with a time that we thought breaking news might come down. Kellen's window is closed.
I'm out.
It was from 2:07 to you lose. So my window is very much open now.
You lose. Good day.
You get nothing. And then Lauren's window opens when? It's like 3:50 something.
3:57.
That's for the rest
is
of the
when
show.
you're out and she's up, and then from then on out.
Maybe nothing happens.
Maybe
we have no idea. The speculation got really ramped up right before we went on the air. A series of tweets from MLB insiders that suggested that the Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays had dialed up the conversations a little bit when it comes to Ketel Marte. That the Rays in particular made a series of moves today, sending Shane Baz, a starting pitcher, to the Orioles, a 3-team trade with the Astros and the Pittsburgh Pirates that included their current second baseman, Brandon Lau, who's now on the Pirates. All told, when the dust settles, there's about $15 million in room on the payroll of the Tampa Bay Rays and a big hole at second base and a whole bunch of prospects that they picked up in these deals. I mean, a ton. And that's kind of what led to the speculation that maybe it's going to be Tampa and maybe this thing is coming soon. But that's what Mike Hazen said there. But let's switch gears and let's talk about the Alex Bregman thing because Jeff Passan on ESPN.com kind of took an all-encompassing 30,000-foot view of free agency so far or of the baseball offseason so far. And he said, make no mistake, the market's kind of waiting on the 4 big sluggers that are out there to see where they're going to go and see what they're going to do. And he mentioned the Diamondbacks specifically as a team that needed a big slugger. Maybe not prominently at the top of the list, but he mentioned them as a possible destination and kind of putting 2 and 2 together with the Bregman thing, and to a certain extent.
And so you wonder if this goes beyond Bregman. It's like, could they get another big bat that's not Alex Bregman? Is this just not about Bregman per se, but it's about Bregman filling the need that they want to address? Let's go through some of those big bats. Athletics projections for Kyle Tucker, 12 years, 460. Don't think that's happening. Bo Bichette, 8 years, 212. Nope. Bregman, 6 years, 171, which I still remain quite skeptical of, but we'll wait and see here what happens. Cody Bellinger, 7 years, 182 million. And then there's a little bit of a gap. And then you get to Munetaka Murakami, who in that international window, the Japanese corner infielder who will play either third or first, it looks like, a big-time power bat. He has to decide by 3 p.m. Monday. That's what Passan had in his story as well. 8 years, 159 million is the projection from the Athletic on his salary. He is the thumper, and if Bregman is a perfect fit for what the Diamondbacks typically target, Murakami is not, because he swings and misses a lot. With that being said, it would not surprise the people who have scouted him if he hits 40 homers in his first season in the major. So you're trying to find that fit. I don't really see it. Do you?
Of any of those, no. And honestly, I think the reason why the fit of Bregman makes more sense than any of those guys. I mean, first of all, it's not going to be Kyle Tucker. He's way too expensive. Murakami, I think he doesn't profile as a Diamondback because, like you say, the swing and the miss. And I think the 3 p.m. Wednesday deadline, man, a lot of stuff would have to happen before then. Bo Bichette, I can't see. As much as people might like to bring the local guy back in Cody Bellinger, I don't see that either. Just because him being a lefty bat, I feel like I think that's why Bregman's perfect. You know, a right-handed bat, a third baseman that allows you to shift Blaze or Lawler over to second or out to center field, depending on matchups and things like that. It just answers so many questions. Plus, he's the local guy. Plus, he's the guy that there might be a possibility for you. Not a hometown discount. I'm not suggesting that, but certainly somebody who, if he really wants to be here and he's communicated that with his agent, then there's going to be extra incentive for the agent to work on that, just like there was Corbin Burns. Quite frankly, if Passan's right and the Diamondbacks need one of these big bats, I think Bregman is the only one that makes sense. And I think if it's not Bregman, then we're talking about keeping Ketel Marte, because I just don't know. I saw a projected lineup of what the Dbacks might look like if they don't get Bregman and they don't have Ketel Marte. Egad, it was
5 through 9 would be
gross.
Real tough in the order again. It would be last year all over again.
Somebody said it to me, and it was just gross. It was like you're not going anywhere with that lineup. You're just not. As good as Carroll's going to be and Perdomo's going to be, you're not doing anything with that. So I think it's Bregman or bust.
I thought it was really interesting that under the mid-tier starting pitching section, he noted that the Diamondbacks have already signed Merrill Kelly, but then also noted Depending on prices, truly every team could target this tier. Among those who have been the most aggressive in mid-tier pursuit, according to sources, he names about a half dozen teams. One of them is the Diamondbacks. So you look at some of these names. I don't think they're going to go for a guy like Chris Bassett, who the Athletic has at 2 years, $46 million, or Lucas Giolito, who's at 3 years, $57 million. But you wonder if they look for someone like Soroka, who could beat the mid-tier of your rotation towards the end of your rotation. You could reunite with Patrick Corbin and just bring in an innings eater. You could bring in Michael Lorenzen for kind of that back and forth role with Soroka and just get another version of Soroka. Essentially, you could go a little bit further and go for someone like Zach Eflin on an expensive one-year deal, or Nick Martinez, or Zach Littell. There's options there, but I just wonder again if they're going to spend more than $10 million on anyone that's not a closer at this point. I'd still be surprised, including Bregman.
That's the question in terms of how much money that they have left and what kind of green light they've gotten from ownership and from Ken Kendrick when it comes to spending that money. Because if there's one lesson we learned last year, man, we went into spring training and it felt like an embarrassment of riches in the starting pitching rotation, and it turned out you were still thin. You know, you had 7 of them, and it still wasn't enough. Now, I'm not saying that means the Diamondbacks need to have 8 or 9, but I do think that, and Passan notes this, that most teams are approaching the position like at the minimum we need 6. We need 6 starting pitchers in our who are available to us now to be starters, because that's just the nature of that position with the injuries. And the Diamondbacks right now, in theory, have 6. But I still think it's a shaky 6. I still think it's not it's a 6 in structure, but in terms of real substance, there's so many question marks in that rotation, even though the numbers would appear to have all the boxes checked right now.
Soroka seems like the obvious number 6 as well. Like, if he was the 5th starter, I wouldn't be surprised per se, but it seems like he was signed with the designation of, like, here's our 6th starter. If he's in the bullpen, whatever, he's in the bullpen. You don't have to do what you did with Ryan Nelson last year, which, by the way, like, think of Ryan Nelson starts of the year. It's crazy to remember that.
Yeah. As far as the other positions, the only other one that caught my attention a little bit was top-tier starting pitching. And he described that market as chilly but about to warm up. And one of the names he mentioned when he wrote the piece has now since signed, and that was Michael King. Got a 3-year, $75 million deal with the San Diego Padres, but it's got not 1 but 2 opt-outs in it. And I looked at that deal, and we have not talked about Zach Gallen at all. We have been so hyper-focused on Ketel and Bregman and what it might look like. I do wonder if Michael King's deal is a precursor to a Zach Gallen deal coming down, because I would imagine it's going to look something like that from his new team. 3 years, $75 million. Maybe there's an opt-out in there. Maybe there's a couple opt-outs in there. But I think that's going to be about what it's going to be for Zach money-wise.
Yeah, that Gallen Cubs thing was like a week or 2 ago at this point now. It's been a while.
That was during the winter meetings. That was almost a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Suns got some key performances out of supporting cast members last night, including a little bit of a push from one of the stars on the Suns to get that bench to produce. We'll describe the push next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs. Playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. You can shop and buy online all the time from your comfort of the living room, the comfort, of your living room, if you'd like, by going to libertygmcaz.com. Year-end savings event is going on right now, and we all know what GMC is about. GMC is about the best trucks and SUVs out there on the market. And when it comes to Liberty GMC, nowhere will you get a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. The deals are all over the place. Terrains right now, you can lease one for just $249 a month. You can get a popular 2026 Yukon arriving daily. You can lease that for $899 a month. The Sierra 1500, best truck on the market. You can get $13,000 in savings right now purchasing an all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. It's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Take a deep breath and visualize. It's this weekend. You just won up to $100 instant Kohl's Cash just because you were one of the first 100 in-store customers. Plus, you'll save big during the 48-hour holiday savings blitz. Visualize it all happening this weekend at Kohl's. No purchase necessary while supplies last on 12/20/25 and 12/21/25. One card per household. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offers end December 21st. See store or kohls.com for details.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Alden Nation.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of how the Suns did over the weekend. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tip jar, please. Thank you.
Gene Autry.
Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa
Like I said, the
Claus,
older the better.
Santa Claus Lane.
It's classic.
He's got a bag that's filled with toys.
Some of my favorite Christmas music is the Nutcracker. So yeah, the older the better. A ballet that came out in like the 1800s.
And our shared reverence for the peanut.
Oh yeah. Oh, we.
That's a ways back now.
That's a ways. I think the 60s, the 50s, when Charlie Brown Christmas came out. You ever watch that? You ever watch Charlie Brown Christmas?
Oh yeah, yeah. We talked about that earlier this week. That and the Christmas Story with my mom every Christmas, no matter what.
Yeah. It's an easy watch. I think it's like 24 minutes long. I mean, it's a real quickie. It's great. Yeah, it's good. Welcome back. Kellen Olson's in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen, busy man. He was covering the Suns last night for us at ArizonaSports.com. And the Suns won with the Golden State Warriors. And like so many times this season, you can point to some of the reserve players as being the reason why. Jordan Goodwin obviously had the key offensive rebound, and after a brick of a first free throw, made the second one. I mean, he admitted it even afterwards. He's like, man, I can't believe how badly I missed that one.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
Didn't see it. I was walking down to, it's one of those games where I like to get in the room as quick as possible so I can start to write on deadline and stuff. So I, one of two free throws. Surely he's going to make one of two. So I'm walking down the stairs and hear the groan from the crowd. And I was like, okay, I'm going to stop walking now and see if I need to go back to my seat. And we're going to do overtime. Heard the cheer, kept walking.
Kept walking. Yeah, but did you go back and look at how badly he missed the first? Okay, yeah, it was pretty bad. And then, of course, Colin Gillespie, who, man, his fingerprints were all over a little 3-minute spurt in that fourth quarter where they were able to build the lead back up. He had a couple of steals. I mean, it was kind of the Colin Gillespie show, as it often is with the Suns, for about a 4-minute stretch in that fourth quarter where he was huge when it came to the win.
Right after, it looked like he was going to be out for the rest of the game because he had a nasty knee-to-knee collision with Jonathan Kuminga. He was in a lot of pain, hobbled off pretty badly, and then I hear cheering, look down, and he's jogging to the scores table.
Yeah.
Kid's tough.
But the big one was Oso Ighodaro. And we say there's two reasons we say he's the big one. Number one, Mark Williams kind of hit a little bit of a funk the last couple games. He hasn't played as well. That's fairly obvious. Oso was in there getting those big-time fourth quarter minutes. The other reason we say Oso Ighodaro is Dillon Brooks motivating Oso Ighodaro to be angry. Here's Dillon after the game.
Finally yelled at me. Finally. Been waiting for that. Been getting under his skin for about 3 months, and finally he exploded. We needed his game today. Played big. Like you said, 13 rebounds. He was all over the place. And played hard, so we need to do that every single game. If I gotta, pick on him and yell at him so he can do that every game, I'm gonna do it every game.
It's just fun. And I get it. I've been covering pro sports for my entire adult life. Like I understand the dynamic and how it works. It still makes me laugh that Dillon Brooks, is his sole purpose when it comes to Oso Ighodaro is to annoy him and yell at him enough to make Oso Ighodaro snap.
Knows what he needs.
And he knows what he needs. That's genius. It is absolutely genius for him to do it that way.
He's been a great vet for all the guys this year. I've been noting it. Ryan hasn't specifically mentioned it, and he's going through a bit of his own slump right now. But Ryan Dunn's been playing like a maniac this year, even more than he normally does. His energy's been everywhere. He's trying to jump and dunk on anything, and I don't think that's a coincidence that he has Dillon Brooks in his ear while all of that is happening as well, like the whole Colin Gillespie Villain Jr. thing.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about it earlier in this hour, about how the Dillon Brooks experience, it can be very high and it can be very low, but the highs have been much more consistent this year without a shadow of a doubt. And we're not even talking about Dillon Brooks' overall play, which has been a career best year. We're talking about what he's done for the culture, what he's doing for the young guys, because Oso, I don't want to call him a mild-mannered player on the court, but I'm sure he was someone that Dillon identified early as this is the guy I got to nudge through camp, and hopefully I'll break him at some point before the season starts. Didn't quite get it until this point in the year, but he got him there.
Jordan Ott after the game on why Oso instead of Mark Williams. Here was the coach's explanation.
He played a long stretch, I think, in that second half. It's just a little bit of matchup, a little bit of feel. Quentin Post out there. We'd like to switch as much as we can against those guys. Also can play on the perimeter, and if he obviously helped us defensive rebounding. He's a possession gainer. The 5 steals is massive. We've been on him about taking the ball, not only switching, but defensively being in front and taking the ball, which he's shown great growth since the middle of November. So, yeah, that was tonight. You never know what will happen the next night. It might be marked the next night. Tonight was Oso's night.
It's too early to say this. It's probably even too early to think this. But every time there's a shift when it comes to the center rotation for the Phoenix Suns, even for a game, my thoughts turn to Kaman Malawach and just wondering when that's going to happen. I agree, disagree. Even a small shift like this, I wonder, at what point does any of this open the door for him to get any kind of minutes in these moments when they're kind of going through their center rotation and figuring out who's playing and when?
They could be a top 3 seed in the West right now, and if you would have told me we get to Christmas and neither guy even has sporadic minutes, I would have been very surprised. It's just not what we expected for this year and what this year has to accomplish in a myriad of ways. Again, I say it all the time when this comes up. Jordan Ott and his staff know this far better than I do in terms of how to develop young talent and what to do with it. At the same time, like you said, this was a game where the energy in the building, it just was not there, and it was translating on the floor. And let's say you throw Kaman in there or you throw Rasheer in there for 2-3 minutes and it doesn't go well. The crowd will get excited when those guys check in because the crowd wants to see those guys.
Absolutely.
And you know what? I said to someone on press row, this was the first game all year where the Suns missed Bol Bol. Because do you remember when Bol Bol would check in, let alone when he would go on a heater, how much the energy in the crowd would get going?
Yeah.
Some players have a way of bringing that, and Rasheer or Kaman would bring that energy to the crowd. And that, again, they were just I really think they should have lost that game, and it was a lot of it had to do with their energy for the first 2.5 quarters of that game, and it's where they're down to 9 guys in the rotation. Grayson Allen didn't play. Livers was out. They didn't go to Nigel Hayes-Davis. They just kept it to 9. I was like, man, just 4 minutes at the start of the second quarter. You've done it with Rasheer twice. Do it a third time. Let's see.
Sure.
Nope, no dice.
And when I say that, I'm not. It's not like I'm pining to see the rookies necessarily, and it certainly doesn't mean I'm out on Mark Williams. He's still one of the biggest developments for the Suns this year in terms of how he's played. And I'm definitely not using 2 games of Mark Williams not being at his best as an indication that it's time to change anything. It's just that with Nick Richards maybe being on the block and Oso Ighodaro, let's call it like it is, he's not the most consistent performer when it comes to those backup big moments yet. If you do hit a little bit of a slide with Mark Williams where maybe he isn't as effective as he was earlier in the season and you start to see that more consistently, then I think the come on Malawatch conversation becomes he's played well in his G League moments. He was the 10th pick in the draft. There's a certain level of expectation baked in. He's barely played, to your point. I just wonder how much longer before, if we continue our current state of things with the center position, how much longer before they would consider mixing things up a little bit with the minutes there. I don't know.
We've said it with Malawatch. He's 18. It's going to take time. Derek Queen's also only 20 years old, and he's doing some pretty special things right now for New Orleans.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, it's 4 o'clock. It is Lauren's time to shine. It's the 4 o'clock reset. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where they are fiduciaries. That means they are legally obligated to put your best interests first. Their pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without the Wall Street games. If you are looking for a financial advisor, I highly recommend the same guy I use, Stuart Willis. He can help you with 5 locations in the Valley. He can help you with your retirement plan, your financial plan, your tax plan, and your estate plan. Look, there's never a better time to start with a good financial advisor than right now. It doesn't matter if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, even your 60s. It is the right time to make sure you've got the right financial advisor that can help you get to where you want to for retirement. I recommend Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, 5 locations in the Valley. All you have to do is call them at 602-877-PLAN, and you can get a free portfolio review. That's right, nothing to lose and everything to gain. Call 602-877-PLAN.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders, it's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Hot Stove League keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent lefty Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiatu. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It's a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. 5 players have been ruled out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr. He is missing his second straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable. Marv is dealing with a heel injury. He's one of 5 players who has a game time designation. You can see the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight. We've got coverage of the 8 versus 9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma live from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Otherwise known as Lauren's Time to Shine, the 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Lauren navigates her way through the top stories of the day, and we throw in snarky comments from the cheap seats. That's how this segment works.
I think that's the perfect explanation of the 4 o'clock reset.
It's a good gig for us.
You navigate your way through, and we just lob insults back here. So,
all right, well, let's get started on the insults.
Drive us to soccer practice, Mom. We'll just be back in the car here, saying stuff.
Can I have orange slices, please?
Yeah, as I'm passing out chewy granola bars and playing motivational music.
Capri Sun and all that stuff.
Where's the fruit by the foot? I don't want the fruit. I want the fruit by the foot.
All right, well, let's get started with the Phoenix Suns because they beat the Golden State Warriors 99-98 last night, but it was not without some late-game antics from Dillon Brooks. Here's Brooks post-game.
Yeah, got to do some soul searching at home. That's really it. It's the second time. I'll learn from it, like I said, last little conference or whatever. And, I'll figure it out.
His antics led to a 5-point possession that tied the game with 35 seconds to go. He's got to be careful, Kellen. I just don't know if he has careful in him. I don't know if careful is part of his DNA code. I really don't.
It's come up a few times for me in different conversations where he's a very self-aware guy when we talk to him. It's just we don't talk to him in the middle of a game when he's in between the lines.
Right.
I think we'd have a different kind of interview and talk to a different kind of guy when he's in between the lines. The guy that just stares out into nothing for 3 minutes before the game starts. I don't know if you saw the video I posted, but have you seen the thing that he does where he just stares forward?
It's
That's his like meditation, getting ready thing.
Ridiculous in its intensity and a little. So I think
Moses
he gets out
Moody's
there.
like 2 feet to his left, just getting shots up, looking over. Like,
what's he doing? Yeah, I don't know. I think this is just how it's going to be the rest of the year, and I just hope it doesn't cost them in a big moment. I fear that it's. I mean, in a way, you can argue it already has against the Lakers, but an even bigger moment than that. I have a feeling it will. I have a feeling it's just he can't be careful, and he can't just turn it off when it needs to be turned off. But we'll see.
Some news from Shams today coming out of the NBA. They're enacting several sports betting policies to its 30 teams, including changing how injury reporting rules go. Teams will now be required to resubmit injury listings on game day between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. local time, providing public report updates every 15 minutes. The NBA is also pushing gaming companies for changes to prop bets involving individual players, such as limiting maximum amount bet they can take, limitations on unders, limiting population of players, and eliminating problematic bet types, like bets on a single action play.
It's very easy to decipher the reasons behind this.
it's all very smart to do. The injury stuff as well, because someone would be down as questionable. Someone could get a tip that that questionable guy is playing or not playing, bet a huge amount before everyone actually knows. So now, because what will happen is guys will go through shoot-around, they'll get work done at the said shoot-around, and they'll know by noon or 1 o'clock if that questionable or doubtful guy or probable guy is playing or not. And now we will know at that same time, instead of waiting for, because it was a classic thing with Monty, Jordan, Mike Budenholzer, Frank Vogel, is this guy playing or not? They would say, we'll wait and see. We're not going to have many like game time decision kind of things anymore.
Well, no, so you can't bet on the not knowing. Yeah.
You know, Earl Watson was on the Bucks Plus audio podcast, and he discussed the possibility of the Suns trading for Jimmy Butler years ago and what that would have entailed.
February 2017. Jimmy Butler's in Chicago with Hoiberg. Hoiberg is mild-tempered, mild-mannered, but Jimmy's going at Hoiberg in the middle of the game. Y'all know Jimmy. We're on a road trip. We land. Sarver sends me a text, come to my house immediately. I pull up to the house. It's Sarver, it's McDonough. And Ryan McDonough kind of gave me a look like, there goes some bull, right? So I sit down, and he goes, we have a trade. So I go, what's the trade? He go, we have a trade for Devin. We're going to send Devin to Chicago for Jimmy Butler.
Oh, is that it?
That's it.
Oh.
It's a big time what if. He goes to Minnesota instead, and that, of course, infamously is a train wreck of a 2-year stint that ends with him practicing the whole practice, third stringers, lining up the interview, leaving practice. Where's Jimmy? Turn on ESPN. There's Jimmy. Man, that is a big time what if. Shout out to the work that Ryan McDonough and Earl Watson both did in convincing Sarver not to do that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I was going to say, is Earl Watson, is he taking full credit for convincing Robert not to do that trade, or is it shared credit? I mean, I don't know, but thank you, whoever decided ultimately not to do that move, for not doing that move.
Maybe
we appreciate it.
Maybe Earl would have wanted that trade, though, because he lost the first 3 games of that following season so emphatically that he got fired in a week. So maybe he would have had his job longer with Jimmy, but it wouldn't have been the right trade to make, that's for sure.
It's just the worst of times. The best of times, the worst of times. Those were the worst of times.
And we know that now.
Yes.
And in MLB news, there have been some moves around the MLB today, but we'll start with Mike Hazen from his presser earlier today. He went on to say that establishing the rotation early in free agency was part of their plan and that they always wanted to have that done. And then we saw the Diamondbacks trade reliever Kyle Backus to the Phillies for minor leaguer Avery Awu-Asi-Adu. And thank you, Mitch, for my pronunciation guide.
Good
Shout
job
out.
executing, too.
That's good execution right there of that.
Thank you.
Greater broadcasters would have stumbled over that name. I didn't. The Backus trade, I didn't love. I liked Backus. I thought, and you're right. I agree with you. This might say something about their belief in Brandon Garcia, but that one was curious. It created a roster spot on the 40-man for Merrill Kelly, which they made official today. It's the Rays and everything that they've done today. Like, what are they up to over there? They're sending their second baseman to the Pittsburgh Pirates in a 3-team deal. They're sending Shane Baz to the Orioles in a separate deal. He was one of the pitchers rumored to be involved in a Ketel Marte trade. It looks from afar like the Rays might be setting the house up, getting ready to add a Ketel Marte, but there's been no indication of that right now. Just a lot of moves that would seem to be the precursor to that, potentially.
Smoke is still here. It's dissipated, though, in the last 2 hours.
Yes.
We were walking in like, oh, boy, here we go.
Yeah. At 2 o'clock, it's straight at 2 o'clock, we're like, oh, today might be the day. Now it's straight up 4:09, and
now we're on Lauren time.
Yeah.
Lauren, the only one in the prediction pool left.
My optimism's still low.
Is it?
I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's just getting late in the day on a Friday for something like that big to happen.
You were also the one when we talked about this a couple days ago that you felt like either of these stories were not going to happen like this week specifically. You were looking more next week, like before Christmas or after Christmas.
Yeah, still am, sadly. All right, and then some NFL news as the Cardinals prepare to take on the Falcons on Sunday. They will be without Evan Brown, Darren Hall, Paris Johnson Jr., Max Melton, and Jalen Thompson. LJ Collier, Marvin Harrison Jr., Cody Simon, Rabbit Taylor Demerson, and Xavier Weaver are all questionable in this one.
We'll talk about it a little later. Marvin Harrison Jr. gave an interesting answer about his availability on Sunday. I mean, just in terms of, it sounded, I don't know how it was sounded. It just sounded kind of vague and strange, but it does appear that hopefully he's going to be back, and we'll see. Maybe this is the one winnable game the Cardinals have left on the schedule. Maybe it's not the one winnable game they have left.
I think it's next week.
Against the Bengals?
Yeah.
You think so?
Tire fire meet tire fire. It's a draw at that point.
And for the Falcons, Drake London is questionable on the injury report, but head coach Raheem Morris said that he expects him to play. And last night in the NFL was maybe the game of the year. The Seattle Seahawks beat the Rams 38-37 in overtime after successfully completing a 2-point conversion to A.J. Barner. Earlier this week, though, Puka Nacua under a little bit of fire for these comments that he made about officials.
You think the refs be bull sometimes?
Oh, 100%. I'm like, they had a... Yes, the refs are the worst because they're just, some of the rules aren't, and like, these guys want to be, these guys are lawyers and like, they want to be on TV too, bro. Like, the game is, you don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football? Like, that was
no way.
Like, that wasn't PI, like, but I called it. I was like,
seriously, they do that?
I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro.
Puka doubled down on his officiating comments in the postgame last night, so much so that Sean McVay came out and said that he will continue to help Puka learn and grow. This comes the same week that Puka Nacua made an anti-Semitic gesture on a YouTube stream. He makes these comments about officials. His brother was arrested for stealing a Lakers rookie's car in L.A.
Hasn't been a banner week for Puka Nacua, has it? And the thing about McVay last night was he had no idea that within moments after that game, Puka Nacua tweeted about the referees. So when he was asked about it, he was genuinely, legitimately blindsided by, what are you guys talking about? I don't know what you guys... And then when it was explained to him, then he kind of thought on his feet and came up with that answer. But yeah, McVay's got a little work to do with his prized wide receiver.
Athletes and celebrities, it seems like PR people want their athletes and celebrities now to be on live streams more. One, it's live. Like, it's not a podcast where you can cut something out. You got to be careful. And you got to vet the live stream you're going on. Like, I was not surprised to hear that he did that on that specific live stream as well. And it's just... it was really unfortunate to see as someone who was personally invested in like that space specifically in live streaming. Like, it was very cool to see LeBron James on Kai Cenat's stream last month, but then moments like this will like cause pullback, and rightfully so, because Puka's people and he should have known a lot better with where he was going and who he was with.
No doubt.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
All right, Lauren, thanks. We appreciate it. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in, the Arizona Cardinals and the Atlanta Falcons. A lot of parallels going into this game on Sunday. We'll talk about that, give you the final injury report next here on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands. Takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by 1. Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since that time, so you might want to consider refinancing that mortgage and save some money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates, and total costs so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted the Lund Mortgage team just like me, and so should you. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Marotta back again with some amazing holiday deals from our friends at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. During Ford's year-end sales event, General Manager John Nissen and his team have just announced 000. What does that mean? For a limited time, you can take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months. Plus 0 down payment, plus 0 payments for 90 days. And just announced, get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. That's on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150 trucks and 3-row Explorer SUVs. This is just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford, your locally owned Ford dealer. Check them out in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select models, exclusions apply. APR is $1667 per month per $1,000 financed. Interest accrues from date of signing. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 1/5/26.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Every Friday during football season is a Red Friday. Driven by Sanders and Ford.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Burns and Gambo, Red Friday.
Shouting out Maricopa on this big Red Friday. Thanks for hanging out with us, Maricopa, here on Arizona Sports with Kellen Olson filling in for John Gambador on this Friday going into the Final 3 games of the season for the Cardinals, the final home game of the season for the Cardinals against the Atlanta Falcons. And with that in mind, your injury report for this game is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Officially out for the game, Max Melton, Paris Johnson, Evan Brown, Darren Hall, and Jalen Thompson. Those 5 players have been ruled out. Questionable for the game includes Cody Simon, Marvin Harrison Jr., Dadrian Taylor Demerson, Rabbit, LJ Collier, and Xavier Weaver are the questionable players for this game against the Atlanta Falcons, who, and I'm glad you brought this up. We were talking before the show. There are a lot of parallels between the Falcons and the Cardinals, whether it's the perceived star power they have on offense, the fact that their defense has kind of let them down, the fact that they've got a head coach who's on the hot seat, the fact that, both programs might be looking to do something different at quarterback next year, albeit Atlanta's would be more maybe temporary than the Cardinals would be. These are, the difference is that Atlanta's playing in this relatively easy, division that should make a turnaround for them if they go that way, easier to accomplish than the Cardinals. But that's really the main difference, I think, between the two.
Yeah, I don't want to get it twisted. The Cardinals were supposed to be a better team than the Falcons this year. Like, the Falcons were supposed to toil around 500, which is where they've been for this entire decade so far. But to your point, they are in a division where 8-9 wins wouldn't have been crazy, and you're playing against that division specifically. So maybe a 7-win team looks more like a 10-win team because of that. But where I really saw the similarities the most are they didn't make like as many moves as the Cardinals did on defense with their offense. But going into the year, you looked at Penix, Bijan, Pitts, London, Mooney. Like they had all these weapons together. Their offensive line, which has been in and out of guys, but has been fairly well established now to help block for the best running back in football. It was supposed to be at least one of the better offenses in the NFL, if not the most exciting. I remember watching them early in the year on Red Zone, and specifically just watching them before the Cardinals played in some of those 11 a.m. slates and 10 a.m. slates. There were like quarters or drives you would see where it's just electric. Like it's London for 27. Bijan cuts back 3 times and gains 12, and then he catches a screen pass here, and then Penix throws a dart to Pitts. Like, it would all come together. And they're 20th in passing offense according to EPA, and they're 22nd in rushing offense. Just so totally blah. And that's what you would look at if you looked at the statistics for the Cardinals defense after how much we hyped it up and how not elite we thought it was going to be, but we at least thought it was going to be above average to good to great to be their identity. Mm-hmm. And it's so interesting because what did the Falcons do? They went and spent 2 first-round picks on edge rushers to help their pass rush, which has been on life support the last couple of years, and it worked. They're second in sacks. Yeah. And yet they're bad this year.
And the rookie they got, I mean, I'm sure we're upset that they traded their first-round pick to the LA Rams because the LA Rams can just sit back and benefit from the Falcons being no good. James Pierce has worked out pretty well for them. I don't know if it was worth giving up a first-round pick to go get back in the first round and
8
get
sacks.
him like they did last year. But he's got 8 sacks on the season.
Walker
and
has
he's
5.5.
established himself pretty well in terms of that young guy. So it's worked, but at the same time, them not having their first-round draft pick. I also think that if we're having the conversation about Kyler destinations next year, my spidey sense is telling me that the Atlanta Falcons are close to the top of the list. I don't know why. I just have this feeling like he might be, not as a permanent, just knowing that Penix is going to be hurt and is going to be rehabbing and things like that, knowing they've got those unbelievable offensive players, that it might be very enticing for them to see if Kyler Murray could be the guy that unlocks that offense, at least temporarily, until Penix is ready to come back and play football. I don't know. It's just it's a thought that's been in my head that it feels like that's a very logical destination for him to go.
Kind of want to smack myself in the face here for encouraging Kyler to run the ball because I told myself I'd never do it again. But imagining it in Atlanta and mixing it in with what you do with Bijan, like forget about the pass catchers that he's throwing to. Just him as a dynamic runner with Bijan would be electric in some ways for sure. The Penix thing is interesting because if you trade for Kyler, are you giving up on Penix fully? It's only been 12 starts, but Burnsy, to the point of like watching a couple Falcons games this year, he would just look absolutely like, is he a like dark horse MVP candidate? Like some weeks he would look like that. He would look incredible. And then other weeks it was just a disaster, like just missing throws terribly. And it's kind of like that shaky zone that you land in when your young quarterback is clearly not. It does share some similarities to Do It Again with the Suns, where it's like, okay, come on, Malawech, we take our time with young players. He also hasn't sparked clearly enough right away to get playing time right away like some of these other younger players across the league have. And that's the same thing with Penix, where are you ready to write him off completely? No, but he has not popped immediately like some of these other younger quarterbacks have, to where you instill more confidence in their long-term future.
And to your point about the awkwardness of Penix's development, and this is, again, another reason why I think the Falcons, and I just thought of this, but another reason why I think the Falcons could be a destination for Kyler is that they've never really displayed, I don't want to say a competent plan at quarterback, but, a rational plan at quarterback. The whole reason they came into Penix in the first place was an incredibly irrational offseason where none of it made any sense. Kirk Cousins is going to be the starter. If we think back to that offseason with the signing and the money and then the trade and then the draft and all that stuff, it's like, do you guys actually have a plan at quarterback, or are you just kind of making things up as you go? And I think that kind of feeds into the idea that maybe Kyler could be there, because I don't know if they really have a plan at the position. For the record, too, I still remain very skeptical that any team will actually trade for Kyler Murray.
Me too.
I think this is going to be he's been released, he's out there, do you want him? And I really think that's going to change the conversation for a lot of different teams who might look at him and say, I don't need to trade for that contract. I'm believing, if I'm the Atlanta Falcons or another team, that the Cardinals are going to have to cut Kyler Murray. And when they do, I don't need to trade for that contract. I just need to sign him. That's all I need to do. And if I believe in that, then I think that there are plenty of teams who might be interested in Kyler Murray as a one-year stopgap guy until they kind of figure out what they're going to do. But not for a trade. I just don't think they're going to be able to trade him.
And it's not a parallel for the Cardinals right now, because it was a rebuild that was going this way and now it's going back down. But the Cardinals have gone through 10 years in their long history here of just being average to below average. And the Falcons losing the Super Bowl in 2016, go 10-6 and lose in the first round of the playoffs. Then their win totals by year: 7-7-4, 7-7-7-8, and now 5. And they might just get to 7 again this year. Like, that is
very Cardinal-esque.
You want your team to be competitive, but at the same time, like, that's kind of like the Pacers in the NBA. Like, you're not getting a lot of value around winning 38 basketball games either.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, while we wait when it comes to Kenny Dillingham, ASU, Michigan, and who knows, maybe even Alabama, the quarterback portal's not going to wait. The transfer portal's not going to wait. Is ASU going to be able to be effective in that arena without knowing their head coaching situation? That's coming up. Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got 2 backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your peppermint latte. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they've got something special for you. You can right now get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Yes, Christian Brothers is making $50 go a lot further these days. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection, which includes a water heater flush. That's right, they'll flush out your water heater to help preserve the tank, get rid of all the hard water sediments. They'll do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. Their AC inspection's incredible, too. Get a complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for compressor, coils, and wiring, and tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. So just call 602-222-3535 to schedule. That's 602-222-3535.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is
is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailblaze. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Hot Stove League keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent lefty Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiatu. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It's a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. 5 players have been ruled out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr. He is missing his second straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable. Marv is dealing with a heel injury. He's one of 5 players who has a game time designation. You can see the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight. We've got coverage of the 8 versus 9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma live from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16. Pre-game Sunday morning. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tell Jeremy. Oh, I went on the air. I was going to say, tell Jeremy to... We got it. Sorry, behind the scenes stuff here on the Burns and Gambo show. Thought I was off the air. I'm glad I didn't
You
curse.
two fully on it.
Whew.
Doing your jobs.
They're having... Okay, I'll take you behind the scenes. We'll pull back the curtain here. Our multimedia guru... why is guru always the word I use? I don't know. Our multimedia specialist. His name is Jeremy. Does a great job. He walked by our studio here and noted that on ESPN Game Day right now, they are having a conversation about the future of Michigan football. And he ran in here to make sure that we were recording it so that in case somebody says anything about anything that means something to us, we'll have it and we'll be in a position to play it. And Jeremy walked in, and Lauren's like, scoop of chocolate, scoop of vanilla. I got it. We're fine. We're good here.
Oh, the Merrill Kelly presser too? Yeah, I got that too. Everything's fine.
Lauren's busting ass there on the other side of the glass right now. She's getting the job done. We have no idea, of course, what they're saying on College Game
We're just
Day
waiting
right
to
now.
see if Kenny Dillingham highlights start popping up to signal that they have talked about Kenny Dillingham.
That is kind of exactly what we're waiting for. Like if they show a little 30-second B-roll package of Kenny Dillingham, we can only guess what the conversation is. So far, we haven't seen that yet. But it's fun. You said it earlier, Kellen, and this is where we are with this story because we've heard so very little actual reporting about what Michigan wants and who Michigan is looking at. We are resigned to rolling on a 10-minute segment on College Game Day to see if Pete Thamel or one of their guys says anything about it, just to get some hint in terms of what Michigan wants and who they're looking at. Is it Kalen DeBoer? Is it Kenny Dillingham? We don't know. Oh, okay. See, now they're doing a one-on-one with Pete Thamel. I would assume he's got some information about this. And if he said, again,
I don't know if you can spawn everyone into existence, but apparently you have the ability to spawn in Pete Thamel on TV. So know that for the future. If you need him to randomly pop up on your television, Burnsy can do it.
Earlier we were trying to spawn some breaking Diamondbacks news into existence, and we've struck out on that one. So if Thamel says anything, we'll let you know. Chris Cartman, who does an unbelievable job for SunDevilSource.com.
Man, talk about a time. Like, Graham Rossini was talking about how much work, like, Kenny Dillingham has to do during this time. How about Chris? Like, great start for ASU women's basketball, like the men's basketball, and then all this football stuff happening right now. My goodness.
He went so far as to report today, and I mean this in the best possible way, like as a compliment. Chris went so far as to report today. Is he talking about Kenny right now? He's talking about Kenny. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, as soon as you can.
No one walk in the door and tell Lauren. She's on it.
As soon
she
as
knows.
you can flip it. I'd love to hear what Thamel's saying about this.
She will work that Missy Elliott magic as soon as possible.
No question about it. Cartman, sorry, we're getting all distracted here for good reason. Cartman reported today that Kenny Dillingham reportedly was at the ASU Athletics holiday party and was in good spirits. Yeah, I mean, that's how good Cartman's sources are. He's got people who are at the party and like, yeah, he's here. He's in a great mood. He's doing fine. You know, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but that's where we are. Kellen, there is a deadline for this job that's not dependent on who wins or loses tonight between Oklahoma or Alabama or whether Kenny Dillingham gets all the contract amendments that he's looking for. The true absolute deadline is when the portal opens in college football on January 3rd. And if we're just being honest about it, it's probably a few days before that because we're starting to see more names pile into the portal.
2 weeks away.
There were two quarterbacks that added their name to the portal in the last 24 hours. The TCU kid, Josh Hoover, and who's the other one?
The Mizzou quarterback.
The Mizzou quarterback, right. So what you don't want to have happen is you don't want to have Kenny Dillingham's uncertainty lead to uncertainty in the portal. ASU has a ton of work to do in the portal, and you certainly hope all this nonsense doesn't affect that when it comes to Dillingham.
Well, how about Alabama? Like, we're watching this broadcast right now, and they cut to a shot of DeBoer photoshopped into Michigan gear. Probably an Oklahoma fan, like, messing with Alabama fans. Like, your guy's already sniffing around. He's going somewhere else right now. Like, there's so much for them. We are so knee-deep in this story, rightfully so, that you zoom out and you're like, oh, yeah, not pretty much, but a lot of the defense for this team is gone. Their quarterback is gone. Their star wide receiver is gone. Their number one running back is gone. Their offensive line is losing a lot of guys, too. They have a ton to do, and it can't really get done right now. It can. Like, they're working at it right now, I'm sure. But it's hard to. Like, how do you even talk? Like, you're not talking to the kids in the portal, but you might be talking to the kids in the portal. It's college athletics. We kind of know what the deal is. And I don't think anyone's ready to, like, commit right now to Michigan or Alabama or Arizona State or any of these other programs that might be in flux at the head coaching position. And we're 2 weeks away from that portal date.
That's why I got to think that whenever these dominoes start to fall, they're going to fall fast. And that I'm to be honest, I'm kind of shocked they haven't started to fall yet. I If you had told me at the beginning of the week when you started filling in for Gambo, you were in here on Monday. You've been in here almost every day this week, save for yesterday. If you had told me at the end of the week, no resolution on Ketel Marte, no resolution on Alex Bregman, no resolution on Kenny Dillingham by the end of this week, I never would have believed it. Okay, here is Pete Thamel. He's talking about Alabama candidates. Let's listen to this.
That Alabama officials behind the scene have worked aggressively to try to sign Kalen DeBoer to a new deal. Michigan officials aren't solely focused on DeBoer. As I've been told by sources, they've had a handful of exploratory conversations with different candidates this week. The hiring pool, if it's not DeBoer, sources have told me, would involve Kenny Dillingham of Arizona State, Eli Drinkwitz of Missouri, and Washington's Jed Fish. The timing could be tricky. Two of those coaches, Dillingham and Drinkwitz, have post-Christmas bowls.
Hold on, let's play the beginning of that again.
Yeah, the beginning was interesting.
Play the beginning of that again.
That Alabama officials behind the scene have worked aggressively to try to sign Kalen DeBoer to a new deal. Michigan officials aren't solely focused on DeBoer. As I've been told by sources, they've had a handful of exploratory conversations.
So here's Alabama, kind of like we're working behind the scenes to make sure Kalen DeBoer's not going anywhere. Okay, here's one more from Thamel.
Obviously, the transfer portal opens up on January 2nd. There's players like Bryce Underwood who are worrying what's going to happen. But I really think, Reese, one of the biggest factors in this search is going to be what that scoreboard says tonight after the Alabama-Oklahoma game, and that's going to set the tone for the direction of where this search goes.
Wow, that was a big info dump. I think the beginning was the most relevant to what we've been talking about the last couple of days, which is that Alabama is actually in the same position as Arizona State right now, where they're working through a new contract with different structures with DeBoer, and the verbiage of try to sign, as in they're trying to do everything they can to get DeBoer to agree to the extension, and he doesn't sound like he's signing it just yet.
Okay. And again, when it comes to stuff like this, I have a tremendous amount of trust in the reporting of Chris Cartman, and Chris Cartman, again, is reporting that Kenny Dillingham is using hashtags he hasn't used all month. Kenny Dillingham's at a holiday party. Whether that means the sky is not falling or not, I don't know. But I think we can all appreciate that tonight is a very important night when it comes to all of this. For reasons that are yet to be totally clear one way or another. Is DeBoer leaving? And if so, what does Alabama do? Is DeBoer staying? And if so, what does Michigan do? And how does that... When we had Graham Rossini on yesterday, I asked him specifically the question about, hey, you got a lot of details to work out. You might not have a lot of time to work them out. How, and he said, I understand with the nature of our sport right now and what's going on that we kind of have to hurry, but these details also require a tremendous amount of attention, and we're doing the best we can to address all of them because there's a lot of them we need to address.
2 words, contingency plan. If Alabama is trying to sign DeBoer to a new contract, it's not successful. What are they doing?
Yeah.
Contingency plan. Where are they going to look for a contingency plan? Right over here.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kellen filling in, the quarterback market in the NFL is shrinking seemingly by the day. What could the Arizona Cardinals do to address the position in the offseason, and does it involve making a trade with a division rival? That's next here on Arizona Sports.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is...
Playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The clock's running out on December deal drops at Lowe's, but there's still time to wrap up something they'll love. Shop great gifts under $50, like the DeWalt Elite Series 100-piece bit set. Plus, if you order by 2 p.m., you can get same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop December deal drops while you can. Lowe's, we help, you save. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items. Subject to availability. Fees vary. Details at lowes.com/same-day delivery.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states. Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren, very busy on the other side of the glass, so we'll keep this one quick because I know she's listening to a Merrill Kelly Zoom call. She just flipped a bunch of sound from Pete Thamel talking about ASU's opening. So we'll let you get back to work because we can tell you're busy. But what's the poll question?
All right, the poll question today has to do with the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're looking towards the future with this one. So how many All-Stars will the Arizona Diamondbacks have next season? 0, 1, 2, or 3+?
Just like Inglourious Bastards, 3. I'll hold up the 3.
Get up the right 3.
Get up the right. Which I don't remember what the wrong 3 was and what the right 3 was.
This is the wrong one, or this is the correct one.
Is that the correct one? And then this was the wrong one that got
someone correct us.
They got Fassbender shot in the bar.
We both love that movie so much. I'm mad at us for
now. I need to look it up. Which 3 is the German way and which 3 is the English way?
I don't remember.
But
I love that scene.
Oh, that's one of the best scenes in the history of cinema. It was so good, so tense. It was so great. So it's either that 3. Anyway, I think it's 3. Kel?
This is wrong. This is right.
So this is the German way. This was the German way, and this was the English way. So when he did it this way, they knew he was an imposter.
This is when Lauren's boy Fassbender is screwed. Does this?
Okay, he does.
Dunzo.
He does this.
Two for me, I do want to say when we talk about this, I still have Gabriel Moreno All-Star stock stashed away. Hasn't been utilized for the last 2 years. He's gotten hurt a little bit. Had some interesting things happen with his bat last year. I've got it stocked away. I'm not quite ready to give up on Gabby being an all-star catcher.
It's like having those savings bonds your parents gave you when you were 5 years old in a safety deposit box somewhere. Are they worth anything? I don't know, but they're there just in case.
I just don't want them next to like my Drew Jones and like Peter O'Brien's and like all the other Dbacks prospects or young players that I really got into. But they're stashed away
They're
still.
stashed away. They're there. What are the results of the poll question?
45% are going with 2 All-Stars for the Diamondbacks, 31% going with 3+, 22% going with 1, and 1% going with 0.
Okay. Thank you. Lauren working hard on the other side of the glass because Merrill Kelly is speaking to reporters right now.
Jody's saying that, or tweeting just now, Jody Jackson, who was just on the show yesterday, Merrill Kelly settled the details of his new contract at Alec Thomas's wedding.
Really?
How about that? Talk about a phone call or two to make it a wedding.
Really? Well, now what? Well, I assume Mike was there. Was Mike there? Were they doing it in person? I wonder. I don't.
We'll have to get the follow up. Yeah,
well,
not sure.
I'd love to know if Mike and Merrill just hashed it out at Alec Thomas's wedding. And
Just
got
at the
it done
wedding
right there on the
bar, just
spot.
like yeah.
Wonder if
That's
they
great.
Got it done right there on the spot. So Darren Urban tweeted this out earlier this morning, and I thought this was worth mentioning for a minute. Not that the Cardinals were going to draft this guy or anything along those lines, but and this news is actually kind of twofold. It impacts ASU too. Duke quarterback Darian Mensah will be returning to Duke for his redshirt junior year. He explored entering the NFL draft. He informed Duke of his decision that he would indeed return. It impacts ASU because ASU plays Duke in the Sun Bowl on December 31st. But as Darren Urban points out, the quarterback draft class gets a little thinner by the day. And before you go, wait, the Duke quarterback was on the list? In Mel Kiper Jr.'s latest quarterback rankings for the 2026 draft, he was number 5 on the list. So, yeah, it just got a little thinner. And Lenore Sellers, the quarterback from South Carolina, he's going back. So, yeah, it got a little thinner. No surprise, Arch Manning is going back. Yeah, it got a little thinner. And the Arch Manning one we knew. We go into this weekend. You got Ty Simpson tonight. You got Dante Moore tomorrow. I don't know.
Mateer is 4th, by the way, the Oklahoma quarterback.
Okay.
Kuiper has him 4th as well. So this is a great quarterback scouting game tonight that we'll have here, by the way.
So we'll have that. Thank you for pointing that out. We've got that game here on 98.7 as soon as we're done at 6 o'clock. So if you're quarterback scouting, it's certainly worth paying attention to tonight's game and tomorrow's Oregon game. But then there's uncertainty about Dante Moore. There's uncertainty about Ty Simpson. I happen to be of the belief that if somebody tells Dante Moore he's going to be the number 2 pick in the draft, he's gone.
Simpson's stock is the one that seems more not volatile per se, but he was making this huge jump out of not nowhere, but went to like, could he go in the top 5? Could he go in the top 10? It seems to be a little bit more mixed now, and it's that weird thing that we deal with on the NBA side where it's like, why is there so much importance on like this March Madness game for this NBA like this one single game is going to decide their draft stock, but that's the reality of that business. And Ty Simpson is either going to make himself a lot of money tonight or lose out on a lot of money, and then he might lose out on enough money where he just goes back to school too.
Todd McShay on the Bill Simmons podcast talked about how he's just fallen more and more in love with Mendoza from Indiana.
I keep falling more in love with him, and we're getting towards the end of the rom-com where I'm like, yeah, I'm all in on this guy. Even though I see the flaws, like the eyes drop in the pocket, and he gets kind of worked up at certain times, but that's something that can work out in maturity from a skill set and from that clutch gene standpoint. He's got a lot of the traits that some of the top guys in the league have.
To get him, you're going to have to move up to number 1. I don't know if the Cardinals have the assets to move up to number 1, given that there are teams in front of them in the draft order who need quarterbacks. The Raiders, the Jets, the Browns. That's going to be a mighty tall order for they could do it. They would have to exhaust future draft resources to do it if they really believed in the kid, but they could if they wanted to.
The wild card is that the Giants and the Titans both have their young quarterback, and they're tied with the Raiders at 2-12 right now. So if either of those teams get it, it's more of like an open season thing, and we have seen it in the past, most recently with the Bears, where you can get quite the haul if you trade down from there for the team looking for their franchise quarterback.
And that's an excellent point. Like if you're a Cardinal fan and you want them to move up to get your quarterback, you want the Giants to finish with the number 1
Raiders.
Pick. Yeah. You want because you want the Raiders to win so that they'll fall. You want the Browns to win so they'll fall, or the Jets, and you want teams who have the answers at quarterback to be number one. Mel Kiper, for what it's worth, thinks that Fernando Mendoza might be the only first-round quarterback. I'll believe this when I see it, but
a lot of these quarterbacks are either going into the portal or they're transferring. They're not coming out. That we thought back in August would be. Just didn't work out for a lot of these different guys. And now you may have Dante Moore. Say Dante Moore decides to go back to Oregon. Then there's a big drop-off down to the quarterbacks that I expect a lot of these guys to move on. Hopefully Ty Simpson goes back to Alabama. So it could be just Mendoza going number one overall.
I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it.
It happens with the NFL draft cycle, tale as old as time, like January, February. Like I remember buzz in like March when it was like, is Tedero McMillan going to even go in the top 10? Could he fall to the 20s? And I was like, dude,
yeah,
come on. Yeah. And then he went in the top 10 like he should, and he's playing the way that we expected.
What it leaves you, though, is searching for the answer to the Cardinals quarterback situation next year. And there was a story by Teo Mackey on AZ Central a couple of days ago about reviewing the quarterback options for the Cardinals and what their best options are. And in Teo's conclusion, it was either get aggressive in the draft and go get one of the guys or go get Mac Jones. And just about every other option was just not a very good one for the Cardinals, that those were the two best. There was a story on The Athletic today in which they kind of went through the whole quarterback situation around the league with all the options that are there for trade or free agency or the draft or whatever. And they speculated that a second-round pick for Mac Jones to San Francisco doesn't feel like enough, but that a first-rounder feels like too much, and they're not quite sure what the what they're not quite sure what the value would be for a team that would want to trade for him. But he might be that guy this offseason that a bidding war emerges over from quarterback desperate teams who are looking for the next Daniel Jones, who are looking for the next reclamation project who's going to be good right away.
Do you think the Cardinals are going to get their guy? And to help you define that further, like look at New Orleans at the start of the year, Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck, like you weren't really sure. Like even Indianapolis at the start of the season, it was like Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. Are we going to go into the year knowing probably it would have to be a first-round pick spent on a quarterback or a marquee addition like a Mac Jones? Are we going to know, or is it going to be more of one of those situations where it's two or three guys and we're kind of shrugging and we don't know which one's going to separate themselves and it's probably going to have to wait a year?
I just don't know if Monty Austin-Ford can afford to do it that way. You know, I don't know if this regime...
Like have Jacoby in a third-round pick, like draft Garrett Nussmeier in the 5th round and then have Jacoby back.
I feel like if everybody's coming back next year, that there's just going to be more pressure on the regime than just to be able to slow play this. I mean, because under that scenario, you're talking about, what, year 5 of the rebuild when you finally get to the playoffs? I mean, who takes that long for a rebuild? You know, most teams in the NFL don't. I just don't know if they have the luxury to wait for that. So, yes, I think there will be a level of aggression for the Cardinals this offseason in finding their quarterback. I do.
And it seems like it is going to be easier, despite the amount of assets they would have to give up, is do like that Mac Jones-esque kind of deal. Like that's easier to do as opposed to moving up and getting their guy in the draft.
And it might be them. Can you imagine them giving up a second round? God, for old guys like me, it so smacks of Kevin Cobb. God, it reminds me of the Kevin Cobb. They gave up a second-round pick and Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie to get Kevin Cobb, who kind of looked like he was a starter in waiting with the Eagles.
This is the classic thing with the NFL again, where like when Josh Dobbs went on like that run, quote-unquote, that we remember, we're like, you're going to have a job in the NFL for the rest of your life because of like that tape that you just put on. And then you look back and you're like, wait, they won one game?
Mm-hmm. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo, it was a busy day around Major League Baseball. It felt like some of it had Diamondback implications. So when can we expect to hear more? That's next here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Friday.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations: Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa, right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Hot Stove League keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent lefty Kyle Dbacks to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiatu. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It's a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. 5 players have been ruled out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr. He is missing his 2nd straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable. Marv is dealing with a heel injury. He's one of 5 players who has a game time designation. You can see the full full report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight. We've got coverage of the 8 versus 9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma live from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What type of fight are we going to see from the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday? We'll be reacting to their game against the Atlanta Falcons Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wow. The older, the better is true for Kellen when it comes to Christmas music.
For someone who does not listen to a lot of older music, I really should, because at least in Christmas music, like that's the whole catalog basically.
You skew older.
I'll sprinkle in a little Mariah Carey, but outside of that, no, I'm good with all this, man. This is fantastic.
This old school stuff right here. I love this. This is good. Kellen filling in for Gambo today. Kellen will be back on Monday and Tuesday, and who knows? Maybe on Monday or Tuesday we'll have some big Ketel Marte thing to talk about, or some
it's
Alex
week
Bregman
7.
thing.
Bernsey and Kellen still believe that breaking news will happen at some point. It's got to be coming on one of these two, man.
Right? I mean, look.
A development in the story has to be coming by Monday at the very least. In Ketel, in Kenny, something.
We were talking about it during the break. Like, we really, knowing full well that Kellen was going to be in for most of the week, we were almost like scheming at the beginning of the week, like, okay, man, it's going to be a busy week. We're going to have some Ketel stuff come down, and we might have some Kenny stuff come down, and we might have then the Bregman stuff.
That was fun.
Bregman was like, oh my, what? Bregman? They're in on Bregman? Oh,
that was like, I thought that was
down?
the appetizer. I was like, I like this food. Bring out more, please.
Instead, and not that look, this makes it sound like we're rooting for Ketel to be traded. We're not. You're not specifically. It's just the adrenaline junkie in us, when something goes down, we get to shift the
and
show
being
into
your friend and
gear.
knowing it's the part of this that you really, really love the most is like reacting to stuff live on the fly.
It's my favorite part of the job. I love reacting to stuff live on the fly.
Got to do it with you once, and it was for the NHL draft, so not quite the same stakes.
Not total wheelhouse moment for me, but it was still like, oh, what? They did what? Huh? Logan Cooley? Okay, let's go. And we just jumped right into breaking news mode. We like that. So here's where things stand on this. I'll play the one soundbite that we have from this one on Mike Hazen, who did a press availability today to talk about Merrill Kelly. We'll hear from Mike more and from Merrill Kelly more a little bit later on in this hour, because they both met with the media today, and we've got a lot of sound to play for you. But as it relates to Ketel Marte, Mike Hazen was simply asked a question about how the interest in Ketel now compares to earlier in the process.
I don't really have I don't have a report card for you. Sorry. There's been continuous interest. He is one of the best players in baseball. The interest would be reflective, I think, of what you would imagine it to be.
Okay. So that's the latest on that front. That being said, it felt like it could have been coming today. And I think by now we can say at 5:05 in the afternoon that it's not. But Kellen, you and I both, about 20 minutes before the show, we were buzzing around like a couple of bees thinking that maybe something was coming down because the Tampa Bay Rays went and got busy this afternoon.
Man, I'm reading Keith Law's analysis of the Lau deals specifically, and he said in this 3-team deal, he actually likes Tampa's end of it the least, which is like something you never really see from the analysis of a Tampa Bay Rays trade. So it even gets the spidey senses going even more, where you're like, okay, if this isn't like Keith Law, one of the most well-respected baseball analysts we've had for like the last decade or two, for him to go out there and be like, Tampa, like I like it for them, but it wasn't that great. I like it more for the other sides, just makes me further believe that the Tampa Bay Rays are onto something. Now, again, this does not exclusively relate to Ketel Marte, but we should have so much context in the past here that links Tampa to Marte, including some stuff that dropped today as well. So it felt like, okay, you're kind of getting things in motion. Like there was the I want to say it was the Jazz who did a trade before the Luka deal, and it wasn't one of those where everyone's antennas went up, but that stuff does happen. Teams make moves before moves to make said move happen, and this kind of just feels like one in the moment that could still come to fruition. We'll see.
There were two trades that the Rays made today that got us thinking about this. Trade number one was a 3-team trade in which the Rays traded their second baseman to the Pittsburgh Pirates. So immediately, that's like red flag number one. Like now they've got a hole at second base. Brandon Lau got traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3-team trade. The Pirates got Brandon Lau, outfielder Jake Mangum, and a lefty reliever. And in the 3-team deal, the Rays, in giving up Lau and Mangum and the lefty reliever, they got the Astros number 2 prospect and they got the Astros number 7 prospect. And then in a separate trade, Shane Baz, who, if you remember, Nick Picoro's reporting on this from AZ Central about a week and a half ago, reported the Diamondbacks might be talking to the Rays about Shane Baz and Ryan Pepio in a Ketel Marte trade. Well, now Shane Baz is with the Baltimore Orioles, and as part of that deal, the Rays got the Orioles number 6 prospect, number 10 prospect, number 11, number 30, and a draft pick. So the Rays just got a crap ton of prospects today. So now what many on social media have done have kind of put 2 and 2 together and said, okay, let's look at what the Rays have done in totality today. They've traded their second baseman. They've cleared about $15 million off the books. They've acquired a whole bunch of prospects now. Are they priming themselves for a Ketel Marte trade? Are they've got the salary slot to fit him in. They've got the positional slot to fit him in now because they don't have a second baseman. Do they have the things that the Arizona Diamondbacks covet in a potential trade of Ketel Marte, to the point where there was, first of all, John Morosi from MLB Network tweeted out 2 hours ago, the following is true. The Diamondbacks are willing to listen on Ketel Marte, especially if pitching prospects are involved. Number 2, the Rays have more talent to deal than they did 24 hours ago. Number 3, the Dbacks and Rays have made 5 trades in a little more than 8 years. There was another reporter who covers Major League Baseball, Francis Romero, quote, hearing that both the Boston Red Sox and Tampa Bay Rays are actively pushing to reach a deal with Ketel Marte per sources, nothing close so far. Then there are other reports kind of suggesting the same thing. You add it all up, that's what got Kellen and I kind of buzzing before the show today. Like, man, it sure does seem like Tampa Bay's kind of lining up some ducks, getting ready to do something here.
And now we wait. And now we wait. It was happening so quickly in the middle of the day when I don't think it's any. I think those 2 moves are directly related. I think the Lau trade and the Baz trade were done together on purpose. Now, again, is that because of a Ketel Marte trade? Don't know. It could have been some other solidifier where, as Gambo reported with the Marte news a few days ago, or yesterday, in fact, like they're going to have a solution soon. Whether it is they are trading Ketel Marte or they're keeping Ketel Marte, they are going to reach this deadline, and maybe Tampa reached their own deadline with something else. Not exactly sure. I think the fit that's not there, but again, Nick reported this last week, so it's legit, is Tampa's interest in him overall. Like, just I expect Ketel to go to a contender, and the Rays are not a contender by any means, especially right now with these types of trades. Like, I expect Ketel to go to more of a winning team that has a chance to win something that would give up the assets for a guy who's one of the best players in baseball.
Yes, but I do also think Tampa Bay is really, really good at sniffing out value. And given that they're in one of the most competitive divisions in baseball, sharing a division with a bunch of teams that can just spend and spend and spend, the Rays have been shockingly competitive over the last several years. And I think part of the reason why is they can sniff out value. Ketel Marte has value. You know what I mean? Like if you go back and look at the Rays season by season, they contend. They were in the World Series not that long ago, just a few years ago. They actually hang in there in that division from time to time for a certain number of years. And I think it's because when a player like Ketel Marte becomes available, they look at it and go, man, that's a good deal. I don't know if we can say no to something like that if we want to try to keep up with the Joneses in the American League East.
And his contract is structured in such a way where you can flip him in a year or two, no problem, and he'll still have plenty of control. Sure. Now, will he still be the same player by then? Not exactly sure, but his value isn't going to diminish. He is still going to have some value as well. And to your point, They're the sharks in the water always. Tampa is always making these types of deals and has been known for swindling in the past and winning the majority of their trades in such a way where, like, even myself as a Diamondbacks fan who doesn't want them to trade Ketel Marte at all is actually nervous about a Marte trade with the Rays specifically for their reputation in trades and such.
We are giving you the chance to win tickets to the big game, Verbo Fiesta Bowl on January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, during Wolf and Luke, and during our show here on Burns and Gambo. When you hear it, text it to 620-620. And if you're looking for extra chances, just go to our live video stream on our YouTube page, ArizonaSports.com, or the Arizona Sports app, and you will see those extra chances. How does tonight's game decide if Kenny Dillingham could be headed to Michigan, Alabama, or going nowhere? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Goodwin spins the ball in his hands, takes a deep bend, puts it up short. Off the front iron, no good. One more for Goodwin to try to put the Suns ahead by one. Gordon Goodwin loosens up his arms, gets the ball, takes 2 dribbles, spins it, dips, shoots, and hits. Suns take the lead, 99-98. Pajemski to inbound, hucks the ball full court. It is deflected out of bounds, and the Suns win.
More reaction to this incredible Suns W coming up on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel and Arizona Sports 98.7.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock, and get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. You need a work truck? They've got service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Sanderson Ford is located on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made-in-America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Hey, it's Luke. How will the first round of the college football playoff affect Kenny Dillingham's future at Arizona State? We'll talk about that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out Queen Creek for joining us and hanging out with us here on this Friday, going into the final weekend before Christmas. The first college football playoff games are going on. The first one is tonight between Alabama and Oklahoma. You will actually hear that game. We'll join it in progress. It starts basically at 6. So when I say join it in progress, I mean we're not taking the pregame coverage or anything like that. But basically at 6, that game is going to start. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports. Then tomorrow, it's the other 3. The real banger is the one in the morning with Texas A&M and Miami. And then later it's Tulane and Ole Miss, and then James Madison and Oregon. Those are the 4 first playoff games of this year's cycle. In the meantime, we were, Kellen filling in, we were sitting in here on standby waiting to see if college football game day, which is live in Norman right now, if and when they were going to address the Michigan situation. And they did. And Lauren doing the thing on the other side of the glass, she rolled on the audio, and we've got some of it to play here for you. This is Pat McAfee, in which he says, not reporting, just says, that everyone is on the table for Michigan. I'll let him explain.
It's crazy. Kenny Dillingham just got emotional talking about how much Arizona State means to him and how much he appreciates the opportunities there. Drinkwitz had to do this entire thing with Missouri. It's a crazy situation, this college football coaching, especially with some of these jobs like Michigan opening up. Just like we said with Penn State, we got to assume everybody's on the table for them.
Kirk Herbstreit kind of said the same thing.
To me, Michigan's always felt different. And, Coach, you played against them when you were at Michigan State. It's not just good enough to win. It's a certain way they go about their business. The Michigan man. It's about, we're going to beat you on the field and we're going to beat you in the classroom. A sense of integrity. So I don't think you just throw out the hottest name. I think it's about a fit.
It's an interesting take.
The Thamel report, too, is interesting to me from an ASU perspective as well, for sure.
And that's the more newsy part of this. I was just kind of using those other two as sort of a setup to kind of give you the idea of what the tone of the conversation was. They went to their college football insider, Pete Thamel, who did like a sideline report during College Game Day. And I'm going to play the second one first. That the game tonight could decide what direction this whole thing goes.
Obviously, the transfer portal opens up on January 2nd. There's players like Bryce Underwood who are worrying what's going to happen. But I really think, Reese, one of the biggest factors in this search is going to be what that scoreboard says tonight after the Alabama-Oklahoma game, and that's going to set the tone for the direction of where this search goes.
So if Alabama loses, Kalen DeBoer doesn't have the support of Alabama anymore, and he leaves. Alabama wins, and he feels like I've got the best job in America. I'm not going anywhere. I mean, like, does winning or losing impact how Kalen DeBoer views his current job and whether he wants to go job hopping or not, just based off of one game tonight?
The wild card I'm taking away from this whole situation right now is if this whole time where we've been speculating and talking about this, that Michigan has been primarily targeting DeBoer, and he has been their guy. They have really been going after while they're talking to other candidates, sure, but he's their guy. And then he says no. Is this going to be the first time they go all out for Kenny? Have they not given Kenny like the full all-out Michigan push yet? And like ASU could feel great about where they're at. They could be talking extensions and all that stuff and all the negotiations. But if we are sitting here right now and Michigan has been primarily going at DeBoer, which based on Thamel's report, it sure sounds like DeBoer is their number one right now. And then it's a number of other candidates. If Kenny is their number two and they've talked to him and they're interested in him, but they want DeBoer, if he says no and Kenny moves to number one, has ASU not seen that full attack just yet that Michigan could put on him?
And how far are they down the road with? Are they 95% done with Kenny? Are they 98% done with Kenny? They've been working on the contract amendment for a while. We would presume at least 2 or 3 weeks, based off of the reporting that's been done by Chris Kirkman and others on this situation. Here's one more from Thamel that even suggests that if DeBoer does leave Alabama, now Alabama's got the work to do.
That Alabama officials behind the scene have worked aggressively to try to sign Kalen DeBoer to a new deal. Michigan officials aren't solely focused on DeBoer. As I've been told by sources, they've had a handful of exploratory conversations with different candidates this week. The hiring pool, if it's not DeBoer, sources have told me, would involve Kenny Dillingham of Arizona State, Eli Drinkwitz of Missouri, and Washington's Jed Fish. The timing could be tricky. Two of those coaches, Dillingham and Drinkwitz, have post-Christmas bowls.
I talked about contingency plan earlier. Are you more worried about Kenny being the contingency plan for Michigan or for Alabama?
Oh, God, I haven't even thought about it. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
They're both. They're both such. They both offer everything any college football coach would ever want. Chance to compete, chance to win a national championship, a virtual unlimited budget, the devotion to succeeding in football that you dream of if you're head coach. Every resource at your disposal is available to you. Does one come with more pressure? Does one have more downside to it? Does one, I don't know. Is you lose in Michigan and you're not very popular. You lose in Alabama, you're not very popular. I don't know if there's one that's harder to succeed at, one that has more success baked in. I don't know. Do you? I don't know if I have an answer to that question.
I'm more worried about the contingency plan with Alabama just because it would be so immediate and out of nowhere and fast, because that is what happened with Fish. It was so fast. It was like, he's on a plane? What? It happened so fast.
And as you pointed out, that was the timeline with Fish that DeBoer, Saban retires, DeBoer quickly leaves Washington to go to Alabama, which then opens up Washington. And that is maybe a chain of events here where DeBoer now leaves Alabama for Michigan. Now Alabama's open, and that's where Kenny goes. Now, I'm going to play this because Lauren just dropped this into my file. Merrill Kelly, of all people, was asked about Kenny Dillingham today during his press availability. Here's what he said.
No, I haven't reached out to Kenny. I figured he's probably getting blown up left and right about all the rumors that are kind of swirling around. So I try to stay out of the way on that stuff. I know that he lives and breathes ASU. I know if he had a perfect world, I know that he would stay in Tempe. I think he's been pretty outspoken saying that that's pretty much his dream job. Obviously with the school that's in the mix, I know I don't follow college football very much, but I know Michigan is obviously a big time program and a big time job for him. We actually saw his wife this morning at school. And we were just kind of picking her brain about where they're at. I know they got a lot of questions to answer and a lot of people to talk to, but obviously I wish nothing for the best for them and their family, and I hope that he can get some clarity, because the state of college, the college athletics is a pretty wild place to be right now, and him being in the center of it, I know he's thinking long and hard.
Now, the other side of the story needs to be told here a little bit too, because we've been talking about Michigan and Alabama and worried about Kenny, and I do want to pass along what Chris Cartman, the excellent reporter and publisher of SunDevilSource.com, has reported earlier today via his Twitter account. Chris tweeted out, Kenny Dillingham, this was as of 3 hours ago, Kenny Dillingham is currently at ASU Athletic Department's holiday party. The vibe check appears promising. Stay tuned. And then he being Chris, went so far as to report that, or to point out, not report, that Kenny used a hashtag on a tweet, Sun Devil for Life, and apparently it was the first use of his hashtag this month. Again, the social media thing is like, okay, I don't know what to do. We played that game with Kyler Murray. But
we're all looking for optimism where we can find it.
Absolutely. He was talking about one of the ASU players declaring for the NFL draft, and Coach Dillingham tweeted out, "Let's go, be great, hashtag Sun Devil for life." And apparently that was the first time he had used it all December. I don't know. But, man, I just can't imagine a world in which we don't know by Monday.
We'll be driving ourselves crazy on Monday's show if we have no new information. We'll be going nuts.
Just can't imagine that. When we come back, speaking of Merrill Kelly met with the media. Mike Hazen met with the media because Merrill Kelly is back. You'll hear what everybody had to say about it next. Burns and Gambo, Kellen Olson filling in.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Devin Booker, due to the recent groin injury, he was trying a pair of core shorts. When I was trying to find ways to make my hip feel better, I was going to physical therapy, and they recommended such a contraption. And they're like, yeah, if you put these on, you walk around, you're fine. It will restrict you, but we find it helps. I got to tell you, I put them on one time. It was... I said I'd rather limp around and be in pain. And then the light bulb went on and said, just get the damn thing replaced, you moron.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ho, 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 Basinonians. The elves at Brooklyn Betting have been hard at work making dreams come true. And it's that time of year, and Brooklyn Betting is giving the gift of sleep this holiday season through December 19th with 25% off everything in-store and online. To make your dreams come true, head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for 25% off the gift of sleep. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvey's here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Hot Stove League keeps cooking in Major League Baseball, the Diamondbacks made a move today. They sent lefty Kyle Backus to the Philadelphia Phillies in exchange for minor league outfielder Avery Awusu-Asiatu. The move has cleared a 40-man roster spot for Merrill Kelly, whose signing was made official as well. It's a 2-year deal with a vesting option for 2028. 5 players have been ruled out for the Cardinals this Sunday against Atlanta. Chief among them is Paris Johnson Jr. He is missing his 2nd straight game due to a knee injury. Marvin Harrison Jr. headlines those who are questionable. Marv is dealing with a heel injury. He's one of 5 players who has a game time designation. You can see the full report right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the college football playoffs starts tonight. We've got coverage of the 8 versus 9 game between Alabama and Oklahoma live from Norman. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo here on 98.7 FM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16. Pre-game Sunday morning. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tip jar, please.
Sure.
This one always puts me in a good mood. A lot of them do, but this one always puts me in a good mood. I know what put Diamondback fans in a good mood. Merrill Kelly coming back on a 2-year, $40 million deal. And he did his video conference call with reporters today, Kellen, and as you would expect, he's very happy to be back.
Obviously exciting. I think everyone on this call knows my feelings towards Arizona, my feelings towards the Dbacks organization. Enticing team and enticing offer on the table that almost talks out of coming back to Arizona. At the end of the day, not only for me, but for my family and for our kids and everything, kind of what they say is home is where the heart is. And I think, we couldn't be happier with how it worked out and couldn't be happier to be back and be a Snake.
An enticing team and an enticing situation. Whoever it was that offered him that 3-year, was it $52 million contract, some West Coast team? We never found out who it was.
Better luck next time, I guess.
I guess so.
Sucks to suck.
When did he know that coming back was an option?
Well, I think anytime you get traded, there's always a bit of doubt with wherever that situation is. But the conversations that I had with the front office with Hayes and Amiel after and during the trade, right off the bat, they expressed interest on me coming back. We all know the nature of the beast in this industry, and we know that most times nothing's forever. Luckily I'm in a spot where I get to come back and try to make it forever. But I was pretty certain that they were going to be in the mix, and I have to hand it to them. They were the first ones in the door, first ones to make an offer, and ultimately showed me that what they said at the trade deadline about being serious about bringing me back, they definitely showed that. So we were excited about that. And I think that, like I said, the doubt is always going to be there just because in our industry, there's no certainty of anything. But I think there was definitely more hope than doubt.
How do you think that works? I was thinking about this in the car the other day. Like, hey, Merrill, we're 30 minutes away from trading you. And the minute we do, we're not allowed to have this conversation with you. So we're going to have it now. We're going to trade you 30 minutes from right now, and we're going to want you back. We can tell you this now because you still belong to us. The minute you don't, we can't say this to you because it would be tampering or whatever. I mean, does it go down like that? Is that how something like this works? I don't know, but I mean, he made it clear. And even Mike, when he came on in the hours after they traded Merrill Kelly to Texas, made it sound like, in not as many words and not as specific, but made it sound like they had plenty of conversation about Merrill Kelly to indicate they wanted him back, even though they were trading him to Texas.
I think Merrill's market certainly helped as well, just because with the type of pitcher entering his late 30s that he projects to be and has been, that he's not as enticing as someone like Zach Gallen. They actually might get the same amount of money around this, but we've known the story now, not only with watching Merrill on the trade block, but also in signing this contract as well, that it wasn't going to be a half dozen to a dozen teams that were going to be in for him. It doesn't surprise me to hear him say that the Dbacks were the first call, the first ones to make the contract work and that kind of stuff, because the Diamondbacks know who Merrill Kelly is, know that he's a much better pitcher than some of these analytics that rely on velocity and whatever else that has Kelly's value further down than like what he does for a baseball team, in my opinion.
One more from Merrill, and then we'll hear from Mike on this, on getting the opportunity to celebrate with his teammates when he signed the deal. I'll let him explain.
Yeah, it was fun. I tried to keep it as low key as I could. I didn't want to overshadow on what the real celebration was of AT getting married. But everyone was excited. It was that young core of, Ryan Nelson, Fott was there, Gallen was there. Blaze was there, a lot of those guys, McCarthy, Pavin. So just being able to agree to the terms and then kind of celebrate with all the guys that I knew I'd be back in the locker room with was a pretty cool experience.
Was at Alec Thomas's wedding when that's pretty cool, right? That's a cool part of the story, I think.
Couple nudges to his teammates, being like, "Hey guys, see you in a bit."
Yeah, no doubt about it. Mike Hazen was asked about it today, saying, well, different call, but the same question about bringing Kelly back.
We feel pretty good about bringing Merrill back, obviously. He's been one of the most consistent starting pitchers we've had here. He's a leader in our clubhouse. He's got the makeup to be at the front of our rotation. He gives a lot of stability to our rotation. We probably have a younger rotation in some forms. He and Erod are the elder statesmen at this point in time. And having them there, I think, takes some pressure off the younger starters. We're going to have a host of younger starters, a couple of whom you sort of tangentially referenced at the upper levels that will be making, I'm guessing, their major league debut during the course of the season. So we were really excited to have him back for a number of different reasons. Never really wanted to trade him. But we've kind of hashed through the 2025 season. Didn't exactly go how we had envisioned for a lot of us and the team and the players. But we're happy that we've been reunited.
Is he still looking for pitching even after Merrill Kelly and Mike Soroka?
Yeah, we're still looking for pitching. I wouldn't categorize it in any way. We are still looking for pitching, continuing to build out the rotation and to the bullpen.
They're not done. They're not done. The question is what that looks like.
Also interested in how long Merrill is here for. There's the vesting options that we talked about earlier in the week, that could extend this to 3 years. And if you look at some of these all-time numbers, he's fourth right now in games started, 36 back of Brandon Webb. So he very well could be second on that list when it's all said and done. 366 innings behind Webb. So maybe not that number per se, especially if it's only a 2-year stint, but even just a 2-year stint with a healthy amount of starts, and he'll move up to number 2. Like, again, it's not to the heights that Johnson and Webb met for sure, and even like Schilling short stints, like Greinke short stints, if you want to compare the numbers, it's not there. But Merrill really is like one of the best starting pitchers the Diamondbacks have ever had.
Oh, no question. I mean, there's and it's a good list because of all the success that they've had with the Cy Youngs and things like that. And obviously it's Randy, and it's Brandon, and it's Kurt, and it's Zach, and it's Zach, and it's there are quite a few names in there, but Merrill Kelly is certainly one of the, just depending on your perspective, either the third best, fourth best, fifth best, sixth best pitcher in the history of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it kind of just depends on what your favorite flavor is. Since they had Mike, they asked him the question about the bullpen and whether the front office is kind of feeling how the fans are feeling about, hey, are you going to miss out on closer for the second straight year?
No, I fan FOMO is not really how I can probably operate my job at the best of its ability. We want to put the best team we possibly can out onto the field. We're continuing to work to do that.
I'm worried. I've been worried about closer. I came in the offseason thinking there's no way, right? There's no way we're doing committee stuff again until J Mart or Puck gets back, but
you're worried?
It's Fairbanks, and that's pretty much it in terms of the definitive ninth inning guys, and then it's the trade market, which like teams usually want to keep. How much do we talk about bullpen depth all the time? Like what the Padres did. Like teams want 2 or 3 of these guys.
Yeah. No, I'm worried too. Because like you say, other than Pete Fairbanks, just about everybody's gone, and just about and that was something Jeff Passan wrote about this morning on ESPN, kind of taking a 30,000-foot view of the offseason so far. He's like, man, the reliever market is going to get cold because they're all gone. They're all the closer prospects are gone, which just makes me think Mike not wanting to do it again like he did a year ago, where he was wanting a closer and didn't get one and went into the year with Puck and Martinez, and they worked it that way. I got to think he's working on a deal that's going to bring one in. Maybe not an established one, but a reliever from another team as part of a trade that they project to be a closer, that they look at and say, that's our ninth inning guy. Because it's just the way the bullpen is structured now, they don't have one. They don't even have close to one right now. Whereas at least this time a year ago, you had Puck, you had Martinez, and you could make the argument that you had options. They don't have options right now. So it's Mike's smartest guy in the room, smart. I'm sure there's a plan in place for them to get a guy they feel is the ninth inning guy. They're not just going to go into the season with what they've got now as their bullpen or as their closer situation.
Yeah, maybe that's his Suarez-Naylor trade this year, is not a position player per se, but he finds it for a closer where we're like, oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah. I remember a year ago, you were filling in for Gambo a year ago, and it was Christian Walker. And in one fell swoop, Walker goes to the Astros, and it felt like minutes later, okay, we got Josh Naylor in a trade. You go, oh, okay, piece of cake. Easy, right? Like you knew all along what you were doing. I feel like the same thing is going to happen with closer, but I don't know. I understand why people
I trust that man.
Concerned. I do. I trust that man, too. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, the Phoenix Suns, they're back at it tomorrow against the same team that they beat last night in Golden State. What can we expect out of them in terms of what we saw last night from the Suns? We'll talk about that next. Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
playoffs.
Text the word playoffs to 620-620 right now.
Playoffs.
Text playoffs to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Stop what you're doing. Aaron's just broke the holiday universe. No payments until January 1st, 2026. Yup, don't pay a thing until next year and start with just a penny. Aaron's been in the community for 70 years, making it easy to get brand new name brand furniture, appliances, electronics, all the great stuff you need. But listen, this is in-store only, so get up and get over to Aaron's today and don't miss out. Don't just hear about the deals, get them before they're all gone. Eligible merchandise only. Maximum monthly payment applies. See store for details.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. We're going to join the game in progress, coming up at 6 o'clock as soon as we're off the air, so just about 12 minutes from right now. It's Oklahoma versus Alabama, the first of the college football playoff games, live from Norman. The game starts in, like 22 minutes, so actually you're going to hear the whole game here on 98.7. That's what's on our stations tonight. Locally, none of the teams are in action. The Suns aren't back at it until tomorrow. Tomorrow's a busy, busy slate. 3 college football playoff games, 2 NFL games, a Suns game at night, U of A in downtown Phoenix.
Taking on San Diego State, 8:30.
Okay, so it's, all sorts of basketball, all sorts of football going into the holidays this weekend. And then you'll be back on Monday, filling in for Gambo. We got Cardinals on Sunday, and see what happens with Kenny, and see what happens with Cattell, see what happens, if anything, with Alex Bregman. Do we have any sort of a resolution on any of this? We'll see. I don't know, but that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. Suns, they're back at it, as I mentioned, tomorrow, taking on the Golden State Warriors, a team that they beat last night. This one's going to be in Golden State, so it's going to be a little bit different. We'll see if we get any word about Grayson Allen and his availability to play in that game. There hasn't been anything yet about that?
Has to come out at 6:30, so we're just a half hour off from getting that information.
The question that I think, there's a bunch of questions about the Suns right now. They're obviously, if you look at it big picture, they're 15-12. They've got one fewer win than the Houston Rockets do, right? It still continues to be a season that we didn't expect to have. But it does feel like things are getting a little wonky on the Suns right now. It feels like you talked about chaos is a ladder, and how the Suns lean into chaos, play with chaos, weaponize chaos, if you will. But it feels like these last few games that it's been almost too chaotic, and they haven't been able to find any kind of structure or rhythm within that, almost to the point where it feels almost lucky that they've been able to have some of the success that they've had lately, because it just doesn't look like their style is translated the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, earlier in the season, it was a type of chaos, a type of hectic play, helter-skelter stuff where they were in control of it, and they were able to play relatively clean basketball inside of that ecosystem. But in the last couple of weeks, they've been playing just as sloppy as their opposition. Like, you talk about, losing Steph Curry on a cut to the rim. What are we doing there? That's just one example of a play last night where there aren't mistakes there that we weren't seeing a couple of weeks into the season, at least once they got past that 5-game point. But now there's just more instability, and you can link that directly to Dillon Brooks or now with his actions in the last 2 games, but more overall, look at that Lakers game. It was sloppy. It was a mess. It was a slog. This last night was the same kind of thing as well. And my fear with this team going into the year, I think, has not become realized by any means, but the situation that they're in with their players and with the style of play that they're going to have affecting Devin Booker and his overall play. And I think that's part of what we have seen from him in the last month and a half, or really last like 5 weeks or so, where he's been pretty darn good. He just hasn't been Devin Booker. And like we talked about when this happened in the first 5 games of the year, it's like we know what Devin Booker at his best looks like. We've seen it for a long time now, and this wasn't it. It hasn't been it either. Had 2 points in the first half. They easily could have just lost this game, been down 25 in the mid-third quarter instead of down 15 or 14, if not for Dillon Brooks. So you look at everything that's happening with them right now, especially without Jalen Green for every quarter but 5, and you wonder how much longer they can go without him. The good news here is that we're expecting him back in a week or two, maybe 3 weeks to, with Gambo's reporting.
Yeah, it's going to be soon, and it almost feels to me, and I doubt they feel this way. I'm just kind of my perception as a fan or as somebody who's talking about the Suns for a living. It feels like there's a finish line coming up. And for me, perceptually, the finish line is on Tuesday when they play the Lakers, because that will signify the end of this brutal month-long stretch of 14 games against, other than 1 game against the Kings, you've played exclusively elite Western Conference teams for the better part of a month. And I feel like when they get to that game against the Lakers and that stretch of 14 games is over, that there is a little bit of a, okay, let's breathe. Let's Jalen Green's coming. We made it. We survived. We got through it, and we didn't get pounded. We didn't go 2-12 during the 14-game stretch. We proved that we kind of belong, to a certain extent with some of these teams. And I'm hoping that the wonky play, the sloppy play, is partially a reflection of that these are really good teams that they're playing, and it's been hard on them. We'll see. Well, it eases up. It's the Pelicans. They'll get Jalen Green back. We've barely talked about Devin Booker today, though, and you're right. It does seem like part of their instability is very much rooted in his instability. He just has not been, he had a great second half last night. He was terrific.
8 for 12.
But for the most part, during the stretch, he just has not been that guy, and not even close to that guy for them. And they can't survive much longer with this version of Book being out there.
No, it's eventually going to turn. Like the reason that they won last night, it was many reasons why they won, but it was mainly because of Jordan Goodwin, Oso Ighodaro, and Colin Gillespie and the way that they stepped up inside of that game. Look, Book had a tremendous second half. He scored 23 points, don't get me wrong, but it was Gillespie, Goodwin, and Ighodaro making play after play defensively and loose ball scenarios on the offensive glass, so on and so forth, where that was what won them the game, really. And it's like, okay, when are we going to get like that week, 2 week, 3 week tear? The good news is, as we've talked about all the time with Book, this is usually around the time of year when he gets going. January, February is really when he starts to turn it on. And that's what we're going to see, because I've watched this guy for a decade and it happens every single time.
Yep. And the fact that they've been able to get as far as they have without that version of Devin Booker is I guess